Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date, November 18, 2016. The coffee had gone cold in Nathan's thermos by the time he noticed. He'd been standing at the edge of Kabetogama Lake for nearly 20 minutes, watching the gray water lap against the rocky shore in a rhythm that felt slower than it should. November had come hard to Voyageurs this year, stripping the birches and aspens bare 2 weeks ahead of schedule, leaving the park in that strange transitional state between autumn's death and winter's dominion. The sky hung low and heavy, the color of old pewter, pressing down on the 1,000 lakes and islands that made up this waterlogged wilderness. Nathan had worked this park for 6 years now, and he'd learned to read its moods the way some people read faces. Today, the park felt like it was holding its breath. He poured the cold coffee onto the ground and screwed the cap back on, tucking the thermos into his day pack. The morning patrol had been uneventful so far, a quick check of the Ash River Visitor Center, verification that the boat launches were properly secured for the approaching freeze, a brief conversation with old Tom Redhawk, who ran the bait shop just outside park boundaries, and always had opinions about the weather. Tom had been unusually quiet today, though, kept glancing toward the tree line like he was expecting someone. When Nathan asked if everything was all right, Tom had just shaken his head and said something about how the animals were moving wrong this year. Heading south too early, he'd muttered, like they know something's coming. Nathan had dismissed it as the old man's usual superstition. Tom's grandmother had been Ojibwe, and he'd grown up on stories that Nathan filed under local color, useful for entertaining tourists, not much else. But now, standing alone at the water's edge with that oppressive gray sky bearing down, Nathan found himself thinking about the way the loons had gone silent over the past week. Usually they stayed until the lake started freezing, their eerie calls echoing across the water through the cold nights. This year, they'd left early, all of them seemingly overnight. His radio crackled, startling him from his thoughts. Unit 7, this is dispatch, you copy? Nathan keyed the mic. Dispatch, Unit 7. Go ahead. Nathan, we've got a vehicle registration check request. Blue Subaru Outback, plate number Minnesota Alpha Victor 7321. Vehicle's been in the Wooden Frog campground lot since yesterday morning. No reservation on file, no backcountry permit issued. Can you swing by and check it out? Copy that, dispatch. I'm about 15 minutes out. Any description on the registered owner? Registered to Maya Chen, 28 years old, Minneapolis address. We tried the emergency contact listed, her sister, but no answer yet. Nathan felt that familiar tightening in his chest, the one that came with every welfare check that might turn into something worse. I'm en route. Unit 7 out. He made his way back to the patrol truck, boots crunching on the frost-hardened ground. The temperature had dropped noticeably even in the short time he'd been standing by the lake. His breath came out in visible puffs now, and the moisture in the air had that particular bite that preceded freezing rain. He checked the weather report on his phone before pulling out. The system was moving faster than predicted. What had been forecast as light rain was now expected to transition to sleet by early afternoon, with temperatures plummeting into the 20s by nightfall. If Maya Chen was out there somewhere, she'd picked one hell of a day to go missing. The drive to Wooden Frog campground took him along the winding park roads, past stands of white pine and paper birch that stood like pale sentinels against the darkening sky. Most of the leaves were gone now, and Nathan could see deep into the forest in a way that wasn't possible during summer. All those secret spaces revealed, the understory laid bare. It should have made the woods feel more open, more knowable. Instead, it made him feel exposed, as if the forest could now see him just as clearly as he could see it. He found the Subaru exactly where dispatch had described, parked at the far end of the Wooden Frog lot, nose facing the trailhead that led to the Cruiser Lake Trail system. Nathan pulled up beside it and killed the engine, sitting for a moment to observe. The car was covered in a fine layer of frost and dead leaves, definitely been here more than just overnight. He could see a day pack on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, and what looked like a journal or sketchbook on the dashboard. On the windshield, tucked under the wiper blade, was a handwritten note that made his stomach drop. Back by 4 p.m. Tuesday. If I'm not, something went wrong. Please call my sister. M. It was Friday. Nathan radioed in his findings, then pulled on his gloves and approached the vehicle. He shined his flashlight through the windows, cataloging everything he could see. The sketchbook on the dashboard was open to a half-finished drawing, a detailed rendering of the rock formations along the Cruiser Lake shoreline, the pencil work delicate and skilled. Beside it sat a nature guide to Minnesota fungi, bristling with post-it notes. Maya Chen had come here to draw, to explore, to immerse herself in the wilderness. She'd done everything right. Left a note, told someone her plans, set a reasonable return time. And still. Nathan signed in at the trailhead register. The last entry was Maya's, dated Tuesday morning. Her handwriting was neat. Her intended destination listed as Cruiser Lake and Surrounding Trails Day Hike. 3 days ago. 3 days in November, with temperatures dropping each night, with no gear visible in her car beyond a light day pack. He felt the cold seeping through his jacket and tried not to think about what 3 nights of exposure would do to a person. Dispatch, Unit 7. Go ahead, 7. I'm starting a foot search from the Cruiser Lake trailhead. Victim left a note indicating she expected to return Tuesday. That's 3 days overdue. I'm requesting SAR activation and additional units. Copy, 7. I'm logging that now. Be advised. Weather's deteriorating faster than expected. You've got maybe 2 hours before conditions become hazardous. Don't go too deep. Understood. Unit 7 out. Nathan shouldered his pack and started up the trail. The first mile was easygoing, a well-maintained path through mixed forest that eventually opened onto the rocky shoreline of Cruiser Lake. This was popular hiking territory in summer and fall, but by mid-November, most visitors had retreated to warmer pursuits. Nathan passed no one on the trail, saw no fresh footprints in the frost-crusted mud, just his own boots breaking the silence of the forest. And it was silent. That was the first thing that registered as wrong. No bird song, no squirrel chatter, no wind through the bare branches. Nathan stopped walking and stood perfectly still, listening. Nothing. Not even the distant hum of a plane overhead or the whisper of water against the lakeshore. It was as if someone had wrapped the forest in cotton, muffling every sound except his own heartbeat, which suddenly seemed very loud. He shook off the unease and continued on. The trail curved around a granite outcropping and descended toward the lake. And it was here that Nathan found the first sign of Maya Chen. A single hiking boot, women's size 7 or 8, lying in the middle of the path as if it had been dropped mid-stride. No scuff marks, no sign of struggle. Just a boot, sitting upright and waiting, the laces still tied. Maya had been sketching the lichen patterns on a fallen log when she first heard her name. Maya. She looked up, startled. The voice had come from somewhere to her left, deeper in the forest, away from the trail. It sounded like her sister, like Lily, that particular rising inflection she used when she was looking for something. But Lily was in Minneapolis, 150 miles south. Lily didn't even know exactly where Maya had gone, just up north to sketch, the vague direction she always gave when she needed to disappear into nature for a few days. "Hello?" Maya called back, her voice sounding thin and small against the vast silence of the trees. No response, just that heavy quiet pressing in from all sides. She checked her phone. No signal, as expected. The park was notorious for dead zones. She'd been hiking for about 4 hours, moving slowly, stopping frequently to draw or photograph interesting formations. The light was starting to change, shifting from the cold white of overcast morning to something grayer, flatter. She should start heading back. The trail to the parking lot was clearly marked, and she had plenty of time before sunset. Maya packed up her sketchbook and started back the way she'd come. The path was easy to follow, the same granite outcroppings and distinctive birch stands she'd passed on the way in. Everything looked familiar. Everything was exactly as it should be, except that after 20 minutes of walking, she passed the same fallen log she'd been sketching. The exact same log, with the exact same lichen patterns, her own boot prints still visible in the soft earth beside it. Maya stopped. She looked back the way she'd come, then forward at the trail ahead. She'd been walking in a straight line. The trail didn't loop here. She'd checked the map this morning, traced her route with her finger to commit it to memory. This was a point-to-point hike, not a circuit. Maya. The voice again, closer now. Still Lily's voice, but wrong somehow. The pitch was right, the timbre was right, but the rhythm was off. Syllables held a fraction of a second too long, pauses in strange places. Like someone reading phonetically from a script they didn't understand. "Who's there?" Maya's voice cracked. She reached for her phone again, a reflex, knowing it was useless. "Maya, I found something. Come see." It was Lily's voice. It was exactly Lily's voice. But Lily couldn't be here. Lily was afraid of the woods, had been ever since they were children. Ever since that summer at camp when she'd gotten lost for 3 hours and came back unable to stop shaking. Maya started walking faster, not toward the voice but away from it, back toward where she thought the parking lot should be. Her breath was coming quick now, visible puffs of white in the cold air. The temperature had dropped sharply in the last hour. She could feel it biting through her fleece, numbing her fingers where they gripped her trekking poles. The trees looked wrong. That was the only way to describe it. They looked wrong. The birches that had seemed welcoming this morning now appeared to lean toward the trail, their bare branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The spaces between the trunks were too dark, too deep, as if the forest extended infinitely in all directions with no end and no light. And then she saw it, just for a moment at the edge of her vision, something tall and thin standing between two pines, something that was almost the shape of a person but stretched, elongated, its proportions all wrong. When she turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there, just trees, just shadows. Maya ran. Nathan found the second boot a quarter-mile further down the trail, this one lying on its side at the base of a cedar tree. Beyond it, the trail showed signs of disturbance. Broken branches, disturbed leaf litter, deep gouges in the mud that might have been footprints or might have been something dragged. He photographed everything, marking GPS coordinates on his handheld unit, trying to maintain the professional detachment that 6 years of wilderness rescue had taught him. But his hands were shaking, not from the cold. The sleet had started, a fine icy mist that coated everything in a glaze of frozen moisture. Nathan pulled up his hood and pressed on, following the disturbed trail off the main path and into the deeper forest. The trees here were older, thicker, a mix of white pine and northern red oak that blocked what little light remained in the sky. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of dead leaves that muffled his footsteps, making him feel like he was walking in a dream. Dispatch Unit 7. I found evidence of a possible victim off-trail, approximately 1.5 miles from the Cruiser Lake trailhead, requesting immediate SAR deployment to my GPS coordinates. Static. Then, faintly, even copy, breaking up. Dispatch, do you copy? I need SAR at my location. Nothing. Just the hiss of dead air and beneath it something else, a sound like breathing, slow and deep, coming from the radio itself. Nathan switched channels, tried again, same result. His radio had never failed here before. The coverage in this section of the park was usually solid. He checked the battery, full charge, checked the antenna, secure. Everything was working. Everything should be working. The breathing sound continued, barely audible beneath the static. Nathan turned the radio off. He stood in the silence of the frozen forest, sleet clicking against his jacket, and tried to decide what to do. Protocol said to return to the trailhead, wait for backup, don't proceed alone into unknown conditions. But the evidence trail was fresh, the disturbance recent. Maya Chen might be injured somewhere ahead, might be hypothermic, might be dying while he stood here following procedure. A sound reached him through the trees, a voice high and thin, calling something he couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a woman. It sounded like it was coming from just over the next ridge. Nathan started walking. The forest seemed to close in around him as he moved deeper, the spaces between the trees narrowing, the canopy thickening despite the bare branches. The sleet was heavier now, coating the ground in a treacherous layer of ice. Each step required careful attention. A twisted ankle out here could be as deadly as any other threat. He found Maya's day pack at the edge of a small clearing, its contents scattered across the frozen ground. Granola bars, a water bottle, a first aid kit, that sketchbook he'd seen in her car. Nathan knelt and picked up the sketchbook, flipping through the pages. Detailed drawings of trees, rocks, fungi, birds. Beautiful work, meticulous and loving. The last page with any drawing on it was dated Tuesday. A half-finished sketch of a figure standing between two trees. Tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at wrong angles. Maya had written something beneath it, the handwriting shaky and uneven. It knows my name. It sounds like Lily, but it's not Lily. It's been following since morning. I don't think the trail goes anywhere anymore. Nathan's blood went cold. Nathan. He spun around, hand going to the bear spray on his belt. The voice had come from behind him, from the direction he'd just walked. It was a voice he knew. Frank Morrison, the ranger who worked the Ash River station. But Frank was on vacation. Frank was in Florida, visiting his grandkids. Nathan, I found her. She's hurt. Come quick. The voice was Frank's. Every cadence, every rough edge, every note of concern. But Frank called him Nate, always had. A friendly abbreviation born from their first week working together. Never Nathan, not once in 6 years. Nathan didn't respond. He stood perfectly still, barely breathing, watching the trees for movement. Nathan. The voice again, closer. Don't you want to help her? She's been waiting for you. She's been waiting so long. Something moved in his peripheral vision, something tall and pale, sliding between the pines with a horrible fluid grace. Nathan didn't turn to look directly at it. Some instinct, some ancient survival mechanism buried deep in his brainstem, told him that looking directly at it would be a mistake. He backed away slowly, keeping his eyes fixed on the middle distance, watching for movement without focusing on any single point. The sleet was freezing on his face now, tiny needles of ice stinging his exposed skin. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale a plume of white vapor that hung in the still air. She drew me, the voice said, and it wasn't Frank anymore. It was Lily, the sister Maya had written about. She saw me watching, and she drew me. That's when I knew she was ready. That's when I knew she was mine. Nathan ran. He crashed through the underbrush, not caring about the noise, not caring about the ice-slicked ground or the branches that whipped across his face. Behind him, he heard something following. Not the heavy footfalls of a person, but something lighter, faster, a skittering sound like dry branches scraping together. He didn't look back. He couldn't look back. The trail appeared ahead of him, familiar and solid, and Nathan burst onto it with a sob of relief. He ran until his lungs burned, until the cold air felt like knives in his chest, until he could see the gray shape of the parking lot through the trees. He made it to his truck and sat there for a long time, shaking, watching the tree line through the windshield. The sleet had turned to freezing rain now, coating the windows in a layer of ice that blurred the world outside into an impressionist smear of gray and white. His radio crackled. Unit 7, this is dispatch. Do you copy? Nathan grabbed the mic with trembling hands. Dispatch, Unit 7, I copy. What's your status? We lost contact for almost an hour. An hour. He'd been out there for an hour. It had felt like minutes, like seconds. I found evidence of the missing hiker. Daypack, personal effects, signs of... He stopped, unsure how to continue. Signs of flight. I need SAR at the Cruiser Lake trailhead immediately. And dispatch. Advise all units to avoid solo patrols in the Cruiser Lake area until further notice. Copy 7. SR is being mobilized. Are you injured? Negative. Just get them here fast. They searched for 5 days. Brought in dogs, helicopters, volunteer teams from 3 counties. They found Maya Chen's other shoe, a single glove, and her phone. Dead. The screen cracked. The GPS showing a route that spiraled inward on itself like a nautilus shell, eventually ending at a point that corresponded to nothing but deep forest, miles from any trail. They never found Maya. Nathan gave his statement to the investigation team, most of it anyway. He told them about the boots, the scattered pack, the disturbed trail. He mentioned the radio interference, attributed it to weather conditions. He said nothing about the voices, about the figure in the trees, about the sketchbook entry that had made his blood freeze. He kept the sketchbook. He's not sure why. Some nights when sleep won't come, he takes it out and looks at that last drawing, the tall, thin figure with the wrong proportions, watching from between the pines. Sometimes he thinks the figure has moved slightly on the page. Sometimes he thinks the head has turned, just a fraction of an inch, as if it's looking back at him. Tom Redhawk stopped by the station last week, asked Nathan if he'd heard anything strange in the deep woods lately. Any voices that didn't belong? Nathan told him no. But sometimes, late at night when the wind blows just right, he hears Maya Chen's voice coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond his cabin window. She's calling for help, she says. She's so close, she just needs him to open the door. Nathan keeps the door locked. He's learned not to listen, but the voice keeps calling. And some nights it sounds almost like it's learning his name. Location: Voyageurs National Park, Minnesota. Date: October 27, 2019. The fog came in low across Kabetogama Lake that Sunday morning, rolling over the dark water like something alive, something with purpose. Garrett Walsh stood on the dock behind the Ash River Visitor Center and watched it move, coffee steaming in his hands, the warmth barely registering against the cold that had settled into his bones overnight. 23 degrees at dawn. The thermometer on the station wall had confirmed what his joints already knew. Winter was no longer approaching. It had arrived. Voyageurs in late October was a different world than the summer park that drew families in houseboats and kayakers seeking the Boundary Waters experience. Now the lakes were beginning their slow freeze, thin ice forming in the sheltered bays while the main channels remained open, black and depthless. The birches had shed their gold weeks ago, standing skeletal against the evergreen darkness of the boreal forest. Most of the seasonal staff had gone home. The campgrounds were closed. What remained was silence, water, and approximately 18,000 acres of interconnected wilderness that answered to no one. Garrett had worked Voyageurs for 7 years now, long enough to know its moods, its seasons, its particular ways of testing those who presumed to manage it. He knew the sound of wolves calling across Rainy Lake at midnight. He knew how the northern lights could turn the snow purple and green on clear January nights. He knew, too, the stories the Ojibwe elders told, the ones the Park Service didn't include in the interpretive materials. Stories about things that lived in the in-between places, the spaces where water met land, met sky, where the boundaries grew thin. He finished his coffee and went inside to begin the morning protocols. Radio check with the Rainy Lake station came first, then Crane Lake. Both reported quiet nights, no incidents, no visitors registered for backcountry permits. Garrett logged the communications, checked the weather service updates, fog through midday, clearing by afternoon, chance of snow squalls after dark, and reviewed the patrol schedule. With only 3 rangers covering the entire park until the ice roads opened in January, they each carried responsibility for vast stretches of territory. Today, Garrett had the Kabetogama Peninsula, a roadless expanse accessible only by water, dotted with primitive campsites that should have been empty this time of year. Should have been. He was organizing his pack when dispatch crackled through with something unexpected. A vehicle had been reported in the Wooden Frog campground parking area for 3 days now. A silver Honda CR-V, Minnesota plates. No one had checked in at any station. No backcountry permit on file. Copy that, dispatch. I'll take a look on my morning run. Probably just someone who didn't know the campground closed October 15th. Appreciated, Unit 12. Let us know what you find. Garrett added a welfare check to his mental list and headed for the boat launch. The patrol boat, a 22-foot aluminum workboat with a center console, sat waiting in the gray morning light. He ran through his equipment check methodically. Fuel topped off, radio functioning, GPS unit showing proper satellite acquisition, emergency beacon secured in the console compartment, life jacket on, kill switch lanyard attached to his belt. The routines were ingrained now, automatic as breathing, but he never skipped them. The lakes had taken better men than him, men who cut corners, who trusted the water when they shouldn't have. The engine caught on the first try, and Garrett idled out past the no-wake buoys before opening the throttle. The fog swallowed the shore behind him within seconds. Brooke Hendricks had arrived at Voyageurs 3 days earlier with a plan that seemed reasonable at the time. She was a wildlife photographer based in Duluth, and she'd heard from a contact at the Minnesota DNR that a pack of wolves had been spotted on the Kabetogama Peninsula, denning earlier than usual. The shot she wanted, wolves against the first snow, the fog rising off the lakes behind them, could anchor her portfolio for years, could get her the National Geographic assignment she'd been chasing since graduate school. She'd known the campgrounds were closed. She'd known she should have filed for a backcountry permit, but permits meant questions, and questions meant rangers suggesting she wait for better conditions, and better conditions meant missing the wolves entirely. So she'd parked at Wooden Frog, loaded her kayak with 3 days of supplies, and paddled out toward the peninsula before dawn on Thursday morning. The first 2 days had been exactly what she'd hoped for. She'd found a sheltered cove on the peninsula's western shore, set up her cold weather camp, and spent hours glassing the tree line for movement. She'd heard the wolves on the first night, their calls echoing across the water, closer than she'd expected. She'd photographed tracks in the frost, scat still steaming in the cold air, claw marks on a birch that stood sentinel at the edge of a small clearing. But she hadn't photographed the lights. They'd appeared on the second night, after the fog rolled in, small and flickering like distant lanterns moving through the trees on the ridge above her camp. Brooke had watched them for nearly an hour, telling herself they must be other campers, though how they'd gotten there she couldn't imagine. Or perhaps some phenomenon of swamp gas, methane from the bogs igniting in the cold air. When the lights had seemed to drift closer, she'd retreated to her tent, zipped the rainfly tight, and tried to sleep. The dreams that came were strange. She was walking through forest that looked like Voyageurs but wasn't, trees growing too close together, the spacing wrong, the species mixed in ways that didn't occur in nature. And there were figures in the trees, small figures, man-shaped but wrong in their proportions, watching her with eyes that caught light where no light should be. In the dream they were laughing. The sound was not human laughter. She'd woken before dawn on the third day. Yesterday now, though time had grown slippery in her mind, and found her kayak missing. Garrett found the Honda exactly where dispatch had described it, alone in the Wooden Frog lot, frost thick on the windshield. He circled the vehicle, noting the Duluth parking permit on the rear bumper, the camera equipment bag visible through the rear window. The driver's door was unlocked. Inside, he found a wallet with ID, Brooke Hendricks, age 31, and a detailed topographic map of the Kabetogama Peninsula with a cove on the western shore circled in red ink. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch Unit 12, I've got a confirmed ID on that vehicle. Brooke Hendricks, Duluth address. Looks like she might have kayaked out to the peninsula. No permit on file?" "Negative, Unit 12. No permit. No registration at any station." "Copy. I'm heading out to check the western shore." She circled a location on a map. "Looks like about 2 miles southwest of Anderson Bay." "Understood. Check in at regular intervals. Weather Service is updating the fog advisory. Visibility dropping." Garrett pocketed the map and returned to his boat. The fog was thicker now than when he'd launched, visibility down to perhaps 50 yards. He navigated by GPS and memory, throttling back to avoid the submerged rocks that lurked beneath the surface this time of year, when the water levels dropped, and hazards that summer boaters never saw rose like teeth from the lake bed. The western shore of the peninsula materialized slowly from the gray, a dark line of spruce and birch, boulders crusted with ice where the waves lapped against the ancient Canadian shield granite. Garrett killed the engine and let the boat drift, listening. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft lap of water against aluminum and the distant mournful call of a loon somewhere in the fog. Then he heard something else. A voice, maybe, high and thin, carried on air that seemed to come from no particular direction. "Hello?" The word dissipated before he could locate its source. Garrett waited, hand on the radio, straining to hear. Nothing. Just the water and the fog and the feeling, sudden and unwelcome, that something was watching him from the tree line. He shook it off. Sound carried strangely across water, especially in fog. Acoustic tricks happened constantly in the boundary waters, echoes bouncing off cliffs, whispers traveling miles, silence that seemed to swallow screams. He'd experienced it all before, but he'd never felt watched before. Not like this. Garrett pulled out his binoculars and scanned the shore, searching for any sign of a camp, a kayak, a person. The fog revealed only trees and stone, the landscape ancient and indifferent. He checked his GPS. The circled location on Hendrick's map was about a quarter-mile south. He motored slowly along the shore, watching, listening. The feeling of being observed intensified, a pressure between his shoulder blades, a certainty that refused to attach itself to any evidence. Twice he spun to look behind him, finding only the gray wall of fog closing in his wake. The cove appeared suddenly, a small inlet protected by a granite outcropping on either side. And there, pulled up on the rocky beach, he saw the kayak. It was overturned, wedged between two boulders in a way that suggested force, not the careful placement of someone making camp, but the desperate hauling of someone fleeing the water. Garrett beached his boat beside it and stepped onto shore, hand moving instinctively to the bear spray on his belt. Not that it would help with what the quiet part of his mind was beginning to suspect. "Ms. Hendricks, Brooke Hendricks, National Park Service." His voice vanished into the fog. No echo returned. The trees seemed to lean in, listening. Brooke had spent most of the third day searching for her kayak, moving along the shore in widening arcs, calling out for help that never came. By afternoon, she'd accepted that the kayak wasn't lost. It had been taken, moved, hidden somewhere she couldn't reach. The logical part of her mind, the part that had gotten her through a master's degree in wildlife biology and years of solo fieldwork, insisted there had to be an explanation. An animal, perhaps. Wolves were known to investigate human camps, to drag off equipment. But wolves didn't hide kayaks. Wolves didn't move things with purpose. By evening, the fog had returned, thicker than before, and with it the lights. They were closer now. She could see them moving through the trees no more than 100 yards from her camp, flickering in patterns that almost seemed like communication. And beneath the lights, she could hear something. Footsteps maybe, though the rhythm was wrong. Too quick, too light, like something running on feet that weren't meant for running. Brooke had backed into her tent, clutching her bear spray with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. She'd tried her phone, no signal, as expected, and her emergency beacon, but the device's light stayed dark no matter how many times she pressed the activation button. The batteries, she thought. The batteries must have died, except she'd checked them before leaving Duluth. They'd been full. The footsteps circled the tent, 3 times around, then stopping, then starting again. Somewhere in the forest, something laughed. When dawn came, gray and fog-choked, Brooke abandoned her camp and ran. She didn't know where she was running. Inland, away from the water that should have been her escape route, deeper into a peninsula that had no roads, no trails, no help. The trees closed around her. The fog swallowed the sun, and the lights followed. Garrett found the camp a quarter-mile from the shore, following a trail of abandoned equipment. A lens cap here, a dropped water bottle there, as if someone had been fleeing and shedding weight as they ran. The tent still stood, but the fabric was torn, 3 long gashes running diagonally across the rainfly. The cuts were too clean for any animal Garrett could name. "Dispatch, Unit 12. I've located the Hendricks camp on the peninsula. No sign of the subject, but I've got evidence of..." He paused. What did he have evidence of? "Possible wildlife encounter. I'm going to push inland, see if I can locate her." "Copy, Unit 12. Be advised, fog is intensifying. Visibility at Ash River is down to 20 feet. Snow expected within 2 hours." "Understood. Maintaining radio contact." He moved through the trees slowly, following the scattered trail of a person in panic. The silence here was absolute in a way that felt intentional. No birds, no squirrels, not even the wind through the branches. Just Garrett's own breathing and the crunch of his boots on the frost-hardened ground. Then, through the fog, he heard her voice. "Help! Please help me." He broke into a run before the rational part of his mind could stop him. The voice had come from somewhere ahead, maybe 50 yards, maybe more. He crashed through undergrowth, ducked beneath low branches, stumbled over roots that seemed to rise up deliberately to catch his feet. "Brooke! Brooke Hendricks! Keep calling out!" "Here! I'm here! Please!" The voice cut off mid-word. Garrett skidded to a stop, breathing hard, and found himself standing at the edge of a clearing he knew shouldn't exist. He'd patrolled this peninsula for years. He knew every trail, every notable feature. There was no clearing here. But here it was. A perfect circle of bare earth, perhaps 30 feet across, surrounded by trees that grew too close together, their branches interweaving in patterns that looked almost deliberate. In the center of the clearing stood Brooke Hendricks. She was facing away from him, perfectly still, her arms hanging at her sides. Her photographer's vest was torn, her hair wild with twigs and leaves. She didn't move when he called her name. "Ms. Hendricks? Brooke? I'm Ranger Walsh. I'm here to help you." She turned, and Garrett's blood went cold. Her face was wrong. Not injured, not disfigured. Wrong. The proportions were slightly off. The eyes too wide set. The smile too broad. The teeth behind it too numerous. She looked at him with something that wanted to be recognition but fell short, a mask of humanity worn by something that didn't quite understand the shape. "Help," she said, and the word came out in Brooke's voice, but the mouth didn't move quite right. The sync was off like a badly dubbed film. "I'm here. Please." Garrett stepped backward. His hand found his radio. "I found her," the thing wearing Brooke's face said, and now the smile was growing wider still, stretching beyond the boundaries of what a human face should allow. "I found her for you. She's here. She's here." And then, from the trees surrounding the clearing, the lights emerged. There were dozens of them, small and flickering, bobbing through the fog like lanterns carried by invisible hands. But as they drew closer, Garrett could see what carried them. Figures. Small figures, 3 feet tall at most, with bodies like twisted children and faces that belonged in no childhood nightmare. Long noses, sharp teeth, eyes that reflected the light they themselves produced. They moved in a way that was wrong, joints bending in directions joints shouldn't bend, and they were laughing. Laughing in a high, chittering chorus that didn't sound human because it wasn't, had never been, would never be. The thing wearing Brooke's face began to laugh too, and as it laughed, its shape began to change, to shrink, to twist into something closer to what the creatures in the trees truly were. Garrett ran. He ran without direction, without thought, crashing through forests that seemed to shift around him, trees appearing where there had been open ground, paths closing behind him as he passed. His radio was in his hand. He couldn't remember drawing it, and he was screaming into it, screaming for help, for backup, for anyone. "Unit 12, can you repeat? Need immediate. Peninsula. They're everywhere. Breaking up, Unit 12. The fog swallowed his words. The lights followed, always the same distance behind him, never closing, never falling back. They were playing with him. They'd been playing with Brooke for 3 days, and now they were playing with him too. His foot caught on a root. He went down hard, the radio spinning away into the fog, and when he pushed himself up, he found himself face to face with one of them. It was standing on a fallen log no more than 5 feet away, watching him with those terrible reflective eyes. Up close, its skin had the texture of birch bark, its fingers ending in nails that looked like thorns. It tilted its head at an angle no human neck would allow and smiled with teeth like broken glass. "Walsh," it said. The voice was his father who had died in 2007. "Walsh, my boy, stay a while, stay with us." Garrett scrambled backward, found his feet, kept running. Behind him, dozens of voices called his name in voices he recognized. His father, his ex-wife, his childhood friend who'd drowned in Lake Superior at 17. The forest was full of the dead, and they were all inviting him to stay. The water appeared without warning. One moment he was running through trees. The next he was stumbling down a rocky slope toward the dark expanse of Kabetogama Lake. His boat was there, Somehow, impossibly, his boat was there, as if the lake had rearranged itself to offer him escape. He didn't question it. He threw himself aboard, started the engine, and opened the throttle before the boat had fully left the shore. Behind him, standing on the rocks, he saw them watching. Dozens of small figures, their lights extinguished now, their eyes still visible in the fog, reflecting the gray light of the dying day. One of them waved. A slow, patient wave, a wave that said they would see him again. The search teams found Brooke Hendrick's body the following spring after the ice melted. She was discovered at the bottom of a cliff on the peninsula's interior, a cliff that appeared on no maps, that none of the rangers had ever seen before. The official report listed the cause of death as fall from height, circumstances undetermined. There were no witnesses. There was no explanation for how she'd reached a location that shouldn't exist. Garrett Walsh completed his incident report with careful attention to procedure. Subject appeared disoriented. Subject fled deeper into wilderness before rescue could be effected. Subject's location was not recoverable before nightfall. He said nothing about the lights, nothing about the things in the trees, nothing about the clearing that he had searched for in 3 subsequent patrols and never found again. He requested a transfer to Joshua Tree the following month. Desert country, open sightlines. No lakes, no forests, no places where the in-between could gather and watch and wait. The request was approved. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind moves through the desert in a way that sounds almost like voices, Garrett hears his father calling his name. And sometimes in the corner of his vision he sees lights that flicker and move with purpose, lights that vanish when he turns to look directly at them. The Ojibwe have a word for the things that live in the boundary waters. The old stories warn travelers not to follow lights through the forest, not to trust voices calling from the fog, not to stray from marked paths no matter how lost they become. The stories say the little people hold grudges that span generations. They remember every trespass. They wait, and the lakes are patient. The lakes have always been patient. The lakes will wait for him to come back. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: October 8, 2009. The fog arrived with the dawn, rolling in from the Pacific like something alive, threading through the old-growth forest until the world beyond arm's reach ceased to exist. Brandon Webb stood on the porch of the Hoh Rainforest Ranger Station, watching the mist devour the parking lot one car at a time. His coffee had gone cold in his hands, but he hadn't noticed. 7 years in Olympic National Park, 5 of them stationed here in the Hoh, and he still found himself hypnotized by mornings like this, when the forest became a cathedral of gray and green, when sound traveled strangely and distances lost all meaning. The station radio crackled inside, followed by dispatch's voice. All units, weather advisory update, visibility under quarter-mile throughout the coastal lowlands. Rain expected by early afternoon, heavy at times. Trail conditions deteriorating. Brandon stepped inside and keyed the mic. Hoh station copies. What's the visitor count looking like? Light traffic. Most day hikers are staying put. You've got 1 overnight permit out. Tenant, Chloe, solo backpacker, departed yesterday for the 5-mile island camp. Due back by 1600 today. Copy that. I'll keep an eye out. He set down the mic and moved to his morning routine, the small rituals that structured each day in this remote corner of the park. Equipment check first. Flashlight batteries full, GPS unit charged, rain gear inspected for tears in the seams. His pack hung by the door, already loaded with the essentials: first aid kit, emergency blanket, water purification tablets, 50 feet of paracord, energy bars, signal mirror. He added a fresh set of batteries and 2 chemical light sticks, habits born from years of knowing how quickly the Hoh could turn hostile. The ranger station sat at the edge of the temperate rainforest, surrounded by Sitka spruce and western red cedar that had been growing since before Columbus landed. Some of these trees were over 300 feet tall, their canopy so dense that even on sunny days the forest floor existed in perpetual twilight. Moss covered everything: the trees, the rocks, the fallen logs. The very air itself seemed green with spores. In the fog, That green deepened to something almost black, and the usual sounds of the forest, the drip of condensation, the distant rush of the Hoh River, the calls of varied thrushes, became muffled, uncertain, as if heard through water. Brandon finished his coffee and pulled on his rain jacket. His first patrol would take him along the Hall of Mosses Trail, a short loop popular with tourists, before he headed deeper into the backcountry to check on the overnight campers. Standard procedure on a day like this. Nothing unusual about it. He paused at the door, looking out at the fog. Something felt different this morning, a tension in the air, a quality to the silence that prickled at the back of his neck. He'd learned to trust that feeling over the years. The Hoh had moods, and some of those moods demanded respect. An elder from the Quinault Nation had told him once, years ago when Brandon was still new to the park, that there were things in these forests older than the trees. The old people knew, the man had said, his eyes fixed on the tree line. They knew to stay on the paths, knew not to whistle after dark, knew that when the fog comes thick and the forest goes quiet, you don't go looking for what's looking at you. Brandon had smiled politely at the time, filed it away as local color, but he'd stopped whistling on night patrols, just in case. The Hall of Mosses Trail was empty, as expected. Brandon walked the loop slowly, checking for fallen branches, washouts, any hazards the overnight moisture might have created. The fog pressed close, reducing the massive trees to suggestions, their trunks fading into gray within 30 feet. His footsteps were the only sound, the soft compression of damp earth, the occasional squelch of standing water. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the undergrowth, just the fog and the silence and the endless watching green. He was halfway through the loop when he heard the whistle. High and clear, a single note that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Brandon stopped listening. It could have been a bird, some species he didn't recognize perhaps, or a familiar call distorted by the fog. It could have been another hiker, though he'd seen no cars in the lot. It could have been nothing at all, a trick of air pressure and moisture. He waited. The whistle did not repeat. Brandon continued his patrol, but his pace had quickened without his conscious decision. The fog seemed thicker now, the trees closer. He found himself checking his bearings more frequently, confirming his position on the trail, even though he'd walked this path hundreds of times. By the time he returned to the station, the feeling of wrongness had settled into his bones like the damp. Chloe Tennant had chosen the Hoh for its solitude. After 6 months of 80-hour weeks at the Seattle law firm, of fluorescent lights and recycled air, and the constant hum of other people's demands, she needed silence. Real silence. The kind that existed only in places where cell phones didn't work, and the nearest human might be miles away. She'd done her research, downloaded the trail maps, checked the weather forecasts, registered her permit with the Park Service. 3 days, 2 nights, solo in the temperate rainforest. Her gear was top quality. She'd splurged on a 4-season tent, a sleeping bag rated to 15 degrees, a water filter that could handle glacial silt. Her father had taught her to camp when she was young, back before the divorce, back when weekends meant something other than billable hours. The first day had been perfect. Fog in the morning, burning off by noon to reveal cathedral shafts of light through the canopy. She'd made 5 Mile Island by early afternoon, set up camp on a gravel bar beside the Hoh River, spent the evening watching salmon struggle upstream to spawn and die. That night, she'd slept better than she had in months, lulled by the river's constant voice. The second morning brought the fog back, thicker than before. Chloe packed her gear and started back toward the trailhead, planning to take her time, maybe stop at the Mineral Creek campsite for lunch. The trail was easy to follow, well-maintained, clearly blazed, and she'd walked it just yesterday. No reason for concern. But the forest felt different today, heavier somehow. The fog pressed against her like something with weight, and the sounds she'd grown accustomed to, the river, the birds, the constant drip of moisture from the canopy, had faded to nothing. Just her own breathing and her own footsteps, impossibly loud in the silence. She'd been walking for an hour when she realized she hadn't passed the Mineral Creek junction. Chloe stopped, pulled out her map. The junction should have been 20 minutes back, according to her pace. She'd been watching for the trail marker, the distinctive wooden sign she'd photographed on the way in. She couldn't have missed it, but she had. Somehow she had. She turned around, retracing her steps. The fog made everything look the same. The same trees, the same moss, the same gray-green emptiness extending in every direction. She walked for 15 minutes, 20, 30. No junction, no trail marker. Just the path stretching ahead of her, curving through the forest toward a destination that kept receding. "Okay," she said aloud, and her voice sounded strange, flat, absorbed by the fog. "Okay, you missed a turn. It happens. Just keep going. You'll hit the trailhead eventually." She turned back toward the direction she thought was correct and started walking again. Her heart had begun to beat faster, though she told herself it was just exertion, just the weight of her pack, just the dampness making her clammy. 30 minutes later, she passed the same fallen log for the third time. She was certain it was the same one, a massive cedar, its root ball torn from the earth, moss growing thick on its decomposing trunk. She'd noted it the first time because of its size, the second time because of a growing unease. The third time she stopped and stared at it, her hands beginning to shake. She was walking in circles, on a straight trail. In a forest she'd navigated successfully just yesterday. "Hello?" she called out. "Is anyone there?" Her voice fell dead in the fog. No echo, no response, just the silence pressing in, thick and wet and wrong. And then, from somewhere deeper in the forest, she heard a whistle, high and clear, almost playful, like someone trying to get her attention. Brandon reached the 5 Mile Island campsite by noon, his rain jacket already dark with moisture despite the fact that it hadn't started raining yet. The fog had only thickened as he moved deeper into the backcountry, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. The forest around him was a world of shapes and shadows, trees appearing and disappearing like ghosts as he walked. The campsite was empty. Chloe Tennant's tent, her gear, the fire ring she would have used, nothing. The gravel bar showed no sign of recent occupation, though the fog and moisture could have erased tracks quickly. Brandon checked the bear box, found it empty, and latched. Checked the area for any sign of disturbance, found none. She should have been here. According to her permit, she'd planned to spend the second night at 5 Mile Island before hiking out. But there was no evidence she'd ever arrived. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Ho Station. I'm at 5 Mile Island. The campsite is empty. No sign of the overnight permit. Tenant, Chloe, requesting confirmation on her check-in status." Static answered him, longer than usual. Then fragmented. "Ho, copy. No check-in logged. Repeat. No. Dispatch, you're breaking up. Say again? Missing. Possible search and rescue. Advise." The radio crackled and went silent. Brandon checked the battery. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. Checked the antenna. Intact. Everything was working, but the connection had dissolved into static and half words. He tried again. "Dispatch, do you copy?" Nothing. Then, very faintly, a voice that might have been dispatch or might have been something else entirely. "Don't whistle." Brandon stared at the radio in his hand. He knew what he'd heard, knew it was impossible, a coincidence of static and expectation, his mind finding patterns in noise. But his hand was trembling as he clipped the radio back to his belt. He began to hike back toward the trailhead, moving faster now. The fog seemed to follow him, always the same density, never thinning despite the hours passing. He should have been able to see further by now. The afternoon should have burned off some of this moisture, but the gray pressed close and the forest remained silent, and somewhere in the distance, always the same distance no matter how far he walked, he could hear something moving through the undergrowth. Not an animal. Animals made noise, broke branches, disturbed leaves, breathed audibly when they ran. This sound was different. Footsteps that didn't quite match a human gait, moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with him. When he stopped, the sound stopped. When he moved, it moved. always just beyond the edge of visibility, always watching. He tried the radio again. "Dispatch, this is Brandon Webb, host station. I've got possible overdue hiker and something's..." He stopped. Something's what? Following me? Making sounds in the fog? He couldn't say that. "I'm returning to the trailhead. Request backup for a search operation." The radio answered with static, but underneath the static, he heard something else. A voice, but not Dispatch's voice. A woman's voice, young and frightened. "Please help me, I'm lost. Please, I can hear you. Can you hear me?" Brandon's blood went cold. The radio frequency was Park Service only. No civilian equipment could access it. But the voice continued, pleading and desperate. "I don't know where I am. The fog. I can't see anything. Please, I've been walking for hours." "This is Park Service," Brandon said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Identify yourself. What is your location?" The voice laughed. It was the wrong laugh. Too high, too long. The sound of something that had learned laughter from listening to humans but didn't understand what it meant. "I'm right here," the voice said. "I'm right behind you." Brandon spun around. The trail behind him was empty, just fog and trees and the endless dripping silence. But the moss on the nearest cedar was disturbed, scraped away in long, parallel grooves, as if something with claws had pressed against it. The marks were fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. They hadn't been there a moment ago. He was certain of that. He ran. Chloe had stopped trying to find the trail. There was no trail anymore. Or rather, there were too many trails. Paths that appeared and disappeared, that looped back on themselves, that led deeper into the fog no matter which direction she chose. She'd been walking for hours, and the light had barely changed. It should be afternoon by now. It should be raining, but the fog remained. Unchanged, eternal. And the forest had become a maze with walls that moved when she wasn't looking. The whistle came again, closer this time. She'd heard it a dozen times now, always from a different direction, always with that same playful quality. Like a game, like something was toying with her. "What do you want?" she screamed into the fog. "Who's there?" A shape moved at the edge of her vision. She turned toward it, saw nothing but trees and mist, turned back, and there it was again. Something tall and thin standing between two cedars, watching her. She couldn't make out features, couldn't tell if it was human or animal or something else entirely. Just a shape, darker than the fog around it, utterly motionless. "Please," she whispered. "Please, I just want to go home." The shape moved, not toward her, sideways, gliding between the trees with a fluidity that human bodies didn't possess, and as it moved she heard the whistle again, and she understood with terrible clarity that the sound was coming from the shape, that it had been coming from the shape all along. She ran. The forest blurred around her, branches tearing at her jacket, her pack, her face. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs gave out, and then she crawled, and then she simply lay on the forest floor, the moss pressing cold and wet against her cheek, and waited for whatever came next. The whistle sounded directly above her. She looked up. The shape was there, standing over her so close she could have touched it. In the fog it was impossible to see clearly, but she could make out suggestions, limbs too long, joints that bent the wrong way, a face that was almost human but wrong in proportions, features that slid and shifted like smoke. "Please," she said one more time. It reached down. Its touch was cold, not the cold of the grave, but the cold of deep water, of caves that had never seen sunlight, of places where human beings were never meant to go. And then Chloe Tennant was gone, and only the fog remained. Brandon found her pack at the edge of the Hoh River, 3 miles from any established trail. It was sitting upright, perfectly arranged, as if someone had set it down carefully and walked away. Her water bottle was full. Her food was untouched. Her emergency beacon, the one that should have been activated if she was in trouble, was still in its case, never deployed. He didn't touch anything. He marked the GPS coordinates with shaking hands and backed away slowly, never turning his back on the tree line. The fog had begun to thin by then, and through the gaps he could see something moving in the forest. Not one shape now. Several, standing among the cedars at irregular intervals, watching him. Waiting. He counted 5, 6, 7 of them before he forced himself to stop looking. His radio crackled. "Ho, station. This is dispatch. We lost you for about 4 hours. What's your status?" 4 hours. He checked his watch. The display confirmed it. He'd been in the backcountry for nearly 8 hours, though it felt like 2. 8 hours in the fog with those things watching him, and they'd let him go. Why had they let him go? "I found the missing hiker's gear," he said into the radio, his voice mechanical, distant. No sign of the subject. Requesting search and rescue team, grid search of the area. "Copy that, host station. Say our team en route. Return to trailhead for debriefing." He walked back to the ranger station as the fog finally lifted, revealing a forest that looked exactly as it always had. Beautiful, ancient, indifferent. The varied thrushes were singing again. A deer crossed the trail ahead of him, pausing to watch him pass before disappearing into the undergrowth. Normal. Everything was normal. Except for the shapes he could still see at the edge of his vision, standing among the trees, and the whistle he could still hear, faint and playful as if inviting him to follow. They never found Chloe Tennant. The search lasted 9 days, covered over 50 square miles of backcountry, involved 3 agencies and 24 personnel. They found her car in the parking lot. They found her registration at the permit office. They found her packed by the river, her gear undisturbed, her emergency beacon never activated. But of Chloe herself, her body, her remains, any trace of her final hours, there was nothing. The official report listed her as a missing person, circumstances unknown. The case remained open but inactive, another file in a drawer of files that would never be solved. Brandon Webb submitted his incident report with the minimum required detail. Lost radio contact due to atmospheric conditions. Located subject's gear at river's edge. No sign of subject. He did not mention the shapes in the fog. He did not mention the whistle that had followed him for miles. He did not mention the voice on the radio that had laughed in a way that human beings do not laugh. He requested a transfer 2 weeks later. The Kanawha elder had been right. There were things in these forests older than the trees, and they did not appreciate being seen. The transfer was approved. Arizona, a desert park, somewhere without fog and old growth and the endless dripping silence. On his last night at the host station, Brandon sat on the porch and watched the fog roll in from the Pacific. He could see shapes in it, moving among the trees at the edge of the parking lot. 5 of them. 6. 7. Standing motionless, watching the station, watching him. One of them whistled. Brandon went inside, locked the door, and did not come out until morning. He drove away at first light, and he did not look back, and he never spoke of what happened in the Hoh rainforest on October 8, 2009. But sometimes late at night, in a desert cabin 1,000 miles from the nearest old-growth forest, he wakes to the sound of whistling outside his window. And when he looks, there is nothing there. Just the empty night and the stars and the wind moving through the sagebrush. Just the wind. He is almost certain it is just the wind. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: August 23, 2009. The humidity hit Derek like a wall when he stepped out of the ranger station at 6 in the morning. August in the South Carolina Lowcountry was its own particular kind of misery. The air so thick with moisture it felt like breathing through wet cloth. The temperature already climbing toward 90 before the sun had fully cleared the tree line. He'd been working Congaree for 4 years now, long enough to have made peace with the sweat that would soak through his uniform by noon, the mosquitoes that treated DEET as seasoning, the way the bottomland forest seemed to swallow sound and light in equal measure. He loved this place in the way you love something that regularly tries to kill you, with respect, wariness, and a bone-deep appreciation for its indifferent beauty. The station's weather radio had been chattering about storms all morning. Tropical moisture pushing up from the Gulf, the forecaster said. colliding with a stalled front somewhere over Georgia. They were looking at heavy thunderstorms by late afternoon, possibly severe. Flash flood warnings for the low-lying areas, which in Congaree meant most of the park. Derek filled his water bottles, checked his radio batteries, and pulled up the day's schedule on the ancient desktop computer that served as their dispatch system. Light day, a few permits to check in the backcountry camping areas, routine patrol of the boardwalk system, maybe a sweep of the Kingsnake Trail if time allowed. He poured himself coffee from the pot that had been brewing since 5, the liquid dark and bitter enough to strip paint. Through the station window, he could see the cypress trees rising from the floodplain like cathedral columns, their swollen bases disappearing into the black water that gave the park its character. Congaree was one of the largest intact expanses of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest left in the southeastern United States. Champion trees, some of them, loblolly pines and bald cypresses that had been growing when the Revolutionary War was being fought. The place had a presence, a weight of years that Derek felt every time he walked beneath those ancient canopies. The forest remembered things. That's what old Clement, the maintenance worker who'd been here since the park's establishment in 1976, always said. The forest remembers, and sometimes it talks back. Derek had dismissed that as local color, the kind of spooky folklore that accumulated around any wild place. But there were days, humid, still days like this one, when the air pressed down and the usual sounds of the swamp went quiet, when he almost believed it. His morning patrol took him along the elevated boardwalk that wound through the heart of the floodplain, a 2.5-mile loop that showcased the park's most impressive trees. Even this early, he encountered a few visitors. A retired couple from Ohio photographing the massive loblolly pine near the Weston Lake overlook, a solo birder with impressive binoculars scanning the canopy for prothonotary warblers. Derek checked permits, answered questions about the best spots to see wildlife, warned everyone about the incoming storms. Standard morning, standard duties. The swamp hummed with its usual chorus of insects and frogs, the distant territorial drumming of a pileated woodpecker echoing through the trees. It was near the end of his boardwalk loop, at the junction where the Sims Trail split off toward the backcountry, that Derek noticed the first wrong thing. A backpack sat at the base of a water tupelo, just off the edge of the boardwalk where a set of wooden steps descended into the floodplain. Women's pack, purple and gray with a hydration bladder tube hanging loose. No sign of its owner. Derek checked the immediate area, calling out a generic, "Hello, Park Service," that echoed flatly in the humid air. No response. He photographed the pack, noted the GPS coordinates, and keyed his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I've got an abandoned pack at the Sims Trail Junction, approximately 2.3 miles from the visitor center. No sign of the owner. Can you check if we have any overdue permits or missing person reports?" The radio crackled. "Copy, Unit 3. Checking now. Stand by." Derek waited, studying the pack without touching it. The main compartment was partially unzipped, revealing a water bottle, a trail map, and what looked like a camera case. Whoever owned this had set it down deliberately or dropped it in a hurry. Neither option was particularly reassuring. Unit 3, dispatch. We've got a visitor who signed in at the Kingsnake Trailhead yesterday evening. Female, late 20s, name is Scarlett Webb. Listed a solo overnight at Bluff Camp. She was due to check out by 10 this morning. No checkout recorded. Derek checked his watch. 8:45. Still early, technically. But that pack didn't look like it belonged to someone who was casually running late. "Copy, dispatch. I'm going to head down Sims Trail toward Bluff Camp. See if I can locate her." "Understood, Unit 3. Be advised, weather's moving faster than predicted. You've got maybe 3 hours before conditions deteriorate. Check in every 30 minutes. "Will do. Unit 3 out." Scarlett had known she was being watched since the previous afternoon. It started as a feeling, that prickling sensation at the back of the neck, the primitive awareness that something was paying attention. She'd been hiking the Oak Ridge Trail about a mile from the campsite she'd reserved when the feeling first hit her. She'd stopped, turned slowly in a complete circle, scanning the undergrowth for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just trees, ferns, the black water pooling in the low spots. Probably an alligator, she told herself. They were common in the park, the ranger at the visitor center had said. Shy, mostly. Nothing to worry about unless you got too close. But alligators didn't make you feel watched. Alligators didn't raise the hair on your arms from 50 feet away. She'd made camp at Bluff Camp as planned, set up her tent on the elevated platform that kept her above the soggy ground, made dinner, watched the sunset paint the cypress trees gold and amber, tried to shake the uneasy feeling that had followed her all afternoon. The forest went quiet as darkness fell. Not silent exactly, but muted. The daytime chorus of birds replaced by the deeper rhythms of frogs and insects. Scarlett had camped alone dozens of times. She knew the sounds of the night, the natural soundtrack of wilderness. This was different. The quiet felt deliberate, as if the swamp itself were holding its breath. She'd heard the footsteps around midnight, not animal footsteps. Something walking on two legs, circling her campsite at a distance of maybe 30 yards. Slow, unhurried, crackling through the underbrush with a rhythm that was almost human. Almost. Something about the gait was wrong, the intervals between steps not quite matching any natural stride. Scarlett had lain frozen in her sleeping bag, flashlight gripped in white-knuckled hands, listening as whatever it was completed one full circuit of her camp, then another, then a third, and then it had stopped. Just stopped. No retreating footsteps, no sound of something moving away. One moment the footsteps were there, the next they weren't, as if the thing had simply ceased to exist. Scarlett hadn't slept. She'd lain awake until dawn bled gray through the trees, and the moment there was enough light to see, she'd packed her gear and started back toward the trailhead. Screw the permit checkout time. Screw the rest of her planned hike. She was getting out of this swamp and she was never coming back. She'd made it about 2 miles when she heard the voice. Scarlett? She stopped dead. The voice had come from somewhere to her right, deeper in the forest, away from the trail. It sounded like her mother. Exactly like her mother. The particular cadence, the slight southern lilt that 30 years in Charlotte hadn't erased. But her mother was in Charlotte. Her mother was 200 miles away. Her mother didn't know exactly where Scarlett was hiking, just that swamp park in her vague description. "Hello?" Scarlett called, her voice thin against the heavy air. "Scarlett, honey, I've been looking for you." Her mother's voice. Her mother's exact voice. But her mother never called her honey. It was always sweetheart or baby girl, the endearments she'd used since Scarlett was small. Something cold moved through Scarlett's chest despite the oppressive heat. She started walking again, faster now, not quite running but close. The trail wound through a section of particularly dense undergrowth, the trees pressing in close, their canopy blocking most of the morning light. In the shadows between the trunks, something moved. She saw it for only a second. A shape, tall and hunched, with proportions that didn't make sense. Too long in the limbs, too narrow in the torso. It was there, watching from behind a massive cypress, and then it was gone, slipping into the darkness between the trees with a fluid grace that no human body could achieve. Scarlett ran. Derek found the first sign of Scarlett Webb half a mile down the Sims Trail. A single hiking boot, women's size, lying in the middle of the path. The laces were still tied. He photographed it, marked the location, and pressed on, his unease growing with every step. The swamp around him had gone quiet in that particular way he'd learned to distrust. The normal sounds of wildlife replaced by a dense, expectant silence. Even the insects had stopped their buzzing, as if the entire forest were listening for something. The trail descended into a section of the floodplain where the water level was higher than usual, the black water reaching almost to the edge of the wooden walkway that kept hikers out of the muck. Derek moved carefully, scanning the underbrush on either side, looking for any sign of the missing woman. The humidity was brutal now, the air so saturated that his clothes clung to his skin, and every breath felt like drowning in slow motion. "Dispatch Unit 3. I'm approximately 1 mile down Sims Trail, approaching the low water crossing. Found evidence of the missing hiker, one boot, abandoned on trail. No sign of the victim. Requesting backup. Static answered him. Then faintly, 3. Copy. Breaking. Dispatch, say again? You're breaking up. Nothing. Just the hiss of dead air, and beneath it, something else. A sound like breathing, deep and slow, coming from the radio itself. Derek checked the channel, checked the battery. Everything was working. Everything should be working. He turned the radio off and kept moving. The low-water crossing was a section of trail where the boardwalk gave way to a series of stepping stones, large flat rocks placed to allow passage during normal water levels. Today, with the floodplain swollen from recent rains, the stones were barely visible beneath the black water. Derek tested each one before committing his weight, moving slowly, watching for the subtle V-shaped wake that would indicate an alligator. He was halfway across when he saw the body. Not a body, a person. Someone lying face down on the opposite bank, half hidden in the undergrowth, their clothes torn and mud-caked. "Park Service," Derek shouted, abandoning caution to splash through the remaining distance. "Can you hear me?" No response. He reached the bank, pushed through the dense ferns, and stopped. It wasn't Scarlet Webb. It couldn't be. The clothing was wrong. The body shape was wrong. This was a man, middle-aged, wearing the tattered remains of what might have been a suit. The fabric was rotted, falling apart at the seams, and the body beneath it. Derek's mind refused to process what he was seeing. The proportions were wrong, the limbs bent at angles that no human skeleton could achieve. And the face was looking at him, eyes open, pale and clouded, but tracking his movement with terrible awareness. Derek stumbled backward, his foot slipping on the muddy bank. The thing on the ground twitched, its movements jerky and disconnected like a puppet with tangled strings. It opened its mouth, and what came out was Scarlett's voice. Scarlett's exact voice, as clear and natural as if she were standing right beside him. "Help me, please, I'm so scared, help me." Derek ran. He ran without direction, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping his face and arms. The trail was gone, lost somewhere behind him in his panic. The forest pressed in from all sides, the ancient trees leaning close, their massive trunks forming walls that channeled his flight in directions he couldn't control. Behind him, he could hear something following. Not footsteps, something else. A wet sliding sound, like something large pulling itself through the mud. And voices. So many voices. Derek. That was his mother, dead these 8 years. "Derek, honey, wait for me." "Unit 3, this is dispatch," his colleague Maria's voice, but wrong somehow. The rhythm off, the pauses in strange places. "Derek, where are you? We're coming to help. Just stay where you are." "Please." Scarlet again, closer now, somewhere to his left. "Please, I'm right here, I'm so close. Just look at me, just turn around and look." Derek didn't turn around. Some instinct, some ancient survival mechanism buried deep in his brainstem told him that looking would be a mistake. That whatever was behind him needed to be seen to fully exist, and as long as he didn't look, as long as he kept moving, he might survive. He burst out of the trees into a clearing he didn't recognize. The ground here was dry, elevated above the flood level, carpeted with dead leaves and dominated by a single massive cypress that had to be centuries old. Its trunk was easily 15 feet in diameter, its bark deeply furrowed, its branches spreading overhead like the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral. At its base, arranged in a rough circle, were bones. Not animal bones. Human bones. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, piled and scattered and partially sunken into the leaf litter. Skulls grinned up at the canopy. Femurs lay crossed like offerings, and there, sitting with her back against the great tree, was Scarlet Webb, alive, eyes open, looking at him with an expression of desperate, wordless terror. Derek took a step toward her, and she shook her head violently, her mouth moving but no sound coming out. Her hands were pressed flat against the tree trunk behind her, her fingers digging into the bark, and Derek realized with horror that she wasn't sitting against the tree by choice. Something was holding her there. Something he couldn't see. "Scarlet," he said, his voice cracking. "Scarlet, can you hear me?" She nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to run." The word was barely a whisper, forced out through lips that seemed reluctant to move. "It's behind you. It's been behind you the whole time. Run." Derek felt it then, the presence at his back, the weight of something's attention pressing down on him like a physical force. The air temperature dropped, impossibly, 20 degrees in an instant. The swamp smell intensified, becoming something older, ranker, the reek of ancient rot and patient hunger. He didn't turn around. "Why isn't it taking me?" he whispered. Scarlet's eyes moved, focusing on something over his shoulder, and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "It already did," she said. "Last night, in my tent. What you're looking at..." Her voice broke. "What you're looking at isn't me anymore. It just remembers being me. It just wears what it took." Derek watched as the thing that looked like Scarlet smiled, and the smile was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth, stretching the familiar face into something that had never been human. "Run," it said, in a voice that was no longer Scarlet's at all. "I'll give you a head start, I always do. It's more fun when they run." Derek ran. He ran until his lungs burned, until his legs gave out, until he collapsed in a drainage ditch somewhere he didn't recognize. The storm had arrived while he wasn't paying attention. Rain hammering down through the canopy, thunder rolling across the sky like artillery fire. He lay in the mud and the water, and he couldn't stop shaking. They found him 3 hours later, when the search team finally tracked his GPS beacon. He was hypothermic despite the August heat, non-responsive, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. The paramedics had to sedate him to get him into the ambulance. Scarlet Webb was never found. The search lasted 2 weeks, covered every inch of the park, brought in dogs and helicopters and volunteers from 3 counties. They found her other boot, her torn backpack, her camera with its memory card corrupted beyond recovery. They found strange tracks in the mud near the low-water crossing, tracks that the wildlife experts couldn't identify, tracks that seemed to change direction impossibly, as if whatever made them had been walking backward. They found the clearing with the massive cypress, but there were no bones. Just dead leaves and an old tree and the lingering smell of something rotten. Derek resigned from the Park Service 6 months later. He doesn't talk about what happened that day in Congaree. Not to the investigators, not to the therapist they made him see, not to anyone. But sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come, he hears voices outside his apartment window. Voices he recognizes. His mother, his colleagues, Scarlet Webb, calling his name with that particular inflection, asking him to come outside, promising that everything will be okay if he just opens the door. He moved to Phoenix 3 years ago. Deserts don't have swamps. Deserts don't have bottomland forests with ancient trees and black water and things that remember. But sometimes when the monsoon rains come and the air turns humid and the desert washes flood with unexpected water, Derek could swear he smells it. That old rot, that patient hunger, drifting on the wind from somewhere far away. Waiting, remembering. The forest always remembers. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: August 19th, 2007. The rain had been falling for 3 days when Andrew Harmon woke to the sound of it drumming against the roof of the Congaree Ranger Station. He lay still for a moment in the gray pre-dawn light, listening to the rhythm of water on wood and tin, the steady percussion that had become the soundtrack of the week. Tropical Storm Erin had stalled over the Carolina Lowcountry, and the park had transformed into something primordial, something that predated human memory. Andrew rose at 5:30, as he had every morning for the past 6 years. The ritual was ingrained. Coffee first, black and strong, brewed in the ancient percolator that had outlasted 3 district rangers and would probably outlast him. Then the morning weather check, pulling data from the NOAA feed on the station computer. The numbers confirmed what his joints already knew. Another 4 to 6 inches expected before midnight. Flood warnings extended through Wednesday. Barometric pressure dropping. The swamp was gorging itself on water, the Congaree River spilling over its banks into the bottomland forest, turning trails into creeks and creeks into rivers. He dressed in his rain gear and stepped onto the station porch, coffee steaming in one hand, radio in the other. The world beyond the clearing was a wall of gray-green, the ancient bald cypresses rising from water that had no business being there. Spanish moss hung from every branch like the beards of drowned men, dripping, swaying in the warm wind that carried the smell of rot and growing things, of life and death intertwined in the way only a swamp can manage. Somewhere in the canopy, a barred owl called its distinctive "Who cooks for you all," the sound muffled by the rain, but unmistakable. Andrew had heard that call 10,000 times. It was the voice of Congaree itself. The morning radio check with the Columbia Dispatch came through clear despite the weather. Unit 14, this is Dispatch. Status check over. Dispatch, Unit 14, all quiet at Harryhampton. Water's up another 8 inches since yesterday. Boardwalks partially submerged at the low points. I'm posting closure signs on the Weston Lake Loop and Kingsnake Trail this morning. Over. Copy that, Unit 14. Be advised, we have an overdue hiker reported. Natalie Vance, age 28, entered the park Thursday afternoon for a day hike. Vehicle still in the lot as of last night's patrol. Over. Andrew set down his coffee. Thursday afternoon. 3 days ago. 3 days in the swamp with the water rising. Copy dispatch. Description and last known location? White female, 5'6", brown hair. Signed in for the Oak Ridge Trail. Emergency contact reported her overdue Saturday evening. Over. Understood. I'll start at Oak Ridge and work outward. Requesting backup if available. Over. Negative on backup, Unit 14. All personnel committed to flood response in the eastern sectors. You're solo until further notice. Check in every 2 hours. Over. Copy. Unit 14 out. Andrew finished his coffee without tasting it. 3 days. In summer, with the heat and humidity, dehydration could kill in 24 hours if someone wasn't careful. With the flooding, the dangers multiplied. Cottonmouths driven from their dens, currents strong enough to sweep a person off their feet, sinkholes hidden beneath the murky water. And that was assuming she'd simply gotten lost. He gathered his search kit with the efficiency of long practice. GPS unit, topographic maps sealed in waterproof cases, first aid supplies, emergency blanket, water purification tablets, extra batteries, flares. He checked his radio twice, tested the emergency beacon, and headed for the parking area where the missing woman's car would be waiting. The lot was nearly empty. The park had been effectively closed since the storm arrived, with only the most determined visitors attempting the flooded trails. The Honda Civic sat alone near the trailhead, its windshield plastered with wet leaves. 3 days of rain pooled on its roof. Andrew circled the vehicle slowly. The doors were locked. Through the driver's window, he could see a day pack on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, a folded map that she apparently hadn't taken with her. On the dashboard, a parking permit dated August 16th. He tried the Oak Ridge trailhead first, following the boardwalk as far as he could before the water swallowed it entirely. The flood had risen nearly 2 feet above the wooden planks, turning the trail into a black river that reflected the gray sky and fragments between the cypress knees. Andrew waded in carefully, testing each step, feeling for the submerged boards beneath his boots. The water was warm as blood, thick with tannins that stained everything they touched. He called her name into the dripping silence. "Natalie Vance, National Park Service, can you hear me?" The swamp absorbed his voice and offered nothing in return. Natalie had known, by the second day, that she was being followed. It had started small, a feeling at the back of her neck, a prickle of awareness that made her turn and find nothing but trees and water, and the endless green twilight of the forest. She'd told herself it was paranoia, the natural unease of being alone in an unfamiliar place. She was an experienced hiker. She'd done the Appalachian Trail in sections, spent weeks in the Smokies. camped alone in places far more remote than a park 20 miles from Columbia. She didn't scare easily. But by Friday morning, after spending the night huddled on a fallen log that kept her just above the rising water, Natalie had started to understand that something was wrong in a way that couldn't be rationalized. The wrongness was in the sounds, or rather, the absence of them. The swamp should have been alive with noise: frogs, insects, birds, the splash of fish, and the rustle of small animals in the undergrowth. But whenever the feeling came, whenever she felt those eyes on her back, everything went quiet. Not gradually, the way animals fall silent when a predator passes. This was instantaneous. One moment the chorus was there, and the next it was gone, replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to have texture, weight, presence. The first time she saw it, she'd almost convinced herself it was another hiker. She'd been trying to find her way back to the main trail, following what she thought was the boardwalk's route beneath the floodwater, when she spotted movement between the trees, a figure maybe 50 yards away standing in water up to its thighs. Human-shaped, wearing what looked like dark clothing. Natalie had called out, relief flooding through her. Another person meant rescue, meant help, meant she wasn't alone anymore. The figure hadn't answered. It had simply stood there, watching her, and even at that distance, Natalie could feel the weight of its attention like a physical pressure against her skin. "Hello? I'm lost. Can you help me?" The figure tilted its head. The motion was wrong. Too far. Too slow. Like a dog hearing a strange sound, but more extreme. The neck bending at an angle that made Natalie's stomach clench with sudden, primal revulsion. She'd backed away. Slowly at first, then faster. Not quite running, but moving as quickly as the water would allow. When she'd looked back, the figure was gone. That was Friday. By Saturday, she'd seen it 3 more times. Always at a distance. Always watching. Always disappearing when she looked away and looked back. And each time she'd noticed details that shouldn't have been possible. The figure seemed taller now than it had the first time. Its proportions had changed, arms too long, shoulders too broad, the silhouette subtly wrong in ways she couldn't articulate. And the last time, just before sunset, she could have sworn she'd seen its eyes. They had reflected the dying light. Yellow, bright as lanterns in the deepening gloom. That night, she didn't sleep. She found the highest ground she could, a small rise where an ancient cypress had fallen and created a tangle of roots and earth above the floodline, and she waited in the dark, listening to the rain, listening for footsteps in the water below. She heard them, slow, patient, circling her refuge in a wide arc that never came close enough to see, never strayed far enough to ignore. Something was hunting her, and it was taking its time. Andrew had searched for 3 hours when he found the first sign. It was a shoe, wedged between 2 cypress knees at the edge of what had been the Sims Trail before the flood swallowed it. A woman's hiking boot, size 7 or 8, caked with mud. No blood, no obvious damage, just a shoe that someone had lost or abandoned in their flight through the swamp. He keyed his radio. "Dispatch Unit 14, I've got personal effects. One hiking boot, appears to match our missing hiker. Location is approximately half a mile northeast of the Sims Trail junction. I'm continuing the search. Over." "Copy, Unit 14. Any sign of the subject?" "Negative. Water's too high for tracks. I'm going to push deeper. Over." "Understood. Be advised. Weather Service is upgrading their warning. Another cell moving in. Visibility dropping. Recommend you return to station within 2 hours. Over." "Copy. I'll reassess at 1400. Unit 14 out." Andrew pocketed the boot and continued. The water was above his knees now, the current stronger than it had any right to be this far from the river. The forest here was old. Old in a way that most people never experienced. These trees had been standing when Columbus landed, when the first English ships arrived at Jamestown. The bottomland hardwood forest of Congaree was one of the last truly primeval places in the eastern United States, and in the gray stormlight, with the water rising and the Spanish moss dripping from branches that blocked out the sky, it felt like stepping backward in time, like entering a world where humans had never been welcome. He noticed the silence first. It arrived without warning, between one step and the next. The rain was still falling, but somehow even that sound seemed muted now, dampened as if the air itself had grown thick enough to absorb it. No birds, no insects, no frogs. Just Andrew's own breathing, and the soft splash of his steps through the warm black water. He stopped, listened. His hand moved to the radio on his shoulder, but he didn't key it yet. He'd worked swamps for years, in Florida and Louisiana, before coming to Congaree. He knew the sounds of the wetlands the way he knew his own heartbeat. And this absence was wrong. "Hello? Natalie?" His voice died in the air. The trees seemed to lean in, listening, and somewhere in the back of his mind, in the part of him that predated civilization and remembered what it meant to be prey, something began to scream that he needed to leave. Now, without looking back. Andrew was too professional to run from a feeling. He'd been trained to trust evidence, not instinct, and so he kept walking, pushing deeper into the silence, into the flooded forest where the ancient cypresses rose like pillars in a drowned cathedral. He didn't see the figure until he was almost on top of it. It was standing in the water perhaps 30 feet ahead, half hidden behind the massive trunk of a loblolly pine. Andrew's first thought was relief. He'd found her, the missing hiker, alive and waiting to be rescued. He opened his mouth to call out. Then the figure moved and Andrew's voice died in his throat. It stepped out from behind the tree with a motion that was wrong in every way. Too fluid, too graceful. The joints bending in directions that human joints didn't bend. It was shaped like a person, almost. The proportions were close enough to fool the eye at a distance, but this close the wrongness was undeniable. The limbs were too long, the torso too narrow. And the face. Andrew couldn't make out the face. It was wrong the way a reflection in moving water is wrong. Features that shifted and blurred refused to resolve into anything recognizable. But the eyes he could see clearly. They caught what little light filtered through the canopy and threw it back, yellow and bright, the eyes of something that hunted in the dark. His radio crackled to life. The sound was so unexpected in the silence that Andrew jumped, his hand flying to his chest. "NIT 14 copy." The voice was fragmented, broken by interference that shouldn't have existed this close to the station, but it was enough to break the spell. Andrew backed away slowly, his eyes fixed on the thing standing in the water, watching him with those impossible yellow eyes. "Unit 14 to dispatch, I have a situation. There's someone." His words caught. What could he say? What possible report could explain what he was seeing? "I need backup. My location is 1.2 miles northeast of Sims Junction. I'm returning to the station." Over. Static. Then, through the crackle, a voice that wasn't dispatch. A woman's voice. Natalie Vance's voice, maybe, if Natalie Vance had somehow learned to speak through the radio without a transmitter. "Andrew, come find me. I'm right here. I've been waiting." The thing in the water smiled. The expression was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. A grotesque parody of human expression stretched across a face that had never been human. And it took a step toward him. Andrew ran. Natalie heard him coming. She'd been on her perch in the fallen cypress for nearly 24 hours, watching the water below, watching for the thing that circled and waited and never quite attacked. She was dehydrated, exhausted, her thoughts growing fuzzy at the edges, but she heard the splashing, the crash of someone moving fast through the swamp, and she felt hope kindle in her chest for the first time since Thursday. "Here!" she screamed, her voice cracked and raw. "I'm up here. Please." The splashing stopped. Silence fell, that horrible pregnant silence that had become the signature of the thing hunting her. Natalie held her breath, peering down through the tangle of roots and branches, trying to see who, or what, was below. A man emerged from between the trees, uniformed, a park ranger. He was looking around wildly, his radio clutched in one hand, his face pale with what Natalie recognized immediately as fear. Real fear, the kind she'd been living with for 3 days. "Up here," She called again. "I'm in the tree." He looked up. Their eyes met. And in that moment, Natalie felt something she hadn't felt since the nightmare began. The possibility of survival. Then she saw movement behind him. A shape rising from the water. And she understood with a clarity that crushed the hope as quickly as it had bloomed, that the thing had been waiting for exactly this moment. It had let her survive. It had let her call out. Because it wanted the ranger to come. Because it wanted them both. "Behind you!" she screamed. "Oh God, it's right behind you." The ranger spun. Natalie saw his face change, saw the color drain from it as he registered what was standing there, less than 10 feet away now, its shape finally resolving into something that couldn't be denied. It was tall, 8 feet, maybe more, its body gaunt and wrong, covered in something that might have been fur or might have been hanging moss or might have been something else entirely. Its arms ended in hands with too many joints, fingers that curved like hooks. And its face. Its face was almost human now, features that shifted and changed like smoke, cycling through expressions, smiling, snarling, weeping, as if trying to remember what faces were supposed to do. "Run," the ranger said. His voice was steady, impossibly steady. "When I move, you run. Don't look back." "I can't, the water." "You can. Go toward the sun, east. You'll hit the boardwalk. Don't stop until you reach the parking lot." The thing lunged. Andrew didn't remember drawing his service weapon. One moment his hands were empty. The next the pistol was in his grip, barking 3 times in rapid succession. The shots struck the creature. He saw them impact, saw the dark spray where the bullets hit, but it didn't slow, didn't fall, didn't even flinch. He fired twice more. The creature's hand caught him across the chest and he was airborne, spinning, crashing into the flooded water with enough force to drive the breath from his lungs. His radio was gone. His weapon was gone. There was nothing but warm black water filling his mouth and the desperate need to surface, to breathe, to live. He found his feet somehow, broke the surface gasping. The creature was standing where he'd been, watching him, those yellow eyes bright with something that might have been amusement. It wasn't attacking, it was waiting. Above, in the tangle of the fallen cypress, he saw the woman, Natalie, scrambling down, splashing into the water, running, east, toward the boardwalk, toward safety. The creature watched her go, and then slowly, deliberately, it turned back to Andrew. Its mouth opened. When it spoke, the voice was his voice, his own words, played back to him from some impossible recording. "Unit 14 to dispatch. I have a situation." Andrew backed away. His feet found nothing but water and soft mud. "There's something." The creature took a step forward. "There's someone." Another step. Andrew's back struck the trunk of a cypress. Nowhere to go. "I need backup." The creature stopped close enough now that Andrew could smell it. Swamp rot and something older. Something that belonged in unmarked graves and forgotten places. Its face cycled through expressions, settling finally on something like curiosity. It reached out one long, jointed hand and touched Andrew's face almost gently. The fingers cold as the water, cold as the dead. Then it leaned close. Its mouth opened beside his ear, and it whispered, in a voice that was not his voice, not Natalie's voice, not any voice he had ever heard. "I'll see you again." It was gone. Between one heartbeat and the next, simply gone, as if it had never been there at all. Andrew stood alone in the flooded swamp, shaking, bleeding from a gash across his chest he didn't remember receiving, alive for reasons he would never understand. He found his way back to the station by instinct. Natalie Vance was already there, wrapped in a shock blanket, a deputy's cruiser waiting to take her to the hospital. She met Andrew's eyes as he emerged from the tree line, and in that look they shared something that would bind them forever. The knowledge of what lived in the swamp, what had always lived there, what would continue to live there long after they were both gone. The official report listed Andrew Harmon's injuries as sustained during a search and rescue operation in hazardous conditions. Natalie Vance was treated for exposure and dehydration and released after 2 days. Neither of them told anyone what they had seen. Who would believe them? What words could possibly describe the thing in the water? Andrew transferred to a desk position in Columbia the following spring. He told his supervisors it was burnout, the stress of too many years in remote postings. He told himself it was a reasonable career decision, a chance to be closer to family, to civilization. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams, the yellow eyes watching from flooded forests, the voice that was his voice calling from the dark, the whispered promise that echoed in his skull on quiet nights. I'll see you again. Congaree National Park remains open year-round. The boardwalk loops through the ancient forest, elevated above the swamp, safe and maintained and populated with tourists who come to see the massive trees and the unique ecosystem. Rangers patrol the trails. Search and rescue responds to the occasional lost hiker. Life goes on. But the old-timers in the low country tell stories. They speak of something that has lived in these bottomlands since before the first Europeans arrived, since before the first humans crossed the land bridge from Asia. A thing that watches, a thing that waits, a thing that wears the faces of those it hunts. The Gullah people call it by different names. The Cajun trappers who worked these swamps in centuries past had their own word: Rougarou, the shapeshifter, the stalker in the bayou, the thing that walks in the water. Andrew Harmon knows it doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that it's still there, beneath the Spanish moss and the black water, patient as the ancient trees themselves, and it remembers his face. Location: Wind Cave National Park, South Dakota. Date: September 27, 2014. The cave exhaled. Ryan Calloway felt it before he heard it, a pressure change against his eardrums, subtle as a held breath released, as the massive underground system cycled air through its 150 miles of mapped passages. Wind Cave was a living thing, the Lakota had always said. The hole that breathes, standing at the natural entrance watching the morning mist drift up from the darkness below. Ryan understood why they'd considered it sacred, why they'd warned their children never to enter alone, why some of their stories spoke of passages that led not to other chambers but to other places entirely. 18 hours ago, 4 experienced spelunkers had descended into the fairgrounds section for a permitted exploration of unmapped passages. Their check-in time had come and gone, then their emergency window, then the long, terrible hours of silence. Ryan adjusted the straps of his rescue harness, running through his equipment check with the mechanical precision of 15 years' experience. Helmet-mounted LED, functional backup chemical lights secured, vertical gear, rope, ascenders, descenders, all inspected. Communication system, hardwired line running back to surface command, radio for short-range coordination within the team. First aid kit, emergency blanket, water, energy gel. The tools that kept people alive in places where human beings were never meant to go. His team assembled behind him. 4 rescue specialists from the National Cave Rescue Commission, plus 2 park rangers who knew Wind Cave's mapped sections better than anyone alive. 6 people to find 4. The math was simple. The cave, Ryan knew, did not care about math. Comms check, he said into his helmet mic. One by one, his team confirmed. The hard line to surface crackled with dispatch's voice. Surface reads you clear, Rescue 1. Be advised, barometric pressure has dropped 6 millibars in the last hour. Cave breathing is active. Watch for wind shifts in narrow passages. Copy, Surface. Beginning descent. Next check-in at the Fairgrounds Junction. Estimated 45 minutes. They entered the darkness. Wind Cave was not like other caves. There were no grand chambers here, no cathedral ceilings or underground lakes. Instead, the cave was a maze, an endless, branching network of passages that ranged from walking height to crawl spaces, barely wide enough for a human body. The rock was boxwork, a honeycomb of calcite fins that caught headlamp light and scattered it into 1,000 fragmented reflections. Beautiful in its way. But the beauty masked the danger. Every passage looked like every other passage, every junction identical, every turn a potential wrong turn into the unmapped darkness. Ryan led the team down the main tourist route, past the familiar formations, the crossroads, the post office, the Methodist church. These were the safe zones, the mapped and measured corridors that thousands of visitors walked each year. But the missing spelunkers hadn't stayed in the safe zones. Their permit had been for the fairgrounds, a restricted section where the passages grew tighter and the air grew thinner, and the boxwork gave way to something older, rawer, less touched by human presence. The temperature held steady at 54 degrees. It was always 54 degrees in Wind Cave, summer or winter, day or night. The darkness was absolute whenever Ryan switched off his headlamp. Not the darkness of a room with the lights out, but a darkness so complete that the human eye invented phantom lights, desperate patterns, anything to fill the void where sight should be. He'd trained in total darkness. He'd led rescues in total darkness. But he never got used to it. No one did. 40 minutes in, they reached the fairgrounds junction. Surface Rescue 1. We're at the fairgrounds. No sign of the party yet. Proceeding into restricted section. Copy Rescue 1. Be advised we've received no emergency beacon activation. Either their equipment failed or they can't reach it. Understood. The fairgrounds began with a belly crawl, 30 feet of passage barely 18 inches high, requiring each rescuer to remove their pack and push it ahead of them while squirming forward on elbows and knees. Ryan went first, his headlamp illuminating a tunnel of limestone that seemed to press closer with every inch. The rock scraped against his helmet, his shoulders, the small of his back. He could hear his own breathing amplified by the confined space, each exhale bouncing off the walls and returning to him like a second voice. He emerged into a larger chamber, larger being relative, perhaps 12 feet across and 6 feet high, and waited for the team to follow. One by one, they squeezed through the crawl space, faces tight with controlled discomfort. This was the part that broke most people. The knowledge that tons of rock hung above your head, that the passage behind you was the only way out, that if something went wrong down here, rescue might take days. Everyone good? Nods, tight smiles. They continued. The fairgrounds was a labyrinth. Passages branched and rejoined and branched again, creating loops that could walk a person in circles for hours. The missing group had been heading for a section called the Devil's Backbone, a particularly tight squeeze that led to allegedly unmapped territory. Ryan checked his survey map, cross-referenced with GPS coordinates that became increasingly unreliable this far underground. And then he heard it. A knock, clear and distinct, echoing through the passage ahead. He stopped, raised a fist for the team to halt. Listened. Knock, knock, knock. 3 beats, evenly spaced. A rescue signal. Someone was alive down here and they were tapping. The universal cave rescue communication when voices couldn't carry. Surface Rescue 1. We have audible contact. 3-beat knock pattern, approximately 200 meters ahead. Moving to investigate. Copy Rescue 1. Proceed with caution. Ryan moved forward, his team close behind. The knocking continued, guiding them through the maze. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, pause. The acoustic properties of the cave made direction difficult to determine. Sound bounced off boxwork, traveled through rock, emerged from passages that led nowhere. But the knocking was consistent, always just ahead, always drawing them deeper. Hello? Ryan called out. This is National Cave Rescue. Can you respond verbally? The knocking stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that only existed underground, where there was no wind, no wildlife, no ambient sound at all, just the faint whisper of the cave breathing and the pulse of blood in Ryan's own ears. Then, from somewhere ahead, somewhere that should have been solid rock according to his map, a voice. Help us, please. We're trapped. Male voice, young, terrified. We're coming to you, Ryan called back. Keep talking. Where are you? Down here, down. The voice cut off, replaced by the knocking again. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. But something was wrong with the rhythm now. The spacing was off, too quick, almost frantic. Ryan checked his map again. The passage ahead should dead end in another 100 meters. But the voice had come from beyond that point, from somewhere that didn't exist. Surface, we've got verbal contact. One male subject appears distressed. Map shows dead end ahead, but the voice is coming from beyond. Possible unmapped passage. Static answered him. Then faintly. Rescue 1. Breaking up. Say again. Surface, do you copy? The static resolved into something that might have been words or might have been the cave itself, speaking in frequencies almost below human hearing. Don't answer. Surface? Nothing. Dustin Webb had known something was wrong long before the headlamps started to flicker. The four of them, Dustin, Kevin, Melissa, and Paul, had been caving together for 6 years. They'd mapped sections of Mammoth. They'd pushed new leads in Lechuguila. They knew the protocols, respected the dangers, never took unnecessary risks. Wind Cave was supposed to be a vacation trip, a relatively easy explore before the weather turned and they scattered back to their regular lives. The devil's backbone was tighter than expected. Dustin had gone first, squeezing through a passage that grabbed at his chest and forced the air from his lungs, and emerged into a chamber that wasn't on any survey. The others followed, excited by the discovery. An unmapped room in Wind Cave, that was something worth celebrating. The room was wrong, though. Dustin felt it immediately. The walls were too smooth, the ceiling too regular, as if someone had carved this space rather than letting water and time do the work. And the air tasted different here. Older, heavier, carrying a faint metallic undertone that reminded him of blood. "Do you guys hear that?" Melissa had asked. Knocking, faint, but distinct, coming from a passage on the far side of the chamber that none of them had noticed until that moment. Kevin had laughed, nervous. Cave acoustics, probably our own footsteps echoing back. But they weren't moving. None of them were moving. The knocking continued. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Like a signal. Like an invitation. Paul had been the first to suggest they investigate. "Just a quick look," he said. "See where the passage leads." They had plenty of battery, plenty of air, plenty of time before check-in. Dustin should have said no. He felt the wrongness like a physical weight pressing against his chest, screaming at him to turn around, to go back through the backbone, to get out of this place that shouldn't exist. But the others were already moving toward the passage, their headlamps bobbing in the darkness, and he couldn't let them go alone. The passage descended, steeply, impossibly steeply for a cave system that should have been horizontal at this depth. Dustin's survey instinct screamed, this wasn't natural, this wasn't right. Caves didn't work like this. But the walls were limestone, the boxwork was real, everything looked like Wind Cave should look. Just wrong. Subtly, terrifyingly wrong. The knocking grew louder as they descended. Melissa's headlamp flickered first, then Paul's, then Kevin's. One by one, the lights dimmed and died, leaving only Dustin's beam cutting through the absolute darkness. "Batteries," Kevin said, his voice tight with controlled panic. Everyone switched to backups. They switched. The backups didn't work either. "That's impossible," Melissa whispered. "I charged these yesterday, they're all—" The knocking stopped. In the sudden silence, Dustin heard something else. Breathing. Not his own, not his teammates. Something else. Something in the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach. Something that breathed in long, slow cycles like the cave itself. "We need to go," Dustin said. "Now. Right now." He turned to lead them back up the passage, and stopped. The passage wasn't there anymore. Where they had descended, there was now solid rock, boxwork fins extending from floor to ceiling without any gap, without any indication that an opening had ever existed. "No," Kevin said. "No, no, no." The knocking started again, but it wasn't coming from ahead of them anymore. It was coming from behind the wall, where the passage had been. Knock, knock, knock. And underneath the knocking, voices. Dozens of voices, speaking in unison, speaking in words that weren't quite words. "Come down, come down, come down with us." Ryan found the first body in a side passage that shouldn't have existed. Kevin Marsh, according to the permit roster. Male, 32, experienced caver. He was curled in a fetal position, his hands pressed over his ears, his face frozen in an expression that Ryan would see in his nightmares for years to come. No visible injuries, no indication of what had killed him. Just a man who had died of something that left no mark on the body. His headlamp was still attached to his helmet. The batteries were full. Surface, Rescue 1. We have a fatality. Kevin Marsh, no apparent cause of death. Continuing search for remaining subjects. The hardline crackled. Rescue, do not, knocking, repeat, do not. Surface, you're breaking up. Say again? But the line had gone dead, truly dead this time, not even static remaining. Ryan checked the connection, secure, checked the wire, intact. The communication system was working. Something else was wrong. The knocking resumed. Closer now. Much closer. Team, stay tight. Check your 6. They moved deeper into the passage, past formations that Ryan didn't recognize from any survey, through chambers that grew increasingly organic in appearance, walls that curved like ribs, ceilings that pulsed with shadows that moved wrong, floors that sloped downward at angles that made his inner ear revolt. They found Melissa Chen next, and then Paul Warren. Same posture, same expression, same impossible, markless deaths. But Dustin Webb, the 4th member of the party, was not with them. Dustin Webb, Ryan called into the darkness. This is Cave Rescue, can you hear me? Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from directly ahead, from a chamber that opened suddenly out of the twisted passage. Ryan swept his headlamp across the space and found him. Dustin Webb sat in the center of the chamber, his back against a column of boxwork, his hands raised in front of him. He was alive. Ryan could see his chest moving, could hear his breathing in the silence. But something was wrong. His eyes were open but unfocused, staring at nothing, seeing something that existed only in his mind. His mouth moved constantly, shaping words without sound. And his hands were moving in a steady rhythmic pattern. Knock, knock, knock. He was tapping his knuckles against the rock, over and over, without stopping, without variation. The sound that had guided them here, the sound that had led them deeper into the cave. Dustin, can you hear me? The man didn't respond, just kept knocking, his bloody knuckles striking the limestone, his eyes fixed on the darkness, his lips moving in silent conversation with something Ryan couldn't see. One of the team members stepped forward to grab him, and stopped. The shadows in the chamber were moving, not flickering, not shifting with the headlamp beams, moving with purpose, with intent, flowing along the walls and ceiling like living things, converging on a point directly above Dustin's head, and in those shadows Ryan saw faces. Not human faces. Something older. Something that had lived in darkness so long it had become darkness. Eyes that were holes into nothing. Mouths that opened on geometries that shouldn't exist. Forms that suggested bodies but resolved into angles and depths that the human mind refused to process. The shadows were full of faces, and the faces were watching. Out, Ryan whispered. Everyone out. Now. We can't leave him. We're not leaving him. Martinez, get him up. Everyone else move. Martinez grabbed Dustin under the arms and hauled him upright. The man didn't resist, didn't react at all, just kept knocking his bloody hands together, kept mouthing his silent words. The shadows above them churned and writhed, and from somewhere in the darkness came a sound that Ryan would never forget. Knocking, hundreds of knocks, thousands, coming from every direction at once, from the walls and the ceiling and the floor itself, from the rock all around them, from the very bones of the earth. They ran, dragged Dustin through passages that seemed to shift and change around them, fought through crawl spaces that grew tighter with each inch, followed Ryan's compass when the maps became useless. The knocking followed them, always behind, always getting closer, a tide of sound that threatened to drown them in rhythm. The belly crawl out of the fairgrounds was the longest 30 feet of Ryan's life. He pushed Dustin ahead of him, forcing the unresponsive man through the narrow passage, feeling the rock press against his back like hands trying to pull him down. The knocking was so loud now he could feel it in his teeth, in his bones, in the spaces between his thoughts, and then they were through. The tourist section, mapped territory, safe. The knocking stopped. Ryan looked back at the fairgrounds passage. For just a moment, a fraction of a second that would haunt him forever, he saw something in the darkness. A face that was not a face, watching him with eyes that were not eyes, smiling with a mouth that opened onto nothing at all. Then it was gone, and there was only the cave, breathing in and out, patient and eternal. Dustin Webb was airlifted to Rapid City Regional Hospital, where he was diagnosed with severe psychological trauma of unknown origin. He remained unresponsive for 6 days, his hands continuing to tap against whatever surface they touched. The bed rails, his own body, the air itself. When he finally spoke, his first words were, "They're still knocking. Can't you hear them?" The bodies of Kevin Marsh, Melissa Chen, and Paul Warren were recovered and examined. Cause of death for all three was listed as cardiac arrest, though none had any history of heart problems. The forensic pathologist noted in her report that all three subjects displayed expressions consistent with extreme terror, though she could not speculate as to what might have caused such a reaction in experienced cavers. The section of Wind Cave where the bodies were found was sealed permanently. The official reason cited structural instability. The true reason was never documented, though the park superintendent who authorized the closure resigned 2 months later and moved to Florida, where the only caves were underwater and full of light. Ryan Calloway submitted his incident report with clinical detachment. 4 subjects located. 3 deceased, 1 survivor. Rescue complicated by communication failure and difficult navigation. No explanation for deaths or survivors' condition. He did not mention the shadows. He did not mention the faces. He did not mention the moment in the fairgrounds passage when he'd looked back and seen something that could not exist looking back at him. He requested a transfer to surface operations. The request was granted. But sometimes, in the deep hours of the night, Ryan wakes to a sound he cannot identify. A rhythm, distant and faint, like knocking on stone. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. He tells himself it's the pipes in his apartment, the neighbors, the building settling. Normal sounds that the sleeping mind transforms into something else. He tells himself this, and he almost believes it. In Rapid City, Dustin Webb sits in a psychiatric ward and taps his fingers against the wall. The doctors have tried sedation, restraints, behavioral therapy. Nothing stops the knocking. Nothing even slows it. When asked why he knocks, Dustin smiles, a terrible smile that doesn't reach his eyes, and says, "I'm answering them. They're still calling. They want us to come down." He pauses, listens to something only he can hear, and adds, "They're so patient. They've been waiting so long. And the thing about caves is they go down forever, all the way down. There's no bottom. There's just more. More darkness, more depth, more of them." He resumes knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Somewhere beneath Wind Cave in passages that exist on no survey, the Tommy knockers wait. They have waited for centuries. They will wait for centuries more. Time means nothing in the dark. And they are always, always knocking back. Rebecca Thorne had spent 11 years with the National Park Service, and in that time she'd developed an almost pathological need for explanations. Every broken branch had a wind pattern behind it. Every missing hiker had a logical cascade of poor decisions. Every strange sound in the forest could be traced back to elk, to settling trees, to the specific acoustics of narrow valleys. She'd written 3 peer-reviewed papers on predator-prey dynamics in the North Cascades, and her colleagues at the Marble Mount Ranger Station called her the Professor, with a mixture of affection and exasperation. On October 14, 2009, at approximately 2:47 p.m., Rebecca stood at mile marker 4.3 of the Cascade Pass Trail, elevation 4,800 feet, holding a Canon PowerShot camera that didn't make sense. The camera belonged to Ethan Morris, 19 years old, sophomore at Western Washington University, reported missing 48 hours earlier by his roommate. The roommate had shown up at the ranger station with printed emails about Ethan's independent research project on abandoned settlements in the North Cascades. The kind of project that sounded academic until you read between the lines and saw a kid chasing ghosts. Rebecca had found the camera wedged between two stones near a runoff stream. The kind of placement that wasn't natural, but wasn't obviously staged either. The LCD screen was cracked but functional. She'd bagged it properly, photographed its location with her department-issue Nikon, recorded GPS coordinates on her Garmin eTrex, and then, against protocol, scrolled through the images. The first 37 photos were standard hiker fare. Ethan grinning at trailheads, mossy trees, a black-tailed deer, his boots next to a topographic map. Then the images changed. Photo 38 showed weathered timber protruding from underbrush, structural remnants. Photo 39 captured a collapsed stone chimney, the mortar crumbling, but the German craftsmanship still evident in the precise angles. Rebecca recognized the site immediately, the Adler mining camp, established 1882, abandoned 1889, after what the historical records vaguely termed difficulties. Photos 40 through 53 documented the camp systematically. Ethan had approached this like an archaeologist. He'd photographed foundation stones, measured timbers, captured what looked like territorial markers, stacked rocks in patterns that predated modern trail cairns. Rebecca felt that familiar analytical satisfaction warming her chest. The kid had been thorough. Then came photo 54. It showed teeth marks in birch bark. Not deer brows or bear claw. Teeth. Human teeth from the dimensions. The marks formed patterns, dozens of them circling a tree trunk at chest height. The bark was fresh stripped, white wood exposed like bone. Photo 55 was worse. A root cellar entrance, partially collapsed, the wooden door hanging from one rusted hinge. Scratch marks covered the inside surface. Deep gouges, fingernail width, running vertically as if something had clawed upward from underground. The final image, number 56, showed only darkness with a single detail visible in the camera's flash. Fabric. Old fabric, rotting, with what might have been lace trim. And just at the edge of the frame, barely visible, what looked like teeth. Not a skull's teeth, these were in a jaw that still had skin. Rebecca's Motorola radio crackled. "Thorne, this is base. You're 20?" She pressed the transmit button, her thumb steady despite the sour taste flooding her mouth. "Mile 4. 3, Cascade Pass Trail. Found Morris's camera." "Any sign of Morris himself?" Rebecca looked at the tree line where old-growth hemlock gave way to the kind of undergrowth that could hide anything. The afternoon sun was already dropping behind Johannesburg Mountain, throwing long shadows across the talus slopes. Temperature had fallen 6 degrees in the last hour. Her weather meter confirmed it. Early season snow was forecast for tonight. Unusual for mid-October, but not unprecedented at this elevation. Negative on Morris, but I'm near the Adler campsite. His photos show he was investigating the ruins. Static then. The what camp? Old German mining operation, 1880s. It's in the historical database. Rebecca had read the file 2 years ago during a slow winter when she'd cataloged every documented human settlement within the park boundaries. The Adler camp had interested her because of the abrupt abandonment. 23 miners had simply left. No gold strike elsewhere to explain it. No documentation of why. Just empty buildings left to rot. "Jesus, Thorne, you and your homework. Okay, we're losing light. Mark the location and return to base. We'll send a full SAR team at first light." "Copy." But Rebecca didn't move. She stared at the camera's final image, at those teeth in the darkness. Her mind cataloged possibilities. Dental remains from a historical burial disturbed by animals. An old root cellar used as a cache site by contemporary hikers. Ethan Morris staging photos for his project, creating mystery where none existed. None of those explanations worked. The flesh on that jaw was wrong. Too intact. Too present. Rebecca had a master's degree in wildlife biology from the University of Montana. She understood decomposition rates, scavenger patterns, the precise timeline of how organic matter returned to soil. Whatever was in that photo didn't follow the rules. She clicked off the camera, sealed it in an evidence bag, and started documenting the area with her own equipment. Standard protocol. She photographed the creek, the tree line, the coordinates. Then she did what she knew she shouldn't. She went looking for the root cellar. The Adler Camp ruins sprawled across roughly 3 acres of what had once been cleared land. Nature had spent 120 years reclaiming it, but the bones of the settlement remained. Rebecca found 5 foundation outlines, 2 collapsed chimneys, and what might have been a sluice system now choked with alder saplings. The root cellar sat at the eastern edge, dug into a hillside for natural insulation. The entrance was exactly as Ethan's photo had shown it. The wooden door, hung on one massive hand-forged hinge, had fallen partially open. Scratch marks covered the interior surface in clusters, deep enough that Rebecca could fit her fingernail into the grooves. She pulled out her mag light, clicked it on, and immediately wished she hadn't. The root cellar extended 12 feet into the hillside. Stone walls, dirt floor, empty except for remnants of wooden shelving along one wall, and fabric. Lots of fabric. Rotting cloth in heaps like discarded clothing. Dark stains on everything. The smell hit her a moment later. Not the expected must of old cellars, but something organic and wrong. Like meat left in a warm car. Rebecca's training screamed at her to back out, call it in, wait for the SAR team and possibly the county medical examiner. But her analytical mind had already spotted the inconsistency. The fabric was too old to smell that fresh. Her light played across the heaps, catching on details. Victorian-era clothing, by the style. Wool and linen rotted to tatters. Women's dresses. Men's work shirts. All piled in the far corner like someone had tried to make a nest. She stepped inside. The temperature dropped immediately, more than the 2 or 3 degrees that underground spaces typically offered. This was cold that moved. That had presence. Rebecca's exhaled breath fogged white in the beam of her flashlight. Something rustled in the fabric pile. Rebecca froze, her light steady on the movement. A rat, probably. The cellar would offer shelter, except rats didn't make clothing rustle like that, like something underneath was breathing. Ethan? Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Ethan Morris, if you're in here, identify yourself. The rustling stopped. Rebecca stood in the silence, counting her own heartbeats, waiting. 15 seconds. 30. The air in the cellar had texture now, thick and stale. Her light showed mold blooms on the stone walls, white and fuzzy. Natural, explainable. But the coldness wasn't natural. It pressed against her skin like a physical weight. She backed out slowly, keeping her light trained on the fabric pile until she cleared the threshold. The late afternoon sun felt impossibly warm on her face. Her radio crackled again. Thorne, status? Investigating the camp ruins. No sign of Morris. You need to start heading back. Weather's changing faster than predicted. Fronts moving in from the coast. Rebecca looked west and saw the clouds piling up over El Dorado Peak, dark and heavy. The wind had shifted, bringing that particular smell that preceded mountain snowfall. She checked her watch. 4:17 p.m. She had maybe 90 minutes of good light left, and the trail back to the parking area was 2.5 hours at a steady pace. Copy. Heading back now. She didn't move. Instead, she pulled out her own camera and photographed the root cellar entrance, the scratch marks, everything. Documentation was her shield against uncertainty. If she could record it, measure it, catalog it, then it existed within a framework of understanding. She took 17 photos, varying angles and exposures, her professional habits overriding the growing unease in her stomach. Then she saw the symbols. They were carved into the door frame, worn almost smooth by weather and time but still visible in the right light. Rebecca adjusted her angle and there they were. Marks that looked like letters but weren't quite. Germanic runes, maybe. Or folk sigils. She'd seen similar markings in her research on historical mining camps, protective symbols that immigrant communities carried from the old country. She photographed them carefully, getting close-ups. Back at the station, she had books on historical settlement patterns. She could identify these marks, trace their meaning. That was the thing about history. It left evidence. It could be understood. As Rebecca finally turned to leave, she noticed something she'd missed before. The birch tree that Ethan had photographed, the one with the teeth marks, stood directly in line with the root cellar entrance. A straight sight line, maybe 40 feet. And there were more marked trees beyond it, she realized now. 3 of them leading deeper into the forest, each one stripped in the same pattern. A trail, or a boundary. Rebecca's analytical mind filed this away as she started back toward the main trail. Historical markers delineating property lines. Bears using trees as territorial posts. Multiple explanations existed. The afternoon shadows grew longer, and with them came sounds. Branches settling, wind through needles, the distant rush of snowmelt streams. All explainable, all normal. But Rebecca couldn't shake the image of those teeth marks. The human teeth, biting bark, over and over again. And as she hiked, she found herself doing something she hadn't done in years. She was afraid. The snow started at 6:42 p.m., just as Rebecca reached the trailhead parking lot. Her pickup truck sat alone in the gravel lot, covered in a thin layer of pine needles. She'd been in the woods for 8 hours. Her legs burned from the descent, and her water bottle was empty. Normal physical symptoms. Measurable fatigue. She sat in the truck cab with the heater blasting, reviewing her photos on the camera's LCD screen while she waited for the engine to warm up. The symbols on the doorframe showed up clear in the close-ups. She pulled out her field notebook and sketched them carefully, adding notes about their location and orientation. Her phone showed no signal, expected at this elevation, but she had a granola bar in the glove compartment and emergency supplies in the bed. Protocol was simple. Drive back to Marble Mount, file her report, hand over the evidence, and let the SAR coordinator decide next steps. Ethan Morris was still missing, but she'd documented his last known location and found potential evidence. She'd done her job. The road back followed the Cascade River, a winding descent through old-growth forest. Normally, Rebecca loved this drive, the way headlights caught the massive trunks of Douglas firs, the glimpses of white water through the trees. Tonight, she watched her odometer and counted switchbacks, anchoring herself in measurable distance. At mile marker 7, something moved across the road. Rebecca hit the brakes, tires skidding slightly on fresh snow. Her headlights caught a figure at the road's edge. Humanoid, but wrong. Too tall, too thin. Moving in a way that suggested joints didn't bend quite right. Then it was gone, vanished into the tree line so quickly Rebecca questioned whether she'd seen anything at all. A deer standing on hind legs, an elk, the shadows playing tricks after a long day of stress and adrenaline. She sat with her foot on the brake, engine idling, staring at the spot where the figure had been. No tracks in the snow. The beams of her headlights showed only the road, the trees, the normal structure of the forest at night. Rebecca forced herself to breathe steadily, counting inhalations. 4 seconds in, 4 seconds out. A technique she'd learned during her first years as a ranger, when night calls to remote areas had sometimes triggered panic responses. The body could be trained. Fear was just chemistry. She drove on, checking her rearview mirror too frequently. The road was empty behind her. Empty ahead. Normal October snow, normal darkness, normal forest. By the time she reached the ranger station in Marble Mount at 8:15 p.m., she'd convinced herself that exhaustion and stress had created the illusion. The station was a small building at the intersection of Highway 20 and the Cascade River Road, typically staffed until 9 p.m. during the fall season. Craig Holloway, the evening shift ranger, looked up from his computer when Rebecca came through the door, bringing cold air and snow with her. "Jesus, Thorne, we were about to call search and rescue for you." Long day. Rebecca set the evidence bags on the counter. "Morris's camera and my documentation photos. I found the site he was investigating, old mining camp ruins. Adler Camp, historical file reference 1882 HC North." Craig picked up the evidence bag containing Ethan's camera, squinting at it. He was 56, near retirement, The kind of ranger who'd chosen the job for the solitude rather than the science. Find anything else? The kid himself? Negative, but he was definitely at the campsite. His photos show significant interest in a root cellar at the location. You checked the cellar? Partially. Needs a full investigation team. There's... Rebecca paused, uncertain how to phrase it. There's historical clothing inside. Piles of it. Could be relevant to the missing person case, or could be unrelated historical artifacts. Craig raised an eyebrow. Clothing like old-timey stuff. Victorian era, approximately. I took documentation photos. Weird. Craig logged the evidence, filling out chain of custody forms. Say our coordinator wants a full team up there at first light. You planning to guide? Rebecca should have said no. She'd already put in 8 hours, and protocol called for rotating rangers on search operations to prevent fatigue-based mistakes. But she knew the location now. She'd documented it, and some part of her, the analytical part that craved explanations, needed to understand what she'd seen in that root cellar. I'll guide, she said. She spent the next hour writing her report, carefully neutral language describing everything she'd observed. Location coordinates, photo documentation, Ethan Morris's last confirmed position based on camera evidence, potential shelter location for the missing person in the form of a historical root cellar, recommended actions for the SAR team. She didn't mention the teeth marks in the trees, didn't describe the scratch marks inside the cellar door, didn't note the symbols carved into the door frame. Those details went into her personal field notebook instead, things she needed to research before deciding their relevance. At 9:30 p.m., Craig locked up the station, and they both headed to their respective vehicles. The snow had intensified, already laying 2 inches on the ground. Rebecca's truck started reluctantly, the cold seeping through metal and glass. She had a 20-minute drive to her cabin outside Rockport, a place she'd rented specifically because of its isolation. No neighbors, just forest and the sound of the Skagit River a quarter mile away. The cabin's porch light glowed yellow through the snow as Rebecca pulled into the gravel drive. She'd left it on that morning, the automatic timer set for sunset. Normal precaution. But tonight it felt like a beacon, the only human light in miles of darkness. Inside, she made coffee, strong, black, the routine comforting, and spread her field notebook and camera on the kitchen table. Her laptop was old, a 2006 Dell that took 3 minutes to boot up, but it had all her research files. She'd scanned dozens of historical documents over the years, building a personal database of North Cascades settlement history. She found the Adler mining camp file in her 1880s folder. The documentation was sparse, a land claim filed in 1882 by Wilhelm Adler, a prospector from Bavaria. He'd brought 22 other German immigrants to work a small gold claim on what was now parkland. The operation lasted 7 years, producing modest yields. Then in October 1889, the camp was abandoned. No explanation in the official records. The land claim lapsed, and the property eventually became part of the National Park System in 1968. Rebecca clicked through her scanned documents, looking for anything that might explain the abrupt departure. She found a reference in a Bellingham newspaper from November 1889. The German miners of the Cascade River District have departed their claims, citing conditions unsuitable for continued operations. The exact nature of these conditions remains unclear, though some speculation exists regarding disagreements with local native populations. That was it. Vague. Unsatisfying. Rebecca hated unsatisfying answers. She opened a new search window and typed, "Protective Symbols Germanic Miners 1880s." The results were scattered: academic papers on folklore, museum exhibits, genealogy sites. She clicked through them methodically, comparing the symbols she'd sketched to historical examples. 30 minutes later, she found a match. A German folk magic compendium, digitized by the University of Heidelberg, showed symbols called Nachseher Ban, protective marks against a specific type of revenant. The entry was in German, and Rebecca's language skills were limited, but she used an online translator to parse the text. Nachseher. The word meant after devourer. A plague victim who didn't die properly, who chewed their burial shroud in the grave and thereby consumed their family members from beyond the grave. The text described them as creatures caught between life and death, feeding on the living through sympathetic magic. What they chewed in their coffin, their relatives felt as death from afar. Rebecca sat back from the laptop, coffee forgotten. This was folklore. Historical superstition brought from the old country by terrified immigrants who didn't understand disease vectors and natural death. It wasn't real, but she thought of the teeth marks on the birch trees. Human teeth, chewing bark. She thought of the fabric piles in the root cellar. Victorian clothing that smelled of fresh rot despite being 120 years old. She thought of the scratch marks on the inside of the cellar door. Fingernails gouging wood as something tried to claw its way out. The academic text continued in translated clumsy English. The Nachtzerer must be stopped by ritual means, cutting the head and placing coins in the mouth, placing a stone under the chin, filling the grave with holy water or cutting the tendons of the knees so the creature cannot rise. Once risen, it cannot be killed but only returned to the earth through specific means. Iron implements, fire, the speaking of its true name while it feeds. Rebecca closed the laptop. This was insane. She was a biologist. She understood predator-prey relationships, decomposition rates, fungal networks, the measurable mechanics of the natural world. Folklore was interesting from a historical perspective, but it wasn't real. Except 23 German miners had abandoned a profitable claim in 1889 for unknown reasons. Except they'd carved protective symbols into their root cellar door. Except Ethan Morris had disappeared while investigating those same ruins, and his final photo showed something with teeth and flesh in a place that should have held only bones and dust. Rebecca's cabin felt smaller suddenly, the walls too thin. Outside, snow fell through the porch light, and beyond that circle of illumination stretched miles of wilderness. Forest that held 120 years of secrets. Trees that remembered what the miners had fled from. She checked the locks on both doors, something she rarely did. Made sure her cell phone was charging, though out here it wouldn't get signal until morning when she drove to higher ground. Her service weapon, a Glock 22 that she was certified to carry but rarely did, sat in its lockbox in the bedroom closet. She got it out, loaded it, set it on the nightstand. Rational mind, she was in a remote location, involved in a missing person case, taking reasonable precautions. But her hands shook slightly as she changed into sleep clothes, as she brushed her teeth, as she lay in bed staring at the ceiling and listening to the old cabin settle around her. At 3:17 a.m. she woke to the sound of something moving on the porch. Rebecca held perfectly still, listening. The sound came again, footsteps, light and uneven, like someone walking with a limp, back and forth across the wooden boards. Then silence. She reached for the Glock, her heart hammering against her ribs. The bedroom window faced the porch, curtains drawn, but she could see the edge of the porch light's glow. A shadow moved through it. Tall, too tall, the proportions wrong. Rebecca forced herself out of bed, gun held properly in both hands, every training protocol suddenly crystal clear in her mind. She moved to the window, staying to the side of the frame, and eased the curtain back an inch. The porch was empty. Snow fell steadily, undisturbed. The boards showed no footprints, no marks at all. She stood there for 5 minutes, watching, waiting for the shadow to return. Nothing moved, except snow. Finally, she lowered the gun and sat on the edge of her bed, adrenaline making her nauseated. Exhaustion, hallucination, stress response to a difficult day, the mind playing tricks. But when she finally slept again, she dreamed of teeth. Endless teeth, chewing through fabric, through wood, through flesh. And the sound of something scratching, deep underground, trying to get out. Morning came gray and cold. Rebecca woke at 6 a.m. to her alarm, feeling like she'd been beaten. Every muscle ached and her head throbbed with dehydration. She forced down water and instant oatmeal while reviewing her notes from the previous night. In the daylight, the folklore research seemed almost embarrassing. Ghost stories, superstition. But she packed the printouts anyway, folding them into her field notebook. The SAR briefing was scheduled for 7:30 a.m. at the ranger station. Rebecca arrived early and found a team already assembling. Craig Holloway, 2 younger rangers she knew by sight but not well, a K-9 unit from Snohomish County, and the county medical examiner's investigator, a tired-looking woman named Denise Carver, who carried a forensic kit. The SAR coordinator, Frank Messer, spread topographic maps across the conference table. He was former Army, efficient, and no nonsense. Thorne, walk us through what you found. Rebecca used a red marker to indicate locations on the map. Morris's camera here, mile marker 4.3. Adler Mining Camp ruins here, approximately quarter-mile northeast of the main trail. Root cellar at the eastern edge of the camp, dug into this hillside. Morris's photos show he was systematically documenting the site before he disappeared. What's the condition of the root cellar? Denise asked. Structurally unstable. Stone walls, dirt floor, partial roof collapse. Contains what appears to be historical clothing. Victorian era, significant quantities. Possible human remains, though I didn't conduct a full investigation. Everyone looked at her. Frank said, "You saw remains?" "Possible remains. There's fabric and organic matter. I documented it photographically but didn't disturb the scene." Denise made notes. "Okay, so we're treating this as a potential recovery operation as well as a search. How far can Morris have gotten if he left the cellar alive?" Frank traced circles on the map. "In 48 hours. If he's injured or disoriented, maybe a 2-mile radius. If he's sheltering, probably closer. Weather's been cold, but not deadly. We've got maybe 6 hours of good light today with this front moving through." The K-9 handler, a young man with a German shepherd named Rex, asked, "Do we have a scent article?" Morris's roommate provided a t-shirt, Frank said. "Thorne, you'll guide the team to the site. Denise, you assess the root cellar. Everyone else fans out from there. Standard grid search. Radios on channel 3. Any questions?" Rebecca wanted to ask if anyone else had researched the historical context. If anyone else had found the folklore. If anyone else was wondering why protective symbols had been carved into that door. But she stayed silent. Facts only. Observable evidence. They departed at 8 Caug a.m., hiking in under-clearing skies. The fresh snow made tracking easier. Any recent movement would show clearly. Rex strained at his lead, the shepherd's training overriding the distractions of the forest. The group moved efficiently, professionals doing familiar work. Rebecca led them to the camp ruins by 10:30 a.m. The site looked different in daylight, less ominous. Just old timber and stone, reclaimed by forest. The root cellar entrance gaped dark against the hillside. Denise approached it carefully, photographing the entrance from multiple angles before pulling on latex gloves and clicking on a high-powered flashlight. Rebecca and Frank stood behind her, watching as she swept the beam across the interior. "Jesus," Denise said softly. The fabric piles were more extensive than Rebecca had realized. Dozens of garments, maybe 100, heaped in the far corner, and visible now in the stronger light. Bones. Human bones, scattered among the cloth. Skulls, ribs, long bones. All jumbled together, impossible to tell how many individuals. "This is a mass burial," Denise said. "Or a mass dumping site. I need to call this in to the county sheriff. This is a crime scene, potentially historical, but we can't make that determination without..." She stopped. Her flashlight had found something on the far wall. Deep scratches, dozens of them, covering the stone surface. Fresh scratches, the stone powder still white where fingernails had gouged through lichen and dirt. "Those weren't there yesterday," Rebecca heard herself say. Frank turned to her. "You're sure?" "I documented this space. Those marks are new." The three of them stood at the cellar entrance, staring into the darkness. The cold air flowing out felt wrong, felt active, like breath. Rex started barking. The K-9 handler struggled to control him as the shepherd lunged toward the tree line, hackles raised, teeth bared. "He's got something," the handler shouted. "Rex, heel. Rex." The dog wouldn't stop. He strained toward the marked birch trees, the ones with the teeth impressions, toward the trail that led deeper into the woods. Let him track, Frank ordered. Everyone else, stay tight. Thorne, you're with me. They followed Rex into the forest, the shepherd pulling hard enough that his handler had to lean back. The marked trees formed a clear path, each one stripped in that same circular pattern. Teeth marks. Rebecca could see them clearly now, human dental impressions in white wood. Fresh sap wept from the wounds. They were new, made recently, made after Ethan Morris had photographed them. The trail led up slope, away from the camp ruins, into old-growth hemlock so dense the understory was clear. Rex moved faster now, baying. The sound echoed through the trees, wrong and alarming. Rebecca's radio crackled with check-ins from the other search team members, farther away now, their voices thin with distance. The trail ended at a shallow depression in the earth, ringed by stones. An old mining shaft partially filled in. The wooden frame had rotted away, but the hole remained, maybe 8 feet across. Rex barked at it continuously, refusing to approach closer than 10 feet. Frank pulled out his flashlight and shone it down. The beam disappeared into darkness. Could be 30 feet deep, could be 100. Morris could have fallen in. But Rebecca was looking at the stones ringing the shaft. They were carved with symbols, the same protective marks from the root cellar door, and hanging from a tree branch directly above the shaft. A piece of fabric. Red fleece. Modern, synthetic fiber. That's from Morris's jacket, Frank said. I saw the photo his roommate brought, red North Face fleece. Rebecca's analytical mind tried to construct a sequence. Ethan investigates the root cellar, disturbs something, flees into the forest, follows the marked trees, reaches the mining shaft, falls in, is pulled in, leaves his jacket behind as evidence or by accident. None of it made sense. The teeth marks on the trees were fresh. The scratches in the cellar were new. Something had been active here after Ethan disappeared. We need rope, Frank was saying. Technical rescue equipment. This could be a confined space recovery. He keyed his radio. Base, this is Messer. We've located evidence of Morris at a secondary site. Old mining shaft. Need technical rescue. Static answered him. Then a voice, badly distorted. Pete, shaft. Base, you're breaking up. Repeat? More static. Then silence. Frank checked his radio, adjusting frequencies. Nothing. He looked at Rebecca. You getting anything? She tried her radio. Same static, same silence. Equipment malfunction? We're not that far from the trailhead, should have clear communication. Frank's jaw tightened. Okay, new plan. You head back to the team, get rope and harnesses from the vehicles. I'll secure this site, make sure nothing else gets disturbed. You shouldn't stay here alone. That's an order, Thorne. Rebecca wanted to argue, but protocol was protocol. She started back the way they'd come, following the marked trees in reverse. The forest seemed darker now, though the sun was directly overhead, that old-growth hemlock density creating permanent twilight. Her footsteps were too loud, her breathing too harsh. Behind her, Rex's barking cut off abruptly. Rebecca stopped, turned back. Frank? No response. The forest absorbed her voice like it had never existed. Frank. Louder now, professionalism breaking. Do you copy? Static on her radio, then very faintly a voice that might have been Frank's. Cellar, it's in the... Then screaming, briefly, cut off. Rebecca ran. Training said don't run in the forest. Too easy to trip, to injure yourself, to become a victim needing rescue. But she ran anyway, pulling out her Glock as she crashed through undergrowth. The marked trees blurred past her. The mining shaft came into view. Empty. No Frank. No Rex. No K9 handler. The radio on the ground, Frank's radio, cracked and sparking, the red fleece fabric still hanging from the branch, and at the edge of the shaft, visible in the soft earth, drag marks. Something heavy pulled to the edge and over. Rebecca approached the shaft carefully, gun raised, flashlight in her other hand. She shone it down. 30 feet below, maybe more, she could see them. Frank, the handler, and Rex all piled at the bottom, not moving. The angle made it hard to tell if they were breathing. Frank! Her voice echoed down the shaft. Frank, can you hear me? One of the figures moved, slowly, wrong, joints bending backward. Then it looked up, and Rebecca saw its face. It wasn't Frank anymore. The features were Frank's, the square jaw, the gray hair, the scar on his forehead from a hiking accident 3 years ago. But the expression was alien. The eyes were wrong, filmed over white like a corpse's eyes, and the mouth opened too wide, jaw dislocating, revealing teeth stained dark. It smiled at her. Rebecca stumbled backward, every rational thought in her mind dissolving. The thing that had been Frank started climbing, up the shaft walls, hands and feet finding purchase on stone that should have been smooth, moving with spider-like coordination. She ran. Branches tore at her face. Roots tried to catch her boots. Behind her, she heard it emerge from the shaft, heard it land on the forest floor with a wet, heavy sound, heard it start to follow. Rebecca's breath came in gasps. Her legs burned. The marked trees seemed to multiply, spiraling around her in patterns that made no sense. She'd lost the trail, lost direction. The forest pressed in, old growth giants blocking the sky. The root cellar appeared ahead, sudden and wrong. She was running in circles. The dark entrance gaped like a mouth. Behind her, the thing that wasn't Frank called out in Frank's voice. "Thorn, wait up. We need to secure the site." Rebecca dove into the root cellar. Inside, the darkness was absolute. Her flashlight had fallen somewhere during the run. She pressed herself against the stone wall, gun raised toward the entrance, trying to control her breathing. Frank's silhouette appeared in the doorway, backlit by forest light. It stood there, swaying slightly. "Thorn, you in there?" Frank's voice, but the rhythm wrong. Too slow. Words chewed. "Found something. You need to see." Rebecca's finger rested on the trigger. Every training protocol said identify your target. Don't shoot without certain threat. But the thing in the doorway wasn't Frank. Couldn't be Frank. It started to enter. Rebecca fired. The muzzle flash blinded her, the report deafening in the confined space. The thing staggered backward, hit center mass. Then it laughed. Frank's laugh, but damaged. Wet. It stepped forward again, and now Rebecca could see the wound in its chest. No blood, just darkness, hollow. She fired again. Again, emptying the magazine into it until the slide locked back. The thing absorbed each round, jerking slightly but never falling, never stopping. It reached for her with hands that were too long now, fingers extended. The nails were black and sharp. Teeth marks covered its forearms. It had been chewing itself, gnawing its own flesh. Rebecca screamed. Not a word, just pure animal terror. And then light flooded the cellar. Real light, bright and electric. A voice shouted, "Down, get down!" Rebecca dropped and something passed over her head. A sound like tearing fabric, like bone breaking. The thing that wasn't Frank made a noise, high and terrible, and collapsed. Hands grabbed Rebecca, pulled her out of the cellar. She fought them until she recognized Denise, the medical examiner's investigator. Behind Denise stood the two younger rangers, both holding something that looked like modified flare guns. "Get her to the vehicles," Denise ordered. "Now!" Rebecca couldn't make her legs work. The younger rangers half carried her down the trail, moving fast. Behind them, Denise stayed at the cellar entrance, holding one of those strange devices. Rebecca heard her voice, chanting something in a language that sounded like German. They reached the parking lot. One of the rangers opened his truck and pushed Rebecca inside, started the engine. The other radioed for emergency response, but his voice was steady, like this was routine. Like whatever had just happened was something they understood. Rebecca found her voice. "Frank, the K9 team. They're in the mining shaft. They're gone," the ranger said flatly. His name tag read Mueller. "We know what this is. We know what it does." What was that thing?" Mueller exchanged a glance with the other ranger, whose name tag said Fisher. German names, Rebecca noticed distantly. Both of them young, maybe late 20s, both with expressions that said they'd seen this before. "Our grandparents worked the Adler camp," Fisher said. They told us stories, warnings. We thought they were just old country superstitions until... He stopped, shook his head. We should have checked when Morris went missing. Should have known. Known what? Rebecca's voice was shrill. What the fuck is happening? Before either could answer, Denise emerged from the trail, moving quickly. She had something in her hands. A book, leather-bound and old. She climbed into the truck next to Rebecca. "Drive," she told Muller. "Back to the station, don't stop." As they pulled out of the parking lot, Rebecca looked back. The forest line was dark, solid, but she could see movement in that darkness. Figures, multiple figures, tall and wrong, watching them leave. The truck's heater blasted, but Rebecca couldn't stop shaking. At the ranger station, Denise made coffee, real coffee, strong and bitter, and sat Rebecca down at the conference table. Muller and Fisher stood by the door, still holding those modified flare guns. The devices looked homemade, cobbled together from hardware store parts and something that might have been religious icons. "You need to understand something," Denise began. "This isn't the first time. The Adler camp. The miners didn't leave because of disagreements or poor yields. They left because something came with them from Bavaria. In their belongings, in their memories. Maybe in their bodies." Rebecca's hands wrapped around the coffee mug, kneading the heat. "The folklore. Nachtzerer. You know about it. My grandmother was from the same region as Wilhelm Adler. She told me stories before she died. About the plague that hit their village in 1874. About the man who was buried but wouldn't stay buried. About what they had to do to stop him." Denise opened the leather book. The pages were handwritten, German script. This was hers. Instructions, protections, how to recognize them, how to bind them. "They're not real," Rebecca heard herself say. "They can't be real." "They're real enough," Fisher said from the door. "My great-great-grandfather was one of the original Adler miners. He kept a journal, described what they found in the root cellar in 1889. One of their own, Heinrich Vogel, had died of pneumonia that winter. They buried him properly, Christian burial. But then people started getting sick, wasting away even though there was no disease, and they heard sounds from Heinrich's grave. Chewing sounds. They dug him up," Muller continued. "Found him in the coffin, burial shroud half-eaten, his mouth working even though he was dead. They tried to burn the body, but it wouldn't catch. Tried to stake it, but the stake wouldn't go in. Finally, they sealed it in the root cellar with every protective symbol they knew. Then they left, abandoned everything and never came back." Rebecca's mind refused to process this. "That's impossible. Decomposition doesn't work that way. Bodies don't, Denise agreed. "But Heinrich Vogel isn't a body anymore. He's a Nachtzerer, and he's been in that cellar for 120 years, chewing, calling, waiting for someone to break the seals." "Ethan Morris," Rebecca said numbly. "He opened the cellar and became the first victim. The Nachtzerer takes them, feeds on them, makes them into extensions of itself. Frank Messer is gone, Rebecca. The K9 handler is gone. They're not coming back." Rebecca thought of Frank's face in the shaft, the white eyes, the too wide smile. "What about other victims? The clothing in the cellar, all those bones?" "Hikers," Muller said. "Occasionally. Every few years someone wanders too close. Gets curious about the old ruins. The symbols were failing, worn down by weather. We tried to maintain them, but..." "We?" Rebecca stared at them. "You knew? All of you knew there was something dangerous there and you didn't tell anyone? Didn't warn..." "Who would believe us?" Denise cut in. "Who would believe that an 1880s German folk creature was killing people in a national park? We've been trying to manage it quietly, keep people away from that section of trail, maintain the protective symbols. But when Morris went missing," she closed her eyes. "We should have acted faster." The room fell silent except for the coffee maker gurgling in the corner. Rebecca's entire worldview was cracking, reality rearranging itself into shapes that shouldn't exist. She was a scientist. She understood the natural world. But what she'd seen in that shaft, what had worn Frank's face, that wasn't natural. "What do we do now?" she asked quietly. Denise looked at the leather book. "According to this, there's only one way to permanently stop a Noxeror. You have to behead it, fill its mouth with consecrated coins, and burn the body at a crossroads. But to do that, you first have to find it in its resting place and speak its true name 3 times while it's feeding." "Its true name? Heinrich Vogel?" "His living name, yes. But it has to be said at the right moment in the right place, by someone it's hunting." Denise looked at Rebecca directly. "It's hunting you now. You entered its territory. You fired at one of its vessels. You're marked." The words landed like stones. Rebecca set down the coffee mug because her hands were shaking too badly to hold it. "So what, I'm bait?" "You're the only one who can end this," Fisher said, "if you're willing." Rebecca wanted to laugh, wanted to scream, wanted to run to her truck and drive until she hit an ocean. But she thought of Ethan Morris, 19 years old, who'd come to the North Cascades looking for history and found horror. She thought of Frank Messer, a good man and a good ranger, now a puppet for something that should have stayed dead. "Tell me what I need to do," she said. They prepared through the afternoon. Denise had supplies in her vehicle, items that looked religious, protective. Iron nails, salt, a vial of water she claimed was holy, blessed by a Catholic priest in Bellingham who understood such things. The modified flare guns, which Fisher explained were loaded with iron filings and blessed silver. "Iron disrupts them temporarily," Miller explained. "Breaks the connection between the Noxeror and its vessels, but it doesn't kill them. Only the proper ritual does that." They drove back to the trailhead at dusk, the sky going purple and orange over the mountains. 4 of them, Rebecca, Denise, Muller, Fisher, each armed with the makeshift weapons and symbols. Rebecca also carried her reloaded Glock, though she'd been told bullets were useless. It made her feel better anyway, the weight of it. The hike to the Adler camp ruins in darkness was surreal. Their flashlights carved tunnels through blackness, and every sound made Rebecca flinch. But the forest was quiet. Too quiet. No animals, no wind. Just their footsteps and breathing. The root cellar waited, darker than the surrounding night. Denise had painted fresh symbols on the doorframe using something from a small jar. "Paint mixed with ash and blood," she'd said. "Don't ask whose blood." "The plan is simple," Denise said, voice low. "Rebecca goes in first, alone. She needs to draw it out, get it feeding. When it comes, she speaks the name 3 times. We'll be waiting with the tools." "Define feeding," Rebecca said. Denise didn't answer, which was answer enough. Rebecca clicked on her flashlight, checked her Glock one more time, and entered the root cellar. The darkness swallowed her immediately. Her flashlight beam seemed weaker than it should be, barely penetrating a few feet. The cold was worse than before, so intense her breath came out in clouds. The fabric piles loomed in the corner, higher now, growing. She stood in the center of the cellar, forcing herself to breathe steadily. "Heinrich Vogel," she said clearly. "I know what you are." Silence, then rustling from the fabric pile, something moving underneath. "You were a miner. You died in 1889. Pneumonia. They buried you. But you didn't stay buried." More rustling. The pile shifted, fabric sliding away. Something rising. "You've been here for 120 years, chewing, feeding, taking victims, using them." The thing that rose from the fabric was human-shaped but wrong. Too tall, limbs too long, spine curved in ways that suggested the bones had gone soft. It wore tatters of 19th century clothing, wool trousers, a rotting shirt. Its face was Heinrich Vogel's face, or had been once. Now the skin was parchment thin, stretched over a skull with too many teeth. And it was chewing. Its jaw worked constantly, grinding, the sound like nails on stone. "Rebecca Thorne," it said in a voice like dirt. "The scientist. You don't believe." "I believe now." It moved closer, and Rebecca saw that it was chewing something. Fabric, flesh, wood, all mixed together. Chewing and chewing, its mouth never stopping. This was how it fed, Denise had explained. Sympathetic magic. What it chewed in its grave space, Its victims felt as death. "You cannot stop me," Heinrich Vogel said. "I am hunger. I am the grave that will not sleep. I am—" Rebecca fired. The bullet passed through its chest, through the hollow space where organs should be. It laughed. "Your science is useless here, scientist. I am older than your understanding, older than your reason." It reached for her, and Rebecca backpedaled, her training screaming at her to run. But running meant failure, meant more victims. She held her ground, flashlight and gun both trained on the thing. "Heinrich Vogel," she said clearly. "I name you. Heinrich Vogel." The thing paused, its jaw stopping mid-chew. Something like fear crossed its ruined face. "Heinrich Vogel," Rebecca said for the third time. The thing screamed, not a human sound, something deeper, older, full of rage and hunger and despair that had festered for 120 years. It lunged at her, and Rebecca dove aside, hitting the stone wall hard enough to crack her shoulder. Denise and the Rangers burst through the entrance, flare guns blazing. Iron and silver erupted in brilliant sparks, coating the thing. It convulsed, the connection to its vessels breaking. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the cellar, Rebecca heard distant screams. Frank, the K9 handler, however many others it had taken over the years, all released at once. Heinrich Vogel collapsed, the shell that had been its body cracking like pottery. Muller was already moving, a short-handled axe in his hands. He brought it down with brutal efficiency, separating the head from the body. Fisher forced open the jaw and placed 3 silver coins inside. 19th century German marks that Denise had somehow acquired. Then they were dragging the pieces outside, moving fast. There was a place where 2 trails crossed, a literal crossroads. They built a pyre there with wood they'd prepared earlier. The body went on top, and Denise poured accelerant from a gas can. "Everyone back," she ordered. The fire caught immediately, unnaturally fast. Flames shot 10 feet high, burning white and blue. The body blackened, curled, and something escaped from it. Vapor or smoke or spirit, visible for just a moment as a screaming face before the flames consumed it. They stood watching until the fire burned down to ash, until nothing remained but charred wood and the smell of burning. Rebecca's shoulder throbbed where she'd hit the wall, and her hands wouldn't stop shaking. But she was alive. "Is it over?" she asked. "It's over," Denise confirmed. "The Noxerer is destroyed. Its vessels will recover if they survive the separation." "And if they didn't?" Denise didn't answer. They hiked back to the vehicles in silence. Dawn was breaking by the time they reached the parking lot, the sky going pink and gold over the Cascades. Normal morning, normal light. The world continuing as if nothing had happened. 3 weeks later, Rebecca Thorne submitted her resignation to the National Park Service. She told the district supervisor that she was pursuing other opportunities, which was technically true. She'd been offered a position at a private research institute in Seattle, studying historical settlement patterns. Good pay, normal hours, no overnight stays in the wilderness. Frank Messer had been found at the bottom of the mining shaft with a broken leg and severe hypothermia. He survived but had no memory of anything after reaching the shaft. The K9 handler had similar injuries, similar amnesia. Rex had to be put down. The separation from the Noxerer had done something to his mind, left him violent and uncontrollable. Ethan Morris's body was never found. The official report listed him as a missing person, presumed dead due to exposure. His parents held a memorial service in Bellingham. Rebecca attended, standing in the back, unable to tell them the truth. The Adler mining camp ruins were declared off-limits. The trails officially closed due to structural hazards. Muller and Fisher still worked as rangers, still maintained the protective symbols, still watched, just in case. Rebecca's cabin sold quickly. She'd priced it low, eager to leave. She moved to Seattle, to an apartment on the 8th floor of a building with 200 other residents. Lots of people, lots of noise, lots of electric lights that never went out. She didn't go hiking anymore, but sometimes at night, in the space between sleeping and waking, she heard it. The sound of chewing. Relentless. Patient. And she wondered if they'd really destroyed Heinrich Vogel, or if they'd only driven him deeper. wondered if somewhere in the dark places of the North Cascades, in root cellars and mine shafts and forgotten graves, other things were waiting. Other things that were hungry. Other things that chewed. She kept Denise's leather book on her nightstand now, just in case she needed to remember. Just in case someone else went missing in the mountains and the rangers called her, and she had to explain about protective symbols and true names and things that should stay buried. But mostly, she tried not to think about it. Tried to lose herself in her research, in the safe abstraction of historical data and documented facts. Tried to be the scientist she'd always been. Sometimes it even worked. On December 3, 2009, Rebecca woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of something moving outside her apartment door. Light footsteps, uneven, like someone walking with a limp, back and forth across the hallway carpet. She lay perfectly still, listening, counting heartbeats. The footsteps stopped. A shadow passed across the gap beneath her door. Tall. Too tall. Then silence. In the morning, the hallway was empty. No footprints, no signs of disturbance. Building security showed nothing on the cameras. Just Rebecca Thorne, former ranger, standing in her doorway at 3:20 a.m. looking at empty space. She called in sick to work that day, and the next day, and the day after that. By the end of the week, she'd purchased a one-way ticket to Portland, somewhere else, somewhere new. Somewhere that didn't have forests or mountains or shadows that moved wrong. But geography doesn't matter to hunger. Geography doesn't matter to things that chew their way up from underground, that feed on doubt and fear, and the terrible knowledge that the world is stranger and darker than science allows. Rebecca knows this now. Knows it in a way that can't be unlearned. She knows that she spoke Heinrich Vogel's name 3 times, and in doing so, connected herself to him. To it. To the hunger that never dies. She knows that the Nachtseher was destroyed, but its echo remains. In her, in the way she sometimes catches herself chewing nothing, jaw working unconsciously. In the way food tastes like ash now. In the way she's losing weight, wasting, even though she eats. She knows what's happening. And she knows, with terrible clarity, that somewhere in the dark something is chewing. Chewing her shroud, chewing her name, chewing her life. It's patient. It has time. It has eternity. And late at night, when the city noise fades and the darkness presses close, Rebecca Thorne finds herself chewing too. Not food, not gum, just air, just emptiness, just hunger. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Christopher Mercer had been a backcountry ranger for the National Park Service for 19 years. And in that time, he had developed a reputation for solving problems that confused everyone else. Missing hikers who turned up miles from their planned routes, equipment failures that seemed inexplicable, incidents that rangers attributed to bad luck or poor planning. Chris saw patterns where others saw chaos. He documented everything in his field notebook with the precision of a scientist, cross-referenced incident reports, mapped anomalies on topographic charts spread across his kitchen table. His colleagues at Olympic National Park headquarters called him the Professor, though never to his face. They meant it affectionately mostly. October 2007 brought the kind of weather that kept casual tourists away from the Hoh rainforest. The sky pressed down like wet concrete, and rain fell in vertical sheets that turned the already sodden earth into something that sucked at boot soles. Chris preferred it this way. Fewer people meant fewer rescues, and the forest revealed itself differently when human voices didn't carry through the moss-draped corridors of old growth. He stood in the ranger station at the Hoh Visitor Center, studying the topographic map pinned to the corkboard wall, trying to understand why Lauren Hayes had vanished. 26 years old, experienced hiker, good equipment. Last seen 4 days ago on the Hoh River Trail heading toward the High Divide. Her emergency contact, a sister in Portland, had called when Lauren missed their scheduled check-in. Chris ran his finger along the trail, calculating distances, considering the terrain. Lauren should have been back 2 days ago. The first search teams had found nothing. Maria Santos walked in carrying 2 thermoses of coffee, her park service jacket beaded with rain. She was 15 years younger than Chris, a relative newcomer who had transferred from Yellowstone the previous spring. Unlike the others, she seemed to appreciate his methodical approach, rather than find it tedious. "Search and Rescue wants to expand the grid," she said, setting 1 thermos on his desk. They're thinking she went off trail somewhere between Elk Lake and Salduke Park. Chris shook his head without looking up from the map. She wouldn't. Her gear list was comprehensive. She had a Garmin eTrex GPS, registered her route plan. Lauren Hayes was not the type to improvise. "People get disoriented," Maria offered, "especially in fog." "Not this one." Chris pulled Lauren's file from his desk drawer, flipped it open. "Graduate student in forestry, published paper on old-growth forest ecology, 3 years of backcountry experience. She came here specifically to document western hemlock phenology along the High Divide Trail." He tapped the file. "This is someone who treats wilderness with respect and caution." Maria leaned against the desk, studying his face. "You're saying what?" "I'm saying the pattern is wrong." Chris reached for a different folder, one he had compiled himself over the past 18 months. "Lauren Hayes is the 5th person to disappear in this specific area. May 2006, Richard Dalton, solo hiker. August 2006, Patricia Chen, trail runner. February 2007, Marcus Webb, experienced mountaineer. June 2007, Angela Reeves, nature photographer. All of them vanished within a 3-mile radius of the Salduke River tributary, between 1,200 and 2,000 feet elevation." Maria straightened. 5 people? Why haven't I heard about this?" "Because officially they're unrelated incidents spread across different seasons. Most were classified as presumed accidents, falls, exposure, animal attacks. Webb's case was closed as probable avalanche even though there was no avalanche activity that week. Only 1 body was ever recovered." Chris opened another file, and Maria flinched. The photographs showed what remained of Patricia Chen, or what they thought was Patricia Chen. The identification had been made through dental records. Found 13 months after she disappeared, 8 miles from where she was last seen. Medical examiner's report noted extensive predation damage, and closed it out. "Jesus," Maria whispered. Chris closed the file gently. "The official explanation is that we have a dangerous area with difficult terrain and unpredictable weather, but the data doesn't support that. This section of trail is actually less treacherous than a dozen other routes in the park. We haven't had a fatal incident here in the 8 years prior to 2006. Then suddenly, 5 people in 18 months. What do you think happened to them?" It was the question Chris had been avoiding, because the logical part of his mind, the part that made him good at his job, kept running into a wall. He had theories, of course, drug operations in the backcountry, though that seemed unlikely in terrain this remote. A predator, though no animal in the Pacific Northwest hunted humans with this kind of consistency. Someone deliberately targeting hikers, though the distances and timing made that nearly impossible. Each explanation had holes. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I'm going to find out. I'm heading up the Hoh River Trail tomorrow at first light, following Lauren's exact route. I want to see what she saw." Maria nodded slowly. "I'm coming with you." "It's not necessary. 5 people, Chris. If you're right about a pattern, you shouldn't go alone." He wanted to argue, but she was correct. Protocol dictated a minimum of 2 rangers for backcountry investigation. Besides, something about the case unsettled him in ways he couldn't articulate, and he found himself grateful for the company. They left the following morning under a ceiling of cloud that reduced visibility to 50 yards. The Hoh River Trail wound through forest so ancient and dense that it seemed to exist outside normal time. Western red cedar and Sitka spruce rose like cathedral pillars, their trunks wider than truck beds, wrapped in blankets of moss that muffled sound. Everything dripped. Water filtered through the canopy in a constant mist, collected in the ferns and fallen logs, ran in rivulets across the trail. Chris had hiked this route hundreds of times, but today it felt different. The usual birdsong was absent. The forest was watching. "How far in was Lauren when she made her last contact?" Maria asked. Her voice seemed too loud. Chris checked his GPS unit, a yellow Garmin identical to the one Lauren had been carrying. According to her sister, Lauren sent a text message at 1:47 p.m. on the third day. She said she was about to leave the main trail to document a grove of old-growth hemlock about a quarter-mile southwest of the 7.5-mile camp. That was her last communication. They hiked in silence after that, Chris counting paces and watching the forest floor for anything unusual. His notebook stayed in his hand, occasionally marking observations. At mile 7.3, he stopped. This is where she would have turned off. The forest here looked no different from any other section. The same massive trees, the same undergrowth of ferns and salal, the same carpet of moss and decay. But when Chris studied the ground more carefully, he found what he was looking for. Faint disturbances in the duff, barely visible impressions that might have been boot prints. They led southwest, directly away from the maintained trail. "You're sure?" Maria asked. Chris knelt, examining the impressions. Size 7 women's hiking boot. Probably Vasque or Morel based on the tread pattern. Lauren wore size 7. He stood, brushing wet moss from his knees. This is her trail. They followed the prints for 20 minutes, Chris photographing and marking their position every 50 yards. The terrain grew rougher, the undergrowth denser. The prints became harder to follow, then disappeared entirely where a recent rain had washed across a clearing. Chris stood in the center of the open space, turning slowly, trying to think like Lauren Hayes. If she had come here to document old-growth hemlock, where would she have gone? Maria touched his arm. "Chris, look at this." She was standing at the edge of the clearing, pointing at something on the trunk of a massive cedar. Chris walked over, his stomach tightening. Carved into the bark, about chest height, were symbols he didn't recognize. Not random graffiti or trail markers, but deliberate symbols that looked old, the edges of the cuts weathered and dark with sap. 5 symbols in a horizontal line, each about 4 inches across. The first resembled a stick figure with elongated limbs. The second looked like concentric circles. The third was an angular spiral. The fourth showed what might have been a skeletal hand. The fifth was the worst, a figure with antlers or branches growing from its head, arms raised, mouth open in what could have been a scream or a roar. "What the hell is that?" Maria whispered. Chris photographed the symbols from multiple angles, then pulled out his notebook and sketched them carefully. "I don't know. Could be old logging marks or... That's not a logging mark." She was right. These symbols had a ceremonial quality, a deliberate, artistic intention. Chris thought about the Quileute people who had lived in this region for thousands of years before the park was established. He had read about their legends, the stories they told about things in the forest. But these symbols didn't match anything he had seen in the cultural history texts. "We need to keep moving," he said, though his hands had started shaking in a way that annoyed him. "Lauren came this direction. We need to find out why." They continued southwest, the forest growing darker despite the early afternoon hour. The clouds had lowered further and fog now moved between the trees like a living thing. Chris noticed that the temperature had dropped, his breath beginning to show in small puffs. That was wrong. October in the Hoh rainforest rarely got cold enough for visible breath, especially during the day. Maria zipped her jacket higher. "Is it just me, or—" "It's colder," Chris confirmed. "At least 15 degrees colder than it should be." His scientific mind immediately began calculating explanations. Cold air drainage, though they hadn't descended significantly. A microclimate created by the local topography, though nothing about this valley seemed unusual. Temperature inversion, though that typically occurred at night. None of the explanations satisfied him. They found Lauren's backpack 30 yards further on. It lay against the base of a Sitka spruce, partially hidden by ferns. The pack was a Gregory Diva, still fully loaded, the waterproof cover intact. Chris approached it carefully, photographing it in place before touching anything. When he opened it, everything was there. Sleeping bag, tent, stove, food, first aid kit, even Lauren's wallet and cell phone. The phone was dead, the battery drained, but that meant nothing. Cell coverage was non-existent this far into the backcountry. She wouldn't abandon her pack, Maria said. Not with all her gear. Chris agreed. A hiker might drop a pack temporarily to explore or to move faster in an emergency. But Lauren's pack showed no signs of haste. It had been set down carefully, almost placed. He searched the surrounding area looking for any sign of struggle or disturbance. The forest floor was pristine. "Chris." Maria's voice had changed, gone tight. "Over here." She was 20 feet away, staring at a space between two ancient hemlocks. Chris walked over and the air seemed to thicken around him. On the ground, arranged in a perfect circle about 10 feet in diameter, were bones, animal bones. He could see the remains of deer, possibly elk, smaller creatures he couldn't immediately identify. The bones were old, cleaned by weather and scavengers, but they had been deliberately arranged. The circle was too precise to be natural. In the center of the circle stood a small cairn of stones, and on top of the cairn sat a human skull. Chris felt his analytical mind fracturing, trying to process what he was seeing. The skull was old, the bone yellowed and cracked but unmistakably human. His training told him to radio this in immediately, secure the scene, wait for proper authorities. But his hands moved of their own accord, pulling out his camera, documenting everything. "We need to leave," Maria said. "Right now. We need to document." "Chris." She grabbed his arm, her grip painful. "We need to leave right now." He looked at her face and saw something he had never seen there before. Raw terror. Her eyes were locked on something behind him. Chris turned slowly. At first he couldn't process what he was seeing. The fog had thickened, and shapes moved within it that didn't make sense. Too tall, too thin, moving wrong. Then the shapes resolved into something his brain could categorize, and he wished they hadn't. There were figures in the fog, 3 of them, human-shaped but fundamentally wrong. They were impossibly tall, 7 or 8 feet, and so emaciated that their bones seemed to stretch their skin to translucence. Their limbs were too long, the joints bending at odd angles. But it was their faces that stopped Chris's breath. They had faces, human faces, but stretched and distorted, with mouths that opened too wide and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. The figures didn't move. They simply stood there in the fog watching. Chris's hand found Maria's arm and they backed away slowly, never taking their eyes off the shapes. His mind was screaming that this wasn't possible, that he was experiencing some kind of hallucination, oxygen deprivation, anything but what his eyes were showing him. One of the figures tilted its head, and Chris heard a sound that would replay in his nightmares for months afterward. It was a voice, but no human throat should have been able to produce it. A wet clicking sound that formed something like words. Hungry. So hungry. Always hungry. They ran. Chris had never run from anything in his life, had always prided himself on his calm rationality in crisis situations. But something primal had taken over, some ancestral part of his brain that recognized predator and screamed at him to flee. He crashed through the undergrowth, Maria beside him, branches whipping their faces. His GPS unit fell from his belt, and he didn't stop to retrieve it. Behind them he could hear movement, slow, deliberate, unhurried. The things weren't chasing them. They didn't need to. They reached the main trail and kept running, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Chris's lungs burned and his legs felt like water, but he pushed harder. He didn't know how long they ran. Time had become meaningless, but eventually Maria grabbed him and forced him to stop. They collapsed against a fallen log, gasping. "What?" Maria couldn't finish the sentence. Chris's hands shook violently as he pulled out his radio. Static. He adjusted the frequency, tried again. More static. The radio should have worked. They weren't that deep in the backcountry. He tried his cell phone. No signal, which was expected, but the phone's battery was at 11%. It had been fully charged that morning. "We need to get out of here," he managed. "We need to report this." But report what? He had just seen something that shouldn't exist, and the rational part of his mind was already trying to explain it away. Hallucination, hypothermia, Some kind of atmospheric distortion. Except Maria had seen it too, and his camera had been running. The evidence was there. They hiked out in near silence, moving as fast as the terrain allowed. The forest seemed to close in around them, every shadow now potentially hiding something impossible. It took them 5 hours to reach the trailhead, hours that felt like days. The sun was setting when they reached Chris's truck, and he had never been so grateful to see asphalt and civilization. The drive back to headquarters was a blur. Chris's mind kept replaying what he had seen, trying to categorize it, explain it, make it fit into his understanding of the world. Humans who weren't human, figures that moved wrong. That voice, hungry and alien and wrong. Maria broke the silence when they were 10 minutes from town. What were they? Chris gripped the steering wheel harder. I don't know. But you have an idea. He did, though it made no sense. After they had found Patricia Chen's body 13 months ago, Chris had researched local legends, trying to understand if folklore might provide context for the unusual circumstances of the disappearances. The Quileute people had stories about many things: shapeshifters, trickster spirits, beings that lived in the boundary between worlds. But one story had stuck with him, told by an elder he had interviewed at the tribal center. The old man had called them Quadi, which Chris had later learned was related to the Algonquian word Wendigo. Spirits of winter and famine and endless hunger, things that had once been human but had broken the most fundamental taboo. They had consumed human flesh, and in doing so had transformed into something else. Something always hungry, never satisfied, growing larger with each victim they consumed. The elder had said the spirits were drawn to isolation, to places where people were alone and vulnerable. He had said they were patient hunters who stalked their prey for days before taking them. He had also said they were active again. Chris had documented the interview in his notebook, filed it away as interesting cultural context. He hadn't believed it, of course. He was a man of science, of data and evidence. But now, driving through the darkness with his hands still shaking, he found himself reconsidering everything. At headquarters, they filed an incident report, though Chris carefully edited what they had seen. Unknown large animals observed in the area, he wrote. Possible grizzly or black bear activity. It was a lie, but the truth would sound insane. Maria didn't argue with his wording. They were both thinking the same thing. Who would believe them? Chris went home to his small apartment in Forks, downloaded the photographs and video from his camera, and spent the night staring at his laptop screen. The images of the carved symbols, the bone circle, the skull, and then, in several frames of video he had accidentally recorded while running, shapes in the fog. They were blurry, indistinct, but they were there. Tall, wrong. He opened his field notebook to a blank page and began writing, documenting everything exactly as it had happened. His scientific training demanded precision even when describing the impossible. At 3 a.m. he finally allowed himself to write the word he had been avoiding. Wendigo. The term came from Algonquian-speaking peoples, Cree, Ojibwe, Innu. The word itself meant evil spirit or cannibal spirit. The legends varied slightly between tribes, but the core elements remained consistent. A being of insatiable hunger, associated with winter and famine. A creature that had once been human, but had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Some versions said the transformation occurred when a person resorted to cannibalism. Others said the Wendigo spirit could possess the weak-willed, driving them to consume human flesh. All versions agreed on the result. Something that looked human but wasn't. Something that could never stop hunting, never stop feeding. Chris had always dismissed such stories as mythology, cautionary tales designed to prevent cannibalism during harsh winters. But what if the legends were based on something real? What if there were things in the deep wilderness that predated human understanding, that existed in the spaces where maps ended? He pulled up reports on the 5 disappearances, reading them with new eyes. Richard Dalton, the first victim, had been an avid outdoorsman. His last blog post mentioned feeling watched during his hike. Patricia Chen's recovery report noted that her body had been found partially consumed, though they had attributed it to animal scavenging. Marcus Webb, the mountaineer, had left a note at his last camp mentioning, "Someone following me. But when I stop, they stop too. Angela Reeves, the photographer, had uploaded several images to her cloud storage before vanishing. Chris pulled up the images now. Forest scenes, nothing unusual, until the last photo. It showed a stand of trees, and in the deep background, barely visible, was a tall figure. Chris enhanced the image as much as his software allowed. The figure was skeletal thin, too tall, its face a blur but its posture unmistakable. It was watching Angela take the photograph. He closed his laptop, his hands trembling again. Lauren Hayes had walked into that forest 4 days ago, and she was still out there, either dead or worse, and whatever had taken her was still hunting. The next morning, Chris requested a meeting with the park superintendent. He brought his documentation, his analysis, everything except the word Wendigo. He presented it as a serial predator scenario, possibly a disturbed individual living in the backcountry, using the forest to hunt vulnerable hikers. The superintendent listened, reviewed the materials, and agreed to authorize an expanded search operation with law enforcement involvement. But Chris knew no amount of search teams would stop what was out there. This required something else. He spent the afternoon in the park library digging through historical records. The Olympic Peninsula had been inhabited for thousands of years before European contact. The Quileute, Ho, and Quinault peoples had lived in these forests, and they had knowledge that went deeper than anything in Chris's textbooks. He found references to ceremonies, to taboos, to ways of protecting oneself from malevolent spirits. Fire was important, salt, certain plants, tobacco, sage, cedar, and most importantly, one should never travel alone. That evening, Chris drove to the Quileute Tribal Center in La Push. He found the elder he had interviewed months before, a man in his 80s named Joseph Blackcloud. The old man's face was deeply lined, his eyes sharp and knowing. "You saw them," Joseph said before Chris could speak. It wasn't a question. Chris sat down heavily. "Yesterday, in the forest near Solduc River tributary. I need to understand what they are." Joseph was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at the gray ocean. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. "My grandfather told me about the Kuwaiti when I was young. He said they were once men, but they had done something so terrible that they became something else. They ate the flesh of other people during a winter when food was scarce, and the act changed them, made them into creatures of endless hunger. They can never be satisfied, you understand? Every person they consume makes them stronger, taller, colder, but it never fills the emptiness inside them. How do you stop them? You don't." Joseph looked at Chris with eyes that held depths of sorrow. "You can only avoid them. Stay away from the places they hunt. Never go into the deep forest alone, and never ever let yourself become isolated. But people are disappearing. A woman is missing right now. I have to. You can't save her." Joseph's voice was flat. "If the Kuwaiti have taken her, she is already gone, either consumed or becoming one of them. That is how they increase their numbers. They feed until their victims are nothing, or they possess the living and drive them to madness and cannibalism. Either way, the person you knew is lost." Chris felt rage building in his chest. There has to be something, some way to fight them. Joseph studied him for a long moment. "There is one thing. Fire. They are spirits of winter, of cold and hunger. Fire can harm them, drive them away. But you would need to bring the fire to them, and that means going into their territory. Are you willing to do that?" Chris didn't hesitate. "Yes." The old man sighed, then stood and walked to a shelf in the corner. He returned with a small leather pouch. "This is tobacco, blessed in the old way, and cedar for protection. If you're going back into that forest, carry these with you. Burn them if you see the Kuwaiti. It may give you time to escape." Chris took the pouch, feeling its weight. "Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm sending you to a place of death." Joseph gripped Chris's shoulder. "Your mind wants explanations, wants to understand. But some things cannot be understood. They simply are. The Kuwaiti are hunger given form. They existed before humans came to this land, and they will exist after we're gone. All you can do is survive them. Chris left the tribal center as dusk fell, the pouch heavy in his pocket. He drove back to Forks, his mind churning. Everything in his training told him this was absurd, that he was giving credence to superstition instead of focusing on rational explanations. But he had seen those figures in the fog. He had heard that voice. And some deep part of him, older than his education and training, recognized the truth. At his apartment, he began preparing. Flares from his emergency kit, a lighter, batteries for his flashlight. He packed the blessed tobacco and cedar into a waterproof container. Then he sat at his kitchen table and wrote 2 letters. One to Maria, explaining where he was going and why. One to his sister in Seattle, in case he didn't come back. At 4 a.m., he left his apartment and drove to the trailhead. The forest was dark and still, the kind of darkness that felt deliberate. Chris shouldered his pack and started hiking, his headlamp cutting a narrow tunnel through the black. He knew this was reckless, knew he was violating every protocol and safety regulation. But 5 people were gone, and he couldn't shake the image of Lauren Hayes out there, alone, being hunted. The hike to Salduck River tributary took him 3 hours in the darkness. He moved carefully, watching for the landmarks he had memorized. When he reached the spot where they had found Lauren's pack, he stopped and listened. The forest was utterly silent. No birds, no small animals, nothing but the sound of water dripping from leaves and his own breathing. Chris pulled out the leather pouch and scattered some of the tobacco and cedar on the ground, then lit it with his lighter. The smoke rose in a thin column, and he whispered the words Joseph had taught him, words in a language he didn't understand. Protection, clarity, courage. Then he continued deeper into the forest. The temperature dropped with each step, his breath fogging in the air. Chris could feel the wrongness pressing in around him, the sense that he was being watched from every direction. The fog thickened, reducing visibility to a few yards. His headlamp seemed to dim, the batteries draining faster than they should. He found the bone circle again, the skull still perched on its cairn. But now there were fresh additions to the circle. Bones that looked newer, flesh still clinging to them. And in the center, next to the cairn, was Lauren Hayes's boot. Chris's stomach lurched. He photographed the scene with shaking hands, his professional training fighting against the rising panic. Then he heard movement in the fog behind him. He spun, pulling out his flashlight and flare gun. The beam of light caught something pale moving between the trees. Then another shape, and another. 3 of them, the same figures from before, circling him slowly. They were making sounds now, wet clicking noises that might have been communication or might have been hunger. "I know what you are," Chris said, his voice steadier than he felt. His hand found the lighter in his pocket. Coati, Wendigo, spirits of hunger. The figures stopped moving. The one directly in front of him tilted its head, and Chris saw its face clearly for the first time. It had been human once. He could see the remnants of features, a nose, cheekbones, eyes. But the humanity was stretched thin over something else, something that had grown too large for the skin it wore. The mouth opened, revealing too many teeth, too sharp. "Hungry," it said in that terrible wet voice. "Always hungry. Join us. Feed with us. End the hunger." Chris raised the flare gun and fired. The flare burst between him and the creature, burning brilliant red and white. The Wendigo screamed, a sound like wind through dead trees, and staggered back. The others retreated into the fog, hissing and clicking. Chris ran, not back toward the trail, but deeper into the forest, following some instinct he didn't understand. The creatures pursued him, moving through the trees with impossible speed despite their size. He could hear them behind him, around him, their voices calling out. Feed. Join. Hunger. Never end. Never satisfied. His chest burned and his legs felt like they would collapse, but Chris pushed harder. He burst into a clearing and stopped so suddenly he nearly fell. In the center of the clearing was a structure, an old cabin barely standing, half consumed by forest growth. Its door hung open. Chris had no choice. He ran inside and slammed the door, bracing it with a fallen beam, The cabin was small and dark, smelling of decay and something worse. His flashlight beam revealed old furniture, rotted and collapsed. And in the corner, curled into a ball, was a figure. "Lauren?" Chris's voice cracked. The figure moved, turning toward him, and Chris's hope died. It was Lauren Hayes, or had been. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken and wrong. Her skin had taken on a grayish pallor, and when she opened her mouth, he saw that her teeth had changed, grown sharper. "So hungry," she whispered. "They showed me how to end the hunger. But it never ends. It never ends." Outside, the Wendigo were gathering. Chris could hear them circling the cabin, their voices rising and falling in that terrible clicking speech. The walls shook as something massive struck them. Wood splintered. Chris pulled out the leather pouch, scattered the remaining tobacco and cedar on the floor, and set it ablaze. The smoke filled the small space, and Lauren screamed, pressing herself into the corner. The sounds outside intensified, becoming frantic. "I'm sorry," Chris said, looking at what Lauren had become. "I'm so sorry." She looked at him with eyes that held a spark of the person she had been. "Kill me," she whispered. "Please. Before I'm completely gone. Before the hunger takes everything." The door exploded inward, and the Wendigo poured into the cabin. Chris fired his remaining flares, the burning light filling the space. The creatures recoiled, screaming, but there were too many of them. Chris felt hands, impossibly cold hands, grab him, pull him toward a mouth full of teeth. He had one flare left. He lit it and held it like a torch, swinging it at the nearest Wendigo. The creature's skin caught fire, burning with an intense blue flame. It shrieked and fled, crashing through the cabin wall. The others hesitated, their hunger warring with their fear of fire. In that moment of hesitation, Chris grabbed Lauren's hand and ran. They burst out of the cabin into the clearing, surrounded by fog and creatures. Chris swung the flare in wide arcs, keeping the Wendigo at bay. But the flare was burning down, would be gone in seconds. "Go!" Lauren screamed. She yanked her hand from his grip and ran directly at the nearest Wendigo, throwing herself at it. The creature caught her, its mouth opening wide. "Go!" Chris ran. He ran through the forest in the darkness, branches tearing his face and clothes, his lungs screaming for air. Behind him, he heard Lauren's final scream cut off abruptly, and the wet sounds of feeding. He ran until he couldn't run anymore, until he collapsed on the trail and lay there gasping. When the sun finally rose, Chris was still lying on the trail, shaking uncontrollably. His radio suddenly crackled to life. Somehow the interference was gone. Maria's voice came through, frantic, saying his name over and over. He managed to key the radio and whisper that he was on the trail, that he needed help. The rescue team found him 2 hours later, suffering from hypothermia and shock. They took him to the hospital in Forks, where he spent 3 days under observation. He told them he had gotten lost, become disoriented in the fog, spent the night in the forest. They accepted the explanation because it was easier than asking uncomfortable questions about why an experienced ranger would venture into the backcountry alone in the middle of the night. Lauren Hayes was officially listed as missing, presumed dead. Her body was never recovered. Chris returned to work after a week, but something had changed. He couldn't look at the forest the same way anymore. Every shadow seemed to hide something terrible. Every gust of wind carried voices that clicked and whispered about hunger. He requested a transfer, and 3 months later he was working at Mount Rainier National Park, as far from the Olympic Peninsula as he could get while staying in Washington. But the dreams never stopped. Dreams of Lauren's face as she made her final sacrifice. Dreams of tall figures moving through fog. Dreams of a hunger that could never be satisfied, growing stronger with each victim it consumed. And sometimes, on the coldest winter nights, Chris would wake in his apartment and feel certain that something was watching him from the darkness outside his window. Something tall and thin and patient. Something that remembered him. Something that was still hungry. He kept the leather pouch Joseph had given him on his nightstand. The blessed tobacco and cedar long since burned, but the pouch itself, a talisman. Next to it was his field notebook, filled with documentation of things that shouldn't exist. He had written it all down with scientific precision. The symbols, the bone circles, the creatures. Evidence of something that defied evidence. One entry in particular haunted him. He had written it the night before returning to work, trying to make sense of what had happened. The Algonquian peoples called them Wendigo. Other tribes had other names: Coati, Witico, Wendigo. The details varied, but the core remained the same. Spirits of endless hunger, former humans transformed by the act of cannibalism. The legends said they grew taller as they fed, that they brought cold with them, that they could possess the weak-willed and drive them to madness. I always thought these were just stories, warnings against survival cannibalism during harsh winters. I was wrong. The Wendigo are real. They hunt in the deep places, the spaces between our mapped world and the wild places that remember older rules. They are patient and intelligent, and utterly without mercy. They cannot be reasoned with or understood, only survived. And once you have seen them, truly seen them, you are changed. Part of you remains in their territory forever, marked by their hunger. Lauren Hayes died to save my life. She was transforming into one of them. I saw it happening, saw the humanity draining away as the hunger took over. But she held on to herself just long enough to make a choice. That kind of courage in the face of such horror. I will carry it with me always. There are other Wendigo out there, other hunting grounds. The 5 deaths in Olympic were not isolated incidents, but part of a larger pattern. These things have always been in the wilderness, taking people who wander too far alone, who venture into the deep places without protection or knowledge. We dismiss the disappearances as accidents, as bad luck, as the dangers of wilderness recreation. We never see the pattern because we don't want to, but I see it now, and I know I can't stop what's coming. The Wendigo will continue to hunt. More people will disappear, and all I can do is document it, warn those who will listen, and try to survive with the knowledge of what lurks in the places where the map ends. 3 years after the events in Olympic, Chris received a package at his apartment. No return address, just his name in neat handwriting. Inside was a photograph of the Hoh rainforest, taken recently based on the digital timestamp. The image showed the trail he had hiked, the place where he had found Lauren's pack. Standing in the background, barely visible between the trees, were 3 tall figures, and in the foreground, scratched into the bark of a tree, were the same symbols he had found that October day. But there was a new symbol added to the end of the sequence, a simplified human figure with a circle around its head, a target, a mark. Chris burned the photograph in his sink that night, watching the flames consume the image. But he couldn't burn the message it carried. The Wendigo remembered him. They knew where he was, and sooner or later, when the winter came cold and hungry enough, they would come for him. He thinks about Lauren Hayes often, about the spark of humanity in her eyes in those final moments, about the choice she made. He wonders if he would have that same courage when his time came, or if the hunger would take him first, transform him into something that wore his face, but wasn't him anymore. The forest rangers at Mount Rainier think Chris is paranoid. They notice how he never hikes alone anymore, how he won't venture into the backcountry after dark, how he carries unusual items in his pack: tobacco, salt, dried sage. They whisper about him the way his colleagues in Olympic used to, calling him odd, obsessive. They don't understand that some knowledge changes you, that once you've seen the things between the trees, you can never go back to comfortable ignorance. On the coldest nights, when the wind howls down from the mountain and the temperature drops below 0, Chris sits at his kitchen table and writes in his notebook. He documents every report of missing hikers, every unexplained disappearance in the wilderness areas of the Pacific Northwest. The pattern is there if you know how to look for it. Isolated hikers, remote locations, cold weather, and always, in the weeks before the disappearance, reports of people feeling watched, of seeing tall figures in the distance, of hearing voices that click and whisper about hunger. The Wendigo are hunting. They have always been hunting. And Chris knows that all his documentation, all his warnings won't stop them. The forest keeps its secrets, and humanity keeps wandering into the deep places, alone and unprepared. He keeps the radio on his nightstand tuned to the National Park Service emergency frequency, waiting for the next call, the next missing hiker, the next person who ventured too far into the wilderness and met something that should only exist in legend. And in his dreams, he still hears Lauren's final words, "Go." Still feels her hand slipping from his, still sees the hunger in the eyes of the creatures that took her. The dreams are so vivid that sometimes he wakes unsure if he's really in his apartment or still in that clearing, surrounded by tall shapes in the fog, waiting for his turn to feed or be fed upon. Christopher Mercer had spent 19 years as a backcountry ranger, solving problems through logic and reason and careful analysis. He had believed in a world that could be understood, mapped, documented. That world no longer existed for him. Now he lived in a reality where the spaces between the trees held ancient hunger, where legends walked on two tall legs, where the wilderness was not empty but watching, waiting, hungry, always so hungry. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Nathan Cross had been documenting fungal growth patterns along the Hoh River Trail for 3 weeks when the call came through his Motorola radio. The static-laced voice of dispatch cut through the cathedral silence of the rainforest at 14:37 on October 28, 2009, requesting his immediate assistance with a missing person case. Emily Russo, 26, solo hiker, last known position approximately 4 miles northeast of his current coordinates. Nathan marked his GPS waypoint, latitude 47, 8156, longitude 123.8642, elevation 578 feet, and closed his field notebook with the methodical precision that had defined his 7 years with the National Park Service. The Hoh rainforest absorbed sound like a living thing. Sitka spruce and western hemlock rose 200 feet overhead, their trunks wrapped in club moss that dripped perpetually in the mist. Nathan had always appreciated the empirical beauty of this ecosystem. 140 to 170 inches of annual rainfall, a biomass density unmatched in North America, over 1,000 species of fungi creating a decomposition cycle that could reduce a fallen tree to soil in a human lifetime. The numbers comforted him. Data was reliable. Data didn't lie. He reached the trailhead parking area 43 minutes later and found Ranger Jessica Park reviewing a topographic map spread across the hood of her patrol vehicle. She looked up as Nathan approached, her expression carrying the controlled tension of someone managing a crisis by the book. Emily Russo, Sacramento resident, registered for a 3-day backcountry permit on October 26th, Jessica said, pointing to a highlighted route on the map. Planned circuit, Hoh River Trail to Elk Lake, then looping back via the old homestead area. She was due back yesterday afternoon. Her car's still here. No sign of her. Nathan studied the map. The homestead area. He'd hiked past it twice in his tenure here, both times noting the unusual atmosphere rangers developed around that sector. Nobody forbade access to the abandoned settlement, but nobody recommended it either. The unspoken understanding that some places deserved their isolation. Last contact? Nathan asked. Jessica produced a small digital recorder. Radio transmission yesterday morning at 08:14. Brief, mostly static. She pressed play. The recording crackled with interference. Emily Russo's voice compressed and distant. Following the creek bed as marked. Think I found something. Old structures near coordinates. A pause, longer than natural. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted fractionally toward uncertainty. There's someone in the old cemetery. I can see. Static consumed the rest. Nathan replayed it 3 times, noting the timestamp, the background noise signature, the specific word choices. She said, "There's someone," present tense. Not, "There was someone," or "I saw someone." Active observation. Search and rescue is assembling, Jessica said. They want us to begin preliminary reconnaissance. You know the homestead area better than most. This was technically accurate. Nathan had surveyed the sector twice. documenting the architectural remnants of the 1880s German immigrant community that had attempted to establish a logging operation in the area. The venture had lasted less than 2 years before the settlers abandoned it. Park records attributed the failure to economic factors and the difficulty of the terrain. But Nathan's research had uncovered something more specific. A series of deaths in late 1881, cause listed simply as fever, 7 people in 3 weeks. The survivors had left abruptly, taking almost nothing. They reached the homestead site at 1652, the forest canopy so dense that premature dusk had already begun its descent. The settlement consisted of 4 collapsed structures and a small fenced cemetery, all slowly being consumed by moss and sword ferns. Nathan had photographed these buildings extensively during his previous visits, establishing a visual timeline of their decomposition. Science could measure everything, even decay. The cemetery occupied a small clearing where someone had once attempted to impose order on the chaos of the rainforest. 12 wooden markers, most illegible, enclosed by a fence of weathered posts connected with rust-eaten wire. Nathan approached with his digital camera ready, documenting as he advanced. Jessica split off to examine the nearest collapsed cabin. He noticed the disturbance immediately. The earth around one grave had been disturbed, fresh soil mixed with older sediment. Not recent enough to be from today, but within the past week. Someone had been digging. Nathan photographed the site from multiple angles, noting the specific location. 3rd row, eastern side, marker rotted beyond legibility. He knelt to examine the soil composition more closely. The smell reached him then. Not the clean decay of the forest, not the mushroom earth scent of decomposition following natural cycles. This was different, sweeter, wronger, like meat left in a closed space, but with an underlying sharpness that made his sinuses ache. Nathan. Jessica's voice carried a careful neutrality that made him look up immediately. She stood near the largest collapsed cabin, holding something in her gloved hand. Found Emily's GPS unit. He crossed to her position, already pulling evidence bags from his pack. The Garmin E-Trex was intact, screen still functional when Jessica pressed the power button. Nathan documented its location with his camera before they examined the stored waypoints. Emily had marked 17 locations over her 3 days in the backcountry. The last one, time-stamped 0809 the previous morning, was labeled simply, mistake. The coordinates placed it 200 yards northwest of their current position, deeper into the homestead ruins. Nathan felt something shift in his chest, a sensation he immediately categorized as heightened sympathetic nervous system response. Elevated heart rate, increased alertness, the body preparing for threat assessment, perfectly normal physiological reaction. They found Emily's campsite at 1723. The tent remained properly staked, no signs of distress or hurried departure. Her backpack lay inside, contents organized with evident care, food properly stored in a bear canister, water purification tablets, first aid kit. Her sleeping bag had been used but not packed away. A paperback novel rested on top, bookmarked 3/4 through. Her journal lay beside it. Nathan photographed everything before touching anything. Jessica called in their findings while he examined the journal, carefully turning pages with gloved hands. Emily's entries were brief, observational. She noted wildlife sightings, trail conditions, weather patterns. Nothing unusual until the final entry, dated October 27th. Found the old settlement, so much sadder than I expected. 12 graves, most are children. There's something carved on several of the markers, same symbol repeated. Looks like a curved line with smaller lines branching off, almost like ribs, or maybe teeth. Going to photograph it tomorrow in better light. The ranger at the station said nobody knows much about who these people were. Seems wrong that they're just forgotten out here. Below this, in different ink suggesting a later edition, heard something walking around the tent last night. Heavy footsteps but wrong rhythm, like someone with a bad limp, probably an elk. That was the final entry. Nathan checked the timestamp on his camera against his GPS unit. They had approximately 43 minutes of usable light remaining. "We're establishing this as base camp," Jessica said, ending her radio call. "Sayar arrives at first light. We need to canvass the immediate area before dark." They split the search grid into quadrants. Nathan took the northwestern section, moving deeper into the homestead ruins. He found the symbol Emily had described on the fourth grave marker he examined, a curved line with 7 smaller lines descending from it, carved deep into weathered wood. He photographed it, made a pencil rubbing, and noted its location. The same symbol appeared on 5 more markers in the immediate vicinity. He was photographing the 7th instance when he noticed the structure, partially collapsed into itself, hidden behind a massive fallen spruce, stood what appeared to have been a root cellar. Stone foundation, wooden door hanging askew on leather hinges that had somehow survived 128 years of rainforest moisture. The door stood open approximately 18 inches, just wide enough. Nathan documented the structure's location, architecture, and state of preservation. He should wait for Jessica. Protocol suggested waiting for his partner, but the light was failing rapidly, and the methodical part of his mind that governed his decisions insisted that a preliminary examination would be more efficient. He approached the cellar entrance and aimed his flashlight through the gap. The beam illuminated stone steps descending into darkness. The walls were hand-cut stone, fitted without mortar in a technique uncommon in American frontier construction, but typical of European methods. German settlers would have possessed this knowledge. The temperature differential between the cellar and the outside air created a steady exhalation of cool dampness through the opening, carrying that wrong smell again, stronger now. Nathan descended 3 steps before his light found the shrine. Someone had arranged objects on a natural stone shelf approximately 6 feet down. Candles burned to irregular stubs, photographs too water damaged to identify, scraps of fabric, and at the center a book, leather-bound, swollen with moisture. Nathan's hand moved automatically to document with his camera, but something made him pause. The objects had been placed recently. Some of the candle wax remained soft. He was reaching for the book when Jessica's voice called his name from somewhere above, tight with urgency. Nathan climbed back up, emerging into the twilight to find her running toward him through the trees. "We found her," Jessica said. "Or part of her trail. Fresh tracks heading east, but Nathan..." She stopped, catching her breath. "The tracks are wrong. The gait pattern doesn't match normal human locomotion. The stride is too long, and there's this dragging mark between the footprints like..." "Show me," Nathan interrupted. They documented the tracks thoroughly, Nathan photographing while Jessica measured. The prints were indeed wrong. Too deep at the toe, too shallow at the heel. The spacing suggested a stride of nearly 4 feet, impossible to maintain naturally through this terrain. And between each pair of prints, something had scraped through the moss, leaving a furrow approximately 2 inches wide. They followed the trail for 70 yards before full darkness forced them to halt. The tracks led steadily east, toward a section of the forest where the tree density increased and the canopy became absolute. Nathan marked the final GPS waypoint, and they returned to establish night camp near Emily's tent. Jessica assembled their emergency shelter while Nathan organized their supplies with meticulous care. Order imposed control. Control mitigated chaos. He arranged their equipment in precise categories: communications, illumination, food, medical, documentation. The familiar routine provided structure. At 2014, Jessica's radio crackled with an update from dispatch. Emily Russo's emergency contact, her sister Michelle in Portland, had provided additional information. Emily had been acting strangely in the weeks before her trip, talking about researching their family genealogy. She'd discovered that their great-great-grandmother had emigrated from Germany in 1879, settling briefly in Washington Territory before moving to California. Emily had become increasingly obsessed with finding the original settlement location. Nathan felt something cold materialize in his chest. What was the great-great-grandmother's name? Jessica relayed the question. The response came back 30 seconds later. Anna Russo, maiden name Kessler, emigrated from Baden-Württemberg. Nathan opened his field notebook to a page of documentation from his first survey of the homestead cemetery. He'd attempted to transcribe the legible names from the grave markers. Third row, eastern side where the recent disturbance had occurred. The marker had been mostly illegible, but he'd managed to capture one partial name through careful angling in specific light. Essler, 1881. Jessica, he said carefully. Emily wasn't looking for historical sites. She was looking for family. They sat in silence as the implications assembled themselves. The forest around them had achieved that particular density of darkness possible only in old-growth ecosystems, where artificial light penetrated only inches before being absorbed by the sheer mass of vegetation. Nathan's flashlight created a sphere of visibility approximately 6 feet in diameter. Beyond that, nothing. At 22:47, they heard the sound. Footsteps, heavy, irregular rhythm, moving through the forest from the east, from the direction the tracks had led. Nathan and Jessica froze, hands moving simultaneously to their flashlights. The beam caught nothing but trees and moss, but the sound continued. Step drag, step drag, step drag. Something was walking toward them through the absolute darkness, and it was walking wrong. Nathan's training insisted on rational assessment. Large mammal, possibly injured. Elk, deer, even bear, all could produce heavy footfalls in certain circumstances, but the rhythm was too regular, too deliberate. This was bipedal locomotion, or something approximating it. The sound stopped approximately 30 feet from their position. In the silence that followed, Nathan became aware of his own breathing, too loud in the humid air. Jessica had her radio ready but didn't key it. What would she report? That they'd heard something walking? The protocols didn't cover this particular category of experience. Then, from the darkness, Nathan Cross, his name, spoken in a voice that sounded like Emily Russo but wrong, the consonants slightly off, the pitch modulated strangely, like someone speaking through damaged vocal cords, like someone whose mouth wasn't quite the right shape anymore. "Emily?" Jessica called out, her voice controlled despite the obvious tension. "Emily Russo? This is Park Ranger Jessica Park. Are you injured? Do you need assistance?" No response. The silence extended 5 seconds, 10, 15. Then the footsteps resumed, but now they were moving away, heading back toward the eastern forest. Step drag, step drag, step drag. They didn't sleep that night. Nathan documented everything in his field notebook, recording timestamps, sound characteristics, weather conditions, temperature readings, facts, data. Reality could be measured and recorded. At 03:22, he pulled out his personal laptop and activated his portable satellite internet connection. The signal was weak but functional. He needed to research something that had been troubling him since finding that symbol on the grave markers. He started with German cemetery customs in the 19th century, then narrowed to Baden-Württemberg region folklore. The search led him through academic databases and historical society archives. At 04:17, he found it. The symbol on the grave markers wasn't decorative. It was apotropaic, specifically a charm against a creature from Germanic folklore called a Nachtseher. The name translated roughly as after devourer or after consumer. According to documented beliefs from the Baden-Württemberg region, a Nachtseher was created when someone died during an epidemic and was buried improperly or with their burial shroud wrapped incorrectly. The corpse would consume its own shroud and flesh in the grave, then begin to psychically drain the life force from its living relatives, drawing them toward death. As relatives died and were buried, they too would become Nachtseher if proper precautions weren't taken. The preventative measures were specific: stake through the heart, decapitation, placement of a coin in the mouth, removal of the heart, or burning. The symbol carved on the markers represented a totenbaum, a death tree meant to prevent the deceased from rising. Nathan stared at his laptop screen as dawn began its slow infiltration of the rainforest. The rational part of his mind immediately cataloged this as folklore, superstition, cultural artifact. But another part, the part that maintained rigorous documentation precisely because reality needed to be verified, noted several correlations. Anna Kessler died 1881 during what records described as a fever outbreak. buried in what was evidently great haste, given the abrupt abandonment of the settlement shortly after. 7 deaths in 3 weeks, all possibly related, and now, 128 years later, her great-great-granddaughter had come looking for her grave. Nathan. Jessica's voice pulled him from his research. She was standing at the edge of their camp perimeter, looking at something on the ground. You need to see this. He crossed to her position and found fresh tracks in the moss, human-shaped but elongated, as if the foot had been stretched. The tracks formed a complete circle around their campsite, perhaps 20 feet in diameter. Whatever had called his name had been walking around them, all night. While they sat in their sphere of light, something had been circling in the darkness, close enough to reach them in 2 steps. SAR team arrived at 7:30, 8 personnel with tracking dogs, medical equipment, and communications gear. Nathan briefed them on Emily's last known trajectory and the eastern track trail they'd documented. The dogs picked up a scent immediately, but their behavior troubled the handlers. The animals moved forward reluctantly, whining constantly, pulling toward the trail but simultaneously trying to retreat. Nathan joined the primary search group while Jessica remained at base camp to coordinate. They moved east through increasingly dense forest, following the drag-marked tracks. At 09:14 they found Emily's hiking boots, both of them placed carefully side by side on top of a moss-covered log. Laces still tied. They appeared to have been removed deliberately, not torn off. The tracks beyond this point were barefoot, toes splayed wide, digging deep into the soft earth. The drag mark between them had become more pronounced. At 10:47 they found the second shrine. This one had been constructed more recently, possibly within the past 24 hours. Arranged on a flat stone, Emily's digital camera, her car keys, her driver's license, and her cell phone. The phone was set to display a single photograph, a close-up of one of the grave markers, showing the Totenbaum symbol in detail. The image had been marked up with arrows and annotations in what appeared to be Emily's handwriting, though Nathan couldn't read them without handling evidence. Beyond the shrine, the trail split. The barefoot tracks continued east, but a second set of tracks now appeared, heading north. These were Emily's boot prints, except Emily's boots were sitting on the log half a mile behind them. The SAR team leader made the decision to split the group. 4 personnel would follow the barefoot tracks, 4 would follow the boot prints. Nathan joined the barefoot group, unable to articulate why, but certain it was the correct choice. The part of his mind that dealt in data and documentation had begun to malfunction. Information wasn't assembling into coherent patterns, or rather it was assembling into patterns he couldn't accept. They tracked the barefoot prints for another hour. The forest here had changed character, becoming older, darker, the ground musty with decades of undisturbed leaf fall. The trees stood farther apart but grew more massive. Many showed signs of extreme age, 900 years old, predating European contact by centuries. At 11:52 they found the first body. Not Emily Russo, someone much older. The corpse lay partially exposed in a shallow depression, wearing clothes that had rotted to tatters but maintained enough structure to suggest 19th century construction. Male, based on the skeletal structure. The remains were wrong in ways Nathan's scientific training couldn't immediately categorize. The bones looked porous, as if something had been leaching calcium from within. The skull showed unusual wear patterns around the jaw and teeth. The mandible slightly disarticulated, opened too wide. One of the SR personnel, a paramedic named Torres, examined the remains professionally. "This should be mostly skeletal at this age," he said. "But there's preserved tissue. Look at the hands." The corpse's hands retained desiccated flesh, fingers elongated, nails grown thick and yellowed. The right hand clutched something, a scrap of fabric, very old, partially consumed. Burial shroud, Nathan's mind supplied. It had been eating its burial shroud. They found 3 more bodies in the next 90 yards, all in similar states of preservation. All showing the same characteristics: porous bones, disarticulated jaws, preserved tissue on the extremities. They were arranged in a rough line, pointing east, pointing towards something. The barefoot tracks led directly to the 5th body, Emily Russo lay in a natural depression between two ancient spruce trees, her body positioned as if sleeping, hands folded across her chest. She wore her hiking clothes, but her feet were bare, covered in cuts and moss stains. Her eyes were closed. For exactly 3 seconds, Nathan thought they'd found her in time, that she was merely unconscious, that emergency medicine and evacuation procedures would restore order to this situation. Then Torres leaned in to check her pulse and jerked back. "She's cold, she's been dead for hours, but look." Emily Russo's mouth hung open slightly. Her lips had retracted, exposing teeth that seemed too long, too sharp. The soft tissue around her jaw looked wrong, as if the bone structure beneath had begun to change. Her hands, folded peacefully across her chest, showed elongated fingers with yellowed nails. Most disturbing, her mouth contained scraps of fabric, partially consumed, the dye patterns still faintly visible on the cloth. She'd been eating her own clothing. Nathan's documentation reflex took over. He photographed Emily's body from multiple angles, noting every detail with mechanical precision. His hands were shaking. He documented that too, clinically noting the involuntary tremor as a stress response requiring management. Torres was calling in their findings when Emily Russo's eyes opened. Not the sluggish flutter of returning consciousness. The eyes simply snapped open, fully dilated, moving immediately to focus on Nathan's face. Her jaw distended with a sound like tearing fabric, opening far too wide. The scream that emerged wasn't human. It was a sustained shriek of rage and hunger that seemed to vibrate in Nathan's chest cavity. Then she was moving, impossibly fast for someone who'd been dead moments before, lunging toward him with those elongated fingers reaching. Nathan fell backward, camera flying from his hands. Torres tried to intercept her, but Emily, or what Emily had become, swatted him aside with strength that sent him tumbling into the undergrowth. The other SAR members converged, trying to restrain her without causing harm, still operating under the assumption that this was a rescue situation. But Emily was too strong, too fast. She broke away from them and ran east, that same step-drag gait they'd heard in the darkness, moving through the forest with terrible purpose. Nathan picked up his camera with trembling hands. The LCD screen had cracked in the fall, but the device still functioned. He had 47 photographs of Emily Russo's body. Proof, documentation, evidence that his eyes had not deceived him, that his sanity remained intact even as his understanding of reality underwent violent revision. They pursued Emily for 3 hours, the trail leading deeper into forest that grew progressively older, darker, more silent. The dog teams had given up, the animals refusing to follow despite the handlers' coaxing. At 1533, they reached the original settlement site, not the homestead Nathan had surveyed, but something much older. Structures built with European methods but predating the 1880s community by decades. Stone foundations for buildings that had rotted away entirely. And at the center, a cemetery, not 12 graves, 47. Emily stood in the middle of the graveyard, motionless, facing a particular marker. Nathan approached cautiously, his rational mind gibbering in the background while his documentation reflex continued operating on automatic. He could see that Emily was crying, actual tears streaming down her face even as her jaw hung open at that impossible angle, even as her fingers curved into claws. The grave marker before her read, Anna Kessler, 1843-1881, Gott hab Erbarmen. God have mercy. Anna's grave had been opened from within. The earth was torn up, displaced from underneath as if something had clawed its way out. The burial shroud lay in tatters among the disturbed soil, and scattered around the grave, leading away into the forest, were more barefoot tracks. Older tracks, weeks old perhaps, the impressions deep with that characteristic drag mark between them. Nathan understood then, with the clarity of despair. Emily hadn't just found her ancestor's grave. She'd found Anna Kessler herself, still walking these woods 128 years after burial, drawn by the approach of living family, psychically consuming her relative's life force according to the specific mechanisms of Nachtzerer folklore. Emily had been drained, died, and been buried improperly. No coin in the mouth, No preventative measures, because the SAR team had been operating under the assumption of contemporary medical death, not folkloric transformation. Torres approached from behind, radio in hand. "Nathan, we need to..." Emily moved so fast she seemed to teleport. One moment standing at Anna's grave, the next her hands were around Torres's throat, that distended jaw lowering toward his neck. The other SAR members rushed forward, but Nathan knew with terrible certainty that physical intervention wouldn't work. This was Noxerer, and Noxerer followed specific rules. Rules documented in German folklore for centuries, rules that required specific countermeasures. He ran to Anna's grave and began digging with his hands, throwing aside soil and rotted wood, until his fingers struck something solid. The body was impossibly preserved, skin like leather, eyes sunken but still present. Anna Kessler's mouth hung open, jaw disarticulated, fingers elongated. She wore the remains of a 19th century dress, the burial shroud partially consumed. Nathan pulled his multi-tool from his belt and extended the knife blade, 4 inches. Stainless steel. Completely inadequate for what folklore required, but it was what he had. He drove the blade into Anna's chest, aiming for where the heart should be, pushing down with both hands until he felt the blade grate against spine. Emily Russo's scream echoed through the forest, not from her throat but from all around them, from the trees themselves, from the earth. She released Torres and turned toward Nathan, covering the distance between them in 3 impossible strides, but something had changed. Her movements had lost their terrible fluidity. She moved jerkily now, fighting against invisible restraints. Nathan twisted the knife, leveraging it deeper. Anna's corpse convulsed beneath his hands. Emily shrieked again and fell to her knees, hands clutching at her own chest. The other bodies, the 4 they'd found earlier, began emerging from the forest, drawn by some shared distress. They moved with that characteristic step-drag gait, converging on the cemetery from multiple directions. "Nathan!" Torres's voice, raw but functional. "Whatever you're doing, do it faster." Nathan withdrew the knife and began sawing at Anna's neck. The desiccated tissue offered surprising resistance, but the folklore was specific. Stake through heart, then decapitation. He needed to complete the sequence. The blade cut through leather-like skin, through preserved muscle, through vertebrae made porous by years of supernatural consumption. When Anna Kessler's head finally separated from her body, Emily Russo collapsed completely. The other Nachtseher stopped their advance, standing motionless at the cemetery's edge. Nathan counted them, 7 figures, matching the death toll from the 1881 fever outbreak, the original settlers who died during the epidemic and been buried incorrectly, transforming one by one as the living fled in terror, unable to comprehend what their folklore had tried to warn them about. Emily lay in the moss, breathing shallowly, her jaw slowly returning to normal alignment. The elongation in her fingers began receding, but Nathan knew, from his research from the patterns in the folklore, that the transformation wasn't complete. Emily had died. Emily had fed. Emily had become Nachtseher, and while destroying her progenitor had broken the immediate compulsion, the condition itself remained. The other 6 Nachtseher watched from the trees, waiting, patient. They'd waited 128 years. They could wait longer. The SR team evacuated Emily on a stretcher, noting her confusion, hypothermia, and signs of psychological trauma. Torres had defensive wounds on his neck, but nothing life-threatening. The official report would document severe weather exposure, psychological break, possible wildlife attack. The cemetery would be noted as a significant historical find requiring proper archaeological survey. Nathan remained behind after the others left, standing in the ruins of the 1881 settlement as dusk gathered. He knew what he had to do. The folklore was specific. 7 graves needed 7 countermeasures. He had 1 multi-tool knife, 1 cigarette lighter, and the knowledge that his professional career was about to end in a way no rational person could ever explain. He started with the first Nachtseher, the one that approached most willingly, as if relieved. It took him 4 hours to complete the proper sequence on all 7 bodies. Stake to the heart, decapitation, burning what remained. The creatures didn't fight him. They stood passive as he worked, as if grateful for release from their 128-year hunger. When it was finished, Nathan collapsed beside the smoldering remains of Anna Kessler and cried for the first time since childhood. Not from fear, not from horror, but from the sudden, terrible understanding that documentation wasn't enough, that data couldn't contain reality, that the universe was vastly more complex and more terrible than his years of methodical observation had prepared him for. He burned his field notebooks that night. All of them. 7 years of meticulous documentation reduced to ash and scattered in the Hoh River. Some knowledge wasn't meant to be preserved. Some patterns shouldn't be recorded. Emily Russo was released from Olympic Medical Center 4 days later, with diagnoses of severe dehydration, exposure, and dissociative fugue state. She returned to Sacramento and never hiked again. Nathan requested transfer to a desk position in Aberdeen, processing permits and managing supply logistics. He stopped carrying his camera. He stopped taking notes. He stopped trying to measure and document the world, because measurement implied understanding and understanding implied control, and Nathan Cross no longer believed he controlled anything at all. On November 15th, he received a letter from Michelle Russo, Emily's sister, thanking him for finding Emily alive. The letter included a photograph. Emily standing in her apartment smiling, looking healthy and recovered. But if you looked closely at her hands in the photograph, if you studied the image with the careful attention Nathan had once brought to every observation, you could see that her fingernails were slightly yellowed, slightly thickened. Her smile showed teeth that seemed fractionally too long. The Nachtzerer condition, according to folklore, was permanent once established. It could be suppressed but never truly cured. Emily would need to be watched. Her relatives would need to be warned. But who would believe him? What documentation could he provide? The evidence had been burned. The bodies reduced to ash. The only proof was his own shattered certainty, and that proved nothing at all. Nathan kept Michelle's letter in his desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night, he would take it out and study Emily's photograph, looking for progression in the transformation, calculating timelines, estimating risks. Old habits died hard. Documentation reflex remained even when documentation itself had been abandoned. 3 weeks after the incident, a family reported their daughter missing in Olympic National Park. Last known position, approximately 4 miles northeast of the Hoh River Trail, near an abandoned settlement. The girl's name was Michelle Russo, 28, visiting from Portland. She'd been researching her family genealogy. She'd wanted to see where her great-great-great-grandmother had been buried. Nathan heard the report on his office radio and said nothing. He filed paperwork. He processed permits. He managed supply logistics. He did not volunteer for the search and rescue operation. Some trails shouldn't be followed. Some family connections needed to stay broken. That night, for the first time in his adult life, Nathan Cross prayed. Not to any god he believed in, but to the vast, indifferent universe that had revealed itself to be so much stranger than data could capture. He prayed that the search team would find Michelle Russo quickly. He prayed they would understand what they were dealing with before someone else died. He prayed that he was wrong about everything he'd learned. But the universe didn't answer. The forest kept its secrets, and somewhere in the ancient darkness of the Hoh rainforest, something moved with a familiar step-drag rhythm, following the scent of family blood, patient and hungry and eternal. Nathan Cross documented nothing at all. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Marcus Bennett had been a ranger in Superior National Forest for 8 years, and he understood the wilderness through equations. Temperature drops of 3 degrees per 1,000 feet of elevation. 7 miles per day was sustainable hiking speed with a 40-pound pack. A healthy adult could survive 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 minutes without air. The Boundary Waters wilderness sprawled across 1,090,000 acres of glacially carved lakes and boreal forest along the Minnesota-Ontario border. and Marcus knew every navigable route through its labyrinth of waterways. Numbers made sense. Numbers were predictable. Numbers didn't lie. Sarah Whitman had been missing for 41 hours. Marcus adjusted the Garmin GPS unit clipped to his parka, watching the coordinates flicker in the pre-dawn darkness. -12 degrees Fahrenheit. The device's backlight cast pale blue across his unshaven face as he stood outside the ranger station at the Moose Lake entry point. Behind him, the station's windows glowed with the harsh fluorescent light of an emergency coordination center. Inside, 2 county sheriffs hunched over topographic maps while the park superintendent argued with someone on a satellite phone. They'd called in a helicopter from Duluth, but the bird wouldn't fly until the winds dropped below 30 knots. Weather Service predicted another 6 hours minimum. Sarah's last radio check had come at 14:37 on January 3rd. She'd been conducting a winter patrol along the Kekikabik Trail, documenting illegal campsites and checking for signs of poaching. Her voice on the recording was calm, professional, mentioning she'd found something unusual near the portage between Amakose and Wissini Lakes. She'd requested permission to investigate. District Supervisor Chen had approved. Then nothing. Marcus had listened to that final transmission 11 times. Each replay brought the same details. Sarah's breathing was slightly elevated, suggesting she'd been hiking uphill. Background noise indicated wind through spruce trees at approximately 15 miles per hour. She'd paused before saying unusual, a hesitation lasting 0.8 seconds. That pause bothered him more than anything else. Sarah didn't hesitate. She was 28, had 3 years in the park, and possessed the kind of practical competence that came from growing up in northern Wisconsin. She could navigate by stars, start fires in wet conditions, and remained methodical under pressure. She didn't get rattled by animal tracks or strange campfires. So what had made her hesitate? Marcus exhaled, watching his breath crystallize instantly in the sub-zero air. The parking area held 4 vehicles, 2 sheriff's cruisers, the superintendent's Suburban, and Marcus's own Ford Ranger. Beyond the plowed area, snowmobile tracks crisscrossed into the wilderness. The search and rescue team from Ely had already deployed along Sarah's known route, working from her last confirmed position backward toward the Moose Lake entry point. Standard protocol. Marcus had reviewed the search grid 3 times, identifying optimal coverage patterns based on terrain difficulty and available daylight hours. But something felt wrong with the math. The first anomaly sat in a manila folder on the station's conference table. Marcus had pulled historical patrol records going back 15 years, cross-referencing incident reports with seasonal patterns. What he'd found made no statistical sense. Since 1994, 7 people had vanished in this specific quadrant of the boundary waters during winter months. Not lost and found, vanished. 4 were experienced outdoorsmen, 2 were rangers. The incidents occurred roughly every 26 months, always between December and February, always in the triangle of wilderness bounded by Amakose Lake, Wissini Lake, and the Canadian border. The disappearances showed no obvious connection. Different years, different circumstances, different entry points. But when Marcus plotted them on a map, they formed a pattern. Each incident occurred progressively deeper into the wilderness, moving northwest along a corridor approximately 12 miles long and 3 miles wide. The progression was so precise it looked deliberate, calculated. The most recent disappearance before Sarah had been in January 2007. A solo winter camper named David Aurelius, age 43, experienced backcountry skier. His tent was found intact near the Kekikabik Trail, equipment undisturbed, sleeping bag still warm. No tracks led away from the site. The investigation concluded he'd suffered some kind of mental break and wandered off, likely succumbing to hypothermia within hours. Except David Aurelius had done 3 tours in Afghanistan and held a PhD in environmental psychology. He wasn't the type to panic. Marcus's radio crackled. "Bennett, you copy?" He thumbed the transmit button on his Motorola. "Copy, Chen. SAR just found Sarah's snowmobile, 3 miles up the Kekikabik, coordinates north 48.074, west 91.342. Machines intact, key still in the ignition." Marcus pulled out his map marking the position. The location made his stomach tighten. It was exactly where the pattern predicted the next incident would occur. Any sign of her? Negative, but Bennett. Chen's voice carried an edge Marcus had never heard from the normally unflappable supervisor. They found something else. Tracks. What kind of tracks? Just get up there. Helicopter's leaving in 10 minutes. We got a break in the wind. They'll drop you at the site. The helicopter was a Bell 206 operated by a civilian contractor, the same company that ran aerial firefighting operations in the summer. The pilot was a Vietnam veteran named Kowalski, who flew with the kind of casual competence that suggested nothing could surprise him anymore. Marcus strapped into the back, his emergency pack wedged between his boots. Through the plexiglass canopy, the wilderness rolled away in every direction. A monochrome landscape of snow-covered lakes and dense conifer forest, broken only by occasional granite outcroppings. They flew northwest, following the Kekikabik Trail's general trajectory. Below, Marcus could see the thin line of the path cutting through the forest, marked by the occasional orange diamond nailed to trees. The trail was a historical route, originally used by Ojibwe fur traders, later adopted by voyageurs, now maintained as a primitive hiking corridor. 40 miles of undeveloped wilderness linking the Gunflint Trail to the west with Ely to the southeast. In winter, it was one of the most isolated places in the lower 48 states. Sights coming up, Kowalski said through the headset. Looks like your people already set up a perimeter. The helicopter descended toward a small clearing near the frozen lake. Marcus could see the search and rescue team's snowmobiles parked in a rough semicircle, 4 orange-suited figures moving through the trees. Sarah's machine sat apart from the others, a solitary blue Polaris with the Park Service emblem on the cowling. As they dropped below the tree line, Marcus caught sight of what had brought him here. The tracks. They circled Sarah's snowmobile in a wide ring, clearly visible in the fresh snow. But these weren't animal prints in any standard sense. Each track was roughly 3 feet long, showing something like a foot but elongated, skeletal, with toes that extended into claw marks. The stride length suggested something walking upright, but the gait was wrong, too wide, as if whatever made the tracks had joints that bent in unexpected directions. The prints were deep, suggesting significant weight, but they showed no sign of the dragging or sliding Marcus would expect from something moving through knee-deep snow, and there were dozens of them. The helicopter touched down 200 yards from the site. Marcus climbed out, ducking under the rotors as they continued to spin. The cold hit him like a physical force, well below zero even with the sun climbing toward the tree line. He pulled his balaclava over his face and trudged toward the perimeter. Chris Martinez, the SAR team leader, met him halfway. Martinez had 15 years of wilderness rescue experience and ran summer climbing courses in the Rockies during the off-season. His expression was carefully neutral, but Marcus could see tension in the way he held his shoulders. "Bennett, glad you're here. Show me." They walked to Sarah's snowmobile. Up close, the tracks looked even more disturbing. Marcus crouched beside one, pulling a digital camera from his pack. The print showed 5 distinct toes, but they were too long, too thin, ending in what looked like claws that had cut into the frozen crust beneath the powder. The heel was narrow, barely making contact with the ground. Most unsettling was the depth. The track pressed down nearly 8 inches, but the surrounding snow showed no sign of displacement, as if whatever made it had simply appeared at each footfall without disturbing the surface tension of the snowpack. "Bear?" Marcus asked, though he already knew the answer. "No bear moves like that. Wrong stride, wrong foot structure. And look at the pattern." Martinez gestured to the ring of tracks. "They circle the machine maybe 20-30 times, then head northwest into the bush. Doesn't make sense. Animal would approach, investigate, leave. This thing walked circles around her sled for, I don't know how long." Marcus stood, following the tracks with his eyes. They moved away from the clearing in a single line, perfectly straight, disappearing into the dense spruce forest. No wandering. No pausing to investigate scents or sounds. Whatever made these prints had known exactly where it was going. "What about Sarah's tracks?" Martinez pointed to a confused area of disturbed snow near the snowmobile's front end. "She dismounted here. You can see her boot prints, Size 7, consistent with her equipment manifest. She walked maybe 20 feet toward the tree line, then he trailed off. Then what? Then nothing. Her tracks just stop. No sign of a struggle, no drag marks, no blood. She's there, then she's not. Marcus examined the area Martinez indicated. The final boot print was clear and complete, showing the distinctive tread pattern of Sarah's sorrel winter boots. The snow beyond was undisturbed, unmarked by any human presence. But the strange tracks continued past, overlaying where Sarah's prints ended, as if whatever made them had stepped directly onto the spot where she'd been standing. The other prints, Marcus said slowly. The circling ones around the snowmobile. When were those made? Martinez checked his notebook. Hard to say exactly, but based on snow accumulation and the condition of the crusting, I'd estimate 6 to 8 hours ago, maybe 23 last night. Marcus checked his watch. It was now 09:15. Sarah had been gone for 46 hours. But she disappeared during daylight. Her last radio call was 14:37. Yeah. Martinez looked uncomfortable. So either something came back to her snowmobile last night, or the timeline doesn't work. Marcus stood, brushing snow from his gloves. The mathematics of the situation were breaking down, variables refusing to resolve into coherent equations. He pulled out his radio. Chen, you copy? Go ahead, Bennett. I need everything we have on the 2007 disappearance. David Aurelius. Specifically, I need to know if there were any unusual tracks at his campsite. Static filled the silence for several seconds. Why? Just checking a pattern. More static. Then, hold on. Marcus waited, watching the SEAR team systematically photograph and measure the tracks. The sun had fully cleared the trees now, but it provided no warmth, just a harsh white light that made the snow glare painfully. The forest around them was absolutely silent. No birds, no small animals rustling through underbrush. Just wind moving through the spruce branches with a sound like distant breathing. The radio crackled. Bennett, I've got the file. Aurelius campsite. Yeah, there's a note about tracks. Investigating officer described them as unusual. Possibly bare, possibly deformed. Photos weren't conclusive. Where was his camp? Coordinates north 48.087, west 91.356. Marcus pulled out his map, hands already knowing what he'd find. The location was approximately 2 miles northwest of Sarah's snowmobile. Further along the same trajectory, he marked the position, then traced his finger backward along the pattern, checking the coordinates from the other disappearances. They formed a nearly perfect straight line, pointing like an arrow deeper into the wilderness, toward the most isolated section of the boundary waters, toward an area marked on the topographic map as Wendigo Lake. The name hit him like a fist. Wendigo, Wendigo, Weedico. He'd seen the word before in fragments of research he'd done years ago about regional place names, an Algonquian term, related to indigenous legends from the northern forests. Something about hunger, about winter, about things that moved through the wilderness and left people changed or vanished. He pulled out his smartphone, but the device showed no signal. The boundary waters had spotty coverage even in summer. In winter, with the cold affecting battery performance, it was useless. He'd need to wait until he was back at the station to do proper research. But the name resonated in his mind, triggering associations he couldn't quite grasp. Marcus. Martinez was standing beside him, speaking quietly. What do you want to do? Marcus looked at the tracks leading into the forest. By every protocol, by every regulation, they should wait for additional resources. The helicopter, more SAR personnel, maybe even the state police. But Sarah had been missing for 46 hours. At these temperatures, survival time was measured in exposures. Each hour decreased the probability of recovery by a calculable percentage, and the math kept getting worse. I'm going after them, Marcus said. That's not procedure. Procedure says we follow all viable leads. These tracks are viable. Martinez studied him for a long moment. You know what those are? They're tracks. They're not tracks from anything natural, Bennett. I've spent 20 years in wilderness rescue. I've tracked everything from lost kids to fugitive murder suspects. Those prints aren't anything I've ever seen. He paused. Neither have you. Marcus shouldered his pack. Someone made them. That makes them worth following. He started into the forest before Martinez could argue further. Behind him, he heard the SAR leader speaking into his radio, reporting the decision to Chen. There would be paperwork later, probably a formal review. Marcus didn't care. The numbers had stopped making sense, which meant the problem had moved beyond standard analysis. He needed more data. The tracks led northwest through dense spruce forest, the prints unnervingly consistent. No variation in stride length, no deviation in direction. Whatever made these had moved with mechanical precision through terrain that would challenge even experienced hikers. Marcus followed at a steady pace, marking his route with orange survey tape every 50 yards. The forest changed around him, gradually at first, then more noticeably. The spruce trees grew more twisted, their branches contorted into shapes that seemed deliberately wrong. Moss hung from the limbs in thick streamers, unusual for winter, as if the normal seasonal cycles didn't apply here. The snow became harder to traverse, developing a crust that broke under his boots with sounds like snapping bones. After 30 minutes, Marcus stopped to check his GPS. The device's screen flickered erratically, showing his position jumping between coordinates separated by hundreds of yards. He tapped the unit, but the readings refused to stabilize. Equipment malfunction, possibly cold-related, though his spare batteries were fresh and the device was rated for temperatures far below what he was experiencing. He switched to compass navigation, but the needle spun lazily without settling on any particular bearing. Magnetic anomaly, probably iron ore deposits in the bedrock, though the geological surveys didn't indicate any significant mineralization in this area. He marked his current position on the paper map, relying on dead reckoning. The tracks continued their straight line. Marcus followed. An hour passed, then 2. The forest grew darker despite the daylight, the canopy overhead thickening until only scattered shafts of illumination penetrated the gloom. Marcus's breath came in harsh gasps, the cold air burning his lungs. His internal calculations told him he should have covered approximately 4 miles, but the terrain made that estimate uncertain. The tracks never wavered, never paused, never showed the slightest hesitation. He rounded a massive white pine and stopped. A structure stood in a clearing ahead, not a natural formation. Someone had built a shelter here, a crude A-frame assembled from deadfall timber and branches. Old, at least several winters old, judging by the weathering on the exposed wood, but maintained. Fresh boughs covered sections of the roof, and the snow around the structure had been disturbed recently. The tracks led directly to the shelter's entrance, then stopped. Marcus approached slowly, his breath loud in the silence. The clearing felt wrong in ways his rational mind couldn't articulate. The snow was darker here, stained with something that created irregular brown patches around the shelter. The smell was worse, a thick, organic reek that suggested decomposition accelerated beyond what the freezing temperatures should allow. He pulled a flashlight from his pack and directed the beam through the shelter's opening. Bodies, or what remained of them. 3 shapes lay inside, twisted into positions that suggested they'd died in extreme agony. The cold had preserved them, but something had been feeding. Large sections of tissue were missing, removed with what looked like bite marks, but far too large, far too savage. The corpses were ancient, mummified by cold and time, but the feeding looked recent, fresh. Marcus's training kicked in, overriding his horror with procedure. He documented the scene with his camera, forcing himself to note details. 2 males, 1 female, all wearing clothing consistent with outdoor recreation from various decades. One body still wore the remnants of what might have been a ranger's uniform, though the fabric was too deteriorated to be certain. The position suggested they hadn't died together, but had been brought here afterward, arranged in a specific pattern, a pattern Marcus recognized. He'd seen something similar in a book about indigenous burial practices years ago. The bodies were positioned to form the shape of something, a symbolic representation. He stepped back, trying to see the larger picture. The positioning was deliberate, careful, showing an intelligence that made his skin crawl. The three corpses created the outline of a larger form, arms and legs extended to suggest something much bigger, much more terrible. Something that walked on two legs but wasn't human. His radio crackled, startling him violently. "Bennett, you copy?" The signal was weak, breaking up. Marcus keyed his transmitter. "Copy, Chen. Barely reading you." "SAR. Lost. Signal. Return to..." The transmission dissolved into static. Marcus tried to respond, but his radio was dead, the battery indicator showing full charge but the device completely unresponsive. He checked his spare radio. Same result. He was alone. The smart move was to return to the perimeter immediately, report what he'd found, bring back a proper forensic team. Marcus turned to retrace his steps. The tracks he'd followed were gone. Not covered by snow, just gone. The orange survey tape he'd marked still hung from branches every 50 yards, but the footprints he'd been following had vanished completely, as if they'd never existed. The snow between markers was smooth, undisturbed, showing no sign that anything had passed through in either direction. Marcus stood motionless, his heart hammering against his ribs. This violated every principle he understood about the physical world. Tracks didn't disappear. Matter left traces. Everything could be measured, quantified, explained through rational analysis. A sound echoed through the forest. Not quite a voice, but something between a scream and laughter, high-pitched and hungry. It came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating between the trees until Marcus couldn't determine any point of origin. Then it cut off, leaving silence so absolute he could hear his own blood pulsing in his ears. Something moved in the darkness between the trees. Marcus saw it only in fragments, glimpses that his mind struggled to assemble into a coherent image. Too tall, 8 feet at least. Impossibly thin, skeletal, with limbs that bent at wrong angles. Its movement was fluid but jerky, like stop-motion animation, appearing at one spot then another without seeming to cross the distance between. Where it passed, the snow developed that same dark staining he'd seen around the shelter. It was circling him. Marcus's training provided options. Make noise, appear large, back away slowly. Standard protocols for predator encounters. But this wasn't a bear or wolf. This was something else entirely. And every instinct screaming through his rational mind told him that standard protocols would be meaningless. He ran. The forest became a blur of white and black, branches tearing at his parka, roots hidden under snow trying to trip him. Marcus focused on maintaining speed, on keeping his breathing controlled, on not thinking about what was behind him. The orange survey tape flashed past, each marker a small victory, proof that he was covering ground, getting closer to the perimeter. The thing was faster. It appeared ahead of him, materializing between two trees. Marcus veered left, changing direction without slowing. The creature didn't pursue in a straight line. It flanked him, always staying at the edge of his peripheral vision, never quite in full view, playing with him. The realization was worse than the chase itself. It could catch him whenever it wanted. It was choosing not to. Marcus broke through the tree line into a clearing he didn't recognize. A frozen lake stretched before him, maybe a quarter-mile across. The ice looked thick, safe for crossing. But he'd been moving northwest, and there should be no lake in this direction according to his maps. He'd gotten turned around somehow, disoriented during the chase. The thing stood at the tree line behind him, finally visible in full. Marcus's mind tried to reject what he was seeing. The creature was impossibly emaciated, ribs showing through grayish skin that looked more like bark than flesh. Its face was elongated, almost lupine, but with two human eyes that gleamed with an intelligence that was terrifying in its clarity. Antlers sprouted from its skull, massive and complicated, dripping with something that steamed in the cold air. Its mouth was a ruin of broken teeth and exposed jawbone, and when it opened to make that terrible sound again, Marcus saw the remains of something recent wedged in the back of its throat. A piece of blue fabric. Standard Park Service issue, Sarah's uniform. The creature stepped onto the ice. Marcus ran. He made it perhaps 200 yards before the ice began to crack. The sound was unmistakable, a deep groaning that rose from beneath his feet. Marcus changed direction, trying to reach the far shore, but the crack spread faster than he could move. The ice buckled, and suddenly he was in the water. The shock of cold so intense it drove every thought from his mind except the immediate, desperate need to breathe. He surfaced, gasping, his limbs already going numb. The edge of the ice was 5 feet away. Might as well have been 5 miles. His pack was dragging him down, the weight impossible to shed with fingers that no longer responded to commands. The water was impossibly cold, below freezing somehow, staying liquid through some mechanism his rational mind couldn't process even as it killed him. The creature stood on solid ice 20 feet away, watching. Not hunting now, just observing. Waiting. Marcus tried to swim, but his muscles refused. Tried to call out, but his jaw was locked shut. Tried to understand what was happening, but his thoughts were fragmenting. Neurons shutting down as his core temperature dropped past the point of recovery. Numbers filled his consciousness. 3 minutes without air. 3 days without water. 3 weeks without food. But no equations for this. No variables to calculate survival probability when the wilderness itself had become hostile. When the natural laws he'd built his worldview upon had stopped applying. Something grabbed his collar. He was dragged onto the ice, coughing water, his body convulsing with shivers so violent they might crack bones. Through the haze of hypothermia, Marcus saw the shape above him. Not the creature. A person. Human. Small, female, wearing a tattered Park Service parka. Sarah. She looked wrong. Her face was too pale, lips blue-black with frostbite. Her eyes were distant, focused on something beyond the immediate physical world. But she was moving, functioning, pulling him away from the broken ice with strength that seemed impossible for her frame. "Don't look at it," she whispered. Her voice was rough, damaged. "Don't meet its eyes. That's how it finds you." Marcus tried to respond, but his teeth were chattering too hard for speech. Sarah dragged him into the tree line, into a small depression where the snow had drifted deep. She pulled off her own outer layer and wrapped it around him, then began the process of treating hypothermia with the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd done this before. What? Marcus managed. "The Wendigo," Sarah said quietly. "I read about them when I first got posted here. Thought they were just stories. Algonquian legends. Spirits of winter hunger. Things that were once human but ate flesh during famine and became something else. I thought I was being culturally respectful by learning the local mythology." She laughed, a sound without humor. "I didn't believe it was real until it took me. The T-tracks. It doesn't leave tracks. Not really. Those prints are what people expect to see. What their minds create to explain what can't be explained. The Wendigo moves between moments, between the spaces in perception. You don't see it approach, it's just suddenly there, and by then it's too late." She pulled his soaked gloves off, examining his fingers. "You'll probably lose some tissue to frostbite, but you'll live, unless we're still here when night comes. We need to get out. Radio for extraction." "Radio doesn't work here. None of the equipment does. We're in its territory now, the place where winter is always hungry, where the old rules apply." Sarah looked toward the lake, her expression haunted. "It's been feeding on people for decades, maybe centuries. The Park Service knows, I think. They have to. All those disappearances in the same area, the same pattern. They know, but what can they do? How do you warn people about something that shouldn't exist?" Marcus's shivers were beginning to subside, his core temperature slowly stabilizing. His rational mind tried to process what Sarah was saying, tried to fit it into a framework that made sense. But the framework was broken. He'd seen the creature, seen tracks appear and disappear, seen ice break under him in water that shouldn't be liquid. The math didn't work because the equations were wrong. The universe operated on principles he'd never learned. "The people in the shelter," he said. "The bodies. Offerings. Or warnings. I'm not sure which. The Wendigo keeps them there, preserved, arranged in that pattern. I think it's showing us what we'll become. what we are in its eyes. Sarah pulled a space blanket from her pack, wrapping it around Marcus. I've been hiding for 2 days. It finds me at night, chases me but doesn't kill me. Not yet. I think it's playing. Or maybe it's waiting for something. For me to weaken enough. To get hungry enough. Hungry? That's what the legends say. The Wendigo was human once. Someone who ate another person's flesh to survive winter. The act transformed them, made them into something that can never be satisfied. They're always starving, always hunting, always feeding, but never full. And the hunger spreads. If you eat, if you consume what it offers. She trailed off, looking at her hands. I've been so hungry, Marcus. 2 days without food in this cold. The Wendigo keeps leaving things. Pieces of meat. I know what they are, but part of me doesn't care anymore. That's how it works. It waits until you're desperate enough to cross the line. Then you become like it. Marcus forced himself to sit up despite the pain, despite the way his muscles screamed in protest. We're getting out of here, both of us. How? Which direction is out? The forest changes. The paths don't stay where they're supposed to be. I've tried to leave. I've followed every trail I could find. They all loop back here to the lake, to its territory. The sun. We use the sun for navigation. Basic survival technique. Northeast gets us back to the Kakakabik Trail. Then we follow it south to the perimeter. Sarah looked at him with something like pity. You still think this is a normal wilderness. You still believe in compasses and GPS and straight lines. This isn't that kind of place, Marcus. This is where the old stories are true. Where winter has teeth. Where hunger wears skin like a costume and whispers in voices you recognize. The temperature was dropping. Marcus could feel it. A change that went beyond the normal chill of a Minnesota January. This was something deeper, a cold that emanated from the forest itself, from the ice on the lake, from the spaces between the trees where the Wendigo waited. His chronograph showed 1547, which meant they had maybe 2 hours before full darkness. 2 hours to find a path that might not exist, to escape something that defied every natural law he understood. We move anyway, Marcus said. Standing still guarantees we die. They moved northeast, Marcus using the sun's position despite Sarah's protests. The forest resisted them. Deadfalls appeared where none should exist. Ravines opened up that weren't on his topographic maps. The snow deepened until they were wading through drifts that came to their waists. But they kept moving, kept pushing through the wilderness that seemed determined to hold them. After an hour, they found the trail. Not the Kakakabik Trail. Something older, a path worn through the forest floor where the snow didn't accumulate, where the trees grew back from the edges as if afraid to encroach. Stone markers stood at intervals, carved with symbols Marcus didn't recognize, but that made his eyes hurt to look at directly. Algonquian petroglyphs, maybe, or something older. This isn't on any map, Sarah said. Neither are we. Marcus started down the trail. It led southeast, roughly the direction they needed. The alternative was to continue fighting through the forest as darkness approached. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. They walked for what felt like hours, but might have been minutes. Time had become elastic, unreliable. Marcus's chronograph showed impossible readings, jumping forward then backward, the second hand sometimes moving counterclockwise. The trail curved around the northern shore of the frozen lake, then descended into a valley where the trees grew so thick that even midday light couldn't penetrate. The markers became more frequent, the symbols more elaborate. And between them, hanging from branches, were objects. Carved wooden figures, bundles of herbs, small animal bones arranged in specific patterns. Offerings, Marcus realized. People had been here before, had walked this path, had tried to appease whatever lived in these woods. Marcus. Sarah's voice was strained. I smell food. He smelled it too. Cooking meat, rich and fatty, impossibly appealing given their circumstances. His stomach clenched with sudden hunger, saliva flooding his mouth. They hadn't eaten in hours. The smell was overwhelming, promising warmth and sustenance and relief from the cold that seemed to have settled permanently into his bones. "Don't," Sarah whispered, but her feet were already carrying her toward the source of the smell. Marcus grabbed her arm. "It's the Wendigo. It's trying to lure us." "I know, but I'm so hungry. I can't think about anything else. Just one bite. Just enough to keep going." "If you eat, you become it. That's what you said. Maybe that's better. At least I wouldn't be cold anymore. At least I wouldn't feel this emptiness." Her eyes were wild, desperate. "You don't understand. You've only been here hours. I've been starving for 2 days. The hunger is everywhere, in everything. I can smell meat on the wind. I can taste it when I breathe. I'm starting to look at you and see." She cut herself off, pulling away from him. Marcus saw the horror in her expression, the realization of what she'd almost admitted. The Wendigo didn't just create hunger. It spread it, made it infectious, turned human beings into creatures that would consume anything to fill a void that could never be satisfied. "We keep moving," Marcus said firmly. "We don't eat. We don't stop. We get out of here, and then we get food, and then we never come back." They pressed on, though the smell of cooking meat followed them. So did other sounds, whispers in English and languages Marcus didn't know. Laughter that might have been human once, the crack of breaking ice even though they were hundreds of yards from the lake. And underneath it all, a constant low sound like breathing, as if the forest itself was alive and watching their progress. The trail emerged from the valley at what Marcus's malfunctioning chronograph suggested was 1823. Full darkness was minutes away, but ahead, through the trees, he saw lights. Electric lights, the orange glow of sodium vapor lamps over a parking area. "Is that?" Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "The ranger station, we made it." They ran, or tried to. Their legs were leaden, exhausted beyond what the distance traveled should have caused. The lights seemed to recede as they approached, always the same distance away like a mirage. Marcus pushed harder, his lungs burning, his frost-damaged fingers throbbing with each heartbeat. And then they were there, breaking through the tree line into the Moose Lake entry point parking area. The station's windows glowed with warm light. 3 vehicles sat in the plowed lot. The helicopter was gone, probably returned to Duluth with the falling darkness. But there were people visible through the windows, moving with the purposeful urgency of an ongoing emergency operation. Marcus and Sarah staggered toward the entrance. The door opened before they reached it. Chen stood framed in the doorway, his expression cycling through shock, relief, and something else Marcus couldn't identify. "Jesus Christ," Chen breathed. "We've been searching for you for 3 days." Marcus stopped. 3 days? You went into the woods at 09:15 on January 4th. It's now 1947 on January 7th. Where the hell have you been? 3 days. Marcus had experienced perhaps 6 hours. Time dilation on a scale that made no sense, that couldn't be explained by disorientation or hypothermia. He looked at Sarah, saw his own confusion reflected in her face. They'd lost 3 days in a wilderness that operated outside normal causality. The medical evaluation took 2 hours. Both Marcus and Sarah showed advanced signs of hypothermia and dehydration, though the severity didn't match the reported timeline. Frostbite on extremities, severe exhaustion, early-stage malnutrition, but nothing that suggested 3 days of exposure. The doctor, brought in from the hospital in Ely, kept asking questions they couldn't answer. Where had they sheltered? What had they eaten? How had they survived multiple nights at temperatures that dropped to -30? Marcus said nothing about the Wendigo, the shelter full of corpses, the impossible tracks, the trail with stone markers that wasn't on any map. He gave a carefully edited version of events, got disoriented, lost equipment, found Sarah, struggled to navigate back, thought it was same day. His tone was flat, professional, the voice of someone reporting facts rather than experiences. Sarah did the same. Their stories matched on key details because they'd silently agreed, in that moment before entering the station, that no one would believe the truth. That reporting what they'd seen would accomplish nothing except ending their careers and possibly getting them committed for psychological evaluation. The forensic team found the shelter 2 days later, guided by the GPS coordinates Marcus reluctantly provided. They recovered 3 bodies, identified through dental records as individuals who disappeared in the boundary waters between 1994 and 2007. Cause of death remained officially undetermined, though tissue analysis showed extensive predation by unknown scavengers. The scene was documented, then quietly closed. The Park Service issued updated safety bulletins about winter travel in the boundary waters. A new emergency cache was established at the Moose Lake entry point. Nothing was said about tracks, or patterns, or creatures that shouldn't exist. Marcus returned to work 6 weeks later. He'd lost 2 toes to frostbite and carried new scars that ached during temperature changes. He requested a transfer to a different district, to forests where the maps matched the terrain and the trails led where they were supposed to lead. The request was denied. The Park Service needed experienced rangers in the boundary waters, especially after the recent incidents. He adapted. He learned to avoid certain areas, to recognize the subtle signs that marked the Wendigo's territory. The twisted trees, the silence where birds should sing, the dark stains in the snow that appeared during the coldest months. He warned other rangers in careful language that sounded like standard safety briefings, but contained coded messages for those who'd listen. Stay on marked trails during winter. Don't investigate unusual tracks. If you smell cooking meat in the wilderness, move immediately in the opposite direction. Never eat anything you find in the woods between December and February. And if you see something that shouldn't exist, something tall and thin that moves between the trees, don't try to rationalize it. Just run. Sarah quit the Park Service entirely. Marcus heard she moved to Arizona, to desert landscapes where winter was a mild inconvenience rather than a living predator. They spoke once after her departure, a brief phone call where neither mentioned what had happened. But at the end, before hanging up, Sarah said something that Marcus thought about during every winter patrol afterward. It's still hungry. It's always hungry. And we fed it just by being there, by existing in its territory, by bleeding and sweating and radiating warmth into the cold. That's what it eats, really. Life itself. The heat we generate just by living. And there's never enough. There can never be enough. Marcus understood. The Wendigo wasn't just a creature or a spirit. It was winter's essence given form, the inevitable entropy that ate at the edges of all living things. It was the void inside every survival shelter, the darkness beyond every campfire, the hunger that waited in the spaces between human warmth. And every winter it woke up. Every winter it hunted. Every winter someone new wandered into its territory, following tracks that would disappear, chasing explanations that would never satisfy the rational mind. He saw its work in the statistics. Every 26 months another disappearance. Different circumstances, different entry points, but always the same pattern. The progression northwest, deeper into the wilderness, following a trajectory that pointed toward places where the old names still had power, where the stories remembered what modern maps had forgotten. On February 12, 2011, a solo winter camper named James Morrison vanished near Amicos Lake. His tent was found intact, his equipment undisturbed. The investigation concluded he'd suffered a medical emergency and wandered away from his campsite. The report made no mention of the tracks that circled his tent 23 times before leading northwest into the forest. Marcus read the report and said nothing. He marked the coordinates on his personal map, noting the pattern's continuation. By his calculations, the next incident would occur in December 2013, approximately 3 miles further along the same trajectory, deeper into the Wendigo's territory, closer to whatever lay at the heart of that hungry darkness. He thought about requesting another transfer, about warning people more explicitly, about organizing an expedition to hunt the thing that had nearly killed him. But he knew none of those actions would change anything. The Wendigo was patient. It had been hunting these woods for longer than the Park Service had existed, longer than white settlers had mapped the territory, longer than anyone could document. It was part of the landscape now, woven into the ecology like wolves or bears, a predator that couldn't be removed without understanding the fundamental nature of winter itself. So Marcus did his job. He conducted patrols, filed reports, helped coordinate search operations when someone went missing. And every winter, when the temperature dropped below zero and the boundary waters transformed into a maze of frozen lakes and silent forests, he felt it out there. Watching. Waiting. Hungry. The rational part of his mind, the part that still believed in equations and measurable variables, kept trying to find patterns, to develop protocols, to create systems that would prevent future disappearances. But the part of him that had walked the trail with stone markers, that had looked into eyes that reflected no humanity, that part understood the truth. Some things couldn't be calculated. Some variables refused to resolve. Some equations had no solution because the universe operated on principles that predated mathematics, that existed in the spaces where logic broke down and older truths held sway. The Wendigo was one of those things, and it was still out there, circling in the darkness beyond the reach of his flashlight, leaving tracks that would disappear by morning, feeding on the warmth that radiated from every living body that dared enter its frozen domain. Always hungry, never satisfied, eternal as winter itself. Marcus understood that now, and understanding changed nothing. The wilderness kept its secrets, the cold kept its teeth, and every winter something ancient and terrible woke up in the boundary waters, patient and predatory, waiting for the next moment of human weakness, the next opportunity to feed. The numbers no longer mattered, because some appetites couldn't be measured. Some hungers had no equation. And in the deepest winter in the most isolated corners of the northern forest, mathematics gave way to mythology, and reason surrendered to ancient gnawing terror that could never be satisfied. The teeth marks on the pine bark were human-sized, stripped in vertical lines as if someone had been gnawing the tree itself. Robert Fitzgerald crouched beside the white pine, his knees protesting after 28 years of this work, and ran his fingers along the gouges. The bark came away in brittle fragments, exposing wood underneath that looked almost polished, smooth, worried by something with enough patience to work at it for hours. He'd seen bear scratches, deer rubs, porcupine damage. This was none of those. The marks were too deliberate, too uniform, and they circled the trunk at exactly 5 feet 7 inches. He'd measured. The height of a standing human. The height, according to the missing person report folded in his jacket pocket, of Emma Sullivan. Isle Royale in October was a study in abandonment. The last ferry had carried away the final tourist 3 weeks ago, leaving the island to the wolves, the moose, and the skeleton crew of rangers who stayed through the off-season. Robert preferred it this way. 46 miles of wilderness stretched between him and any meaningful help, separated from the Michigan mainland by 15 miles of Lake Superior's cold indifference. The park hosted 500,000 acres of silence, broken only by wind through pine and the percussion of his own boots on stone. But something had changed in the last 72 hours. The island felt different, wrong in a way he couldn't articulate to dispatch without sounding like he'd spent too long alone. Emma Sullivan had been reported overdue by her sister on Tuesday morning. 26 years old, experienced backpacker, solo hiking the Greenstone Ridge Trail with a satellite phone and enough supplies for 5 days. Her last check-in had come from Rock Harbor at dawn on Saturday. She should have emerged at Wendigo, the island's western station, by Monday evening. When she didn't, her sister activated the emergency protocols, and Robert drew the short straw for the initial search. He'd found her tent still pitched at 3 Mile Campground, 23 miles into her planned route. The tent was intact, properly staked, the rainfly taut. Inside, her sleeping bag lay spread across the pad, and her pack sat upright in the corner, with all her food still sealed in its bare canister. Her satellite phone was there too, battery at 64%, no calls made or received since Saturday morning. Her boots stood outside the tent, laces tied, as if she'd simply stepped out of them and walked away barefoot into 40-degree weather. The only thing missing was Emma Sullivan herself. That had been yesterday. Robert had documented the scene, radioed the findings to headquarters in Houghton, and begun the systematic grid search protocol he'd executed hundreds of times before. By nightfall, he'd covered a 2-mile radius around the campsite and found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no blood. Just the undisturbed forest and that growing sense of wrongness pressing against his skin like a fever. This morning, he'd discovered the tree. Robert straightened, his spine crackling like kindling. The October sky hung low and gray, promising snow that shouldn't arrive for another 3 weeks. The temperature had dropped 15 degrees overnight and the wind carried a smell he couldn't place, something organic and spoiled, but also mineral, like stones pulled from deep water. He pulled his Motorola radio from his belt. Unit 7 to base. Static answered for 5 seconds before Sarah Chen's voice cut through. Base, go ahead, 7. Found something unusual at 3 Mile. Damage to a white pine approximately 30 yards northeast of Sullivan's campsite. Appears to be... He paused, searching for language that wouldn't make him sound unstable. Consistent with human teeth marks. The silence stretched longer this time. Say again, 7. Tree bark has been stripped by what looks like human dental structure. Multiple gouges, systematic pattern, height consistent with missing subject. Copy that. Sarah's tone had shifted into the careful neutrality she used when documenting statements that would later require explanation. Any other evidence in the immediate area? Robert scanned the understory. Brittle ferns, moss-covered stones, a deadfall maple slowly returning to soil. Nothing moved except the wind. Negative. Continuing search pattern. Additional resources are being mobilized. Mainland SAR team estimates 6 hours to deployment. Weather Service is tracking a system moving in faster than projected. You've got maybe 12 hours before conditions deteriorate. Understood. 7 out. He clipped the radio back and stood motionless, listening. The silence on Isle Royale was never truly silent. There was always wind, always the distant percussion of Lake Superior against stone. But now, standing in the filtered light beneath ancient pines, Robert noticed what was missing. No birds. The hermit thrushes that should be staging their migration south were absent. No squirrels chittering in the canopy. No rustle of voles in the leaf litter. The forest was holding its breath. Robert had spent nearly 3 decades in wilderness areas across the Park Service. He'd pulled bodies from crevasses in the Rockies, tracked lost children through the Smokies, documented bear attacks in Alaska. He'd learned to trust his instincts in the backcountry, and every instinct he possessed was now screaming at him to return to the boat dock, radio for immediate extraction, and let someone else finish this search. Instead, he consulted his GPS, a Garmin E-Trex he'd purchased in 2005, and marked the tree's coordinates. Then he moved northeast, following the theoretical path Emma Sullivan might have taken if she'd left her tent in the middle of the night. The terrain rose gradually toward the Greenstone Ridge, the spine of volcanic rock that ran the length of the island. Spruce and fir gave way to exposed stone and stunted birch. Robert checked his compass every 100 yards, a habit from the days before GPS, and noted each time that the needle wavered before settling. Normal magnetic variation, probably. The Keweenaw Peninsula was rich in iron deposits. Probably. At 14:37 hours, he found the second tree. This one was a paper birch, its white bark peeled away in strips that littered the ground like molted skin. The damage was more extensive here, more frenzied. Some of the gouges had broken through to the cambium layer, and the wood wept clear sap that looked too much like saliva. Robert's hands were shaking as he photographed the scene. The tremor wasn't from cold, though the temperature continued to drop. He'd seen people do strange things under stress. Hypothermia made victims strip off their clothes. Hypoxia caused climbers to have conversations with people who weren't there. But the methodical nature of this damage suggested intent, purpose, something that couldn't be explained by medical emergency or environmental exposure. He was beginning to formulate theories he didn't want to consider. The radio crackled. Base to 7. Go ahead. Update on weather system. Front is accelerating. You've now got an estimated 8 hours before the first snow. Mainland SAR is requesting you consider extraction and resumption of search with full team tomorrow. Robert looked at the ravaged birch tree, then at the forest stretching northeast toward the ridge. Somewhere out there, Emma Sullivan was either alive and in desperate need of help, or dead in a way that would require explanation. Either way, 8 hours wouldn't be enough time to find her if he had to hike back to Rock Harbor for extraction. Negative on extraction, he said. I'll establish camp at Lane Cove and continue until dark. Resume at first light if necessary. Another pause. Copy that, 7. Be advised, you're pushing protocol limits. Understood, 7 out. He knew Sarah was right. Protocol dictated a 2-person minimum for extended searches in remote areas. Protocol demanded he wait for the SAR team. Let them bring their infrared, their dogs, their additional manpower. Protocol was designed to prevent single rangers from becoming additional casualties. But Protocol hadn't seen these trees. Robert moved faster now, covering ground with the ground-eating stride he'd developed over decades of backcountry patrol. The forest remained silent, absent of the life that should fill it. Once, he spotted movement in his peripheral vision and spun to find nothing but trembling aspen leaves, though the wind had momentarily died. By 1630 hours, he'd gained the lower slopes of the Greenstone Ridge. The trail here was clear, well-maintained, marked with cairns every 100 feet. Emma Sullivan would have followed this path, enjoying the views across endless forest to where Lake Superior's gray water met gray sky. That's when he found the blood. Not much. Just a smear on a trailside stone, rust brown and mostly dried. Robert swabbed it with an evidence kit from his pack, sealed the sample, and marked the location. The blood trail led off trail, northeast again, into a section of forest too dense for casual hiking. He followed it. The trees pressed closer here, black spruce and balsam fir grown so tight that the understory disappeared into shadow, even in mid-afternoon. The blood appeared in irregular intervals, a drop on moss, a smear on stone, a palm print on birch bark that made Robert's stomach clench with its desperation. The hand had been reaching upward, fingers spread, as if trying to climb the tree. At 17:15 hours, with maybe 2 hours of usable daylight remaining, Robert emerged into a small clearing, a natural amphitheater of stone surrounded by ancient cedars, their roots gripping exposed bedrock like arthritic fingers. The clearing was perhaps 30 feet across, and in its center stood a cairn, but not a trail marker. This cairn was substantial, man-height, constructed from hundreds of carefully balanced stones. And it was old. The rocks had weathered, grown lichen, settled into positions that spoke of years, maybe decades of undisturbed existence. Robert approached slowly. The stones showed no obvious pattern, no deliberate arrangement. Just a pile of rocks. The kind of thing humans had been building since the Stone Age for reasons anthropologists still debated. Burial marker, territorial claim, spiritual significance, warning. Something lay at the cairn's base. Robert's hand moved to his bear spray before his conscious mind registered the shape. Not a bear, not Emma Sullivan. Bones, not human. He could tell that much from the size and structure. Deer, probably. Or maybe a wolf. The skeleton was incomplete, scattered around the cairn's base like offerings. Most of the bones showed signs of gnawing, but the tooth marks were wrong again. Too straight, too purposeful. Several of the larger bones had been cracked open, the marrow extracted. Robert's radio crackled with static, then went silent. He tried to call base and got nothing but white noise that sounded almost like whispering. He checked the battery, full, and the frequency, correct. The radio simply wasn't working. The temperature had dropped another 5 degrees in the last 15 minutes. His breath came out in visible clouds now, and the light filtering through the canopy had taken on the flat, gray quality that preceded snow. Robert consulted his GPS and found the screen flickering, coordinates jumping randomly before stabilizing. According to the device, he was simultaneously at his marked position and somehow 147 miles northeast, in the middle of Lake Superior. That's when he heard the sound. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a vocalization that his mind struggled to categorize. Not animal, not exactly human. A cry that rose and fell in cadence with the wind, forming almost words in a language he didn't recognize. The sound carried pain, desperation, hunger, an endless aching hunger that resonated in his own stomach until he realized he hadn't eaten since dawn and was suddenly, inexplicably ravenous. Robert backed away from the cairn, his hand still on the bear spray, though some part of him understood it would be useless. The cry came again, closer now, and with it came the smell, that same mineral and rot stench he'd noticed that morning, but stronger, concentrated, overwhelming enough to make him gag. Something moved in the trees. He caught only an impression, too tall, too thin, moving with a jerking gait that suggested broken joints or limbs bent in directions biology didn't allow. It stayed just beyond the edge of clear vision, a shape darker than the shadows, circling the clearing with the patience of something that had waited a long time and could wait longer still. Robert ran. Training and protocol evaporated in the face of primal fear. He crashed through underbrush, branches lashing his face, his pack snagging on low-hanging boughs. Behind him the cry rose again, and now he could hear the crash of pursuit, something large forcing its way through the forest with no concern for noise or concealment. He ran for 10 minutes, maybe 15, his 56-year-old cardiovascular system screaming protest. His lungs burned, his legs trembled, and still he ran, because stopping meant confronting whatever was behind him, and his hindbrain had made calculations his conscious mind refused to examine. When he finally stumbled to a halt, gasping, hands on knees, he had no idea where he was. The GPS was still malfunctioning, the radio still dead, and the forest around him had grown so dark it might as well have been midnight. Snow had begun to fall, fat flakes that accumulated on his shoulders and turned his breath to ice. The sound of pursuit had stopped. Robert forced his breathing to slow, forced his mind to re-engage. He was lost, off-trail in deteriorating conditions with failing equipment and something in the forest that had made a 28-year veteran forget every lesson he'd ever learned and run like a panicked animal. He needed shelter. He needed fire. He needed to survive until dawn. A dense stand of spruce offered the best option. Overhead cover, relatively dry ground, and good visibility in all directions. Robert forced his shaking hands to function, clearing a space, gathering deadfall, arranging his emergency bivvy. The lighter clicked 3 times before catching, and the sight of flame made something unknot in his chest. He'd camped alone in wilderness areas hundreds of times. This was just another night, just another search operation, just another. The cry split the night, close enough that he could hear the wetness in it, the ragged breathing between syllables. Robert fed more wood to the fire, knowing the light would mark his position, knowing it didn't matter because whatever was out there already knew exactly where he was. His Motorola radio suddenly crackled to life. "Ven, do you copy? 7, this is base. Do you copy?" Robert grabbed the radio with shaking hands. "Base, this is 7, copy." "Jesus, Robert, where have you been? We've been trying to reach you for 2 hours. Weather's moving in hard. We need you to abort and return to Rock Harbor for extraction first thing tomorrow." "Negative," he said, staring into the darkness beyond his fire's reach. "I found something. Evidence of Sullivan's presence. Possible trauma. I need to continue the search." "Robert, listen to me." Sarah's voice carried an edge he'd never heard before. "I pulled the file on Sullivan's sister, the one who reported her missing. I called to verify some details. There is no Emma Sullivan registered for backcountry permits this season. That campsite you found, it's been empty since August. I checked the logs." The radio felt suddenly heavy in his hand. "That's impossible. I saw her gear, her satellite phone. I'm sending you the permit database now. There's no record of an Emma Sullivan anywhere in our system. Robert, I think someone is playing a very elaborate joke, or... She paused. We need you to come back. Now. Stand by, Robert said, and set the radio down. His pack sat against a tree, and he pulled it open with numb fingers. The evidence bags he'd collected throughout the day were there. The bark samples, the blood swab, the photographs on his camera. He pulled out the folded missing person report he'd been carrying since yesterday. The paper was blank. Not empty. Blank. The text he'd read a dozen times, Emma Sullivan's description and last known location, had vanished as if it had never existed. The paper itself looked old, yellowed, the creases deep as if it had been folded and unfolded for years. Robert's breath came faster. He pulled out his notebook, flipped to the pages where he'd documented the search. His own handwriting stared back at him, but the words were wrong, degraded, some of them in a language he didn't recognize. The dates were wrong, too. According to his notes, he'd been on the island for 6 weeks, not 2 days. The cry came again, and this time he heard the words in it. Old words, borrowed from a language that predated English on this continent by millennia. Words his grandfather had taught him during summers in Upper Michigan, back when the old man was still alive and still remembered the stories. Wetiko, hunger spirit, the thing that transformed men into monsters when they crossed the final taboo and consumed human flesh. The thing that haunted isolated places and drove people to madness and worse. His grandfather had called them fairy tales, cautionary stories told to keep children from wandering too far into the forest. But his grandfather had also refused to hunt alone, had insisted on carrying tobacco to leave as offerings, had taught Robert the proper words to speak when entering old-growth woods. Words Robert hadn't thought about in 40 years. Words that suddenly seemed very important. The shape emerged from the darkness between the trees, and Robert's fire seemed to dim in response. It was human-shaped, the way a skeleton was human-shaped. The right number of limbs, the right basic structure, but stretched and wrong. The skin was gray-white, pulled taut over bones that jutted at sharp angles. The hands ended in fingers too long, the nails black and cracked. The face was the worst part. Human enough to recognize, inhuman enough to trigger every evolutionary alarm Robert possessed. Its eyes were the color of old ice, and they fixed on him with an intelligence that made him understand he wasn't being hunted by an animal. He was being tested by something that had once been human and remembered it. The thing that had been Emma Sullivan smiled, and its teeth were stained with bark and blood. Robert's hand closed around the tobacco pouch his grandfather had given him, the one he'd carried for 40 years as a good luck charm without really believing in it. His grandfather's voice echoed in memory, teaching him the proper words, the proper respect, the proper way to address the spirits that older peoples had known to fear. He spoke the words in Ojibwe, the language his grandfather had spoken, the language this land remembered. An apology, an offering, a request for passage. The Wetiko tilted its head, considering. Then it opened its mouth and spoke in Emma Sullivan's voice, perfect and clear and completely wrong coming from that throat. I was so hungry, it said. The forest has been hungry for so long. Robert threw the tobacco into the fire. The flames flared green, then white, and the smell of burning sage filled the clearing. The Wetiko shrieked, the same cry he'd been hearing all day, and stumbled backward. It was enough. Robert grabbed his pack and ran again, this time with purpose, using the memory of terrain from 28 years of experience. The Greenstone Ridge Trail was northeast. Rock Harbor was beyond that. The island's emergency shelter at Lane Cove was closer, maybe 2 miles if he could maintain his bearing. Behind him, the Wetiko's cries multiplied. Not one voice now, but many. All the people who'd come to Isle Royale over the decades and never left. All the hunger and desperation that had soaked into this land since the first humans crossed the ice bridge millennia ago. Robert ran through the night, through the snow that fell heavier now, accumulating on the ground and making every step treacherous. His lungs burned, his legs threatened to collapse, and still he ran because the alternative was joining the chorus behind him. He burst from the forest onto the trail at Oro 347 hours. His watch still functioned, at least. and saw the shelter's outline against the pre-dawn sky. The small cabin was locked, but Robert had a master key, and his hands somehow managed to fit it into the lock and turn. He fell inside, slammed the door through the bolt. The cabin was basic: 4 walls, a wood stove, emergency supplies, a radio transmitter. Robert's fingers shook as he powered up the radio, spinning through frequencies until he found the emergency channel. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ranger Robert Fitzgerald on Isle Royale." "Mayday." Static answered, then, "Robert, this is Sarah. Where the hell are you?" "Lane Cove Shelter. I need immediate extraction. I need..." What did he need? What could he say that would make sense? "There's something wrong with this island. We have a chopper standing by for first light. Weather's breaking. We can be there in 90 minutes. Can you hold position?" Robert looked at the cabin's single window. Gray dawn was bleeding across the sky, and in its light he could see shapes moving at the forest's edge. 7 of them. No, 9. More emerging as the darkness retreated, all with that same too tall, too thin silhouette. "Affirmative," he said. "I can hold." He spent the next hour feeding the wood stove, piling furniture against the door, and trying not to look at the window. The Whitticos circled the cabin, always just visible in peripheral vision, never quite in direct line of sight. They didn't try to break in. They just waited with the patience of things that had waited decades and would wait decades more if necessary. When the helicopter's rotors finally cut the dawn silence, Robert felt something release in his chest. He watched the shapes melt back into the forest, one by one, until only the trees remained. The extraction took 20 minutes. The pilot, a grizzled Vietnam vet named Morrison, took one look at Robert's face and asked no questions. They were airborne and heading toward Houghton before Robert realized he was still clutching his grandfather's tobacco pouch. Sarah met him at the mainland dock with hot coffee and a dozen questions. Robert answered them mechanically, giving her the official version: equipment malfunction, possible hypothermia, no sign of the missing hiker. The version that would go in reports and make sense to people who'd never seen what he'd seen. "There was no Emma Sullivan," Sarah said gently. "We verified it. No one by that name has been on the island this season." "I know," Robert said, and meant it. Whatever he'd been chasing through the forest hadn't been a real person. It had been bait. The island's way of luring him deeper, of testing him, of seeing if he'd cross the lines his grandfather had taught him never to cross. "You're taking leave," Sarah said. It wasn't a question. "Medical evaluation, minimum 2 weeks, and then we'll reassess." Robert nodded. He was already planning his retirement paperwork. 28 years was enough. More than enough. That night in a hotel room in Houghton, he dreamed of forests and hunger. In the dream, he stood at the shore of Lake Superior and watched Isle Royale on the horizon. The island was dark except for a single point of light that moved through the trees, searching. Always searching. He woke before dawn and found himself in the kitchen, staring into the refrigerator with a hunger that made his stomach clench. The hunger passed after a moment, but it left behind an awareness he couldn't shake. The island had marked him. He'd passed its test, had spoken the right words and made the right offerings, had survived when it would have been so easy to give in to desperation and cross the final taboo. But passing the test didn't mean escaping unscathed. For the rest of his life, Robert Fitzgerald would feel the island's pull. On certain nights when the wind came from the north and carried the smell of pine and deep water, he would taste hunger that had nothing to do with food. He would remember the Whitticos circling in the darkness, remember their patience, remember that they were still there, still waiting. And sometimes when he closed his eyes, he could still hear Emma Sullivan's voice asking why the forest had been hungry for so long. The answer was simple and terrible: because there were always people willing to feed it. Robert filed his retirement paperwork on a Tuesday morning in November. The official story was that he'd developed a heart condition requiring immediate medical attention. The unofficial story, whispered among the rangers who'd worked Isle Royale, was simpler. He'd seen something in the forest that 28 years of experience couldn't explain. On his last day, Robert returned to the office early before anyone else arrived. He pulled the files on Isle Royale missing persons dating back to 1940, when the island became a national park. 43 people had vanished over 8 decades. Some bodies had been recovered. Most hadn't. What caught his attention was the pattern. Every missing person had been alone. Every disappearance had occurred in October or November. And in the weeks following each vanishing, rangers had reported equipment malfunctions, unusual animal behavior, and that same smell, mineral and rot, like stones from deep water. Robert added his own report to the file, the real one he'd never submitted officially. He described the cairn, the Witikos, the voices in languages the land remembered even if its people had forgotten. He described his grandfather's teachings, the tobacco offering, the words that had bought his survival. Then he sealed the file and marked it for restricted access. Future rangers would need to know. Not all of them, just the ones who spent enough time alone in the wilderness to understand that some hungers couldn't be satisfied, only respected. He left his grandfather's tobacco pouch on Sarah Chen's desk with a note. For emergencies only. You'll know when you need it. 3 months later, Robert received a letter forwarded from the Park Service. No return address, postmarked from Houghton. Inside was a single photograph taken by a trail camera on Isle Royale. The image showed the Greenstone Ridge Trail at dawn. In the foreground, frost covered the rocks. In the background, partially obscured by morning mist, stood a figure. Too tall, too thin, watching the camera with eyes the color of old ice. Robert burned the photograph and tried not to think about how the figure looked familiar. Tried not to calculate the angles and realized the trail camera should have been triggered by the figure's approach but showed only the single frame, as if the thing had simply appeared. Tried not to remember that 3 months ago, in his panic and terror, he'd dropped his Park Service ID somewhere in the forest. His phone rang at 2:37 a.m. on a Tuesday in February. Robert answered without checking the number, knowing somehow what he would hear. Static, wind through pines, and beneath it, that cry, rising and falling, forming almost words in a language the land remembered. The call lasted 7 seconds before disconnecting. Robert lay awake until dawn, feeling the hunger stir in his gut. The island hadn't forgotten him. Perhaps it never would. He'd passed the test, but the test never truly ended. That was the thing about ancient places and ancient hungers. They operated on timescales that made human lives seem brief as mayfly dances. He made coffee as the sun rose and stood at his kitchen window, watching the wind move through the bare trees of his suburban backyard. For just a moment in the space between one heartbeat and the next, the trees looked different. Older, darker, filled with shapes that might have been shadows or might have been something else entirely. Robert blinked and the moment passed. But the hunger remained patient and persistent, reminding him that some forests don't need you to be physically present to maintain their claim. The island was waiting. It would always be waiting. And somewhere in the darkness between the pines, something that had once been human, or perhaps had never been human at all, continued its eternal search for sustenance that could never satisfy. Robert Fitzgerald understood now what his grandfather had tried to teach him all those years ago. Respect the old places, honor the old spirits, and never ever let yourself get hungry enough to forget the difference between survival and surrender. Because the Witiko doesn't just take your body, it takes the part of you that knows when to stop consuming, when to give back, when to recognize that some hungers should never be fed. And once you understand that hunger, once you've felt it moving in your chest and tasted it in your throat, you carry it forever. A reminder that the wilderness isn't just a place you visit, but a force that visits you, that tests you, that remembers you long after you think you've forgotten it. The island remembered Robert Fitzgerald. And in the quiet moments between sleep and waking, in the spaces where hunger and sanity blurred together, Robert remembered the island. Both of them waiting, both of them patient, both of them knowing that eventually, in ways neither could predict, their paths would cross again. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The elk carcass had been opened wrong. Sarah Brennan had gutted hundreds of winter kills in her 8 years with the Park Service, but none of them had been filleted with this kind of precision. Sternum split vertically, organs removed and arranged in a spiral pattern 30 feet from the body, not a drop of blood anywhere in the snow. She crouched beside the arrangement, her breath forming clouds in the February air. The organs were frozen solid, positioned with deliberate care. Heart at the center, liver and kidneys forming the next ring, intestines coiled in the outer spiral. Someone had taken their time. The snow around the pattern was undisturbed except for a single set of tracks leading away into the old growth. Barefoot impressions, each one sinking deep despite the frozen crust that currently supported Sarah's 140 pounds plus gear. The wrongness of it settled into her bones the way it always did. That peculiar hollow sensation behind her sternum that her ex-husband had called her witch feeling before he'd left. Sarah had learned to trust it during her first year at Olympic National Park, when that sensation had made her check on a solo hiker who'd signed out for an afternoon walk. She'd found him hypothermic and disoriented, 20 yards from a cliff edge, convinced the fog was showing him the trail. The feeling had saved his life. It had also cost her a marriage when she couldn't explain why she'd known to look. Now it was screaming at her. Austin Fletcher had been missing for 36 hours. 23 years old, seasonal trail maintenance, last seen Tuesday afternoon near the Hoh River Trail maintenance shed. His supervisor had called it in Wednesday morning when Austin failed to show for his shift. Standard protocol. Sarah had organized a grid search, called in volunteers from the Fork station, checked the likely areas first. They'd found his truck at the South Fork trailhead, keys still in the ignition, driver's door ajar. His coat was inside, in February, in weather that hadn't broken 40 degrees all week. The barefoot tracks from the elk carcass were the same size as Austin's boots, which they'd found neatly placed beside his truck. Size 11, Red Wing work boots, laces still tied. Sarah stood, her knees protesting the cold. She was 35 but felt older out here, especially in winter. The Hoh rainforest sector was 12 miles of temperate rainforest, Sitka spruce and western hemlock growing so thick the canopy blocked most daylight even at noon. The moss grew a foot thick on every surface. Rain fell 300 days a year. In summer, it was ethereal, cathedral-like. In winter, it was a throat closing around you. She keyed her radio. Brennan to base found something at coordinates 47.8156, 123.9308. Need Kowalski out here with the camera kit. Static then. Copy that, Sarah. Dave's en route. ETA 20 minutes. Anything we should know? Sarah looked at the spiral of frozen organs, at the tracks leading deeper into the forest where the old growth hadn't been logged in 500 years. Yeah, she said. Bring the file on the Peterson disappearance, and Chen, and Morrison. The static stretched longer this time. You thinking what I'm thinking? I'm trying not to think anything yet. But she was lying, and both of them knew it. Lisa Peterson had vanished 3 years ago, almost to the day. February 2006. Experienced hiker, found her tent set up properly, sleeping bag laid out, boots placed outside the tent flap. No sign of her. Dogs had tracked her scent to the river and lost it. The search had gone on for 2 weeks before the winter storms made it too dangerous. They'd never found a body. David Chen, winter before that, February 2005, cross-country skier, disappeared during a solo expedition. They'd found his skis stabbed into the snow like grave markers, his poles arranged in an X between them. His tracks had led to a frozen stream and stopped, as if he'd simply stepped onto the ice and ceased to exist. Kayla Morrison, February 2004, park volunteer gone during a solo bird survey. They'd found her equipment bag torn open, binoculars shattered, field journal pages scattered across a quarter-mile of forest floor. The pages that were still legible contained increasingly erratic observations. Wrong birds, wrong songs. Nothing migrates here, they're watching, they're so hungry. 4 disappearances in 5 years, all in February, all in the Hoh sector, all within a 3-mile radius of where Sarah currently stood. She'd been the lead ranger on 2 of them. The hollow feeling behind her sternum had been present at every scene, but she'd never told anyone. How do you put that in a report? The trees around her creaked in the windless air. That was wrong too. Old growth didn't creak without wind. The moss absorbed everything, sound and motion both. The forest should have been silent except for her breathing. Instead, she could hear something else. A rhythmic sound, distant, like someone chopping wood. But it was the wrong rhythm. Too fast, too regular. More like frantic digging than cutting. And it was coming from the direction of the barefoot tracks. Sarah pulled out her Garmin GPS, marked the coordinates of the elk carcass, and started following the tracks. Protocol said wait for backup. The hollow feeling said move now. The tracks led deeper into the old growth, following no trail that Sarah recognized. This was the original forest, the trees that had been here when the first European explorers had arrived, probably before that. Some of these Sitka spruce were 30 feet around at the base, their canopies invisible somewhere in the gloom above. The moss hung from branches and curtains thick enough to hide behind. In summer, the filtered light made it magical. In February, it made it a labyrinth of shadows and gray-green darkness. The barefoot impressions continued, each one sinking deep into the snow and frozen moss. Sarah bent to examine one and felt her stomach twist. The impression was human-shaped, but the toes were splayed wrong, stretched too wide, and there were what looked like claw marks at the tips. She took out her phone, knowing there would be no signal this deep but needing the camera. The photo showed what her eyes were seeing, but somehow looked worse on the small screen. Less like a distorted footprint and more like something was wearing a human foot badly, the way a child wears their parents' shoes. The chopping sound had stopped. Sarah straightened slowly, her hand moving to the can of bear spray on her belt. The forest was absolutely silent now. No birds, no wind. Not even the distant sound of the Hoh River, which should have been audible from here, just her breathing and the blood pounding in her ears. Then she heard the voice. Sarah. Quiet, from somewhere ahead. Sarah, I'm so cold. Austin's voice. She'd heard it dozens of times. At the seasonal orientation meetings, calling questions across the maintenance shed. That one time he'd helped her free an injured fawn from a fence. His voice gentle and patient with the terrified animal. This was Austin's voice, but there was something underneath it. Something that made her bones ache. Austin? She kept her hand on the bear spray. Where are you? So cold, Sarah, so hungry. Please help me. I can't remember when I last ate. The voice was coming from ahead, maybe 50 yards, but the trees made it impossible to judge distance. Sarah moved forward carefully, following the tracks. They led to a small clearing where the canopy opened slightly, letting in weak gray light. In the center of the clearing stood a shape. It was Austin, and it wasn't. He was naked, his skin the color of old ice, stretched tight over bones that seemed too long, too angular. His feet were bare and bloody, toes splayed and tipped with what looked like torn nails or broken claws. His fingers were the same, elongated and wrong, but his face was the worst. Still recognizably Austin's features, but hollow. The cheeks sunken so deep his teeth were visible through the skin. His eyes filmed over with white like a dead fish. He smiled at her, and his teeth had doubled in number, a shark's rouse filling his mouth. Sarah. The voice came from his mouth, but his lips didn't quite match the words. I'm so hungry, it never stops. I ate everything, but I'm still so hungry. Sarah's hand tightened on the bear spray, but she didn't draw it. Something in her gut told her it wouldn't help, that whatever was wrong with Austin was beyond pepper spray, beyond anything in her training manual. The hollow feeling in her chest had become a cavern. Austin, what happened to you? Her voice came out steady, which surprised her. I found something. His head tilted at an angle that would have broken a normal neck. In the old maintenance shed, behind the wall, drawings, words in a language I couldn't read. I tried to photograph them, but my camera wouldn't work. The batteries died. All of them. Even the fresh ones. Sarah's mind raced. The old maintenance shed had been built in the 1960s, abandoned in the 80s when they'd built the new facility. It was still standing but scheduled for demolition. Austin had been working alone there Tuesday, clearing equipment before the teardown. What kind of drawings? She was stalling, trying to think. Her radio wouldn't work out here. Too much interference from the old growth. Her GPS would still track, but the nearest backup was Dave Kowalski, still 15 minutes away at the elk carcass site. Spirals. Austin's wrong smile widened. Spirals made of animals. Spirals made of people. And a figure, tall and thin, with antlers and too many teeth. There were words beneath it. Wedico. Wendigo. Wendigo. Different spellings, but the same thing, Sarah. The same thing that's been here longer than the trees. The word hit her like a physical blow. Wendigo. She'd heard it before, years ago, during a cultural sensitivity training. The ranger from the Quinault Nation had talked about the traditional stories, the beings that haunted the deep forest, the spirits born from cannibalism and greed. Creatures of eternal hunger that could never be satisfied, that transformed humans into monsters. The ranger had been careful to present it as folklore, but Sarah remembered the look in his eyes when a seasonal worker had laughed. That look had said, "You laugh because you don't know. You laugh because you've never been in the deep woods in winter." "That's just a story," Sarah said, but the words felt hollow even as she spoke them. "I thought so too." Austin took a step toward her, and Sarah heard his feet crack on the frozen ground. Literally crack, like ice breaking. "But then I got so hungry, Sarah. I'd eaten lunch, 2 sandwiches, an apple, trail mix. But after I read those words, I got so hungry. I went outside to my truck, ate everything in my cooler, drove to Forks, bought everything at the gas station, ate it all, still hungry. The hunger was in my bones, Sarah, in my teeth, in my head." He took another step. His movements were wrong, jerky, like his joints were bending in directions they shouldn't. "I drove back here. Couldn't go home. The hunger wouldn't let me near people. It wanted me here, in the deep woods. I walked into the forest, found an elk. It was already dead, frozen in the snow. I ate it, Sarah. Raw, frozen, ate everything. Organs first, they were softest, but I was still so hungry." Sarah's mind was putting pieces together she didn't want to assemble. The elk carcass she'd found hadn't been dead. It had been killed, butchered with precision, organs removed and arranged in a spiral, like the drawings Austin had described. "The others," she whispered. "Peterson, Chen, Morrison. Did they find the drawings too?" Austin's filmed-over eyes seemed to focus on her, though she wasn't sure he could really see her. "I met them. In the forest. They're here, Sarah. All of them. They're so hungry. We're all so hungry. The Wendigo doesn't kill you. It makes you into itself. It spreads like a disease, like hunger that never ends. We were food for it, and now we're hungry like it. Forever hungry." He lunged. Sarah sprayed him point blank with the bear spray. It should have dropped him instantly. Police-grade capsaicin, enough to stop a grizzly. Instead, Austin jerked back, his ruined face showing no pain, only confusion. The spray hung in the air between them like mist. "That won't work," he said quietly. "Nothing stops the hunger. I tried, Sarah, I tried to fight it, but it's so strong. And now others are coming. Can you hear them?" Sarah listened. In the distance, from 3 different directions, she heard footsteps. Multiple sets, moving through the forest with the same wrong rhythm she'd heard earlier. That too fast, too regular pace. She ran. Behind her, Austin called out, "Don't run, Sarah. It only makes the hunger stronger." That's what the drawing said. The Wendigo hunts. That's what it is. Eternal winter, eternal hunger, eternal hunting. And now it knows you're here. Sarah crashed through the forest, her training forgotten. Raw panic taking over. The GPS on her belt bounced against her hip. She was moving roughly northwest toward where she'd left Dave at the elk carcass. She had to warn him. Had to get out of this sector. Had to... A shape moved in her peripheral vision. She turned, slipped on the moss-covered ice, went down hard. Her radio skittered across the frozen ground and disappeared into a snowbank. The shape resolved into a woman, Lisa Peterson, or what had been Lisa Peterson 3 years ago. Same elongated limbs, same ice-white skin, same dead eyes and too many teeth. She was wearing the remains of hiking clothes, frozen and torn, hanging from her frame like burial shrouds. "The hunger is beautiful," Lisa said in a voice like wind through dead trees. "Once you stop fighting it, once you accept that you'll never be full. The relief, Sarah. The relief of giving up." Sarah scrambled backward, found her footing, ran in a different direction. Her lungs burned. The hollow feeling in her chest had become a scream. 2 more shapes emerged from the trees. David Chen and Kayla Morrison, or what they'd become. Chen's cross-country skiing gear was still partially visible, frozen to his transformed body. Morrison's neck was bent at an impossible angle, but she moved fluidly, her filmed eyes tracking Sarah's movement. "We've been waiting," Morrison said. "The drawing said it needs 4. 4 to make a circle, 4 to open the way, 4 to make the forest sacred to it again." Sarah's mind, even in panic, caught the implication. 4. Austin made 3. If they got her, that made 4. 4 disappearances in the Ho sector, all in February. Not random, planned. The Wendigo, or whatever was using that name, was collecting them, transforming them, creating its own hunting pack. She broke through a line of spruce and found herself at the Ho River. The water was running low, winter slow, dark as coffee. Ice clung to the banks. This was where David Chen's trail had ended 5 years ago, where the dogs had lost Lisa Peterson's scent, the boundary. Behind her, the footsteps multiplied. Not just 3 anymore. More. How many had disappeared over the years that hadn't been reported? How many seasonal workers, how many hikers, how many people who'd been written off as lost to the wilderness instead of transformed by it? Sarah splashed into the river. The cold hit her like electricity, water instantly filling her boots, soaking her pants. The current was stronger than it looked, pulling at her legs. She pushed forward, fighting for the opposite bank. Behind her, the footsteps stopped at the water's edge. "It won't cross," Austin's voice called. The river, moving water. The old protections still hold. "But you can't stay in there forever, Sarah. And we don't need to cross. We just need to wait. The hunger is patient. The hunger is older than the trees." Sarah reached the opposite bank, pulled herself out, lay gasping on the frozen moss. Her body was already starting to shake from the cold, the first warning signs of hypothermia. Her GPS was still working. Coordinates 478198, 123.9255. She was north of the elk carcass, maybe a mile. If she could make it to the main trail, if she could find Dave, if she could get to the truck. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Impossible. No signal out here, but when she pulled it out with shaking hands, the screen showed a notification. A message from Austin Fletcher's number. Sent 3 minutes ago. She opened it with numb fingers. The message contained a single image. A photograph of the wall Austin had found in the old maintenance shed. The drawings were exactly as he'd described. Spirals made of animals and humans, and in the center, a figure. Tall, skeletal, crowned with massive antlers, its mouth open to show rows and rows of teeth. Around it, words in multiple languages, handwriting from different eras, different people, but they all said the same thing. Wendigo, Wedico, Wendigo, Wechugje, the spirit of insatiable hunger. Born from the first winter when humans ate human flesh to survive. It learned to love the taste. It hunts the lonely places. It transforms the greedy and desperate. 4 in a circle to make it whole. 4 in February to wake it fully. Beware the hunger that never ends. Below the ancient warnings, fresher graffiti. Recent. Sarah recognized some of the handwriting from maintenance reports, names scratched desperately into the wood. Lisa Peterson, Feb 14, 2006. It won't stop. So hungry. David Chen, Feb 9, 2005. My hands are changing. I can't go back. Kayla Morrison, Feb 21, 2004. I understand now. The forest needs to feed. And below those, in the freshest handwriting, Austin Fletcher, Feb 17, 2009. I'm sorry. It's spreading. It's always been here. We just forgot. Sarah looked up. Across the river, the shapes had multiplied. At least a dozen now, standing at the water's edge, watching her with their filmed eyes. Some were wearing clothes from different decades. How long had this been happening? How far back did it go? Austin stood in the center of them, still recognizable despite the transformation. The drawings showed something else. He called across the water. The Wendigo can be stopped, but it requires a sacrifice. Someone willing. Someone who accepts the hunger and uses it, turns it inward, starves it by starving themselves. But who would choose that, Sarah? Who would choose eternal hunger over eternal hunting? Sarah's teeth were chattering so hard she could barely speak. What happens if you get the fourth? We become fully what it wants us to be. We spread. The hunger spreads. By next February, there will be more. By the February after that, more still. Eventually the forest will be sacred to it again, the way it was before the whites came, before the Kino learned to drive it back with their ceremonies. It just needs 4 to break the seal. 4 to make a complete circle. 4 to... A voice cut through the trees behind Sarah. Brennan! Sarah! Dave Kowalski burst through the underbrush, his camera kit banging against his back. He was breathing hard, his face red with exertion. I followed your GPS track when you didn't respond on the radio. What the hell are you doing in the... He stopped, saw the shapes across the river. His face went white. Dave, Sarah said quietly, we need to go. Now. But the shapes were already moving, spreading out along the riverbank looking for places to cross. Sarah's mind raced. Moving water stopped them, but the river was miles long. There would be shallow points, frozen sections, places they could cross. The old shed, she said suddenly. Austin found drawings there, warnings, maybe something else, something about how to stop this. Dave was still staring at the shapes. What are they? Something that's been here a long time. Sarah grabbed his arm, pulled him away from the river. Something we woke up. They ran together, Sarah's wet clothes freezing against her skin, Dave's breath coming in panicked gasps. The GPS led them southeast toward the maintenance facility. The shapes paralleled them on the opposite bank, never crossing but never falling behind, their movements tireless. The old shed was where Austin had left it, a weathered structure half hidden by moss and cedar growth. The door hung open. Inside, the air was somehow colder than outside, as if the building was exhaling winter. The wall was in the back room, behind rotted shelving that Austin had pulled away. The drawings covered the entire surface, layered over each other like archaeological strata. Sarah could see the oldest layer, pictographs in red ochre, Native American symbols warning of something in the forest. Over those, newer drawings, settler-era graffiti, Park Service notes from the 1960s, modern marker and pen. Every generation had found this place and added to the warning. And there, half hidden behind a support beam, something else. A small wooden box carved with symbols Sarah recognized from the training session with the Kinol Ranger. Protection symbols, binding symbols. She opened it with shaking hands. Inside, bundles of sage and sweetgrass, dried and ancient. A small knife, the handle wrapped in what looked like sinew, and a piece of birch bark covered in more symbols, with instructions written in cramped, desperate handwriting. The Wendigo cannot be killed, but can be contained. It feeds on hunger, on the space between wanting and having. To bind it, you must create a circle of hunger that consumes itself. The transformed cannot cross moving water, but can cross frozen ground. Build a fire circle at the place of first transformation. Draw them in with blood sacrifice. Contain them with smoke of sacred herbs. Starve the hunger by giving it nothing to hunt. The transformed will weaken. The spirit will sleep again. Until next time someone feeds it. That's insane. Dave whispered, reading over her shoulder. Blood sacrifice. We need to call this in, get a full team out here, armed response. With what? Sarah's voice was harsher than she intended. What are you going to tell them? That we have a Wendigo problem? That we need to contain a shape-shifting cannibal spirit with sage smoke? They'll pull us off duty for psych evals. Then what do you suggest? Sarah looked at the knife, at the dried herbs, at the desperate warnings covering the wall. I suggest we try not to become number 4. Outside, the shapes were circling. Sarah could hear them in the trees, their footsteps creating a perimeter around the shed. They couldn't enter. Some boundary protection in the old warnings kept them out. But they could wait. And Sarah and Dave couldn't stay here forever. Already Sarah's wet clothes were leaching heat from her body. She had maybe an hour before hypothermia became critical. The first transformation, she said slowly. Where Austin first changed. That's what it means by the place of first transformation. Where he read the warnings and the hunger took him. Here. This shed. Dave's eyes widened. You want to do the ritual here? While they're circling outside? You have a better idea? He didn't. Sarah gathered the sage and sweetgrass, arranging them in a circle pattern on the shed's dirt floor. The symbols on the birch bark showed a specific design. 4 points, 1 for each of the transformed. The instructions were terrifyingly specific. Fresh blood from a willing sacrifice to draw them in. Sacred smoke to bind them. Fire to contain the circle. And then the hardest part. Someone had to stay in the circle with them, had to face the hunger without feeding it, until they weakened enough for the spirit to sleep. I'll do it, Sarah said. Like hell. I'm already exposed. She touched her chest, where the hollow feeling had been growing all day. I've felt it since this morning. The hunger. It's subtle, but it's there. I think just being near them spreads it, like spiritual contagion. If we both stay, we're both at risk. One of us needs to get out. Report what happened, make sure this shed gets properly sealed off. Dave's face was torn. Sarah, you know I'm right. And you know I'm the only one who can do this. She held up her hand, stopping his protest. I've always felt things, Dave. You know that. Everyone knows that. My witch feeling. Maybe that's what makes me resistant, or maybe it makes me more vulnerable. Either way, I'm staying. She didn't give him time to argue. Using the ancient knife, she cut her palm. Not deep, but enough for blood to well up. She let it drip onto the 4 points of the circle, speaking the words written on the birch bark. They were in a language she didn't know, something guttural and old, but her mouth shaped them anyway. The temperature in the shed dropped. Outside, the shapes stopped their circling. In the sudden silence, Sarah heard Austin's voice. She's calling us, the circle. She's opening the way. Go, Sarah told Dave. Get to your truck. Drive to headquarters. Tell them there was a gas leak in the old shed. Hallucination causing. Tell them I stayed to secure the scene. Tell them whatever you need to tell them to keep people away from here until spring. And if you don't come out, then tell them the truth. Show them the photographs. Let them decide what to believe. She lit the sage and sweetgrass with her emergency matches. Smoke billowed up, thick and sweetly acrid. Go! Dave ran. Sarah heard his footsteps, heard the shapes pursuing him for a moment before stopping. They understood. She was the sacrifice. She was the one who'd called them. They entered the shed one by one. Austin first, his transformed body moving with eerie grace. Then Lisa Peterson, her dead eyes fixed on Sarah. David Chen, ice crystals growing from his skin. Kayla Morrison, neck still bent impossibly, and behind them shapes Sarah didn't recognize. Earlier victims, further transformed, barely human anymore. They arranged themselves around the circle, inside the smoke barrier but not crossing the blood points. The sacred herbs kept them at bay, just barely. Sarah could feel their hunger like a physical pressure, a weight on her chest that made breathing difficult. You can't win, Austin said softly. The hunger is older than your herbs, stronger than your blood. It will outlast you, maybe, Sarah said. Her palm was still bleeding, dripping steadily onto the dirt. But I don't have to win forever. Just long enough. The ritual instructions had been clear. Face the hunger without feeding it. Stay in the circle until dawn. The transformed would weaken as the hunger turned inward, consuming itself without release. The Wendigo spirit would retreat, dormant, until another fool discovered the warnings and woke it again. The night stretched ahead of her like a chasm. The shapes watched her with their filmed eyes. Occasionally one would test the barrier, reaching toward her, but the smoke pushed them back. The hunger grew. Sarah felt it not just from them, but in herself. A gnawing emptiness that had nothing to do with her last meal. It was existential hunger, the kind that no amount of food could fill. The hunger for warmth in endless cold. The hunger for satisfaction that never came. The hunger to consume everything and still want more. Hours passed. The fire burned low. Sarah added more sage, more sweetgrass, keeping the smoke thick. Her hand had gone numb from cold and blood loss. Her wet clothes were frozen stiff. The hollow feeling in her chest had become a cavern, a void, an emptiness so vast she felt she might disappear into it. The shapes began to change. Slowly, infinitesimally. They were shrinking. The elongated limbs drawing back toward normal proportions. The excess teeth falling from their mouths like baby teeth. The ice-white skin regaining hints of human color. It was working. The hunger, denied any release, was consuming the transformation itself. Austin collapsed first, his body convulsing. The thing inside him was fighting, trying to keep its hold, but the circle was stronger. The binding was working. He curled into a fetal position, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Sarah," he whispered. And this time it was just Austin's voice, no undertone of ancient hunger. "Sarah, I'm so cold." "I know," she said. "I know you are." One by one they fell. Lisa, David, Kayla. The others, their names lost to time. They lay in the circle, breathing but not moving, the transformation slowly, agonizingly reversing. Dawn broke. Light streamed through the cracks in the shed walls. The moment it touched the circle, the remaining smoke flared bright and then dissipated. The herbs were completely consumed. Sarah's blood on the 4 points had dried black. The shapes were gone. In their place, bodies. Human bodies, naked and hypothermic but alive, breathing. Austin's eyes were closed, but his chest rose and fell. His skin was pale but not ice white. His fingers were normal. His teeth, when Sarah checked with shaking hands, were human. She had no strength left to move. The hollow feeling in her chest was still there, would probably always be there, but it was quieter now. Contained. She'd fed nothing. The hunger had turned inward and consumed itself. She heard engines, voices. Dave had brought help. Sarah let herself slump against the wall, consciousness fading. Her last thought before darkness took her was of the wall behind her, the layers of warnings, the desperate messages from every generation. Someone would have to add another one. Someone would have to warn the next person who found this place. But not today. Today, she'd done enough. When Sarah woke, she was in Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles. 3 days had passed. Severe hypothermia, blood loss, exhaustion. They told her she was lucky to be alive. They told her Dave had found her unconscious in the old maintenance shed, along with 4 other unconscious people, Austin Fletcher, and 3 previously missing persons, Lisa Peterson, David Chen, and Kayla Morrison. All alive, all suffering from extreme hypothermia and malnutrition, but alive. Kayla Morrison had been missing for 5 years. The doctors couldn't explain how she'd survived. None of them could remember anything after their disappearances. Austin had vague memories of wandering in the forest, of being so hungry, but the details were gone, dissolved like dreams. Sarah didn't correct them. She accepted the official explanation. Gas leak from old equipment in the maintenance shed, hallucination-causing fumes, everyone disoriented and suffering from exposure. It was neat. It was rational. It was the kind of explanation that would go in reports and close the case files. She never mentioned the drawings on the wall which Dave had photographed before the demolition crew arrived. The Park Service took the old shed down within a week, grinding it to splinters, scattering the debris. The official reason: structural instability. The drawings were gone. The warnings were gone. But Sarah knew they'd just be somewhere else. The Wendigo was old. It had been here before the trees, before the tribes, before anything human had walked these forests. It would be here after. It slept now, the hunger dormant, but not dead. Never dead, just sleeping. Sarah left the hospital after a week. The doctor recommended she take time off, maybe transfer to a less isolated station. The Park Service offered her a position at the visitor center in Port Angeles. No more solo work in the backcountry. She took it. At night, in her new apartment in town, she sometimes felt the hollow feeling in her chest. The hunger, dormant but present. A souvenir of her night in the circle. She'd faced something that couldn't be killed, only contained. She'd bound it with blood and smoke and will. But she'd also touched it. Let it touch her. You couldn't do that and come away unchanged. She didn't eat meat anymore. The thought of it made her stomach turn. She kept her apartment cold, always cold, because warmth felt wrong somehow. And sometimes, on February nights when the wind was right, she could hear footsteps in the forest. Barefoot steps, too fast, too regular, circling, hunting, hungry. She'd told Dave to keep the photographs locked away, to never show anyone. But she'd kept one copy for herself. The image of the wall, with all its warnings, all its desperate messages. She'd added her own note written on the back of the photograph. February 2009, 4 contained, binding held. The Wendigo sleeps but does not die. Do not disturb the old places. Do not read the old warnings aloud. Do not feed the hunger. If you must go into the deep woods in February, remember, moving water is protection. Sacred smoke is containment. Blood sacrifice is binding. And hunger, once awakened, never truly sleeps. S. Brennan. She kept the photograph in a locked drawer. Just in case someone needed to know. Just in case she needed to remember what she'd faced, what she'd contained, what still waited in the deep woods when February came around again. The Wendigo slept, but Sarah Brennan, 35 years old and forever changed, knew better than to think that meant it was gone. Some hungers never die. They just wait. Patient as winter, endless as appetite. Old as the first time a human looked at another human and felt not empathy but hunger. And somewhere in the Olympic National Forest, in the deep places where the moss grew thick and the canopy blocked the sun even at noon, the trees creaked in the windless air. Waiting. Always waiting. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The mushrooms grew in a perfect circle around where Emma Sullivan's tent had been. 3 dozen specimens of a species Daniel Kowalski couldn't identify, each one facing inward like spectators at an execution. Daniel crouched at the perimeter, his knees protesting the movement. 15 years as a ranger in Olympic National Park had given him an encyclopedic knowledge of the Hoh rainforest flora, but these fungi defied classification. Their caps were an impossible shade of white, almost luminescent in the diffused morning light filtering through the Sitka spruce canopy. What disturbed him more was their arrangement. Too precise, too deliberate, too much like something he'd seen before in a place he tried hard not to remember. The campsite itself had been stripped clean. Emma Sullivan's tent was gone, along with her backpack, sleeping bag, and the extensive mycology equipment her research advisor had mentioned during the initial report. Only the mushroom circle remained, and a single item at its center, a composition notebook, its pages warped by moisture but otherwise intact. Daniel pulled on latex gloves before retrieving it. Professional protocol, though some primitive part of his brain screamed at him not to touch anything within that circle. He'd learned to trust that instinct back in 2004 during his second year at Olympic. He'd ignored it once, never again. The notebook's cover bore Emma's name in careful handwriting. Inside, the entries began mundane enough. Observations about old-growth forest ecosystems, sketches of various mushroom species, notes about soil pH levels, and rainfall measurements. Emma had arrived at the Hoh Rainforest Trailhead on October 17th, planning a week-long solo research trip for her master's thesis on fungal networks in temperate rainforests. Her faculty advisor, Dr. Patricia Chen, had approved the trip despite Emma's limited backcountry experience, citing the relatively accessible terrain and well-marked trails. That had been 9 days ago. Emma had missed her scheduled check-in on October 23rd. Her parents, waiting for their daily text message that never came, had contacted the Park Service on the 24th. Daniel had been assigned to the search yesterday, along with 2 other rangers and a volunteer SR team. They'd found her campsite at coordinates 47.8604 degree N, 123.9354 degree W, approximately 3.2 miles from the trailhead along the Hoh River Trail, at an elevation of 578 feet. They'd found the mushroom circle. They'd found the notebook. They hadn't found Emma Sullivan. Daniel flipped through the journal, watching Emma's entries transform. October 18th, enthusiastic observations about nurse logs and epiphyte communities. October 19th, detailed fungal sketches, mentions of unusual quiet in the forest. October 20th, notes about feeling watched, dismissing it as typical solo camping paranoia. October 21st, shorter entries, handwriting less steady, comments about dreams of standing water, and a woman's voice singing in a language she didn't recognize. October 22nd, the final entry. They're not mushrooms, they're fingers. All of them. Pushing up through the soil like they're trying to dig their way out. I can see the fingernails now. Why can I see the fingernails? The woman is standing at the edge of camp. She won't stop looking at me. Her face is wrong. Everything about her face is wrong. I need to leave, but I can't remember which direction is out. All the trees look the same. They're all watching. She's singing again. I know the words now. I shouldn't know the words. The entry ended mid-sentence, the final word trailing off into an illegible smear. Daniel stood slowly, his spine crackling. The forest around him maintained its oppressive silence. No birdsong, no small mammals rustling through the undergrowth. No wind moving through the canopy despite the October storm system that was supposed to arrive this evening. Just the distant white noise of the Hoh River, muffled and distorted by the vegetation. He keyed his radio. Kowalski to base. Over. Static, then Julie's voice from the ranger station at park headquarters. Go ahead, Daniel. Found Sullivan's journal at the campsite. No other signs of her presence. Journal entries suggest possible psychological distress. Requesting continuation of search with focus on the area within 2 miles of current location. He rattled off the coordinates, keeping his voice level and professional. Weather's holding for now, but that front's coming in. We'll need to expand the search grid before conditions deteriorate. Copy that. How's the journal look? Anything indicating direction of travel? Daniel glanced down at the final entry. Negative. Last entry is disoriented. No clear indication of intended movement. SAR team is en route to your location. ETA 45 minutes. Caldwell and Martinez are working the northern sectors. Be advised, we've got another report coming in. Hikers on the Sol Duke Valley Trail reported hearing singing last night around Oro 200 hours. Female voice, unfamiliar language. Location approximately 8 miles northwest of your position. Something cold settled in Daniel's stomach. Copy. We'll maintain current position until SAR arrives. He clipped the radio back to his belt and looked again at the mushroom circle. In the 7 years since he'd transferred from Crater Lake, Daniel had worked dozens of missing person cases in Olympic National Park. Most ended well. Confused hikers located within hours, injured climbers airlifted out, the occasional visitor who'd simply lost track of time. Some ended badly. Bodies recovered from falls, drownings, exposure. One case had never been resolved at all. That case had also involved mushrooms growing in impossible patterns. It had involved silence where there should have been sound. It had involved Daniel finding evidence that made no sense according to any rational framework. Evidence he'd documented carefully and completely. Evidence that had been dismissed by investigators as misidentification or contamination, or the unreliable observations of a stressed ranger working a traumatic search. Daniel had been 26 then, new enough to the job that he'd still believed documentation mattered more than politics. He'd learned otherwise. He'd also learned that some things in the forest operated according to rules that had nothing to do with the ones taught in ranger training or written in Park Service procedures. He'd spent the last 7 years trying to forget those lessons. The forest, it seemed, had other ideas. Daniel walked the perimeter of the mushroom circle, photographing it from multiple angles with his Nikon D90. The camera was old even by 2011 standards, but it was reliable and took excellent macro shots. He documented each fungus individually, noting their uniform size, their precise spacing, their identical orientation. Then he photographed the journal pages, being careful not to damage the moisture-weakened paper. The temperature had dropped noticeably in the 15 minutes since he'd arrived at the campsite. His breath misted in front of his face, which made no sense given that it was only mid-October, and the forecast high was 58 degrees. Daniel had seen plenty of strange weather in Olympic. The park received an average of 12 feet of rain annually, creating microclimates that could shift dramatically within short distances. But this cold felt different. It felt deliberate. He was putting the camera away when he noticed the trees. All around the campsite, the moss-covered trunks of the old-growth Sitka spruce bore marks, scratches shallow and precise arranged in vertical lines. They were new. The exposed wood beneath the moss was still pale, not yet darkened by oxidation or moisture. Daniel approached the nearest tree, a massive specimen easily 6 feet in diameter, and examined the marks more closely. Not scratches. Characters, kanji, unless he was mistaken, though his knowledge of Japanese was limited to the few phrases he'd picked up from his ex-wife during their brief marriage. These weren't random graffiti. They'd been carved with care, each character perfectly formed, each line exactly the same depth. There had been no mention of Japanese visitors in the area. The Hoh rainforest attracted tourists from around the world, but the vast majority came during summer months. Late October was shoulder season, with only the most dedicated hikers willing to brave the increasingly rainy conditions. Daniel photographed the characters, then moved to the next tree. More kanji, different characters but the same precise execution. He circled the campsite, documenting every tree within a 30-foot radius. All of them bore marks. All of them had been carved recently, within the last few days, he estimated, based on the condition of the exposed wood. His radio crackled. "Daniel, this is Martinez. You still at the Sullivan campsite?" "Affirmative. We've got something up here you need to see. Grid reference 47.8721, 123.9287, about half a mile northeast of your position. What have you got?" A pause. When Martinez spoke again, his voice had lost its usual casual tone. "Just come up here and bring your camera." Daniel marked his current location with flagging tape and headed northeast, following his GPS. The silence persisted as he walked, his boots squelching through the perpetually damp ground. The Hoh rainforest was among the wettest places in the continental United States, and the ground never truly dried out. Nurse logs, fallen trees in various stages of decay, carpeted the forest floor, giving rise to the next generation of spruce and hemlock in an endless cycle of death and renewal. He'd always found it beautiful here, in a primordial way, the sense of deep time, of processes operating on scales that made human concerns feel trivial. Today, though, the forest felt wrong, watchful, like every tree had eyes. He found Martinez standing at the base of a massive hemlock, staring up at something in the branches. The ranger was in his early 40s, ex-military, unflappable under normal circumstances. He looked flapped now. "Tell me you see it too," Martinez said without preamble. Daniel looked up. Suspended 20 feet above the ground, tangled in the hemlock's branches, was a dress. Not modern hiking clothes, a white kimono, formal and elaborate, the kind Daniel vaguely associated with traditional Japanese ceremonies. It hung perfectly still despite the slight breeze that had finally started moving through the canopy. No tears, no signs of weathering. The fabric pristine despite being exposed to the elements in one of the rainiest ecosystems on Earth. "How long has it been there?" Daniel asked. "No idea. Could be recent, could be months, but Daniel..." Martinez pointed. "Look at the branches." Daniel looked. The branches supporting the kimono were dead, their bark sloughing off, their wood darkened and brittle. But only those specific branches. The rest of the tree appeared healthy, its needles green and dense, its bark intact. The dead branches formed a perfect cradle around the suspended garment. "I already checked the base of the tree," Martinez continued. "No footprints, no signs of climbing, no equipment. No way to get it up there without leaving some kind of evidence." Daniel pulled out his camera and started shooting. "Any sign of Sullivan?" "Negative. Caldwell's working the creek bed about 200 yards south. Nothing so far." Martinez finally looked away from the kimono. "What the hell is this, Daniel? This doesn't make any sense." "No," Daniel agreed. "It doesn't. But it did make sense in a terrible way that Daniel had spent 7 years trying not to acknowledge. It made sense the same way the mushroom circle made sense, the same way the kanji carved into the trees made sense, the same way the complete absence of animal sounds made sense. "I need you to document everything within a 100-yard radius of this location," Daniel said. "Look for more carvings, more anomalies. Take photos of anything unusual. I'm going to check the creek bed with Caldwell." "Daniel, what's going on here?" "I don't know yet." It was only partially a lie. Daniel knew what was going on. He just didn't know why or how to stop it or how to explain any of it without sounding insane. "Just document everything, we'll figure it out." He left Martinez and headed south toward the creek, his mind racing. The kimono was a burial garment. He was almost certain of that. In Japanese tradition, the dead were dressed in white for cremation or burial. And eerie, the spirits of those dead, were said to wear such garments when they manifested in the world of the living. Daniel had spent considerable time researching Japanese folklore after his experience at Crater Lake. Not out of academic interest, but out of desperate need to understand what he'd encountered in those woods. The official report had called it a mountain lion attack, despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Daniel had let the official story stand. He'd needed the job, needed to move forward, needed to stop seeing that woman's face every time he closed his eyes. The woman with white skin and black hair and eyes that reflected no light, who had stood at the edge of his peripheral vision for 3 days during that search, who had sung in a language that hurt his ears to hear, who had led them to the hiker's body arranged in a position no natural death could produce. The woman who had looked exactly like every description of a eerie, Daniel had found in his subsequent research. He'd convinced himself it had been stress, grief, the psychological weight of finding a mutilated body in the wilderness. The human mind could produce elaborate hallucinations under extreme circumstances. That was a documented fact. It made more sense than the alternative. But now, standing in the Hoh rainforest with Emma Sullivan missing and impossible mushrooms growing in circles and a burial kimono suspended in a tree, Daniel couldn't maintain that comfortable fiction anymore. He found Caldwell at the creek photographing something in the water. The ranger looked up as Daniel approached, his expression grim. "Footprints," Caldwell said, pointing. "Bare feet, small, probably female, leading into the creek and then... nothing. They don't come out on either side." Daniel examined the prints. They were clear despite the constant moisture, pressed deep into the soft earth at the creek's edge. 5 prints total, each one showing distinct toe marks, all heading directly into the fast-moving water. The creek was about 15 feet wide here, 3 feet deep according to Daniel's experience, running cold and clear over smooth river rocks. "Water temperature?" Daniel asked. Caldwell had already checked. 42 degrees. Nobody's wading across this barefoot voluntarily. Could she have been disoriented? Hypothermic? Maybe, but why go into the creek at all? The trail's clearly marked, and why no prints coming out? Daniel had no good answer for that. He waded into the creek, gasping at the cold, and searched both banks for another 100 yards in each direction. Nothing. Emma Sullivan's footprints led into the water and simply ceased to exist. The SAR team arrived 2 hours later, 6 volunteers with years of experience searching Olympics-challenging terrain. Daniel briefed them on what they'd found, carefully editing out the more inexplicable details. Missing person, last known position, evidence of possible psychological distress, footprints leading to the creek. They spent the rest of the day searching in an expanding grid pattern from the original campsite. Covering 6 square miles of dense rainforest, they found nothing. No additional footprints, no torn clothing, no equipment, no sign that Emma Sullivan had ever existed beyond that mushroom circle and those impossible prints leading into the creek. They found other things, though. More kanji carved into trees, always in sets of 4 characters, always facing inward toward some central point. More areas of unnatural silence, pockets of cold air that persisted despite the surrounding temperature. And as the October light faded early under the rainforest canopy, they began to hear singing. It started as a murmur, barely audible over the sound of the creek. A woman's voice, high and clear, singing words in what Daniel's mediocre linguistic knowledge identified as Japanese. The melody was simple but haunting, the kind of tune that got into your head and refused to leave. Martinez was the first to mention it. Anyone else hearing that? Everyone stopped moving. 6 SAR volunteers, 3 rangers, all standing motionless in the gathering darkness, listening to a voice that came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It's coming from downstream," one of the volunteers said. "No," another countered. "It's upstream. Definitely upstream." Daniel knew it was neither. The voice wasn't coming from any specific direction because it wasn't really a voice at all. Not in the conventional sense. It was something else. Something that bypassed the normal mechanisms of hearing and went straight into the brain. "Everyone back to the campsite," Daniel ordered. "Now. We're not searching in the dark." There were protests. SAR protocol emphasized the golden hours immediately after a person went missing, the critical window when they were most likely to be found alive. But Daniel pulled rank, citing safety concerns and the approaching storm. The team reluctantly complied, though he could see the questions in their eyes. They made it back to the Sullivan campsite just as the rain started, the first drops of what the forecast promised would be a significant weather system. Daniel had the team set up camp in a clearing 50 yards from the mushroom circle, which remained perfectly intact despite the increasingly heavy rain. "I'm staying here tonight," Daniel announced. "I want everyone else out at first light. Caldwell, Martinez, you'll lead the team back to the trailhead. I'll maintain radio contact and continue the search alone." "That's not protocol," Caldwell protested. "Nobody searches alone, especially not in these conditions." "I'm not asking for permission." "Daniel, what the hell is going on? What aren't you telling us?" Daniel looked at the circle of mushrooms, still luminescent in the darkness, still oriented inward toward that empty center where Emma Sullivan's tent had been. "I need you to trust me. All of you. Whatever happens, I need you out of this forest by dawn. That's an order." It spoke to their years of working together that they didn't argue further. Daniel had built a reputation as the steadiest ranger in the park, the one who never panicked, never broke protocol without good reason. They trusted him, even when they didn't understand. The team bedded down in their tents, though Daniel doubted anyone would sleep. The singing had grown louder as darkness fell, no longer a distant murmur but a clear, insistent melody that seemed to resonate in the bones. Daniel sat outside his tent, rain dripping off his hood, watching the mushroom circle. He'd brought his personal copy of Yokai, the World of Japanese Demons and Spirits by Shigeru Mizuki, purchased years ago during his desperate attempts to understand what he'd seen at Crater Lake. He read it now by flashlight, reviewing the sections on Yurei. Yurei were spirits of the dead who remained bound to the earthly realm by powerful emotions: rage, sorrow, love, revenge. They typically manifested as pale women in white burial kimono, their long black hair falling across their faces, their presence marked by cold spots and feelings of dread. They were most active at night, particularly during the hours between 2 and 3 a.m., when the barrier between the living world and the realm of the dead was thinnest. Traditional protections against Yurei included Shinto purification rituals, Buddhist sutras, salt, and specific kanji written on protective amulets. But these methods only worked if the Yurei's earthly attachment could be addressed, the wrong that bound them resolved, the injustice acknowledged, the grief honored. Some Yurei, though, were beyond appeasement. These were the Onryo, spirits so consumed by rage that they existed only to inflict suffering. They could curse the living, drive them mad, or simply kill them through supernatural means. The book included photographs of Yurei sightings, woodblock prints depicting traditional encounters, academic analyses of various regional Yurei legends. Daniel studied an image of a woman standing in water, her white kimono floating on the surface, her face obscured by wet black hair. The caption identified her as a specific type of Yurei associated with drowning deaths. At 2:47 a.m., according to Daniel's watch, the singing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing against his ears like physical pressure. Even the rain seemed muted, falling without sound through the trees. Daniel stood slowly, his hand moving to the Motorola radio on his belt, some part of him knowing it wouldn't work but checking anyway. Static, not the normal static of a working radio struggling with terrain and weather, but the corrupted static of a device that had simply ceased to function according to the laws of physics. She appeared at the edge of the clearing, standing just beyond the reach of his flashlight beam. A woman in a white kimono, her head bowed, her black hair hanging loose to her waist. She was too pale, her skin luminescent in a way that had nothing to do with reflected light, and she was wet, water streaming from her hair and clothes despite standing well away from the creek. Daniel wanted to run. Every primitive instinct screamed at him to flee, to get away from this thing that was so clearly wrong, so obviously not a living woman. But he'd run before at Crater Lake, and it had followed. They always followed. "Emma Sullivan?" he called out, knowing it was pointless but needing to hear his own voice, needing to maintain some pretense of normal investigative procedure. The woman's head tilted slightly, a gesture that seemed to require too many joints, too much articulation. Slowly, she raised her face. Daniel's flashlight beam caught her features, and he immediately wished it hadn't. Her eyes were black from lid to lid, reflecting no light, containing no pupils or irises or any of the structures that made eyes work. Her mouth was open, wider than any human mouth should open, revealing row after row of teeth that extended too far back into her throat. And her skin up close wasn't pale, it was translucent, showing the shadows of bones and vessels beneath, as if she were something dead pretending to be alive. She opened her mouth wider, impossibly wide, and the singing started again. But this close, Daniel could hear what it really was, not a melody, but a scream, sustained and modulated into something that resembled music, a sound of such pure anguish that it felt like knives in his ears. He stumbled backward, tripping over his camping chair, his flashlight spinning away across the wet ground. In the moment of darkness before he could grab it again, she moved, not walked or ran, but simply relocated, going from the edge of the clearing to directly in front of him with no transition, no movement through the intervening space. Daniel scrambled back, his hands finding the flashlight, swinging it up. She stood 5 feet away, head cocked at that wrong angle, water pooling at her feet despite the relatively dry ground beneath the canopy. Her black eyes fixed on him with an intelligence that was utterly inhuman. Then she spoke, and her voice was not the singing voice from earlier, but something else. Something flat and dead and terrible. "Where is my daughter?" The words were in English, accented but clear. Daniel's breath caught. "I don't understand. My daughter. Where is she?" The thing wearing the woman's shape took a step closer. Water squelched beneath her feet, though there was no water there. "You took her from me. You took her body. You hid her beneath the stones in the water where I cannot find her. I didn't." Daniel forced himself to breathe, to think. This was a Yurei. Yurei were bound by specific rules, motivated by specific attachments. "I'm trying to help. I'm looking for someone." A young woman. Emma Sullivan. She disappeared. Emma. The name came out as a shriek, the sound of it literally painful, forcing Daniel to press his hands against his ears. Emma who promised. Emma who swore. Emma who broke her word and left me here alone in the dark. And the water with no one to sing the songs, no one to say the names. Daniel's mind raced. Emma Sullivan was a graduate student studying mycology. Nothing in her background suggested any connection to Japanese culture or tradition. But she'd written in her journal about singing, about knowing words she shouldn't know. What did Emma promise? Daniel managed to ask. The Yurei's form flickered, her edges blurring and re-solidifying. To remember. To tell the story. To bring my daughter home so I can rest. But Emma lied. Emma found the truth and ran. Just like the others. Just like all of them. What others? But the thing was already fading, becoming translucent, her voice receding. Find my daughter. Bring her home. Or join Emma in the water with the stones holding you down and the cold eating through your bones and the darkness lasting forever and forever and forever. She was gone, leaving only wet footprints that steamed in the cold air, evaporating as Daniel watched. He didn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. He sat with his back against a tree, his camping knife in one hand and his useless radio in the other, watching the mushroom circle and trying to process what he'd seen. A Yurei in Olympic National Park. Not in Japan, where such spirits belonged according to folklore, but here in Washington state. Which meant either the folklore was incomplete, or something specific had brought this entity here. Or, and this was the possibility that made Daniel's skin crawl, Yurei weren't bound to geographic locations but to people, to stories, to specific circumstances that could manifest anywhere. At dawn, he sent the SAR team back to the trailhead as planned. They went reluctantly, Caldwell in particular arguing that they should continue the search. Daniel remained firm. He needed them gone, needed to work alone, needed to follow the thread of this mystery without risking anyone else's life or sanity. After they left, he returned to Emma Sullivan's campsite and began a more thorough investigation. The mushroom circle remained intact, though the rain had turned the ground to mud everywhere except inside that perfect ring, which remained dry. Daniel carefully collected samples of the fungi, sealing them in plastic bags, knowing that later analysis would reveal nothing unusual. They were just mushrooms. The fact that they'd grown in an impossible pattern was merely the forest reflecting something deeper, something that operated according to rules science didn't acknowledge. He found Emma's field notebook where he'd left it, still dry despite the rain. He read through it again more carefully, looking for details he'd missed. There in the margin of an early entry, a note. Dr. Chen suggested the Nakamura site for comparison. Historical context might be interesting. Daniel pulled out his own notebook and flipped through his research notes. Olympic National Park had been the site of several Japanese-American settlements in the early 20th century, before internment during World War II. Most had been small logging operations or fishing villages. Most had been abandoned or destroyed after 1942, their residents forcibly relocated to camps. He radioed Julie back at headquarters. I need historical records for Japanese settlements in or near the Ho rainforest. Anything from 1900 to 1950. That's pretty specific, Daniel. What are you looking for? Background on the missing person case. Her research involved historical land use. It was technically true. Julie promised to pull what she could from the park archives and get back to him. Daniel spent the next hour carefully searching Emma's campsite, finding things he'd overlooked during the initial investigation. A small book tucked into a waterproof bag, its cover marked with Japanese characters. He opened it carefully. It was a diary, written in a combination of Japanese and English, dated 1941. The entries were sparse, written in a careful hand, describing daily life in a small community Daniel couldn't identify. The writer, a woman named Akiko Nakamura, wrote about her daughter Yuki, about preparing food, about her husband's work in the logging camps, about the beauty of the forest despite their difficult circumstances. The final entry was dated December 15, 1941, a week after Pearl Harbor. They say we must leave, that we are dangerous, that we cannot be trusted. But where will we go? This is our home. Yuki was born here. My husband built our house with his own hands. We have done nothing wrong, but they say we must leave, and so we will leave, because there is no choice. I am afraid. I am so afraid of what comes next." The entry ended there. Daniel carefully turned through the remaining pages, all blank except for the last page, where someone had written in English in a different hand. Akiko Nakamura drowned in Ho River, March 1942. Body never recovered. Daughter Yuki sent to Minidoka internment camp. Died of pneumonia, 1943, age 7. Below that, in the same hand but written more recently judging by the ink, "I promised to find where they buried Yuki. I promised to bring her home so Akiko can rest. But I can't find the records. It's like she never existed." Emma's handwriting. Daniel's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Julie's voice came through, clearer now that the storm had passed. "Daniel, I've got something weird. There was a settlement called Nakamura Camp, about 8 miles northwest of your position, near Solduke River. Japanese immigrant families, about 40 people total. They were removed during internment. But here's the thing. There's a note in the file from the Park Service Rangers who inventoried the site in 1944. They reported finding signs of ritual activity, Shinto shrines, Buddhist altars, some kind of memorial markers. The Rangers were ordered to remove everything and burn it. They complied. Any mention of specific graves? Children's graves?" A pause. "No, why?" "Just following a lead. Thanks, Julie." Daniel studied his topographic map. 8 miles northwest would put the Nakamura campsite near the location where hikers had reported hearing singing. It would also put it upstream from where Emma Sullivan's footprints had led into the creek. He packed quickly and headed northwest, following game trails and his GPS. The forest remained unnaturally quiet, the silence broken only by his own footsteps and the distant rush of water. The kanji carved into the trees became more frequent as he walked, appearing every 100 yards or so, always in groups of 4 characters. Daniel photographed each set, knowing he'd need to get them translated later. He had a sinking suspicion he already knew what they said. After 3 hours of hiking, he found the settlement site. Or what remained of it. The forest had reclaimed most of the area, but the footprints of buildings were still visible. Rectangular depressions in the ground, a few stone foundations, rusted metal implements half buried in moss. And in the center of the clearing, a stone marker weathered by decades of rain but still legible. It was a memorial, the characters carved deep into granite. Daniel couldn't read Japanese, but he photographed it carefully, along with the smaller markers surrounding it. 16 of them, each one bearing a name and dates. One of them said Yuki Nakamura, 1936-1943. But the marker was here in Washington, not in Idaho where Minidoka Camp had been located, which meant someone had brought Yuki's remains back, or at least commemorated her here. Which meant, "You found them." Daniel spun around. Emma Sullivan stood at the edge of the clearing, soaked and shivering, her hiking clothes torn and muddy. She looked alive, real. Nothing like the thing he'd seen last night. Relief and suspicion warred in his chest. "Emma, are you hurt?" She shook her head, teeth chattering. "I'm so cold. I've been so cold since I went into the water." "You need medical attention. How long have you been out here?" "I don't know, days? Hours? The time doesn't work right anymore." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I found Akiko's diary at an estate sale in Seattle. I'm studying mycology, but I've always been interested in local history. And this diary, it was so sad. I wanted to do something, wanted to honor her story. So I researched the internment camps, found records of Yuki's death, discovered that someone, probably her father, had brought her ashes back after the war and buried them here. I thought if I could document it, if I could tell the story, it would mean something. And then Akiko appeared," Daniel said quietly. Emma's eyes widened. "You've seen her." "Last night, she's looking for Yuki. She doesn't know Yuki is right here." He gestured to the memorial markers. "She died before the war ended. Her body was never found. She doesn't understand that her daughter was brought home. I tried to tell her, Emma whispered. That first night when she appeared at my campsite, I tried to explain, but she couldn't hear me. She just kept asking where her daughter was, kept saying I'd promised to bring her home. I got scared and ran. I thought if I could get to the river, cross it, the water would protect me. That's what the books say about spirits. Running water stops them. You're still alive? I think so. But I've been in the forest for so long, hiding from her, drinking creek water and eating berries, and I'm so cold. And sometimes I see things that can't be real, and I'm not sure anymore. Her voice broke. Am I alive? Or am I like her now? Daniel approached slowly, extending his hand. Emma reached out and her fingers were solid, cold but definitely real. He felt her pulse, faint but present. You're alive. Hypothermic, probably dehydrated, but alive. We need to get you out of here. She won't let me leave. Every time I try to find my way back to the trail, I end up back at her campsite. The trees move. The paths change. She's keeping me here. Because she thinks you can help her find Yuki. Daniel pulled out his camera and showed Emma the photos of the memorial stones. Yuki is here. She's been here since 1945 or 46. But Akiko doesn't know. She's been searching for 80 years, and her daughter has been right here the entire time. Emma stared at the photos. How do we tell her? How do we make her understand? Daniel thought about the kanji carved into the trees, the mushroom circles, the singing. In his research after Crater Lake, he'd read about various methods for communicating with Yurei, most of them requiring elaborate rituals performed by trained priests. But there was one method that appeared consistently across different sources: acknowledgement, bearing witness to the injustice that bound the spirit, speaking the truth aloud, making the invisible visible. We tell the story, Daniel said. All of it. We acknowledge what happened to them. He pulled out his notebook and wrote down everything he knew about Akiko and Yuki Nakamura. The dates, the places, the injustice of their separation, and Akiko's death. The devotion of whoever had brought Yuki home. He wrote about Emma's attempt to honor their story, about the diary that had survived all these years. He wrote about the internment, about families torn apart by fear and racism, about a mother who drowned searching for her daughter, and a daughter who died alone in a camp far from home. Then he read it aloud in the clearing, his voice carrying through the silent forest. Emma joined him, adding details from the diary, speaking Akiko's words in her own voice, making the dead woman real again through memory and acknowledgement. Nothing happened at first, then gradually the temperature began to rise. The oppressive silence lifted, birds beginning to call in the canopy above. A beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the memorial stones. And standing next to Yuki's marker, no longer terrifying but simply sad, stood Akiko Nakamura. She looked different in daylight, still pale, still wearing the white kimono, but her features were soft now, recognizably human. She looked down at the stone bearing her daughter's name, and her translucent hand reached out to touch it. Yuki, she whispered, you came home. Your husband brought her back, Daniel said gently. After the war, he never forgot. Akiko's form began to fade, becoming translucent, wisps of her drifting away like morning mist. But before she disappeared entirely, she looked at Emma and Daniel, and her expression was one of profound relief. Thank you, she said, her voice no longer terrible but soft, almost musical. Thank you for remembering. Then she was gone, leaving only a faint scent of jasmine in the air. Emma collapsed, and Daniel barely caught her before she hit the ground. Her pulse was thready, her lips blue with cold. He radioed for emergency extraction, giving their coordinates, requesting immediate medical helicopter. Then he wrapped her in his jacket and his emergency blanket, building a fire with shaking hands. The helicopter arrived 40 minutes later, its rotor wash scattering leaves and moss across the clearing. The paramedics loaded Emma onto a stretcher, hooking her up to IV fluids and monitoring equipment. Daniel watched them work, feeling the exhaustion of the last 2 days finally catching up with him. You should come too, one of the paramedics said. You look like hell, man. I need to document the site first. I'll hike out later. After the helicopter left, Daniel sat alone in the clearing, surrounded by memorial stones. He thought about Akiko and Yuki, about families destroyed by hatred and fear, about grief so powerful it could transcend death itself. He thought about the Park Service rangers in 1944, who had burned the shrines and altars, erasing any trace that these people had existed, had lived and loved and died here. He photographed every marker, documenting each name and date. He would file a report, make sure these graves were officially recorded, make sure they would be protected and remembered. It was a small thing, maybe meaningless in the grand scheme, but it was something. The forest around him had returned to normal, birds singing, small animals rustling through undergrowth, wind moving through the canopy. The oppressive silence was gone, along with the cold pockets and the singing, and the sense of being watched. Akiko Nakamura had found her daughter and finally, after 80 years, found rest. Daniel packed his equipment slowly, knowing he should feel relieved, victorious even. They'd found Emma alive, against all odds. They'd resolved a case that by all rights should have ended in tragedy, but he felt hollowed out, scraped clean of something essential, because he knew now, with absolute certainty, that what he'd seen at Crater Lake 7 years ago had been real. The woman in white, the impossible circumstances, the evidence that made no sense, all of it real, which meant there were other cases, other forests, other spirits bound by grief or rage or injustice, and next time, he might not be so lucky. Next time, the story might not have an ending where everyone walked away. He started the long hike back to the trailhead, his boots squelching through mud, his muscles aching. Somewhere in the trees a raven called, 3 sharp cries that echoed through the forest. In Japanese folklore, ravens were messengers between the worlds of the living and the dead. Daniel didn't look back. Emma Sullivan spent 3 days in the hospital recovering from severe hypothermia and dehydration. Physically, she made a full recovery. Psychologically was another matter. She dropped out of graduate school 3 months later, unable to return to fieldwork, unable to sleep without lights on, unable to explain to her therapist what had really happened in the forest without sounding insane. Daniel filed his official report, documenting the discovery of the Nakamura settlement site and recommending historical preservation. He carefully edited out anything that couldn't be explained through conventional means. The mushroom circle became unusual fungal growth, possibly due to soil contamination. The kimono in the tree became historical artifact of unknown origin, removed for laboratory analysis. The kanji carvings remained kanji carvings, but he attributed them to modern vandalism rather than supernatural manifestation. His supervisor praised the report for its thoroughness and sensitivity to the historical context. The Nakamura site was officially designated as a protected historical area. A small plaque was installed near the memorial stones, acknowledging the Japanese-American families who had lived there before internment. Daniel was commended for his work on the Sullivan case, for finding her alive when the odds suggested otherwise. He accepted the commendation with quiet thanks and went back to his regular duties: trail maintenance, visitor education, wildlife monitoring. Normal ranger work that didn't involve eerie or grief so powerful it persisted beyond death. But he kept Akiko's diary, tucked away in his locker at the ranger station. And sometimes, on quiet nights when he was alone in the forest, he would take it out and read her words, bearing witness to a life that had been deliberately forgotten, making sure someone remembered. The mushroom circle at Emma Sullivan's campsite faded away over the following weeks, the fungi decomposing back into the soil, leaving no trace they'd ever existed. The kanji carvings on the trees gradually weathered and healed, the exposed wood darkening and sealing over. The kimono, when analyzed in the laboratory, turned out to be authentic ceremonial wear from the 1940s, made of real silk, impossibly well preserved despite apparent exposure to the elements. It was cataloged and stored in the park archives, another artifact of a forgotten history. Daniel Kowalski continued working as a ranger in Olympic National Park for another 6 years before transferring to a desk job at Park Service headquarters in Washington, D.C. He never spoke publicly about what he'd seen in the Hoh rainforest, never tried to convince anyone that Uri were real or that some disappearances in the wilderness involved forces that couldn't be explained by hypothermia or falls or animal attacks. But he kept researching quietly and privately, documenting patterns he saw in certain cases, noting the common threads, the silence, the cold, the sense of wrongness, the evidence that didn't fit, building a database of impossibilities, waiting for the next time the forest needed someone who understood. Because Daniel had learned finally and completely that the wilderness held more than just animals and weather and geological processes. It held stories, memories, grief that refused to die. And sometimes those stories demanded to be heard by whatever means necessary. The Hoh rainforest continued growing, trees reaching skyward, moss carpeting everything, the endless cycle of death and renewal playing out across centuries and millennia. And deep in the forest, where very few people ventured, the memorial stones for Yuki Nakamura remained undisturbed, no longer mourned by a grieving ghost, but remembered nonetheless, their names carved in granite where the rain could not wash them away. On certain nights, hikers in the area reported hearing singing, a woman's voice high and clear, no longer anguished but peaceful, like a lullaby. And sometimes, in the early morning mist, there were reports of two figures walking through the trees, a woman in white and a small child, hand in hand, fading into the fog before anyone could get a clear look. Daniel heard these reports and said nothing, filing them away with all the other impossible things he'd collected over the years. Some mysteries, he'd learned, weren't meant to be solved. Some stories didn't need endings, just acknowledgement that they existed at all. The forest kept its secrets as it always had. But now at least Akiko and Yuki Nakamura were together again, their story remembered, their grief finally laid to rest. And in the deepest part of the night, when Daniel woke from dreams of white figures and impossibly wide mouths and singing that hurt to hear, he would remember the jasmine scent that had filled the clearing when Akiko faded away, and he would know that some things in the darkness were not evil, just lost. That knowledge didn't make the nightmares any easier to bear, but it made them bearable at all. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The moss had grown over Ashley Nguyen's abandoned pack in patterns that should have taken months, not 3 days. Thomas O'Brien knelt beside it on the Hoh River Trail, his Garmin GPS reading 47.597 degran, 123.935 degree OW, elevation 578 feet. The pack sat upright against a Sitka spruce, partially obscured by sword ferns that seemed to have deliberately arranged themselves around it. 3 days. He'd helped coordinate the initial search when Ashley's hiking partner reported her missing at the ranger station. 3 days, and the pack looked like it had been there since the Clinton administration. The moss wasn't the worst part. The worst part was how the pack faced the trail, positioned as if Ashley had set it down carefully, methodically, before walking into the temperate rainforest. No signs of struggle, no torn fabric, no scattered belongings creating a breadcrumb trail for searchers, just the pack and the moss that shouldn't exist. Thomas pulled a latex glove from his duty belt. His hands didn't shake. They hadn't shaken in 8 months, not since the medication started working. Dr. Brennan at the VA would be proud. He opened the pack's main compartment with the detached efficiency of someone who'd done this before, someone who'd found things in the woods that shouldn't be found. Ashley's permit placed her as a 26-year-old environmental science graduate student from UC Berkeley. Experienced hiker. 10 essentials all accounted for. First aid kit, fire starter, extra clothing, headlamp with fresh batteries, map and compass, knife, emergency shelter, food, water purification tablets, and a space blanket still in its wrapper. Her phone sat in a waterproof case, fully charged but showing no signal. Normal for this section of the Hoh. The screensaver was a photo of Ashley with an older couple, presumably her parents, in front of Half Dome. Thomas bagged the phone and the permit. The rest would stay for the evidence team Chief Ranger Morrison was sending from Port Angeles. He stood, knees popping, and scanned the surrounding forest. The Hoh rainforest received 140 inches of rain annually, creating one of the most lush temperate rainforests in the continental United States. Sitka spruce, western hemlock, and western red cedar grew to massive proportions here, their trunks wrapped in moss and lichen. Nurse logs lined the trail, decomposing giants that fed new generations of trees. Everything green, everything wet, everything alive. Except the silence. Thomas had worked Olympic National Park for 12 years. He knew the soundscape. Varied thrush calls, Pacific wrens, Townsend's warblers, the constant drip of moisture from the canopy, the whisper of the Hoh River a quarter-mile north. Now, nothing. Even the river seemed to have stopped flowing. He activated his radio. Station, this is O'Brien. Found the Nguyen pack at mile marker 4.7, Hoh River Trail. Requesting evidence team and asking to expand search radius to 5 miles. Static answered him. He checked the radio, a Motorola XTS 5000, Park Service standard. Fully charged, correct frequency. He tried again. Station, do you copy? More static, but underneath it something else. A rhythm, almost like breathing. Thomas turned the radio off and back on. The breathing stopped. He told himself it was interference from the moisture from the density of the forest. He'd heard stranger things on the radio during his 12 years. Once, on a search and rescue operation near Hurricane Ridge, every radio in the team had picked up what sounded like a child singing. Turned out to be feedback from a weather station in Canada, distorted by atmospheric conditions. Rational explanation. Rational explanations. Dr. Brennan had taught him to reach for those first. Before the other thoughts, the ones that wanted to pull him back to 2012, back to the Quinault search. He marked the pack's GPS coordinates in his notebook. He still kept a paper backup, old habits from before digital everything, and continued up the trail. Ashley's hiking partner, a graduate student named David Chen, had last seen her around 6 p.m. on October 23rd. She'd told him she wanted to walk ahead, that she needed some time alone to clear her head. David had continued at his own pace, and assumed she'd set up camp at their planned site near 5 Mile Island. When he arrived at 7:15 p.m., no Ashley, no tent, no sign she'd ever been there. That was 3 days ago. They'd found nothing in the initial search. No footprints leaving the trail, no broken vegetation, no clothing snagged on branches. It was as if she'd evaporated. Fourth one in 18 months. Thomas tried not to think about that. Morrison had specifically told him not to think about that. They're not connected, O'Brien. Different circumstances, different locations, different times of year. But they weren't different enough. All experienced hikers. All alone when they vanished. All disappeared between sunset and full dark. All during new moon phases. The trail curved east, following the river's contour. The canopy thickened overhead, reducing the October afternoon light to a dim green twilight. Thomas's watch read 4:47 p.m. Sunset would come at 6:08 p.m. He had 90 minutes before he needed to turn back. That was when he saw the first one. It stood 30 feet off the trail between two massive Sitka spruces. Not quite shaped like a person, but person adjacent. A vertical darkness that the forest's natural shadows couldn't explain. It didn't move, didn't react to his presence. Just stood there, a column of black that seemed to absorb light, rather than be created by the absence of it. Thomas stopped walking. His training said to investigate. His instincts, the ones that had kept him alive through 12 years of wilderness work, said to document and extract. He raised his Park Service camera, a ruggedized Canon point-and-shoot, and took 3 photos. The click of the shutter sounded abnormally loud in the silence. When he lowered the camera, the shadow was gone. Thomas walked to where it had been. No footprints in the moss, no disturbed vegetation, no broken spider webs or displaced moisture droplets. Nothing to indicate anything had stood there at all. He took more photos of the ground, the surrounding trees, the angles of natural shadow fall. His hand stayed steady. Dr. Brennan would be very proud. The breathing sound from the radio had started again, even though the radio was off. Thomas pulled it from his belt. The power button was in the off position, LED dark, but the breathing continued. Soft and rhythmic, like someone sleeping, or waiting. He removed the battery. The breathing stopped. He looked at his watch, 5:03 p.m. Sunset in 65 minutes. Time to head back. The trail back seemed longer than it should. The marker posts, placed every 1/10 of a mile by the Park Service, appeared in the wrong order. Mile 4.8, then 4.9, then 4.7, then 5.1. His GPS said he was walking northwest, back toward the trailhead, but the markers disagreed. Thomas stopped at marker 4.7, the location where he'd found Ashley's pack, but the pack wasn't there. Neither was the spruce it had been leaning against. Instead, a western red cedar stood in its place, ancient and massive, its trunk easily 12 feet in diameter. The shadows between the trees had multiplied. Thomas counted 15 of them, arranged in a rough circle around his position. The same vertical darkness, the same light-absorbing quality. They didn't move, but the space between them and Thomas felt like it was contracting, the way distance warps in extreme heat or cold. His hand found his service weapon, a Glock 22 .40 caliber. 14 rounds. He'd never fired it in the line of duty. Never needed to. The most dangerous things in Olympic National Park were usually lost tourists and the occasional black bear. This, whatever this was, fell outside his training parameters. The shadows moved closer. Not walking, just closer. One moment at 30 feet, the next at 25. No transition, no movement through space. Simple displacement from one point to another. Thomas backed away slowly, keeping his eyes on them. His heel caught on a root and he stumbled, catching himself against a moss-covered nurse log. The shadows stopped advancing. They seemed to be watching, evaluating. The word came to him unbidden. Observing. His radio's breathing had returned, loud enough now to hear even without the battery. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a sound with no apparent source. Thomas's psych training, part of the return-to-duty protocol after Quinault, identified the symptoms: auditory hallucination, visual disturbances, spatial disorientation, classic signs of a psychotic break. But his hands weren't shaking. His thoughts were clear. The fear he felt was appropriate to the situation, not the overwhelming panic that had characterized his PTSD episodes. This was real, or real enough. The sun slipped below the tree line at 6:08 p.m. exactly, and the shadows moved again, 15 to 30 in an instant. They surrounded him now, a perfect circle 20 feet in diameter. In the dying light, Thomas could see them more clearly. They weren't entirely without form. Suggestions of human shape emerged from the darkness. The angle of a shoulder, the curve of a head, the length of an arm. But wrong, somehow. Proportions slightly off, like reflections in water disturbed by ripples. One of them stepped forward. The movement was smooth, organic. Nothing like the displacement from before. It approached until it stood 5 feet away. Thomas could see nothing inside the darkness. No eyes, no features, no defining characteristics. Just absence. Then it spoke. Not out loud. The words appeared directly in Thomas's mind, bypassing his ears entirely. The sensation was profoundly wrong, intimate in a way that made his skin crawl. Observer. What did you do with Ashley Nguyen? Thomas kept his voice steady, professional, radio discipline, even in madness. Witness. Where is she? The shadow tilted its head, a gesture that might have been confusion or amusement. The movement revealed something Thomas hadn't noticed before. Where the shadow stood, the ground showed no moss growth, no vegetation, no signs of life. The earth itself looked desiccated, gray, dead. Watching, always watching, as she watched. I don't understand. Doors. She opened doors. The other shadows moved closer, tightening the circle. Thomas could feel the temperature dropping, his breath beginning to fog. His watch showed 6:23 p.m., October 26, 2014. He focused on those details, anchoring himself in the concrete and measurable. What doors? Between. The spaces between. Where we wait. Where we have always waited. Thomas's psychology training included a semester on cultural anthropology, understanding the belief systems of the various tribal nations around Olympic National Park. The Kino, the Quilut, the Maka, they all had stories about entities that existed in liminal spaces, things that watched from the edges of firelight, beings that weren't quite spirit and weren't quite flesh, shadow people, some anthropologists called them, documented in dozens of cultures across every continent. Are you going to kill me? The shadow that spoke tilted its head the other direction. Kill? No. Killing is not watching. Watching is eternal. Then what do you want? See us. Bear witness. Know that we are here, have always been here, will always be here. In the spaces between the trees. In the darkness between thoughts. Watching. The circle contracted to 10 feet. Thomas could see more details now in the full darkness. The shadows weren't uniform. Some appeared more solid, more defined. Others flickered and wavered like projected images. Behind them, deeper in the forest, he could see hundreds more. Thousands. A silent army of watchers extending back into the trees as far as his eyes could penetrate. His radio spoke with his own voice. Station, this is O'Brien. Found the Nguyen pack at mile marker 407. Then Ashley's voice, desperate. David? David, I can see something in the trees. There are shapes. Then another voice, a man's, unfamiliar. Jesus Christ, what are those things? They're everywhere. Then a woman's voice, thick with tears. Please, I just want to go home. Please let me go home. The radio cycled through voices, dozens of them, all reporting the same things. Shapes in the trees, shadows that moved, presences that watched. Some of the recordings sounded old, degraded, possibly from the 1970s or 1980s. Others were crystal clear, recent, 4 disappearances in 18 months. How many total over the decades? How many witnesses had the forest claimed? The shadow spoke again. Ashley Nguyen saw us, truly saw, perceived, understood. She could not look away, could not unsee. Now she watches with us. Eternal. Show me. The shadows parted, creating a gap in the circle. Beyond it, Thomas could see a figure standing motionless between two cedars. Even in the darkness, he recognized the silhouette from Ashley's permit photo. She stood perfectly still, facing him. But something was fundamentally wrong with the way she held herself. Too rigid. Too still. No breathing. No weight shift. No micro movements that characterize living things. Thomas approached slowly, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The light hit Ashley's face and his stomach dropped. Her eyes were open but completely black, no white visible, as if the pupils had expanded to consume everything. She didn't blink, didn't react to the light. Her skin had taken on a grayish pallor, not quite the color of death, but not the color of life either. Something between. Ashley Nguyen? She didn't respond, didn't move. But her lips parted slightly and words emerged in a voice that sounded like it was coming from underwater, distorted and strange. I see them. I see all of them. In the corners of vision, in the spaces between heartbeats, in the darkness behind closed eyes. They've always been there. We just don't look. Can't look. Won't look. But I looked. And now I can't stop looking. They're beautiful, Thomas O'Brien. So beautiful and so terrible and so eternal. Where are the others? The other three who disappeared? Ashley's head turned toward him with mechanical precision. Her black eyes reflected his flashlight beam like a cat's, throwing back a pale luminescence. Here. We're all here. Watching with them. Adding our eyes to theirs. Seeing what they see. Time doesn't pass the same way here. Sometimes it's 2014, sometimes it's 1982, sometimes it's 1956. All the moments exist together, layered like transparency sheets. I can see you in 2012, Thomas. I can see what happened in Kino. I can see what you're trying to forget. Thomas's hands finally started shaking. Don't. The little girl, Sarah Dakota, age 7. You found her after 3 days, but you were too late. Exposure and dehydration. She died in your arms while you waited for the helicopter. You still hear her asking for her mother. You still feel the exact weight of her body going slack. Stop. That's why Morrison sent you on this search. He thinks you need closure. He thinks finding Ashley alive will help you heal. But Ashley isn't alive, Thomas. Not in the way you mean. Ashley is transcendent now. Ashley is eternal. The shadows closed in again, and Thomas felt the profound wrongness of their proximity. His flashlight dimmed as if the batteries were draining, though he'd replaced them that morning. The darkness pressed against him, viscous and thick. Ashley continued in her drowning voice. They exist in a state of pure observation. No thought, no emotion, no desire. Only watching, only witnessing, only bearing eternal testimony to the passage of time. They've watched the mountains rise and erode. They've watched species evolve and go extinct. They've watched humans discover fire and split atoms. Always watching, never interfering. We give them our eyes, and in return, we become part of something infinite. That's not life. That's not existence. That's peace, Thomas. It's peace. No more trauma. No more memory. No more weight. Just observation. Pure and simple and eternal. The shadows formed shapes now, becoming more defined. Thomas could see faces in them. Dozens of faces, maybe hundreds, all with the same black eyes, all with the same expression of serene emptiness. Young and old, male and female, different ethnicities and time periods, all watching. One shadow stepped forward, and Thomas recognized the features despite the darkness. A little girl, maybe 7 years old, with long black hair and a Seattle Mariners t-shirt. Sarah Dakota. No, you're not real. She's dead. I was there. I held. The shadow Sarah spoke in that same underwater voice. You held my body, but I wasn't finished. I watched you cry. I watched you blame yourself. I watched you break. And now I watch everything, always. It's better this way, Thomas. No more pain. No more fear. just watching. Thomas backed away, his service weapon in his hand now, though he didn't remember drawing it. The shadows didn't react to the gun. They simply watched, patient and eternal. His radio spoke again, this time in Morrison's voice. O'Brien, return to station. Immediate. Weather front moving in. But Morrison's voice sounded wrong, distorted, like it had been processed through multiple layers of recording and playback. Thomas checked his watch. 6:47 p.m. He'd been in the woods for 2 hours since finding Ashley's pack, but it felt like minutes. The speaking shadow addressed him again. Observer. Will you watch? Will you see? Will you bear witness? What happens if I refuse? You leave. You forget. You return to your life of suffering and memory and wait. But you will know we are here. You will feel us watching. In every shadow, every darkness, every moment of solitude, you will know. And if I accept, peace, eternity, observation without end. No more pain, Thomas O'Brien. No more Sarah Dakota's weight in your arms. No more screaming in the night. Only watching, only seeing, only being. It was tempting. God help him, it was tempting. 2 years of therapy, 8 months of medication, countless sleepless nights replaying those 3 days searching for Sarah, the moment of finding her, the helicopter that came too late, the weight that never left. Thomas looked at Ashley, at the serenity in her inhuman face, at Shadow Sarah, no longer cold and small and dead, but eternal and observing, at the hundreds of watchers stretching back into the infinite forest. They offered an end to suffering, an end to being human with all its terrible consciousness and capacity for pain. His finger found the trigger, but not pointed at the shadows, pointed at the ground. He fired once, the muzzle flash illuminating the circle of watchers for a fraction of a second. In that brief light, Thomas saw them more clearly than before, saw the anguish beneath the serenity, the trapped awareness behind the empty eyes, the prison masquerading as transcendence. No, the shadows recoiled from the sound of the gunshot, the first noise to break the silence in what felt like hours. Thomas fired again, and again, emptying the magazine into the earth. Each shot pushed the watchers back, creating space, restoring boundaries. When the echoes faded, the shadows had retreated to 30 feet. The speaking shadow tilted its head one final time. Your choice. But know this, observer. We are patient. We are eternal. We will watch you. Always. In the darkness between moments. In the spaces between thoughts. We will watch. And when you are ready, when the weight becomes too much, we will be here. The shadows dispersed into the trees, and Thomas found himself alone on the Hoh River Trail. His GPS showed his correct position, mile marker 4.7. Ashley's pack sat against the Sitka spruce exactly where he'd found it. His watch read 5:23 p.m., less than an hour since he'd discovered the pack, but his service weapon was empty, 14 spent casings scattered around his feet. His radio battery sat on the ground, removed. And when he raised his camera to check the photos he'd taken, every image showed the same thing: the trail, the trees, and hundreds of vertical shadows watching from between the trunks. Thomas gathered the spent casings, evidence, though, of what he couldn't say. He secured Ashley's pack for the evidence team, marking the location carefully. As he walked back toward the trailhead, his radio remained silent, even with the battery reinstalled. He filed his report that evening. Pack located, no sign of Ashley Nguyen, search ongoing. He didn't mention the shadows, didn't mention the voices, didn't mention the choice he'd been offered. The camera's memory card suffered a corruption error during evidence processing. All photos lost. Nobody questioned it. Technical failures happened constantly in the field. Ashley Nguyen was never found. Neither were hikers 2, 1, or 3 from the previous 18 months. The disappearances stopped for a while after that night. Though Thomas knew it was temporary, the shadows were patient. They had all the time in the world. Thomas continued working Olympic National Park. The medication kept the panic attacks manageable. The therapy helped him process Sarah Takoda's death. He learned to live with the weight, to carry it without breaking. Some nights he woke to the sound of breathing from his turned-off radio. Some days he glimpsed vertical darkness between trees that natural shadow couldn't explain. And every time, he remembered his choice. Dr. Brennan called it progress. Morrison called it dedication. Thomas called it bearing witness. Not to the shadows and their eternal observation, but to the reality they represented. That some things in the deep places of the world existed in states humans weren't meant to perceive. That consciousness could be trapped as easily as freed. That eternal observation was just another word for eternal imprisonment. He carried that knowledge the way he carried Sarah Takoda's memory. Heavy, yes. Painful, certainly. But his. Human. Real. On November 15, 2014, 20 days after Ashley's disappearance, Thomas received a package at the ranger station. No return address, postmarked from Forks, Washington. Inside was a digital camera memory card and a note in handwriting he didn't recognize. She wanted you to see. She wanted someone to know. Thomas inserted the card into his computer. It contained a single video file, time-stamped October 23, 2014, 6:18 p.m. Ashley Nguyen's face filled the frame, illuminated by her phone's screen glow. Behind her, darkness. Between the trees, vertical shadows, hundreds of them. Ashley spoke directly to the camera. If you're watching this, I'm gone, truly gone. Not dead. Something else. There are things in these woods that don't show up on any maps, that don't appear in any field guides. They've been here longer than the trees, longer than the mountains, maybe longer than the sky itself. They watch. That's all they do, but it's enough. They watch, and sometimes people watch back. And once you truly see them, once you acknowledge their existence, they never let you look away. She paused, tears running down her cheeks. I'm not brave enough for what comes next, but I'm too curious to run. That's always been my problem. I see something impossible and I have to understand it. I have to know. So I'm going to look. Really look. And whatever happens, I need someone to know it was my choice. Tell my parents I love them. Tell David I'm sorry for walking ahead. Tell whoever finds this that the shadows are real, and they're waiting. The video ended. Thomas watched it 17 more times that night, studying every frame, looking for something he could explain, some rational answer he could offer. But all he saw was a young woman making an impossible choice, trading her humanity for a glimpse of eternity. He copied the video to a secure drive and deleted the original from the evidence system. Some truths weren't meant for official reports. Some knowledge would only create more victims, more watchers, more eternal observers trapped between existence and void. Thomas O'Brien continued his work. He searched for lost hikers and educated tourists about bear safety and maintained trails through ancient forests. He took his medication, attended his therapy sessions, and slept through most nights without nightmares. The shadows watched from the spaces between trees, patient and eternal. He acknowledged them, but he didn't look back. That was the compromise, the boundary, the line he chose to hold. Because Dr. Brennan was right about one thing: carrying the weight was hard. Living with trauma was exhausting. Remembering Sarah Takoda hurt every single day. But it was human. It was real. It was his. And some things Thomas had learned were worse than pain. Some things were worse than memory. Some things lasted forever. On December 21, 2014, the winter solstice, Thomas O'Brien submitted his report on the Ashley Nguyen case. Official conclusion: lost hiker, presumed deceased, body not recovered. The report included standard language about vast wilderness areas, animal activity, and the harsh reality that not everyone who entered the forest came back out. The report did not include shadows. It did not include voices. It did not include the choice. But as Thomas filed the paperwork, he could feel them watching. In the corner of his vision, in the space between his heartbeat and his breath, in the darkness at the edge of every light. The shadow people. The eternal observers. The patient witnesses to all of human suffering and triumph. They would always be there now. Thomas had looked, and they had looked back. And that, he understood, was the actual horror. Not that they existed. Not that they offered escape from pain, but that they were patient. Infinitely, terribly patient, waiting for the day when the wait became too much. When the memory of Sarah Dakota's last breath finally broke him. When the suffering of consciousness outweighed its value. They would be there, in the spaces between, watching, always watching. Thomas left the office at 5:47 p.m., sunset already fading into winter darkness. As he walked to his truck, he passed a stand of Douglas firs at the edge of the parking lot. Between two trunks, a vertical darkness stood slightly deeper than natural shadow should allow. Thomas didn't look directly at it. He unlocked his truck, started the engine, and drove home through the long December night. Behind him, between the trees, the shadows watched, patient, eternal, waiting. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The ravens had been following Marcus Reeves for 3 miles, and they wouldn't land. They circled overhead in perfect silence. No caws, no wing beats audible over the wind. Just black shapes wheeling against October clouds like debris caught in a slow vortex. In 16 years as a ranger, he'd never seen ravens refuse to land. They landed on everything: corpses, garbage, fresh kills. But not today. Today they just followed, staying exactly 40 feet above him, as if something on the ground was worse than whatever hunger drove them. Marcus stopped on the trail, his Garmin GPS map 62s, showing 6,147 feet elevation, 2 miles from where Kayla Morrison's Subaru still sat in the Highline Trail parking lot. The air temperature had dropped 11 degrees in the last hour, and his breath came out in plumes that hung too long before dissipating. The cold felt wrong for late October, even at this altitude. It pressed against his skin like something with weight, with intention. He'd transferred to Glacier National Park 8 months ago, after what happened at Mount Rainier. After Sarah. The words of his therapist echoed. You need distance, Marcus. Geographic distance from the trauma. But standing here now, watching those ravens circle, he wondered if distance meant anything when the problem was inside your own head. The last known ping from Kayla Morrison's iPhone had come from this section of trail 4 days ago at 4:37 p.m. 26 years old, solo hiker, graduate student in ecology from the University of Montana. Her parents had reported her missing when she didn't return Sunday night. Standard search protocol: check the vehicle, hike the intended route, look for signs of injury or deviation. Marcus had done this dozens of times. He knew the rhythm of it, the way most missing hikers turned up with twisted ankles or dead phone batteries, embarrassed and grateful. But the ravens wouldn't land. Marcus keyed his Motorola APX 6000 radio. Reeves to base. Static, then Linda Kowalski's voice, the park dispatcher. Go ahead, Marcus. I'm at mile marker 7 on Highline. No visual yet. Air temperatures dropped significantly. Visibility's still good, but weather's turning. Copy that. We've got a front moving in faster than predicted. Wind advisory starts at 1800 hours. Marcus checked his watch. 3:42 p.m. Less than 2.5 hours of decent light left, and the temperature was already hovering around 28 degrees. He'd packed for cold, but this felt different. The kind of cold that made your teeth ache, that seemed to bypass your clothing entirely. Reeves, you still there? He realized he'd been staring at a tree 30 feet off the trail. The bark had been stripped in long vertical gouges, the exposed wood underneath pale as bone. Too high for elk, too deliberate. Yeah, I'm here. Listen, I'm seeing some unusual markings. Might be nothing. What kind of markings? Marcus approached the tree slowly, his boots crunching on frost-stiffened grass. The gouges were deep, at least an inch into the wood. They started about 7 feet up and ran down to the base. 4 parallel marks, then a gap, then 4 more. Like fingers. Claw marks, maybe. but the spacing's off for any animal I know. A pause. You want me to send Hendricks out? Marcus thought about Dave Hendricks, 58, 26 years with the Park Service, steady as they came. A second pair of eyes would be smart, but something made him hesitate. The ravens had started circling lower, and their silence was beginning to feel less like coincidence and more like warning. Negative. I'll keep you posted. Reeves out. He took photos of the tree with his department-issue Canon, then continued up the trail. The path here ran along the edge of a significant drop, hundreds of feet down to the valley floor. To his left, the mountains rose in serrated peaks, their faces already dusted with early snow. The Continental Divide cut through this landscape like a scar, and Marcus had always felt the weight of that geography, the sense of standing on the edge of something vast and indifferent. His phone had no signal, which was expected, but his GPS was acting strange, the arrow indicating his position drifting in small circles, even though he stood still. He tapped the screen twice, watched it recalibrate, then start drifting again. Equipment malfunction, probably. Cold affecting the electronics. Except the Garmin was rated to -4 degrees Fahrenheit. Marcus found Kayla Morrison's first cairn at 4:03 p.m. It wasn't one of the official trail markers. Someone had stacked 7 rocks in a neat pyramid just off the path on the valley side. The top stone had been painted with something dark. Marcus initially thought it was blood, but when he examined it closely with his flashlight, the substance looked more like charcoal mixed with some kind of oil. A symbol had been drawn on the rock's flat surface, a circle with 3 lines radiating outward, and what might have been letters or pictographs he didn't recognize. He photographed it, then noticed the second cairn 20 feet further on, then a third. They formed a line leading away from the trail, down a steep embankment thick with Douglas fir and lodgepole pine. Marcus knew the protocol. Stay on established paths during search and rescue. Don't deviate unless you have clear evidence the missing person went that direction. But he also knew that Kayla Morrison had been missing for 4 days in wilderness that could kill you in 4 hours, once the sun went down. He started down the embankment. The temperature dropped further as he descended. His thermometer, clipped to his pack strap, read 24 degrees now. The trees closed in overhead, blocking what remained of the afternoon light. Marcus switched on his Petzl headlamp, the LED beam cutting through shadows that seemed to move just beyond its range. The cairns continued. 7 rocks each, always 7. The symbols on top varied, but they all had that same unsettling quality. Not quite random, but not quite organized into anything Marcus's brain could parse as language or meaning. At the 9th cairn, he found Kayla Morrison's day pack. It was partially buried under a thin layer of snow, but the bright purple fabric was unmistakable. Marcus felt his pulse quicken as he pulled it free. The pack was lighter than it should be. He unzipped it carefully, mentally cataloging the contents. 1 empty Nalgene bottle, a granola bar wrapper, a park map with a route marked in pencil, and a small leather journal. No phone, no wallet, no keys. Marcus opened the journal. The first several pages contained field notes about lodgepole pine regeneration patterns after fire disturbance, Kayla's graduate research. The handwriting was neat, methodical, but the later entries devolved into something else. The notes became fragmented. The ranger at the visitor center warned me about the North Trails. Said 3 hikers disappeared last spring. Said it's always the North Trails. Something wrong with the temperature. My thermometer showed 68 degrees an hour ago. Now it's 31. Weather Service said clear skies all week. I keep seeing the same tree. I know that's impossible. I've been hiking east, but every 20 minutes, I pass the same twisted pine with the split trunk. I marked it with chalk the second time. The mark is still there. The final entry was dated 4 days ago, the handwriting barely legible. They're not ravens. They look like ravens, but they don't move right. They don't make sounds. I counted 17 of them, and they're all watching me, and I think I understand now what the ranger was trying to tell me. I think the North Trails aren't the problem. I think north is the only direction you're allowed to leave from. Marcus felt something cold slide down his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. He keyed his radio, but got only static. The signal should have worked fine at this distance, even in the trees. He tried again, adjusting the squelch. Nothing but a hiss that sounded almost like breathing. He clicked his GPS. The screen was blank. Marcus took a breath, held it, let it out slowly. This was the moment his therapist had talked about. The moment when his brain would try to make connections that weren't there, would try to see patterns in random data because that's what trauma did. It made you look for danger in every shadow. But the shadows were moving. He swept his headlamp left and saw them. Dark shapes between the trees, tall and impossibly thin, standing motionless. His light passed over them and they didn't react, didn't move. Just stood there in the spaces between the pines, and Marcus counted 4, then 6, then lost count because they all looked the same, and they were all facing him. His hand went to the canister of bear spray on his belt. He knew, rationally, that these were probably just trees. Shadows cast at strange angles by his headlamp. Pareidolia, the human brain's tendency to see faces and figures in random patterns. But they were breathing. Marcus could see it now. Could see the subtle rise and fall of their chests. Could see the vapor of their breath in the frigid air. And they were too tall, 7 feet at least, their proportions wrong, their limbs too long and joints bending at angles that didn't match human anatomy. He took a step backward. His boot landed on something that cracked like kindling. When he looked down, he saw the bones. They were scattered in a rough circle around the 9th cairn, half buried in the snow and dead pine needles. Too many bones, too varied in size. A pelvis that might have been elk. A skull that definitely wasn't. Ribs, dozens of them, some still connected by desiccated cartilage. And something that looked like a human femur, except it had been split lengthwise, the marrow cavity scraped clean. Marcus's training kicked in even as his hands started shaking. This was a scene. Evidence. He needed to document it, preserve it, radio it in. He needed to... The figures between the trees moved. They didn't walk. They glided, their feet never quite touching the ground, closing the distance between themselves and Marcus with impossible speed. He got a clear look at one of them as it entered the sphere of his headlamp's beam, and his mind tried very hard to reject what his eyes were reporting. The thing had the approximate shape of a human being, the way a child's stick figure has the approximate shape of a human being. Technically correct, but missing something essential. Its skin was the color of frostbite, gray-white and pulled tight over bones that protruded at sharp angles. Its face was the worst part. The eye sockets were too deep, too dark, and inside them, something moved that caught his light and reflected it back in amber. But it was the teeth that made Marcus run. The thing's mouth hung open in a perpetual silent scream, and its teeth were all wrong. Too many of them, filed to points, stained with something dark and organic. When it breathed, the sound was like wind through a cave system, hollow and ancient. Marcus crashed back through the underbrush, his headlamp beam bouncing wildly. He could hear them behind him, not footsteps but something else. A sound like branches scraping against ice. His lungs burned with cold air, and his rational mind tried to assert itself. These are people, this is a cult, this is something explainable. But his trauma-trained hindbrain knew better. His hindbrain remembered Sarah's last radio transmission, the confusion in her voice, the static that sounded like screaming. He burst onto the main trail, his momentum carrying him forward. The ravens above scattered for the first time, their silence breaking into harsh cries that sounded almost like warnings. Marcus risked a glance back and saw the figures at the tree line, 7 of them now, standing perfectly still, watching. The temperature had dropped to 19 degrees. Marcus ran for 2 miles before his legs gave out and he collapsed against a boulder, gasping. His radio had started working again halfway up, Linda's voice cutting through with increasing concern when he didn't respond. He'd managed to gasp out something about finding evidence, about needing backup, about the temperature anomaly. What he didn't tell her was that he'd seen them, the Wendigos. The word had come to him from somewhere in his memory, a lecture at the academy maybe, or a documentary he'd half-watched. Algonquian folklore, spirits of winter and starvation. Creatures of insatiable hunger that had once been human but had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. Bullshit. Mythology. Stories told around campfires. Except those things in the trees hadn't looked like stories. Dave Hendricks met him at mile marker 4 with a thermos of coffee and a concerned expression. Jesus, Marcus, you look like you've seen a ghost. Linda said you sounded bad on the radio. Marcus wrapped his hands around the thermos, trying to force warmth back into his fingers. He'd been shaking for the last 20 minutes, and it wasn't just from the cold. I found Morrison's pack, and some kind of scene. Bones. Lots of bones. Dave's expression shifted to professional concern. Human? I don't know. Some of them, maybe. It was... Marcus stopped himself. What was he going to say? It was guarded by nightmare creatures that looked like they'd stepped out of a medicine man's vision quest. It was getting dark. I need to go back with proper gear. And backup. Did you mark the location? Marcus pulled out his GPS. The screen was working again, showing his route in a neat red line. But when he scrolled back to where he'd found the pack, the track became a confused tangle, like he'd been walking in circles. Something's wrong with the GPS signal down there. Heavy tree cover, maybe. Dave studied him for a long moment. How long since you've taken a couple days off, Marcus? There it was. The question Marcus had been dreading since Mount Rainier. How long since you've had a break? How are you sleeping? Have you been taking your medication? All the gentle probes that meant, we're not sure if we can trust you anymore. I'm fine, Dave. I know what I saw. I'm not saying you didn't see something, but this job, especially after what you went through, it can play tricks. The mind tries to protect us by making sense of the senseless, and sometimes it makes connections that aren't really there. Marcus wanted to argue, but he'd had the same thought. That's what made it so insidious. His therapist's voice in his head. PTSD can cause hallucinations, especially under stress. Your brain is trying to reconcile what happened to Sarah by finding patterns, by making it make sense. But Sarah hadn't been a hallucination. Sarah had been his partner, and she'd disappeared on a routine trail check, and they'd found her 3 days later at the bottom of a ravine that she had no reason to have been anywhere near. The official report said she'd fallen, become disoriented, suffered a head injury. But Marcus had read the autopsy report, the part they didn't include in the official findings. The part about the bite marks. I need to go back, Marcus said. Tomorrow, first light, with a team. Dave nodded slowly. I'll clear it with Henderson, but Marcus, if we don't find anything, then I'll take that vacation everyone keeps suggesting. They hiked back to the trailhead together, Dave keeping up a steady stream of conversation about normal things. His daughter's college applications, the roof repair on his cabin, the elk migration patterns this year. Marcus tried to engage, tried to pretend his mind wasn't replaying the image of those figures gliding between the trees, their too long limbs and hollow breathing. The parking lot was empty except for their vehicles and Kayla Morrison's Subaru. Marcus's truck thermometer read 42 degrees, normal for late October at this elevation, as if the last 4 hours had been a dream. He sat in his truck for a long time after Dave left, engine running, heater blasting. His hands had finally stopped shaking. The radio chatter was routine, a couple checking into Granite Park Chalet, a hiker with a non-emergency question about bear activity, Linda going through the end-of-shift protocols. Marcus pulled out his phone and did something he'd promised his therapist he wouldn't do. He searched for information about Sarah's death. The official Mount Rainier incident report was brief and bureaucratic, but diving deeper into local news archives, Marcus found what he was looking for. A small article from a Seattle alt weekly that the Park Service had managed to get pulled from most mainstream outlets. The journalist had interviewed a Puyallup elder who lived near the park boundary. The elder had talked about the Stick Indians, spirits of the forest that led people astray, about how there were places in the deep woods where the rules were different, where things that should stay buried sometimes walked around. The article ended with a quote that made Marcus's chest tighten. The rangers don't like to talk about it, but they know. Every park has them. The trails where people disappear. Always the same trails. always when the temperature drops. Marcus closed his phone and stared at Kayla Morrison's Subaru. There was a parking permit on the dashboard dated 6 days ago, a University of Montana decal on the rear window, a bumper sticker that read, "Not all who wander are lost." His phone buzzed. A text from Linda. "Henderson approved your request. Team of 5s, 0700 tomorrow. Get some rest." Rest. As if he could sleep after today. Marcus drove back to his cabin as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of blood and bruise. The ravens followed him for the first 3 miles, then peeled off all at once as if they'd escorted him to some invisible boundary. He spent the evening going through his field guide to North American wildlife, trying to find anything that matched what he'd seen. Bears didn't move like that. Mountain lions didn't stand upright. Wolves didn't have those proportions. He knew this was futile, knew he wasn't going to find a biological explanation in a field guide, but it gave his hands something to do besides shake. At midnight, Marcus gave up on sleep and drove back to the park. He told himself he was just checking equipment for tomorrow's search, but he found himself parked at the Highline trailhead again, staring at the dark mouth of the trail. The temperature was 26 degrees. Marcus got out of his truck, which was stupid. He had no authorization for a night search, no backup, no real plan. But his body seemed to be operating on its own. Some part of his brain that had been in command since Sarah died now making decisions without consulting the rational parts. He pulled on his pack, checked his headlamp, and started up the trail. The night was perfectly still. No wind, no animal sounds, just his boots on frozen ground and his breathing in the dark. The beam of his headlamp created a small bubble of visibility, beyond which the darkness felt absolute, textured, almost solid. Marcus reached mile marker 7 and stopped. The ravens were back, invisible in the darkness but present. He could feel them overhead, could sense the weight of their attention. His GPS was malfunctioning again, the screen showing his position as a blur of possible locations. The temperature had dropped to 17 degrees. He found the embankment and started down, following the route he'd memorized during his panicked retreat. The cairns appeared one by one in his headlamp beam, their symbols seeming to glow faintly in the LED light. At the 9th cairn, the bones were still there, but something had changed. They'd been arranged into a pattern, a spiral that led inward to a cleared space where the snow had been brushed away, revealing dark earth underneath. In the center of the spiral was a satellite phone, Kayla Morrison's, judging by the bright purple case that matched her pack. Marcus approached slowly, his bear spray ready even though he knew it would be useless against what he'd seen in these trees. The phone's screen was cracked but still functional. He pressed the power button and the device flickered to life, showing a single unsent text message in the composition field. "They're not killing us. They're waiting for us to become like them. I can feel it happening. The hunger. I haven't eaten in 3 days, but I'm not hungry for food anymore. I'm hungry for something else. The cold doesn't bother me now. Nothing bothers me. I understand what they are. I understand what I'm going to be." The message was addressed to a number Marcus didn't recognize. Timestamp: 3 days ago, 11:47 p.m. A sound behind him, that scraping ice sound, made Marcus spin around. The figures were there again, closer this time, close enough that his light caught details he wished it hadn't. Their ribs were visible through translucent skin. Their fingers were too long, the nails thick and yellowed like horn. And their eyes. Those weren't eyes at all, but empty sockets where something else lived. Something that looked at him with an intelligence that was alien and ancient and starving. One of them opened its mouth wider than any human jaw should open and spoke. The voice was like wind through dead trees, like ice cracking on a frozen lake. But the words were English. She tasted the cold. Now she belongs to winter. Marcus's mind fractured a little at that moment. Part of him, the trained ranger, the rational man, tried to find an explanation. Audio hallucination, exhaustion, mental breakdown. But another part, the part that had been growing since Sarah's death, accepted what his eyes and ears were telling him. There were things in the world that didn't fit into the neat categories of his training. There were places where the normal rules didn't apply. And he was standing in one of those places right now. "Where is Kayla Morrison?" His voice came out steady, which surprised him. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle. In the cold, in the hunger, in the space between heartbeats where the body realizes it's already dead. Another figure emerged from the trees. This one was different. More recent, its transformation less complete. It still wore the tattered remains of clothing, though the fabric hung from a frame that had been stretched and distorted. Its face retained some human features, but they were sliding away like wax near a flame. The thing that might have been Kayla Morrison reached out with hands that had grown too many fingers, and Marcus saw that she was holding something, a human femur, split and scraped clean, exactly like the ones scattered around the cairn. "The hunger," she said, and her voice was more human than the others, but fading fast. "The hunger never stops. I ate everything. All my food. Then I ate the bark off trees. Then I ate the pine needles. Then I found the bones and I ate those too. And they tasted so good, Marcus. They tasted so good and I wanted more, and then they came and they showed me where to find more. And I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry all the time." Marcus took a step back. Then another. His training was screaming at him to help her, to attempt a rescue. But his survival instinct knew better. Whatever Kayla Morrison had been, she wasn't that anymore. "The cold is mercy," the first figure said. "The cold ends the confusion. The cold makes the hunger make sense." The temperature had dropped to 11 degrees. Marcus could feel ice forming in his beard, on his eyelashes. His breath came in desperate gasps that burned his throat. And with the cold came the hunger. It started small, just an awareness that he hadn't eaten since breakfast. But it grew with terrifying speed, becoming a gnawing ache in his stomach. Then a consuming need that pushed every other thought aside. Food. He needed food. He'd give anything for food. He'd do anything. Marcus's hand went to his pack, pulled out an energy bar with fingers that were going numb. He ripped open the wrapper and shoved the bar into his mouth, but it tasted like sawdust, like nothing, like it couldn't possibly satisfy the hunger that was expanding inside him like a living thing. "The cold changes the appetite," the figure said. "The cold teaches new hungers." And Marcus understood. This was how it happened. This was how the transformation began. Not with violence, but with need, with a hunger that normal food couldn't satisfy, with cold that rewrote the body's priorities until survival meant abandoning everything that made you human. He thought of Sarah, wondered if she'd felt this same hunger in her final hours, wondered if she'd given into it. But Sarah had taught him something in their years as partners. She'd taught him that the moment you gave up, the moment you accepted the impossible situation, was the moment you lost. So Marcus did the only thing he could think of. He ran. The figures didn't chase him. They didn't need to. The cold was the chase. The hunger was the chase. And both were gaining ground with every step. Marcus crashed through the underbrush, his headlamp beam bouncing wildly, his lungs screaming. The hunger was so intense now that it was making him dizzy, making him see things that weren't there. Movement in the corner of his vision, shapes that might have been more of those creatures, or might have been his mind unraveling. He burst onto the main trail and kept running, his GPS completely dead now, navigating by instinct and desperation. The cold was pursuing him like a physical thing, like it had mass and intention. His thermometer read 7 degrees, then 4, then 1. At mile marker 3, Marcus fell. His legs simply stopped working, the muscles seizing in the cold. He lay on the frozen ground, watching his breath come in short gasps that didn't seem to contain enough oxygen. The hunger was everything now. He could think of nothing else. It owned him completely. And he understood why people gave in, why they became like Kayla Morrison, like those figures in the trees. Because the hunger promised relief. It promised an end to the need. All he had to do was accept it, let it in, let it teach him what to eat. But in his pocket his phone buzzed. No signal, No connection, but the alarm he'd set was going off. 6:30 a.m. Time to start the search with Dave and the team. That tiny piece of normal reality, that mundane alarm clock, cut through the hunger like a blade through fog. Marcus forced himself to focus on it, to remember that there was a world outside this cold, outside this need. A world where alarms went off and people made breakfast and search teams assembled to look for the lost. He pulled himself to his feet, his body screaming in protest. The cold had retreated slightly, not gone, but less immediate. The hunger was still there, but he could think around it now, could recognize it as the weapon it was. Marcus staggered toward the trailhead, his headlamp battery dying, the first gray light of dawn beginning to leak into the eastern sky. Behind him, he could hear that scraping sound growing fainter, as if the things in the woods couldn't follow him past some invisible boundary. He reached the parking lot as full dawn broke, the temperature climbing rapidly to 38 degrees. Dave's truck was already there along with two others, the full search team assembling as planned. They looked at him with expressions that shifted from concern to alarm as he got closer. "Jesus Christ, Marcus," Dave said, grabbing his arm. "You've been out here all night, your lips are blue, you're hypothermic." Marcus let Dave guide him to a truck, let someone wrap him in an emergency blanket, let the questions wash over him without really answering. He was alive. He was out. The hunger was fading, replaced by normal, manageable human hunger that could be satisfied with normal human food. But it would come back. He knew that now. The cold had touched him, and once touched, you were marked. Once you'd felt that hunger, some part of your brain would always remember it, would always know that there was something else out there, something that couldn't be satisfied by anything you'd find in a grocery store. "We found her," Marcus said finally, his voice raw. "Kayla Morrison. Or what's left of her. She's gone." "Gone how?" Linda had arrived, her dispatcher efficiency sharp even in the field. How did he explain? How did he tell them that Kayla Morrison had transformed into something that was no longer human? That she was out there in the woods with others like her, waiting for the cold to bring them more victims? How did he explain without sounding like he'd lost his mind? "She didn't make it," Marcus said. "I found evidence. We need to recover the body." But when they assembled the full team and headed back up the trail, 6 rangers, 2 park police officers, proper equipment and daylight, they found nothing. The embankment was there, the slope where Marcus had descended, but there were no cairns, no bones, no spiral pattern in the dirt, just undisturbed forest floor and the usual scatter of natural debris. Dave found Marcus's boot prints, followed them down the slope and back up again in a confused tangle. "You were definitely here," he said carefully, "but there's nothing else." Marcus stood in the spot where the 9th cairn should have been and felt the last pieces of his rational world crumble away. They thought he was crazy. They thought the stress had broken him, just like it had after Sarah. And maybe they were right. Maybe everything that had happened in the night was some elaborate hallucination, his trauma-broken brain manufacturing monsters to explain the inexplicable. But when he pulled out his phone to check the time, he found a text message from an unknown number sent at 4:47 a.m. "The cold remembers you now, Marcus. It knows your taste. When the temperature drops, we'll be waiting." The message was accompanied by a photo. Marcus opened it with shaking hands. It showed him from last night, taken from a high angle, from above, where the ravens would have been. In the photo, he was on his knees in the snow, and his face was tilted up toward the camera. His eyes in the photo were catching the headlamp light and reflecting it back in amber. Marcus deleted the message, powered off his phone, and told the team he'd been mistaken about the location. They spent another 6 hours searching the area before Henderson called it off. Kayla Morrison was officially listed as missing, presumed dead due to environmental factors. Her parents would be notified. The case would remain open, but inactive. That night, alone in his cabin, Marcus packed his essentials. He'd put in for a transfer within the hour, somewhere warm, somewhere the temperature never dropped low enough for the cold to remember him. Florida, maybe, or New Mexico, somewhere the ravens didn't gather. But as he loaded his truck in the darkness, he felt the temperature drop. Just a few degrees at first, then a few more. The thermometer on his porch read 53, then 47, then 39. In the tree line at the edge of his property, Marcus saw movement. Dark figures standing perfectly still, watching, waiting. The cold was patient. The cold could follow. The cold had been here long before the parks were established, before rangers walked these trails, before anyone thought to map this wilderness and pretend it could be managed. And the hunger, that was patient too. Marcus got in his truck and drove. He didn't stop driving until the thermometer read 72 degrees and the landscape was flat and featureless, and there wasn't a mountain in sight. But even then, even hundreds of miles from Glacier National Park, he felt it sometimes when the sun went down and the temperature dropped just a little. The hunger, waiting. The cold, remembering. And somewhere in the mountains, Kayla Morrison and the others walked the trails after dark. Their transformation complete, their own hunger never satisfied. They'd wait for the next hiker who strayed too far from the marked paths. The next person who dismissed the warnings as superstition. The next victim the cold would claim. Because that's what the Wendigo did. That's what it had always done, long before anyone had a name for it. It waited in the cold places and the hungry places. And it taught people that there were appetites that couldn't be satisfied, that there were transformations that couldn't be undone, that there were prices for wandering alone in the wilderness that no one mentioned in the trail guides. Marcus never returned to Glacier, but he heard years later that another ranger had disappeared on the Highline Trail. Then another. Always in October. Always when an unexpected cold front moved through. Always on the North Trails, where the ravens circled but never landed. And he understood what he should have understood from the beginning. There are places in this world where the old rules still apply. Places where the hunger isn't metaphor but reality. Places where the cold isn't just weather but something alive, something waiting, something that remembers every person it's ever touched. He'd been one of the lucky ones. He'd gotten out. But late at night, when the temperature dropped and he felt that particular quality of cold that seemed to reach past his skin and into something deeper, Marcus would check the locks on his doors and windows. He'd turn up the heat until his small apartment was stifling. And he'd remember the figures in the trees and Kayla Morrison's amber eyes and the promise the cold had made. We'll be waiting, and he knew, with the terrible certainty that comes from having looked directly at something you were never meant to see, that they were keeping that promise. They were waiting. They were always waiting. And one day when his guard was down or his luck ran out, or the temperature dropped just a little too far, they'd find him again. The cold always did. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Sarah Brennan's thermal imaging camera picked up the heat signature at 11:47 p.m. Human-shaped, 98 degrees, standing motionless in 40-degree weather without visible clothing or shelter, 3 miles from the nearest trail. She adjusted the FLIR Scout to 3, thinking the device had malfunctioned. The thermal bloom remained consistent. A human form, radiating body heat, positioned at coordinates N48.5167, W1 21.0842, roughly 200 yards northeast of Cascade Pass. The elevation read 5,947 feet according to her Garmin GPS. Sarah had been tracking Tyler Dawson for 6 days, and this was the first concrete lead since his Subaru had been found abandoned at the Cascade Pass trailhead, with the driver's door open and his wallet still in the cup holder. The rational part of Sarah's mind, the part that had earned her a master's degree in environmental science before joining the Park Service, cataloged the impossibilities. Air temperature, 42 degrees. Wind chill, 34. No tent visible in thermal. No fire signature. No heat signature from clothing layers. Just exposed human skin, maintaining core temperature in conditions that should induce hypothermia within hours. She keyed her Motorola radio. Dispatch Ranger Brennan. I have a possible visual on Dawson. Requesting backup to coordinates November 48.5167, Whiskey 121.0842. Static answered her. Then silence. She tried again. Nothing. Sarah checked her phone. No signal, which was normal this deep in the North Cascades backcountry. The satellite phone had stopped working 2 days ago. Something about atmospheric interference the technician couldn't explain. She'd requisitioned a replacement, but it wouldn't arrive until Wednesday. The thermal signature hadn't moved. Still standing. Still impossibly warm. Sarah had been a ranger for 11 years, the last 4 in North Cascades. She'd found lost hikers, recovered bodies, talked down suicide attempts, and once tranquilized a black bear that had wandered into Stehekin. She approached problems methodically, relied on data, trusted her equipment. The thermal camera didn't lie. Someone was out there. She marked the coordinates in her GPS, shouldered her pack, and started toward the signature. The trail disappeared within 50 yards, absorbed by old-growth Douglas fir and western hemlock. Her headlamp cut weak illumination through darkness so complete it felt textured. The forest absorbed sound here, deadening even her footsteps until she moved through silence thick enough to taste. Tyler Dawson had been 23, a graduate student at University of Washington studying forest ecology. His research focused on mycorrhizal networks, the fungal connections between tree roots that some scientists called the wood wide web. His advisor had reported him missing when he failed to return from a solo research trip. That was September 28th. Today was October 4th. 7 days was a long time to survive in these mountains, especially this time of year. The nights dropped below freezing. Early snow wasn't uncommon. Tyler's emergency beacon had never been activated. His tent and supplies were missing from his car, which suggested he'd made it into the backcountry, but searchers had found no trace of him on any established trail. Sarah checked the thermal camera again. The signature had moved. Now it was 300 yards away, still northeast, higher in elevation. She recalculated. The figure was climbing, moving upslope toward the ridgeline where the Cascade crest met the Ptarmigan Traverse. Tyler Dawson! Her voice died in the trees, swallowed before the echo could form. Tyler, if you can hear me, stay where you are. Park Service. The thermal signature stopped moving. For perhaps 20 seconds, it remained stationary. Then it turned. She watched the heat bloom rotate and faced her direction. Sarah's throat went dry. The distance was too great for normal human hearing, especially with the forest's acoustic dampening. But the figure had stopped exactly when she shouted, as if it had heard her, as if it had been waiting to hear her. She continued forward, now acutely aware of every sound her boots made against the undergrowth. The terrain grew steeper. Her breath came harder. At 5,900 feet, the air carried less oxygen than her body wanted, and she'd already hiked 9 miles that day. Her quadriceps burned. She focused on the pain because it was quantifiable, real, something her mind could catalog and contextualize. The thermal signature remained motionless, waiting. Sarah emerged into a small clearing where a rockslide had torn through the forest sometime in the past decade. Moonlight penetrated here, turning everything silver and shadow. She killed her headlamp, letting her eyes adjust. The thermal camera showed the figure approximately 100 yards ahead, just beyond the clearing's far edge. That's when she smelled it. The odor arrived on a wind that shouldn't exist in the clearing's protected bowl. Cold air that tasted of iron and rot and something else. Something that reminded Sarah of the cadaver lab where she'd taken anatomy as an undergraduate. Decomposition had a specific chemical signature, putrescine and cadaverine, the aptly named compounds produced when tissue broke down. But this smell carried an additional note, sharp and alkaline, like ammonia mixed with spoiled meat. Sarah pulled her flashlight and swept it across the clearing's far edge. The beam caught something reflective. Eyes, she thought at first. Then she registered the objects properly. Metal, specifically carabiners and climbing hardware scattered across the rocks like breadcrumbs. She approached carefully, documenting each item with her phone's camera. A black diamond carabiner, a Petzl belay device, 50 feet of climbing rope, cut cleanly through the middle, The rope's ends weren't frayed from wear. They'd been severed deliberately, the synthetic fibers showing the characteristic melt pattern of a hot blade. Sarah bagged the evidence, marking each with coordinates and timestamps. The equipment was high quality, well maintained, recent. She checked Tyler's gear list from his missing person report. He'd brought climbing equipment. His research site required accessing steep terrain where certain mycorrhizal species grew. The thermal camera showed no heat signature now. The figure had vanished. Sarah swept the device in a full circle. Nothing. No heat blooms anywhere within its 200-yard range. The forest had swallowed whoever, whatever, had been standing there. She keyed her radio again. Still dead. She tried her phone. Still no signal. The satellite phone remained broken. Sarah felt something she hadn't experienced in years of backcountry work. The specific crystallization of fear that comes from realizing you're utterly alone, with no means of communication, no way to call for help, and evidence suggesting something is very wrong. The professional part of her brain insisted on rationality. The figure had been human. Humans showed up on thermal imaging as heat signatures. The person had simply moved beyond the camera's range. The climbing equipment was Tyler's, and its presence here meant he'd come this way. She was doing her job, following evidence, documenting findings, conducting a search and rescue operation. But another part of her brain, older, more primitive, registered the wrongness saturating this place. The absolute silence, the smell, the way the thermal signature had moved impossibly fast across terrain that should have taken 10 minutes to traverse. The cut rope. Sarah marked the location in her GPS and continued northeast, following the direction the figure had traveled. The forest closed around her again, and she turned her headlamp back on. The beam showed nothing unusual, just trees, undergrowth, the typical dense vegetation of Pacific Northwest old growth. But the smell grew stronger with each step, that mixture of decay and chemical wrongness that made her sinuses burn. She found Tyler's tent at 1:33 a.m. It had been set up in a small depression, tucked among the trees in a location that offered good shelter from wind and rain. The tent itself was intact, a Mountain Hardware 3-season model, properly staked, rainfly secured. Everything about the setup suggested a careful, experienced camper who knew what he was doing. Sarah approached slowly, her hand moving to the canister of bear spray on her belt. Tyler Dawson, it's Park Service. Are you in there? No response. The tent's zipper was closed. She circled the campsite first, documenting everything with her phone's camera. Tyler's boots sat outside the tent's entrance, neatly placed as if he'd simply stepped out of them before going inside. His backpack leaned against a tree properly hung on a bear line away from the sleeping area. A camping stove sat on a flat rock, clean, the fuel canister still attached. Everything was orderly. Everything was correct. Everything was wrong. The smell was overwhelming here, so thick she could feel it coating her throat. Sarah pulled out a bandana and tied it around her nose and mouth. Her hands were shaking. She noticed this clinically, the way she'd noticed data during a research study. Elevated heart rate, increased respiration, pupils probably dilated, classic fight or flight response. She grabbed the tent's zipper pull and drew it down slowly. The tent was empty. Completely empty. No sleeping bag, no clothes, no gear, just bare tent floor and the smell pouring out like a physical presence, making her gag despite the bandana. Sarah stepped back, fighting nausea. The tent shouldn't be empty. Tyler's boots were outside. His pack was here. The tent was zipped closed. Where were his belongings? Where was his sleeping bag? She searched the surrounding area with her flashlight. Nothing. No sign of a struggle. No blood. No torn fabric. Just the abandoned tent and Tyler's perfectly arranged campsite and that god-awful smell emanating from the empty interior. The thermal camera showed nothing. No heat signatures anywhere nearby. Sarah documented everything methodically, taking photos from multiple angles, recording GPS coordinates, making voice notes on her phone. This was evidence. This was data. Data could be analyzed, understood, explained. The rational explanation started forming in her mind. Tyler had abandoned his campsite. Some kind of medical emergency, maybe. Altitude sickness causing confusion. He'd taken his sleeping bag and wandered off, leaving behind the tent and boots. It didn't make complete sense, but human behavior under stress often didn't. People did irrational things when hypothermic, when oxygen deprived, when scared. That's when she found the marks. They started at the tent's entrance and led northeast, deeper into the forest. Not quite footprints, not quite drag marks. Something in between. Sarah crouched down, examining them with her flashlight. The impressions in the soft earth were elongated, roughly human-sized. But the pattern was wrong. Too widely spaced. The depth inconsistent, as if whatever made them had been moving with an unusual gait. She photographed the marks, placed a compass for scale, noted the direction. Northeast. Always northeast, toward the higher elevations where the tree line gave way to alpine terrain. Sarah followed the trail. She had no choice. This was what rangers did. You followed the evidence. You found the lost. You brought people home. The marks led up slope for approximately a quarter mile before they stopped abruptly at a patch of bare granite. Sarah swept her flashlight across the rock face. No blood, no tissue, no sign of what had happened here. The trail simply ended, as if the person making it had been lifted straight up into the air. She looked up. The trees formed a canopy overhead, their branches interlocked in patterns that seemed deliberate, geometric, wrong. Sarah had a degree in forest ecology. She understood how trees grew, how their branches competed for sunlight, how the canopy structure developed over decades. These branches formed shapes that shouldn't occur naturally, angles too precise, spacing too regular. The thermal camera showed a heat signature directly above her. Sarah's breath caught. The figure was in the trees 20 feet up, clinging to a branch that shouldn't support human weight. The thermal bloom was the same as before. 98 degrees, human-shaped, impossibly positioned. Tyler? Her voice came out as a whisper. The heat signature moved, not climbing down, moving laterally, branch to branch, with a fluid grace that defied physics. No human could move like that. No human should be able to. Sarah ran. She didn't decide to run. Her body made the choice, some ancient survival circuit overriding her rational mind. She crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at her face, roots catching her boots. Her headlamp beam bounced wildly, showing snapshots of forest that looked increasingly alien. Trees leaning at impossible angles, rocks arranged in patterns, shadows that moved independently of her light. Behind her she heard something following, not footsteps, something else. A wet sliding sound like meat dragging across stone. And underneath it, barely audible, a sound that might have been breathing or might have been words in a language she didn't know. Sarah's GPS showed she was heading west, back toward the trail system. Her rational mind reasserted itself enough to navigate. She needed to reach the trailhead, needed to get to her truck, needed to call for backup, bring a team, approach this properly with resources and personnel, and the thermal camera, still gripped in her left hand, showed 3 heat signatures now. 1 behind her, 2 ahead, blocking her path. She skidded to a stop, breath tearing at her lungs. The figures appeared in her headlamp beam, 2 shapes that were nearly human but not quite, standing motionless in the trail ahead. They wore remnants of outdoor clothing, shreds of Gore-Tex and fleece hanging from emaciated frames. Their skin was the color of freezer-burned meat, stretched too tight over bones that seemed wrong, articulated in ways human skeletons shouldn't allow. Their eyes reflected her light like an animal's eyeshine, but the reflection was wrong. White instead of green or amber, as if something behind the eyes was glowing from within. One of them opened its mouth. The jaw distended farther than human anatomy permitted, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. When it spoke, the words came out in a voice like wind through a canyon, hollow and cold and utterly inhuman. Brennan. It knew her name. We've been hungry so long. Sarah's hand found her bear spray, but her fingers were numb with cold and fear. The canister slipped from her grip, and disappeared into the undergrowth. The two figures didn't move. They just stood there, swaying slightly, as if the forest wind was blowing through them instead of around them. The thermal camera in her other hand showed all three signatures now, the two ahead and one behind, closing in. They were surrounding her. Sarah's master's degree hadn't prepared her for this. Her 11 years as a ranger hadn't prepared her for this. Nothing in her rational, scientific worldview had prepared her for the moment when reality bent enough to show what lived underneath. "What are you?" The words came out steady despite everything. She was proud of that steadiness, held on to it like a lifeline. The figure's head tilted, considering her question. Up close, she could see that its neck was too long, vertebrae visible through translucent skin. "We were hungry," it repeated. "Now we are hunger. The forest provides, and we consumed. We consumed until there was nothing left to consume but ourselves, and then we consumed that too. Now we are what remains when hunger consumes hunger." The Wendigo. The word surfaced from an anthropology course she'd taken in graduate school, Algonquian mythology. A spirit of insatiable hunger that possessed those who resorted to cannibalism, transforming them into monsters that could never be satisfied. She'd written a paper on indigenous North American folklore, analyzed it as cultural metaphor, environmental adaptation, cautionary tale about resource scarcity in harsh climates. She'd never considered it might be real. "Tyler Dawson," Sarah said, still holding on to that steadiness. "Where is he?" The figure smiled. Its teeth were blackened stumps behind the sharpened incisors. Dawson consumed his morals first, then his compassion, then his research, his ambitions, his love for his family. He consumed every memory that made him human. Now he consumes only flesh, and even that doesn't satisfy. It gestured behind Sarah with one elongated arm. "You've been speaking with him all night." Sarah turned slowly. The third heat signature stood 15 feet away, close enough now for her headlamp to illuminate properly. This one wore the ragged remains of a University of Washington sweatshirt. Its face was Tyler Dawson's face, recognizable from the missing person photos, but transformed. Cheekbones jutting like knives, eyes sunken into pits of shadow, skin pulled so tight it had split in places, showing yellow fat beneath. Tyler's mouth opened. "Run!" The word came out in 2 syllables, stretched and distorted. "Run before I forget why I'm telling you to run." Sarah ran. She ran southwest, abandoning any pretense of navigation, crashing through forest so thick it was nearly impassable. Behind her, she heard them following, 3 sets of whatever they used instead of footsteps, moving through the darkness with horrible efficiency. They could see in the dark, she realized. They didn't need light. They were perfectly adapted to this environment, and she was prey. Her headlamp died at 2:17 a.m. The batteries shouldn't have been dead. She'd replaced them that morning, but the light flickered twice and went out, leaving her in darkness so complete she literally couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Sarah stopped, lungs burning, completely disoriented. She pulled out her phone. The screen showed no signal, no GPS lock, and the battery indicator read 0% despite being fully charged hours ago. The thermal camera still worked. Sarah held it up with shaking hands, watching the 3 heat signatures converge on her position from different directions. They were coordinating, herding her, pushing her toward something. She heard water, running water, which meant a creek, which meant she could follow it downhill, find the valley floor, locate a trail. Sarah stumbled toward the sound, using the camera's faint screen glow as her only light. Her boots found water, and she waded in, letting the current guide her. The cold was immediate and total, soaking through her waterproof hiking boots in seconds. October water in the Cascades came directly from snowmelt and glaciers. She had maybe 10 minutes before hypothermia set in. The 3 heat signatures had stopped at the creek's edge. Sarah risked a glance back with the thermal camera. They were standing there, motionless, as if the water formed some kind of barrier they couldn't or wouldn't cross. Sarah kept moving downstream, teeth chattering, body shaking. The rational part of her brain noted the symptoms. Stage 1 hypothermia. core temperature dropping, muscular function degrading. She needed to get out of the water, get dry, get warm. The creek widened, and Sarah stumbled out onto a gravel bar. Dawn was starting to break, just enough light to make out basic shapes. She could see the creek, the surrounding forest, the slope of the mountain above. Normal. Everything looked normal. She checked the thermal camera. No heat signatures. They were gone. Sarah made it back to her truck at 6:43 a.m. Her hands were so numb she could barely grip the key. The engine started on the third try, and she cranked the heat to maximum, sitting in the cab, while her body slowly remembered how to feel warm. Her satellite phone sat on the passenger seat, still broken. Her regular phone showed 3 bars of signal now that she was at the trailhead. She called dispatch, told them she'd found evidence of Tyler Dawson's campsite, but no sign of Tyler himself, provided coordinates, requested additional search teams, spoke calmly, professionally, giving facts without interpretation. She didn't mention the thermal signatures, didn't mention the figures in the forest, didn't mention Tyler's transformed face or the impossible movements or the smell of decay that still clung to her clothing despite the freezing creek water. What could she say? That she'd encountered something that shouldn't exist? That the missing person had been transformed into some kind of monster from indigenous folklore? That there were at least 3 of these things in the North Cascades backcountry? She'd sound insane. More importantly, she'd sound unscientific, irrational, unreliable. Everything Sarah had built her career on, methodical observation, empirical evidence, data-driven conclusions, would be undermined by one report about impossible creatures in the forest. But she had evidence. Sarah pulled out her phone and opened the photo gallery. The pictures she'd taken showed Tyler's campsite, the climbing equipment, the marks in the ground. But when she zoomed in on the images, she saw nothing. Just forest. Just trees. The photos showed empty clearings where she'd documented Tyler's tent. Bare ground where the climbing gear had been scattered. Normal branches where she'd seen geometric patterns. The thermal camera's memory was worse. Every heat signature she'd recorded showed as corrupted data, pixels scattered into meaningless noise. The GPS coordinates were wrong too, pointing to locations that were impossible, coordinates that would put her in the middle of solid granite or 1,000 feet in the air. Sarah sat in her truck, staring at the evidence that wasn't evidence, the proof that proved nothing. The search teams arrived at 9:15 a.m. 6 rangers, 3 search and rescue volunteers, 2 K9 units. They found nothing. Tyler Dawson's campsite didn't exist. The climbing equipment was never recovered. The marks in the forest floor had vanished. When they reached the coordinates Sarah had provided, they found only undisturbed wilderness. Maybe you were more exhausted than you realized, the incident commander suggested gently. Night hiking at altitude, high stress, you'd been out there for 15 hours. It's easy to get disoriented. Sarah didn't argue. What was the point? The evidence had erased itself. Reality had reasserted itself, covering over the cracks she'd glimpsed underneath. She went home, took a shower hot enough to hurt, made coffee, sat at her kitchen table and stared at the wall. Everything was normal. Her apartment was normal. The sunrise through her window was normal. The sounds of traffic outside were normal. Except Sarah couldn't stop seeing those 3 figures standing in the darkness. Couldn't stop hearing that hollow voice saying, "Hunger, consuming hunger." Couldn't stop remembering Tyler Dawson's face. Still recognizable. Still human enough to tell her to run. She opened her laptop and started researching. Not as a ranger. As someone who'd seen something impossible and needed to understand it. The Wendigo appeared throughout Algonquian cultures. Ojibwe, Cree, Innu, Naskapi. A spirit of greed and hunger that possessed humans, transforming them into cannibalistic monsters. Some versions describe them as giants made of ice. Others as emaciated figures with hearts of frozen blood. All the accounts agreed on one detail. Once transformed, a Wendigo could never be satisfied. Its hunger only grew. Sarah found academic papers analyzing Wendigo psychosis, a culture-bound syndrome where individuals became convinced they would transform into the creature. She found anthropological studies examining the Wendigo as metaphor for colonialism's insatiable consumption. She found modern cryptozoology sites mixing legitimate folklore with sensationalized nonsense. But she also found patterns, reports of disappearances in northern forests, unexplained cases where experienced outdoorsmen vanished without trace, cold cases where search teams found campsites abandoned mid-meal, supplies intact, no sign of struggle. The incidents clustered in remote wilderness areas across the northern United States and Canada, concentrated in regions where Algonquian peoples had lived for millennia. The data suggested something, not proof. Sarah was too rigorous a scientist to call this proof, but a pattern suggesting that maybe folklore preserved truths that modernity preferred to deny. She compiled the information into a private document, organizing it with the same methodical precision she applied to her ranger reports: incident locations, dates, victim profiles, environmental conditions. She didn't know what she'd do with the data, but collecting it felt like maintaining sanity. This was what Sarah did. She observed, documented, analyzed, even when the subject was impossible. 3 weeks later, another hiker went missing in North Cascades. This time it was a solo backpacker named Jennifer Nakamura, last seen on the Thunder Creek Trail. Sarah was assigned to the search team. She found Jennifer's thermal signature on the third day, standing motionless at 6,200 feet elevation, radiating 98 degrees in freezing weather. When Sarah called out, the figure turned and looked at her with eyes that reflected light like mirrors. "Brennan." The voice was Jennifer's, but hollowed out, echoing from some internal cavity that shouldn't exist. "We're so hungry. Won't you join us?" Sarah didn't run this time. She stood there in the darkness and understood with perfect clarity what was happening. The Wendigo wasn't just a spirit or a monster or a metaphor. It was a condition, a transformation, something that could spread, could convert, could multiply through the vast wilderness until there were dozens of them. Hundreds, moving through the forests and waiting for the next solo hiker, the next unprepared camper, the next person who wandered too far from safety. Tyler Dawson hadn't been the first. Jennifer Nakamura wouldn't be the last. "No," Sarah said clearly. "I won't." She turned and walked away. Behind her, she heard Jennifer, who wasn't Jennifer anymore, calling her name, voice rising to a shriek that sounded like wind through empty bones. Sarah didn't look back. She hiked out, reported finding no trace of the missing person, filed her paperwork with appropriate professional detachment. She put in her transfer request the next day. There were ranger positions in the desert Southwest, in grasslands and tropical preserves where the trees didn't grow thick enough to hide things that shouldn't exist. She couldn't fight what was happening in these forests. She couldn't stop it. She couldn't even prove it existed. But she could refuse to feed it. She could warn people subtly through updated backcountry safety briefings and carefully worded danger advisories. She could advocate for buddy systems, for required check-ins, for anything that kept hikers from being alone in the deep wilderness where hunger waited with infinite patience. Sarah's transfer was approved in December. She left the North Cascades on a clear winter morning, drove south toward a position in Olympic National Park. Coastal forests, different ecology, different folklore, maybe different monsters, or maybe none at all. As she crossed the park boundary for the last time, her rearview mirror showed something standing at the edge of the road. Human-shaped but wrong, watching her leave with eyes that caught the morning light and reflected it back as pure white. Sarah kept driving. She didn't stop. She didn't look back. She drove until the mountains were behind her and the forest was someone else's responsibility, and the memory of that hollow voice saying, "Hunger consuming hunger," was something she could almost convince herself had been exhaustion, altitude, stress. Almost. At night, when she closed her eyes, Sarah still saw thermal signatures moving through the darkness, still heard Tyler Dawson telling her to run, still felt the weight of knowing that some things were real despite being impossible, and that sometimes the most rational choice was to flee from truth rather than confront it. She never went back to the North Cascades, never followed up on the Tyler Dawson case, never investigated the 3 additional disappearances that occurred in that region over the following year. She filed her reports, did her job, helped tourists and educated visitors, and maintained trails. But Sarah Brennan stopped hiking alone, stopped going into the deep wilderness, stopped trusting the darkness. Because she'd learned that hunger could consume everything, compassion, morality, humanity itself, until nothing remained but the endless need to feed. And she'd learned that once you saw what lived in the spaces between trees, it never stopped seeing you back. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The moss was wrong. Christopher Valdez had been staring at the western hemlock for 11 minutes, his field notebook forgotten in his hand, because the moss was growing upward instead of north. Not just this tree, he'd counted 47 so far, all within a quarter-mile radius of mile marker 8, all with thick mats of Isothecium myoceroides climbing toward the canopy like green water flowing upstream. Christopher pressed his thumb against the bark, felt the spongy vegetation pulse with moisture. The Hoh rainforest received 12 feet of rain annually, creating conditions where moss carpeted every surface in verdant excess, but it followed rules. Phototropism, moisture gradients, the Earth's magnetic field. Moss didn't just decide to grow in impossible directions. Yet here it was, defying basic biology in a perfect circle, roughly 300 yards across. He checked his Silva compass for the 4th time. The needle trembled, settled on north. His Garmin GPS confirmed his position, 47.8575 degree N, 123.9346 degree W, elevation 578 feet, Hoh River Trail, Olympic National Park. Everything normal except the moss, and the fact that Brandon Mitchell had been missing for 36 hours somewhere in this sector. Christopher had worked for the National Park Service for 6 years, long enough to develop a reputation. While other rangers told campfire stories about missing hikers walking in circles or tourists hearing voices in the trees, Christopher documented, measured, and usually found mundane explanations. Panic attacks causing disorientation, dehydration leading to poor decisions. The forest was dangerous enough without inventing mysteries, but the moss was wrong, and Christopher couldn't explain it. He photographed the anomaly with his Canon, making sure the compass was visible in the frame, then continued up the trail. Brandon Mitchell, 22, had last been seen by his hiking companion 3 mornings ago near mile marker 9. The companion, a college roommate named Aaron, had woken to find Brandon gone from their tent, his backpack and boots still inside. Aaron had searched for 2 hours before hiking out to report it, and the search and rescue operation had been running ever since. Christopher had volunteered for the solo patrol of this section, while the main SAR team worked the higher elevations. As lead ranger for the Southern Hoh District, he knew this trail intimately, every switchback, every creek crossing, every campsite. He'd walked it hundreds of times in 6 years, memorized the placement of nurse logs and the angles of ancient Sitka spruces. The Hoh was as familiar as his own apartment, which made it stranger when he reached mile marker 9 and didn't recognize anything. The trail looked right. Same packed earth, same western red cedars crowding close, same endless green pressing in from all sides. But the feeling was wrong, like walking into your childhood home and finding all the furniture moved 3 inches to the left. Christopher stopped, studied the forest. A massive Douglas fir he should have remembered stood 50 yards to his east, its trunk easily 15 feet in diameter. Had that always been there? His radio crackled. "Valdez, this is base. What's your 20? "Mile marker 9, Christopher said, pressing the transmit button on his Motorola. "Beginning search pattern Alpha, no sign of the subject yet." "Copy that. Be advised, we've had 2 other hikers report disorientation in your sector over the past week. Both were experienced. One swore the trail markers had moved." Christopher felt something cold settle in his chest, unrelated to the 48-degree temperature. Define disorientation. Both lost the trail for several hours despite having GPS. One said the trees looked different every time she turned around. The other, static interrupted, claimed the forest was breathing. Breathing. Her words, not mine. Both eventually found their way out, but they were pretty shaken. Just keep your wits about you, Chris. This section's been weird lately. Christopher wanted to ask what weird meant in objective terms, but just acknowledged and clipped the radio back to his belt. He'd requested the solo patrol because he thought he could bring some rationality to the situation, document it properly, maybe find some environmental factor everyone else had missed. Magnetic anomaly, gas seepage, something with a scientific explanation. The moss growing upward, the trees feeling wrong. Now reports of spatial disorientation. He pushed forward, following the trail north. Brandon Mitchell's file had mentioned he was studying mycology, documenting mushroom species in the rainforest for a class project. Christopher scanned the forest floor looking for signs someone had gone off trail to photograph fungi. The Hoe was a mycologist's paradise. Turkey tail, artist's conch, coral fungus in shades of purple and orange, chanterelles hidden in the moss, easy to wander off path following a specimen. 20 minutes later, Christopher found Brandon's camera. It was sitting on a fallen log 10 yards off the trail, lens cap still on, completely dry despite the morning's rain. Christopher approached carefully, documented its position with photos and GPS coordinates before touching it. Canon Rebel T3i, amateur but decent. He turned it on. Battery at 63%. Memory card showed 347 photos. Christopher scrolled through them, watching Brandon's hiking trip in reverse. Shots of Aaron grinning at their campsite. Bracket fungi in artistic close-ups. The trail at dawn. Then the photos got strange. The timestamp showed they were taken after Brandon had allegedly disappeared. Photos from 4 a.m., 3 hours after Aaron claimed to have woken and found his friend gone. But they weren't selfies or accidental trigger presses. They were deliberate compositions of the forest at night, flash illuminating tree trunks in stark white light. Except the trees were wrong. In every photo, the bark had patterns, whorls and spirals that looked almost like text, or faces, or both. Christopher zoomed in. The patterns were formed by natural bark texture, but the arrangement was too deliberate, too uniform. Every tree in every photo showed the same spiral motif, as if something had organized them. The final photo made Christopher's breath catch. It showed a figure standing between two trees about 30 yards distant. The flash had caught it mid-motion, blurred, but the silhouette was wrong. Too tall, limbs too long, head tilted at an angle that should have broken a human neck. The figure's eyes reflected the flash like an animal's, white and bright. Christopher checked the photo's metadata. Taken at 4:17 a.m. 2 days ago, he looked at the forest around him, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The Hoe was never silent. Varied thrush calls, Pacific wren songs, the constant whisper of wind through hemlock needles. But now he heard nothing except his own breathing. He pulled out his radio. "Base, this is Valdez. I've located the subject's camera at coordinates 47.862 degree N, 123.9389 degree W. No sign of the subject, but the camera contains unusual photographs. Requesting backup for this sector." Static answered him. He tried again, adjusted the frequency, checked the battery. Full power, but only white noise responded. Christopher had never experienced radio failure in this area before. The Rangers had installed 3 repeaters specifically to ensure coverage throughout the Hoe Valley. He was about to try his cell phone when he noticed the trees. They'd moved. Not dramatically, not in any way he could prove if questioned later, but the massive Douglas fir he'd noted earlier was now on his right instead of his left. The angle of the trail had changed. Even the quality of light filtering through the canopy seemed different, greener somehow, more submarine. Christopher pulled out his compass. The needle spun lazily, unable to settle on north. His GPS showed his position, but the numbers kept flickering, changing by fractions of a degree, even though he stood perfectly still. He watched the coordinates dance. 47.86112, 47.8614, 47.8609. Spatial distortion, he said aloud, his voice strange in the silence. Environmental magnetic anomaly. There has to be a geological explanation. The forest didn't answer. Christopher marked the camera's location with orange flagging tape, then continued north, following what he hoped was still the trail. He needed to document this properly, take systematic measurements, prove there was a rational explanation for what was happening. Brandon Mitchell was somewhere in this forest, probably experiencing the same disorientation, and Christopher needed to find him before panic led to worse decisions. The trail climbed gradually, following the contour of an ancient river terrace. Nurse logs the size of buses lay across the path, their trunks hollowed by centuries of decay, supporting rows of young hemlocks that grew from their decomposing wood. This was the nurse log Christopher had catalogued as NL47 in his personal forest survey. He recognized the distinctive three-pronged split in its center, except NL47 should have been half a mile south. Christopher stopped, took out his field notebook, flipped through his meticulous records. There, he'd mapped this entire section 2 months ago, noted every significant landmark. This nurse log was documented at coordinates 47.8589 degree non 123, sine 371.W, which meant it should be 23/100ths of a degree south of his current position. But here it was. And worse, he was starting to recognize other features that should have been elsewhere. A distinctive red alder with a lightning scar. A creek crossing marked by 3 stepping stones. A devil's club patch arranged in a rough semicircle. All of them present, all of them wrong, as if the forest had taken pieces of itself and rearranged them like a puzzle. Christopher's hands started to shake. He forced himself to breathe slowly, analytically. There had to be an explanation. GPS error, compass malfunction. Some form of déjà vu making him think he recognized landmarks that were actually different. He'd read about how human pattern recognition could create false connections, how the brain invented familiarity in unfamiliar situations. But the moss was still growing upward. He kept walking, documenting everything with photos and notes, trying to ignore how the trail ahead seemed to curve in ways it shouldn't, how the spacing between trees felt mathematically wrong, how even the rain, which had started again, fell at angles that defied simple wind patterns. That's when Christopher found the first marker. It wasn't a trail blaze or a survey ribbon. It was carved directly into the trunk of an old-growth Sitka spruce about 7 feet up. A spiral pattern identical to the ones in Brandon Mitchell's photographs. The carving was old, weathered, filled with moss, but unmistakably deliberate. Christopher photographed it, then noticed another tree 50 yards ahead bore the same mark, then another beyond that. He followed the spirals deeper into the forest, leaving the trail without entirely meaning to. The markers led him through impossibly dense undergrowth that seemed to part as he approached, past clusters of bleeding heart flowers that shouldn't bloom in October, around trees that grew in formations he'd never seen. Perfect circles, radiating lines, geometric patterns that nature didn't naturally create. The markers led him to a clearing he absolutely knew didn't exist. Christopher had surveyed every accessible acre of this sector. There were no clearings within 5 miles of the Hoh River Trail. The forest here was temperate rainforest at its most dense, every inch of ground contested by competing vegetation. Yet here was a space roughly 40 feet in diameter, absolutely bare except for moss and a single object in its center. Brandon Mitchell's backpack. Christopher approached slowly, every instinct screaming that this was wrong, that he should turn back, radio for help, get out of this sector. But his radio didn't work, and Brandon Mitchell was missing, and the backpack was right there, sitting perfectly upright on the moss as if carefully placed. He photographed it from multiple angles before touching it. Blue North Face pack, 60-liter capacity, still buckled shut. Christopher opened it carefully. Brandon's sleeping bag, dry. His food bag, untouched. Spare clothes, field journal, water bottles full. Everything a person would need to survive was here, abandoned. Christopher flipped through the field journal. Brandon's handwriting started neat, documenting mushroom species with scientific precision. Then the entries got stranger. October 23rd, found the spiral trees. Professor said impossible patterns don't exist in nature, but these do. Something's organizing them, can feel it watching. October 24th. Aaron doesn't see them, says I'm obsessed. But they're getting clearer. Like the forest is trying to show me something. Like it's trying to communicate. October 25th. The moss is growing towards something. All of it. Like compass needles pointing to a specific location. Found the center last night. Aaron was asleep. I had to see. The trees there are old, older than old, and they remember. God, they remember. The final entry was a single line, written in shaking handwriting. It's not the trees. The trees are just how it sees. Christopher looked up from the journal. The clearing was darker than it should be, though his watch showed only 2:47 p.m. The trees surrounding the space seemed taller, their canopy closing overhead like a cathedral dome. And now that he was looking, he could see the spiral patterns in their bark, all of them, arranged in concentric rings radiating from where he stood. "Brandon Mitchell!" Christopher shouted, his voice swallowed by the forest. "This is Park Ranger Valdez. If you can hear me, respond." The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of presence, of attention, of something vast listening. Christopher felt it like pressure against his eardrums, like being underwater, like standing at the base of a mountain and feeling its weight press down on you from miles away. Then the trees moved, not swaying, not bending in wind. The spaces between them contracted and expanded like breathing, like the ribs of something enormous taking a breath. Christopher watched a gap between two hemlocks shrink from 6 feet to 3. Watched the trunks themselves flow like melting wax. Watched the forest restructure itself around him with the patient inevitability of glacial movement. He ran. Christopher crashed through the forest, abandoned protocol and rational thought. Just ran. But the forest kept changing. He'd sprint toward what looked like an opening only to find it sealed by trees that hadn't been there seconds before. He'd navigate around a massive trunk and find himself back in the clearing with Brandon's backpack, as if the forest had looped him back to start. After the third loop, Christopher stopped running. His heart hammered against his ribs. His breath came in gasps, but he forced himself to stand still and think. This wasn't random. The forest was directing him, guiding him, hurting him. Whatever intelligence inhabited this place wanted him in this clearing, and it had the patience and power to ensure he stayed. Christopher pulled out Brandon's journal again, reread the entries with shaking hands. The trees are just how it sees. He looked at the spirals carved into bark, at the geometric patterns formed by their placement, at the way the clearing's shape itself suggested purpose and design. Leashy. The word came to him from a college anthropology course he'd barely remembered taking. Slavic folklore, spirits of the forest that protected their domains, that could reshape the woods at will, that punished those who showed disrespect or invaded too deeply into their territory. But that was mythology, old wives' tales from Eastern Europe. This was Olympic National Park, Washington State, 2011. There was no rational reason for Slavic forest spirits to manifest in the Pacific Northwest, unless the concept was universal. Unless what the Slavs had called Leshy was simply one name for something older, something that existed in all forests, that predated human categorization. A consciousness woven into the ecosystem itself, expressed through the patterns of growth, the arrangement of trees, the very structure of the woodland. Christopher thought about all the missing persons cases in national parks, the clusters of disappearances in specific areas, the reports of experienced hikers becoming impossibly lost. He'd always attributed it to human error, to panic and poor decision-making in wilderness environments. But what if some of those disappearances were deliberate? What if certain sections of forest simply didn't want people there? The light was fading now, though his watch showed only 3:15 p.m. Shadows stretched across the clearing, and Christopher realized they weren't shadows at all, but something more solid, more present. Dark forms moved between the trees, too fluid to be human, too purposeful to be animals. He counted 5, then 7, then lost count as they multiplied, surrounding the clearing in a ring of living darkness. One of them stepped forward. It was roughly man-shaped, but the proportions were wrong in ways that hurt to observe. Too tall, joints bending at too many angles, head elongating into something between human and tree. When it moved, leaves rustled where there were no leaves. When it breathed, the temperature dropped 5 degrees. Christopher's analytical mind tried to catalog it, find explanations. Pareidolia, the brain creating patterns from random stimuli. Hypoxia from hyperventilation, some kind of hallucinogenic spore released by the fungi Brandon had been documenting. But his hands were numb with cold. His breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air, and the thing standing 15 feet away was absolutely, undeniably real. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed past Christopher. He turned. Behind him, another section of the clearing had opened, revealing a path through the trees he hadn't seen before. And standing at its entrance, barely visible in the gloom, was Brandon Mitchell. Brandon! Christopher took 3 steps forward before his rational mind caught up and made him stop. Brandon stood motionless, wearing the same clothes from his missing persons photo. Green flannel, jeans, hiking boots. But something was wrong with how he stood. Too still, too perfect, like a photograph instead of a person. Brandon, it's Ranger Valdez. Are you okay? Can you move? Brandon didn't respond. Didn't even blink. The forest behind him was impossibly dark, and Christopher realized he couldn't see more than 10 feet down the path. It was like looking into a tunnel or a throat. The entity behind Christopher made a sound. Not speech exactly, but something that resonated in his bones, that carried meaning without language. Go. Follow. Enter. Christopher understood then. This was a choice, or the illusion of one. He could walk down that path after Brandon, into whatever waited in the deep forest, the place where the spiral trees pointed, where the moss grew toward, where the entity's consciousness pooled most densely. Maybe he'd find Brandon alive. Maybe he'd find answers to what was happening. Or maybe he'd simply become another missing person, another case file, another name on the list of people who walked into the forest and never walked out. The alternative was to refuse, to somehow navigate his way back to the trail despite the forest's interference, to leave Brandon Mitchell to whatever fate awaited him in the darkness. The rational choice. The survivable choice. Christopher thought about his 6 years with the Park Service, about the reputation he'd built for logical analysis and skeptical documentation. He thought about the moss growing upward, about the photographs in Brandon's camera, about how badly he'd wanted to explain everything away with science and reason. He thought about standing in his apartment explaining to Brandon Mitchell's parents why he hadn't tried to retrieve their son, why he'd chosen himself over a 22-year-old kid who just wanted to photograph some mushrooms. He took a step toward the path. The entity made another sound, this one almost approving, and the darkness ahead seemed to lighten fractionally. Christopher walked forward, his legs moving on autopilot while his mind screamed at him to turn back. He passed Brandon's motionless form, resisted the urge to touch him, to verify if he was real or projection or something worse. The path led deeper into the forest, and with each step, the normal rules of space seemed to dissolve further. Trees grew at impossible angles, their roots forming staircases and bridges through the air. The ground beneath Christopher's feet felt solid, but looked transparent, as if he walked on water that had forgotten how to be liquid. Above him, the canopy closed into complete darkness, no sky visible, just endless reaching branches that intertwined into patterns that suggested language, mathematics, consciousness itself expressed in wood and leaf. He passed other figures standing motionless among the trees, hikers in modern gear and ancient clothes, loggers from the 19th century, possibly indigenous peoples from centuries before that, all frozen mid-step, eyes open but unseeing, like insects preserved in amber. Christopher understood these were the others, the ones who'd walked too deep, who'd tried to understand the forest and found understanding came at a price. The path ended in another clearing, larger than the first, and Christopher felt his mind strain trying to process what he saw. The trees here were old beyond measuring, their trunks wider than houses, their bark covered in spirals that moved and shifted like living things. And in the center of the clearing stood something that might have been a tree, or might have been the entity itself. A massive presence that seemed to occupy more dimensions than Christopher's eyes could perceive. Brandon Mitchell stood before it, no longer frozen but moving in slow, dreamlike motions, his hands tracing the spirals in the bark, his lips moving soundlessly. Christopher approached him, touched his shoulder, and Brandon turned. His eyes were different. Not white like in the photograph, but filled with green light, with the bioluminescence of fungal growth, with something that was no longer entirely human. When he spoke, his voice echoed strangely, as if multiple voices spoke in harmony. "It's beautiful," Brandon said. "It's been here so long, since before humans, since before language. The forest is just the visible part. The real organism is underneath, in the mycelium networks, in the root systems, in the patterns of growth that span miles. It thinks. It remembers. It's trying to show us. Brandon, we need to leave. Now." "Leave?" Brandon smiled, and it was wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. "We're home. This is where we belong. All of us. The forest takes care of its own." He gestured at the frozen figures surrounding the clearing. "They understand now. They're part of it, part of the pattern." Christopher grabbed Brandon's arm, tried to pull him toward the path. Brandon's skin felt wrong under his hand, too cool, with a texture more like bark than flesh. "You're not thinking clearly. Whatever this thing is, it's affecting your perception. We need to get you to a hospital." "Hospital?" Brandon laughed, and the sound was like wind through hollow trees. "Christopher, there is no hospital, there is no park, there is no outside. That was all the dream. This is what's real. The forest, the pattern, the eternal growth and decay. We were always going to end up here. The spirals were always leading us home." The massive presence in the center of the clearing shifted, and Christopher felt a tension focus on him like a physical weight. Images flooded his mind. The forest as it had been 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago before humans had arrived, when it covered the continent in unbroken green. The slow, patient consciousness that had evolved in the networks of root and fungus, that thought in seasons and centuries, that perceived time as humans perceived space. It didn't hate humans. It simply didn't recognize them as permanent. People were ephemeral things, insects that crawled across its surface for brief moments before disappearing. But sometimes the insects walked too deep, saw too much, understood too much, and then the forest had to decide whether to let them leave with that understanding or incorporate them into the pattern, make them part of the eternal structure. Christopher understood he was being offered the same choice Brandon had accepted: become part of the forest, merge consciousness with the vast intelligence that inhabited the root networks and mycelia, exist forever in the pattern of spirals and geometric growth. Or resist and face consequences he couldn't quite perceive but knew would be terrible. "No," Christopher said. The word came out weaker than he intended. "No, this isn't right. This is some kind of neurological effect. Fungal spores, airborne toxins, something with a scientific explanation. I won't accept." Pain exploded through his skull. Not physical pain, but something deeper. The sensation of his mind being rewritten, his neurons forming new connections, his consciousness being reshaped into something compatible with the forest's patterns. Christopher fell to his knees, and through the agony he felt himself starting to understand, starting to see the beauty of it. The logic of surrendering individual identity to become part of something larger, older, more permanent. He thought about his apartment in Port Angeles, about the books on his shelf and the telescope by his window, about the small separate life he'd built with its neat explanations and rational structures. He thought about everything he'd tried to prove with 6 years of documentation and skepticism, the barrier he'd built between himself and the forest's mystery. And he realized the barrier had always been artificial, that he'd been lying to himself. That part of him had always known the forest was alive in ways science couldn't measure, that the rational explanations had been comfort blankets against a truth too large to accept. The moss growing upward, the trees rearranging themselves, the sense of being watched on night patrols. It had all been real, and he'd spent 6 years explaining it away. Christopher looked up at Brandon, at the green light in his eyes, at the smile that was no longer quite human. He looked at the frozen figures around the clearing, at the massive presence in the center, at the spirals that covered every surface. He could feel the forest offering him a place in the pattern, a role in the eternal structure, an escape from the burden of individual consciousness. It would be so easy to say yes. Instead, Christopher pulled out his Motorola radio, the one that hadn't worked since he'd entered the sector. He pressed the transmit button, not expecting anything, just a gesture of defiance, a refusal to surrender his rationality, even in the face of the impossible. "Ranger Valdez to base," he said, his voice cracking. "I'm in Sector 7, beyond the trail. Coordinates impossible to determine. I've located Brandon Mitchell, but he's compromised. The forest here is hostile. Repeat, the forest is hostile. Send backup with..." The radio crackled. Through waves of static came a voice, thin and distant but unmistakably human. "Valdez, we're reading you. Your signal is weak, but we have a partial fix. Hold your position. SAR team is inbound." The effect on the clearing was immediate. The massive presence recoiled. The green light in Brandon's eyes flickered, the frozen figures stirred slightly. Christopher understood. The forest's power was absolute within its domain, but it couldn't extend beyond certain boundaries. The radio signal was a connection to the outside world, a tether to human reality, and that connection weakened the entity's control. Brandon screamed. It was a sound of rage and loss, the voice of the forest itself howling through human vocal cords. He lunged at Christopher, hands reaching for the radio. But Christopher rolled away, kept talking into the device, maintaining that fragile connection to the outside. "I'm approximately 1 mile north-northwest of mile marker 9, off-trail in an uncharted clearing. Multiple people here, some for years based on their clothing. This area needs to be marked off limits. Do not send anyone else in alone. Do not..." Brandon struck him, and the blow had inhuman strength behind it. Christopher hit the ground hard, felt ribs crack, lost his grip on the radio. It skittered across the moss, and Christopher crawled after it desperately while Brandon stood over him, no longer quite human, becoming something else, something that belonged to the forest completely. "You can't leave," Brandon said, but his voice was wrong, layered with sounds no human throat could make. "You've seen too much. You understand too much. You're part of the pattern now, whether you accept it or not." Christopher's fingers closed on the radio. He pressed transmit. "GPS coordinates from my last known position. 47.86 degree in. 123.93 I89 degree W. Search north of there. Look for spiral patterns carved in trees. Follow them, but don't go too deep. Don't..." The massive presence in the clearing moved. It wasn't dramatic or violent. It simply reached out with what might have been a branch or a limb or consciousness itself, and touched Christopher's mind. Everything went white. When Christopher came back to himself, he was lying on the Hoh River Trail at mile marker 8. Autumn sunlight filtered through the canopy. His Motorola radio was still in his hand, silent now. His watch showed 4:47 p.m. His GPS confirmed his position at standard coordinates with no flickering or anomalies. The moss grew north, as it should. Christopher stood slowly, inventory of injuries, cracked ribs, multiple bruises, hands torn up from crawling through underbrush. His uniform was covered in dirt and moss, his equipment scattered around him. It looked like he'd been through a physical ordeal, like he'd fallen or been in some kind of struggle. But his field notebook was gone. Brandon Mitchell's camera was gone. The photographs, the evidence, everything that could prove what he'd experienced in the clearing, all missing. Christopher tried his radio. "Valdez to base. Come in, base." "Base here." "Valdez, where the hell have you been? We lost your signal 3 hours ago." "I found Brandon Mitchell. He's not retrievable. Sector 7 needs to be closed. Mark it off limits immediately." "Slow down, Chris. You found Mitchell? What do you mean, not retrievable?" Christopher looked north toward where the clearing should be, though his GPS showed only unbroken forest. How could he explain? What could he say that wouldn't sound like hallucination or breakdown? The ranger who insisted on rational explanations, claiming the forest was alive and taking people. "I mean, he's dead," Christopher heard himself say. The lie came automatically, protective. "I found signs of a fall possibly several days ago. The terrain in that area is unstable. We'll need a recovery team, but only in daylight, and only with multiple rangers. No one goes in alone." He was lying. Brandon Mitchell wasn't dead. He was something worse. Alive but no longer human. Part of the forest's pattern. Existing in that space between life and incorporation. But Christopher couldn't say that. Couldn't admit that he'd walked away. That he'd chosen himself over retrieving Brandon. That he'd felt the forest's consciousness and run from it. "Copy that. Return to base for debriefing. SAR team will go in at first light with full support." Christopher started walking south back toward the ranger station, each step taking him further from that clearing and whatever intelligence inhabited it. He tried to tell himself it had been real, that the broken ribs and torn hands were proof, that the gaps in his memory and equipment were evidence. But already it felt dreamlike, unreal, impossible to reconcile with the rational world he'd built his identity around. They never found Brandon Mitchell's body. The recovery team went into Sector 7 at dawn, followed Christopher's directions to the area north of mile marker 9, and found nothing. No clearing, no frozen figures, no spiral patterns beyond ordinary bark texture. Christopher went with them, insisted on going despite his injuries, and couldn't locate the place where he'd spent 3 hours the previous day. The official report listed Brandon Mitchell as missing, presumed dead from exposure or accident in the Olympic wilderness. Case closed. Christopher was commended for his search efforts and given 2 weeks administrative leave to recover from his injuries. During those 2 weeks, Christopher tried to return to his apartment in Port Angeles, to his books and telescope and rational life. But he'd lie awake at night, feeling the phantom pressure of the forest's consciousness against his mind, remembering the choice he'd made to save himself instead of Brandon Mitchell. He'd stare at the ceiling and wonder if the entity was patient enough to wait. If someday he'd walk into the forest for a routine patrol and find the trees had rearranged themselves again. Find the spirals carved in bark leading him back to that clearing. He requested a transfer to a different district. Request denied. The Southern Ho was his responsibility, his sector, and there was a shortage of experienced rangers. He was needed here. On his first patrol back, Christopher noticed something that made his hand shake. The moss at mile marker 8 was growing upward again. Just a few patches, easy to miss if you weren't looking, but unmistakably wrong. The forest was still there, still conscious, still waiting. And Christopher understood he would spend the rest of his career, possibly the rest of his life, walking these trails, maintaining the pretense of normalcy, keeping other rangers away from Sector 7, living with the knowledge that something vast and ancient inhabited these woods, and occasionally it took people who walked too deep or understood too much. He thought about Brandon Mitchell's journal, about the final entry. "It's not the trees. The trees are just how it sees." Christopher had understood what that meant in the clearing. But now the understanding was fading, protected by his mind's defense mechanisms, rationalized away by the need to function in normal reality. But sometimes, on night patrols when the forest grew quiet and the darkness pressed close, Christopher would feel that presence again. Vast and patient and utterly inhuman, waiting for him to understand fully, to accept what he'd seen, to stop fighting against the truth that some mysteries had no rational explanation. The moss kept growing upward at mile marker 8. Every week Christopher would see it, documented in reports that went nowhere. Mark it as an anomaly no one else seemed concerned about. He'd look at those reversed patterns and know they were a message, a reminder, a promise from something that had existed in these forests for millennia, before humans arrived with their science and skepticism. He never told anyone the full truth about what happened in Sector 7. How could he? He barely believed it himself most days, and the parts he did believe felt more like nightmare than memory. But the cracked ribs healed wrong, leaving a permanent ache when it rained. His hands bore scars from crawling through the undergrowth. And sometimes when he closed his eyes he could still see that clearing, still see Brandon Mitchell's green-lit eyes, still feel the vast intelligence of the forest pressing against his mind like water against a dam. Christopher Valdez stayed with the National Park Service for another 3 years after Brandon Mitchell's disappearance. He continued his documentation, his measurements, his skeptical analysis of reported phenomena, but he marked Sector 7 as hazardous terrain on all official maps, kept hikers away from that area, and never went north of mile marker 9 alone again. The forest had offered him a choice, and he'd made it. Now he lived with the consequences, the knowledge that some doors once opened could never be fully closed, that some places in the wilderness were wild in ways science couldn't measure, that the line between the real and the impossible was thinner than he'd spent 6 years trying to prove. On foggy mornings, when the Hoh rainforest was most beautiful and most alien, Christopher would stand at the trailhead and wonder if Brandon Mitchell was still alive in that other place, if consciousness could really merge with forests and fungal networks, if somewhere beyond the mapped trails there existed clearings where lost people stood frozen in eternal contemplation of patterns that predated human thought. Then he'd check his equipment, note his coordinates, and walk the trail like the rational, skeptical ranger everyone believed him to be. And the forest would watch him with its 1,000 eyes, patient and eternal, waiting for the next person who walked too deep, who understood too much, who followed the spirals to their source. The moss kept growing upward. The trees stood in patterns no one else seemed to notice. And Christopher Valdez carried the weight of what he'd seen, what he'd chosen, what he'd left behind in Sector 7 of the Hoh rainforest on that October day, when he'd learned that being right about mysteries sometimes meant discovering some mysteries were never meant to be solved. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.